Chapter 1. Rebirth, the Malevolent Woman. On a midsummer night in July, the sweltering sun had set, and the evening chorus of crickets danced beneath the moonlight. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes irritated Weidong, disrupting his sweet dreams. Perhaps the mosquitoes were overly mischievous, incessantly taunting him by his ear. Smack! He raised his hand and struck. Pain surged through him. As Weidong opened his eyes, a heavy fog enveloped his mind. Wasn't I on the brink of death in a hospital? That vile woman, along with that illegitimate child of unknown origin, ripped out my oxygen tube. Memories flooded back his wife accompanied by a child who bore no resemblance to him, and that wretched daughter who had nearly driven him to madness. For Weidong, it was nothing short of a nightmare. He recalled the moments before his demise, the indistinct silhouette, and a familiar voice that felt eerily reminiscent of somewhere he had heard before. He closed his eyes heavily, unwilling to accept death, and broke into a cold sweat. He slapped himself hard. That woman was exceedingly malevolent. He remembered how, in the past, he had not been particularly fond of her, yet she had pursued him fervently. On a drunken night, they were caught by her mother amidst haystacks. To protect her daughter's reputation, her mother extorted a hefty bride price from him. The money was left for his son, and when marrying off her daughter, she provided merely 3 quilts. He had toiled his entire life and became a billionaire, only to meet with an accident while returning home from drinking. He lay in the hospital, while his unscrupulous brother-in-law absconded with a substantial sum of his money. His malevolent mother-in-law was outside, slandering him with another man. She instructed that man to take good care of her son and ensure her daughter lived well, while also not forgetting about her own son. In the dim light, he surveyed his surroundings. He was amidst haystacks, hearing the barks of dogs and the chirping of insects outside. Had he truly been reborn back to that fateful night before the incident, summer of 1982? Thoughts of his ex-wife's family conspiring with her lover to ruin his life ignited a furious blaze within Weidong. Since fate had granted him a chance at rebirth, he vowed to exact a ruthless revenge upon them. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless, perhaps due to the drugs laced in his drink. He hastily rose to depart from this place of conflict. As he took a few steps, he paused. If that woman had plotted against him, why had she not yet arrived? He heard voices nearby, a man and a woman conspiring. Hurry over. As long as you ensnare that foolish boy, he will support our child, and you could be the lady of the house. The voice belonged to a man. Fearing detection, his tone was hushed, but it was a voice Weidong found eerily familiar, the very man he had overheard speaking with his ex-mother-in-law outside his hospital. If only he had the strength, he would shout for help and catch them in the act, leading to Liuxia's disgrace. Alas, he lacked the energy and was alone. At that moment, Liuxia might turn the tables, falsely accusing him, which could easily lead to his downfall. Oh, what's there to fear? You promised to find my brother a job. You wouldn't forget, would you? Of course not. The man quickly replied, once you're married, I will arrange a job for your brother immediately. I hold a significant position in the county. You can choose any job you like. You're so kind, Liuxia exclaimed, slithering closer like a serpent. The man remarked, quickly go and strip that boy of his trousers, as you discussed with your mother. He is likely on his way here, and I must return to the county. But I can't bear to part with you. We will have ample opportunities in the future. Once you are married, I will arrange for you to work in the county, allowing that boy to toil in the fields while we can enjoy our time together daily. Liuxia nodded. All right, I will go at once. Wait for me. Make sure that boy does not lay a finger on you, understand? Rest assured, I will tell him I am pregnant. He will treat me like royalty if necessary. I shall drug him. After all, you know people at the hospital, don't you? Indeed, we can give him a hefty dose of veterinary contraceptives, rendering him incapable of manhood, and then we shall revel in our freedom. Little did they know, their conversation reached the ears of the very fool they spoke of, who resolved to exact a severe revenge on them. The venomous words of his treacherous ex-wife, Liuxia, pierced through him. The cruelty of her intentions, to drug him into a state of impotence, was unbearable. Weak and enraged, Weidong longed to confront the deceitful couple, to tear apart their facade and expose the darkness of their hearts, which concocted such malevolent schemes. You treacherous couple, await my wrath. I shall ensure you suffer beyond measure. His hands trembled with fury, the alcohol and the effects of the drug nearly incapacitating him. Digging his nails into his flesh, blood oozed out as he fought to maintain his composure. He realized he needed to return home to find something to sober himself up. If Li Yuxia discovered his absence from the haystack, she would surely come looking for him. If she were to strip off her clothes and scream, it would spell disaster for him. He vowed never to indulge in alcohol carelessly again, as it could lead to dire consequences. He could never forget the humiliation of being caught in an affair, nor the fear that his parents felt regarding the potential repercussions of his actions. He recalled kneeling before Li Yuxia and her mother, pleading for mercy. His father had exhausted their entire savings to secure Li Yuxia as his bride, offering the highest dowry in the town, while she provided the most meager of bridal gifts. After their marriage, Li Yuxia claimed to be pregnant, refusing to lift a finger, while holding her parents in disdain. Even after his own success, she forbade him from spending money on his parents. At the mere mention of it, she would erupt in tears, accusing him of ruining her life, tarnishing the reputation of the village's most beautiful girl, and preventing her from securing a more advantageous marriage. When he returned to his hometown, he faced whispers and scorn, bearing the shame in silence. After consuming some vinegar and salt water at home, he felt somewhat clearer. Tonight, he had been ensnared in a trap set by He Jian, a childhood friend with whom he had previously clashed, who had come to apologize and invite him for drinks. It was evident that this was orchestrated with Li Yuxia. Otherwise, how could she have whispered so many deceitful words into his ear all those years ago, gaining numerous advantages from their connection? At the village's entrance, not far from the haystack, Li Yuxia finally concluded her entanglement with the man. After tidying her attire, she made her way toward the haystack. Today, she had spent money to have her neighbor, He Jian, invite He Weidong to dinner, under the pretense of her affection for him, claiming she intended to marry He Weidong in the future. She did not wish for their relationship to become strained, considering they were all from the same village. From now on, we shall encounter each other frequently. He Jian found this reasoning sensible and deemed it unnecessary to spend his own money. Thus, he complied with Li Yuxia's suggestion. Upon observing that He Weidong had scarcely drunk, he collapsed, which led to a moment of panic, prompting an immediate rush to investigate. Li Yuxia burrowed into the haystack, meticulously searching around but finding no one. Where's everyone gone? She murmured to herself. Darling, is there truly no one inside? We cannot allow that foolish boy to escape otherwise. It will become quite troublesome. Chapter 2. Malicious Men and Women. Framing and Deceit. What are you doing here? Why haven't you left yet? Li Yuxia exclaimed, retreating a few steps in fear, nearly losing her balance. I simply cannot bear to watch you be taken advantage of by that foolish boy, the man replied. Fuming, Li Yuxia raturta. Then go back and divorce your ugly wife. Ah, not yet. Let us enjoy each other's company a little longer, he said with a lewd tone, attempting to make unwelcome advances. However, Li Yuxia, who had intended for He Weidong to be her scapegoat, was taken aback by her failure to locate him that evening. Previously, she had arranged for He Weidong to lie here, sneaking away to share tender moments with him only to return and find him absent. Last month, he had not come around, and now that she was aware of her pregnancy, she could not confide in her family, lest her mother demand that she terminated. Moreover, she found He Weidong quite appealing, meeting her standards for a man's appearance. His family was not impoverished in the village. Marrying him could provide her with a comfortable life, which was the motive behind her sinister plot that night. She had intended for him to assume the role of her child's father and secure her own future within the He family. Yet now, he was nowhere to be found, and she was left in uncertainty. As the man persisted in his unwelcome advances, she forcefully pushed him away. If you do not wish to marry me, what will happen if he is discovered? You need to help me find him quickly. I recall him lying right here. The man, momentarily halted by her shove, recognized the gravity of the situation. He realized that he had successfully charmed this woman. Once he confirmed her relationship with He Weidong, there would still be plenty of time ahead. What if that fool has run away? Realizing the truth, we must act swiftly. Li Yuxia urja. The two began searching near the haystack and stumbled upon a piece of the man's clothing. What shall we do? We have found his garment, she exclaimed. Fear not. Even if he has fled, we can claim that he took advantage of you and then disappeared. You must feign distress. We can solidify this narrative, he suggested. Hesitant, Li Yuxia replied, but what if he denies it? If he refuses to acknowledge it, You can go to the town and wail about how he has wronged you. The authorities will apprehend him, and his parents will surely comply for his sake," the man proclaimed menacingly. Noticing her prolonged silence, he pressed on. "Well, do you not wish for a better future? Your son will need someone to care for him. This is the only way. I must take my leave before I am seen, or we will find ourselves in trouble." Upon hearing his words, Li Yuxia gritted her teeth and resolved to act. For the sake of a prosperous future and the well-being of their son, Weidong would have to take responsibility. "Li Yuxia, where have you gone?" Her mother, Guofen, called out from the road. In this year of 1982, when many struggled to make ends meet, her mother was portly and boisterous, resembling Fu Shou'er in appearance. Known for her fierce temperament and unreasonable nature, their relationships with the neighbors were strained, and after 2 years of marriage, she had already driven her mother-in-law to despair. The reputation of the village is rather tarnished. Li Yuxia, frozen in place, hears her mother calling her name. Remembering the promise of a better life ahead, she resolutely pinches her thigh. The sharp pain causes her eyes to redden instantly. Anyone unaware of the situation might think she has suffered a great injustice. As Guofen's voice draws nearer, Li Yuxia, seemingly aggrieved, pinches her arm once more, buzzing out, "Mom." Upon hearing this, Guofen hastens over, wielding a flashlight, only to find her daughter standing not far from a haystack, her hair disheveled and attire somewhat disarrayed. Without hesitation, she scolds, "You wretched girl. Out here in the middle of the night, are you consorting with men? Where is he? Show me." The man hiding in the shadows, realizing the flashlight is aimed in his direction, hastily flees toward Weidong's home, narrowly escaping detection. Unfortunately for him, Weidong's clothing slips from his grasp, landing in the hands of the pursuing Guofen. "I shall see who this belongs to," Guofen exclaims, examining the garment closely but failing to recognize its owner. Approaching her daughter, she raises her hand and delivers a sharp slap, exclaiming, "I could kill you, you shameless creature. Whose clothing is this?" Suddenly struck, Li Yuxia bursts into tears, prompting Guofen's fury to intensify. "I shall beat you senseless. Speak up, whose clothing is this?" Passers-by, noticing the light and hearing a woman's cries, shout out, "Who is there? What is happening by the haystack?" It turns out to be the village chief. "What brings you here?" Guofen responds, recognizing the familiar voice. "It's my sister-in-law. What are you doing here at this hour?" "I'm disciplining this shameless girl who has come here to consort with men," Guofen retorts, showing no mercy to her daughter. In her eyes, Li Yuxia is merely a liability, a pawn to secure dowries for her beloved son. With men seeking her daughter, and with the village chief now aware, she seizes this opportunity to ensure the situation is addressed. The village chief, Changqing, upon hearing her words, adopts a stern attitude reminiscent of his previous leadership. This cannot stand. Such disgraceful conduct must be dealt with promptly and severely. After all, he had grown accustomed to a position of authority. In truth, such incidents had occurred before, and ignorance had allowed them to pass unnoticed. However, now that the matter is known, it demands serious resolution. Only through financial penalties can the mouths of such individuals be silenced. Upon hearing the village chief's declaration, Guofen instantly transforms into a dramatic figure, ready to escalate the situation further. "Village chief, you see, my husband is a man of integrity, yet our daughter has been wronged. You must stand up for our family," she implored. "Do you know whose son it was?" Changqing queried sternly. "We have not apprehended him, but we found this piece of clothing. This wretched girl knows who it belongs to, yet she refuses to speak," Guofen lamented, her voice thick with sorrow. "Yuxia, you are of marriageable age now. Speak up. Who is it? Your uncle will take care of it. Do not fear retaliation. If he dares to utter a word, I shall have him executed," Changqing declared with unyielding resolve. His sycophant, Tian Wenliang, chimed in, "Daughter, it is the natural order for young men and women to marry. We live in a new society now. No one dares to bully you. Speak up. It belongs to Weidong." Li Yuxia hesitated to confess. Chapter 3. The Brazen Disturbance. "What? It's him. I shall kill him," Guofen exclaimed furiously. Upon hearing the name, Changqing seethed. "I never expected that this scoundrel, with his thick brows and big eyes, could commit such acts." Let's see how I shall deal with him. Come, let's go to his house. This matter must be addressed tonight. Do they think they can bully me? Ho Guifan gritted her teeth. Suddenly, Li Yuxia, who had just cast a slanderous accusation upon he Weidong, hesitated, fearful of the repercussions, and remained rooted to the spot, unwilling to accompany them. Observing this, Ho Guifan turned back and seized her arm. How dare you, shameless wretch? After perpetrating such deeds, you fear exposure? Your brother is about to marry, yet you linger at home. How will he proceed with his marriage? Though Ho Guifan's words were somewhat ambiguous, the intent was clear. The group arrived at he Weidong's residence. In pursuit of her son's wedding dowry, she approached and forcefully pounded on the door. Open up, he Lao-san. Open this door. The echo of her banging reverberated through the night, awakening the neighboring residents. He Chang'an, roused from his slumber, turned to his wife and inquired, Who is it? Knocking at this hour? He Weidong's mother mumbled. It seems to be that unreasonable woman, Ho Guifan. Is she out of her mind? Coming to bang on our door in the dead of night? Let us get up and see what the fuss is about. With that, the two donned their clothes and turned on the light. In those times, even though electricity cost merely a fraction, many were reluctant to waste it, preferring to eat and sleep early. Outside, as more people gathered, Ho Guifan felt emboldened. For the sake of her son's dowry, she shouted for he Weidong to emerge, demanding an explanation from his family. The village chief and accountant arrived, sensing that something significant had transpired. Look, even the daughter from the Li family is here, and she seems to be in tears. Could it be that he has been bullying her? Surely not. He has always been quite honest and gentle. How could he possibly bully anyone? The villagers, curious yet skeptical, whispered among themselves, noting the repeated calls for he Weidong, indicating that something was amiss. Wei Chang'an finally opened the door. He was met with a dark throng. As Ho Guifan continued to pound, she nearly collided with him, forcing him to sidestep quickly. Ah, finally you've emerged. Where's your son? He Weidong. Call him out. Ho Guifan shouted upon seeing the person she sought. My son has returned and is asleep in the other room. What are you shouting about? He Chang'an replied with a scowl, his tone far from pleasant. Although generally mild-mannered and not one to easily lose his temper, he was not one to tolerate being bullied either. In his family, there were several brothers, each with 2 or 3 sons. He himself had 3 sons and a daughter. When called, it was not unusual for dozens to emerge from within. In this era, having a man in the family provides a sense of security. Upon witnessing the commotion, Ho Guifan sat down on the ground, her hands pounding on her thighs as she cried out, Villagers, come quickly. He is bullying my daughter, and after his lewd conduct, he denies it and even attempts to strike me. I can no longer endure this. Her lamentations drew the attention of the neighboring villagers, who began to murmur among themselves. Those who envied the He family, which lived a more prosperous life than most, began to voice their opinions. Ho Guifan, what nonsense are you spouting? You came to my door at midnight. Who is truly being bullied here? Yi Ping, He Weidong's mother, retorted sharply. Indeed, you have come here to stir trouble. When have I ever laid a hand on you? Woe is me. I cannot go on living. The He family is tyrannizing me. I will die at your doorstep if necessary. This matter must be addressed tonight. The village chief, He Changqing, also intervened, stating, Chang'an, your son has been caught in a compromising situation with another girl. It is time for him to take responsibility and marry her. Why should he marry her? I will report this to the authorities and have him locked away. Ho Guifan shouted vehemently. Her loud cries intended to exert pressure on the He family. He Weidong, having been reborn, had awakened long before this disturbance. In his youth, such incidents had not occurred without provocation. It was Ho Guifan who had cornered him. Her shouts had summoned the village chief and a crowd to his home, leading to the signing of an unequal agreement that bound him to marry Li Yuxia, who would then become the lady of the house. Though their child was born prematurely, she claimed it was due to their favorable living conditions, nurturing a robust child. For many years, she had manipulated He Weidong, fostering a habit of subservience within him. He never revisited the issue, never suspecting that this shameless family would dare confront him again, positioning him as the scapegoat. Outside, his parents were struck speechless by the allegations, unable to fathom that their son could engage in such behavior. Yet in this day and age, A girl's willingness to publicly disgrace herself indicated the truth of her claims. With a darkened expression, He Chang'an unbuckled his belt and declared, "I will fetch some people. If it is true, I will deal with him severely." Li Yuxia, however, had no wish for He Weidong to be ruined, as his demise or incapacitation would jeopardize their ability to provide for themselves and their families. Crying, she pleaded, "Uncle, this matter should not be blamed on Weidong. How dare you speak such disgraceful words at a time like this?" Ho Guifan retorted, realizing that her earlier performance had been in vain. She sat on the ground, angrily striking her daughter's legs twice. The moment Li Yuxia spoke, all present began to suspect that the situation might indeed hold a kernel of truth. Even his brother and sister-in-law could hardly believe that their younger sibling could engage in such audacious behavior. It was utterly bold. He Chang'an pushed open the door to find He Weidong sitting on the bed, and without warning, he launched into a tirade of blows. He had not anticipated that being reborn would lead to such a beating. Hastily, he shielded himself with a quilt, shouting, "What are you doing, Dad? I was merely drinking with some friends. Is it really necessary to hit me? Drinking? You little rascal. What you did to that girl is inexcusable. If I don't discipline you today, can you truly expect to escape unscathed?" He Chang'an murmured in a subdued tone, "I was just drinking, nothing more. Even if you beat me to death or have the police execute me, I will not confess." Chapter 4. A forceful confrontation, kicking the mother-in-law of the young He Weidong. Barely in his 20s, had been entangled with his father for a while and had endured several blows. "Get dressed and accompany me outside to provide them with an explanation," He Chang'an said, panting heavily. After all, this was his youngest son, and despite the traditional rural mindset that favored males over females, his affection for his son far outweighed that for his daughter, even though he had won. "Fine, I shall go. What is there to fear?" He Weidong replied defiantly. He quickly donned his trousers, but could not find his jacket no matter how hard he searched. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "Where on earth is my clothing?" He recalled waking up amidst a pile of hay and wondered if that shameless woman had come to confront him, possibly discovering his clothes and intending to tarnish his reputation. At this juncture, he realized that this audacious woman must be dealt with. Otherwise, he risked having the blame placed on him, jeopardizing his second chance at life and leaving him trapped in this mire, devoid of revenge and missing out on beautiful women. Upon his rebirth, he vowed not to squander opportunities for love or sustenance. He hastily threw on a random shirt and emerged with a scowl. Upon his arrival, Ho Guifan, who had been sitting on the ground, lamenting her plight, immediately ceased her sobbing and leapt to her feet. "Ah, you little bastard, you finally decided to show yourself. After tormenting my daughter, you thought you could just escape?" Li Yuxia scrutinized He Weidong's clean visage. She knew that the accusations she intended to lay upon him were secrets shared only between herself and the man involved. Even her own mother was unaware. Ho Guifan mistakenly believed that He Weidong had truly wronged her daughter. However, the unfolding events diverged significantly from the previous life. He Weidong, observing the old woman approaching him with malicious intent, took a few steps back. "What nonsense are you spouting in the dead of night? When did I ever bully your daughter? You come here to defame my name. I see you are the real bastard, oblivious to which man failed to keep his pants up and exposed you." In his past life, he had suffered immensely at the hands of this family. The shameless old woman, fully aware of her daughter's deceit and betrayal, still chose to defend the man who had wronged her. "You dare insult me, little bastard? I shall ensure you meet your end tonight." Ho Guifan never anticipated that after wronging him, He Weidong would still have the audacity to retort. Wasn't he the same honest lad who greeted everyone with a smile? "If you crave destruction, so be it. Do not spew filth to defame me. I was already home, asleep, having indulged too much. Besides, with your character resembling a stunted gourd, your daughter may possess slight merit, yet she too sullies my lineage. Why would I ever take an interest in her? Surely you must be under the influence of opium, hallucinating." Returning to the present, He Weidong wielded his eloquence, unyielding against those who had so grievously wronged him throughout his life. "Let the reproaches fly, but should it come to blows, I shall not be lenient. Furthermore, thinking that throwing a tantrum will resolve the matter is sheer folly. You have not even witnessed my mischief. Merely by virtue of a piece of clothing, You wish to slander me and shift the blame. It is nothing short of a pipe dream. The typically fiery Ho Guifan finds herself at a disadvantage against Weidong, leaving the surrounding neighbors to spectate as she once again laments her plight. Turning to the village chief, He Changqing, she implores, "Chief, look at this scoundrel. He has taken everything from me. You must stand up for me." Hearing this, Chief He Changqing gazes at He Weidong. "How dare you speak in such a manner? How can you insult your aunt? After committing such a shameful act, you still have the audacity to be so brazen. If you continue to speak thus, I shall inform the authorities and have you executed. Do you hear me? Executed." Upon hearing this, Ho Guifan feels emboldened by the chief's defense. Liu Xia, however, is anxious that He Weidong might truly face execution. If this honest man perishes, who would marry her? What if her belly swells? The village would drown her in rumors. With reddened eyes, she declares, "He Weidong, I offer you an opportunity. If you marry me, I will refrain from having my mother press charges against you." "You foolish girl, what are you saying? This little bastard insults me and still wishes to marry you? What a dream. I shall ensure he meets a grim fate." Ho Guifan retorts angrily, "Chief, if you enjoy claiming relatives, you might as well have your son marry her. Who doesn't know what a loose woman she is? She is entangled with many, and the names that can be mentioned are numerous. You think me simple, wanting me to take on her burdens? Who has witnessed me bullying him? Do you have any evidence?" "Present it," He Weidong asserts sharply. "What did you say?" Ho Guifan can hardly believe her ears. The usually inarticulate He Weidong has uttered such words. Meanwhile, Liu Xia, upon hearing He Weidong mention a child, turns pale with fear. She thinks to herself, "How does he know? I have a child and wish for him to take responsibility. Could he have figured it out? Did he see what happened between us and flee?" He Jian truly complicates matters by drinking less. He Changqing's expression darkens at this exchange. "You dare speak to me in such a manner. Do you think I am merely a village chief? I know you are a person, but do you think I am unaware of your pretense? Based solely on this woman's word, you presume I am bullying her daughter and expect me to take on her burdens? Is this not a form of bullying toward an honest man?" He Weidong retorts immediately. "Evidence, you say? My daughter spoke those words herself, and I found your clothing. Do you dare deny it?" Ho Guifan counters, sensing He Weidong's newfound eloquence. "Look at you, trying so hard to be a benefactor, stealing my clothes to frame me while your daughter runs wild. It is impossible for me to take on your burdens." He Weidong fires back. "You insolent wretch! How dare you accuse me of stealing your clothes? I shall end you." She threatens, moving to strike him. "May I curse you?" Observing the old woman, who disregards any sense of martial ethics, she gouges at her own eyes, seemingly intent on blinding herself. How vicious! The pent-up rage, accumulated over 2 lifetimes, erupts forth. With a swift kick aimed at her corpulent midsection, she is sent flying. "Ah, it hurts terribly. I shall call the police." Liu Xia exclaimed, witnessing the scene. "Call the police immediately. I must ensure this scoundrel is incarcerated," cried Ho Guifan, lying on the ground. He Weidong retorted coldly, "Indeed, you must call the police. Who doesn't he know your son is about to wed? Your family lacks funds, and you wish for your daughter, that wretched girl, to ensnare a fool for a husband, seeking money to marry off your son. Aware of my family's wealth, you have come to slander me." Chapter 5. Cleansing suspicions, taking action again. The couple, He Chang'in and his wife, were initially filled with apprehension, fearing that their son had truly committed such an act. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon his release, their son would speak so eloquently and confidently? After all, he was their own child, and their doubts began to wane. His mother grasped He Weidong's arm and whispered, "Son, did you truly not lay a hand on that girl from her family?" "Mother, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you believe I have the audacity to do such a thing? Moreover, look at that woman. She is as ferocious as Sun Earnyang. How could I possibly marry her daughter? Besides, her daughter is shameless, seducing countless men. The village buzzes with gossip. Would I allow them to tarnish my reputation?" He Weidong declared with conviction. "This incident must be reported to the authorities. If the township won't listen, we shall go to the county. If that fails, we will escalate it to the city or even the province for a DNA test. If she claims I have wronged her daughter, then surely there must be traces of me within her. If there are none, her family should bear all the costs. even if it means they have to resort to selling themselves. If necessary, we can even ask the village chief for assistance. If my DNA is found, I would willingly face the consequences. What is this DNA you speak of? Why should I bear the costs? The village chief inquired, his expression darkening. This is far more accurate than a blood test. Even a cigarette but can yield results, Weidong responded. You trust the words of that woman who stole my clothes and accused me of bullying her daughter? If you don't stand up for me, who will? The matter has already transpired. While I am uncertain if DNA testing is feasible at this moment, we must project confidence to intimidate these people. Otherwise, I would suffer in silence, shackled to that malicious woman, and be tormented by Ho Guifen. The village chief, though lacking in formal education, did not grasp the concept of DNA. Yet, having heard it was far superior to a blood test, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had not witnessed the incident himself and could not wholly trust the words of Ho Guifen and her son. Furthermore, Weidong's stance was undeniably stronger. Reporting to the authorities is imperative. Such disgraceful matters must not be exposed to outsiders. What will become of this year's evaluation for a civilized village if the truth is known? Liu, did Weidong truly bully you? Are you certain of what you saw? Chongqing hesitated to inquire further, not wanting to delve too deeply. However, Ho Guifen, who had been kicked, was incensed. Village chief, how can you take the word of that scoundrel? He lies. His clothes are right here with me. Surely they can serve as evidence. Clothes? I recall your home is at the northern end of the village, whereas mine is in the south. You must have sneaked over here in the dead of night, fearing discovery, which led you to falsely accuse me, correct? Weidong chuckled. You are the thief. Your entire family are thieves. Old woman, whom do you accuse of thievery? Your reputation in the village is notorious. Mind your words. If you think you can intimidate my son, you are sorely mistaken. Weidong's mother, sensing the village chief's wavering confidence, felt emboldened, convinced her son was indeed telling the truth. Enough. Stop your incessant noise, Chongqing exclaimed sharply. Liu, if he truly has wronged you, we shall report it to the authorities immediately and proceed with that DNA test mentioned by Weidong. Although Liu's academic performance was lackluster, she had gleaned from her studies that DNA serves as a representation of an individual's traits. Moreover, Weidong had not laid a hand on her at all. Consequently, a test would yield no results. Shaking her head, she lamented, It's too dark. I couldn't see clearly. What did you say? You insolent girl. Upon hearing her words, Ho Guifen felt as though the sky had fallen. It dawned on her that the young man had not indeed wronged her daughter. But then, how did she end up with those clothes? Could it be that someone had stolen Weidong's attire? What nonsense! I didn't touch her. I was home, drunk and asleep. And now, at midnight, you come here to disturb me? Do you think the He family is easy to bully, you outsider? Weidong bellowed. From now on, if anyone in this village dares to harass me, I won't hesitate to defend myself with force. I can always flee. My parents and siblings will take care of me. But your family has no one to rely on. We have many sons in our family, and we are not afraid. This old woman shall serve as an example. While he spoke, taking advantage of the momentary distraction, he launched a kick at Ho Guifen. What are you doing? No fighting allowed. Old He, quickly pull your son back. No one anticipated that Weidong would suddenly resort to violence in his fit of rage. He had been pushed to the brink by this family, suffering immense humiliation upon his return. This night, he felt compelled to assert his authority to demonstrate his outrage, hoping that the villagers would understand that he was driven to madness by their relentless bullying. It was crucial to establish his stance. He could not be trifled with. The young and vigorous Weidong was eventually restrained by his father and two brothers. Meanwhile, Ho Guifen, now on the ground, was kicked several times, crying out in pain and calling for her mother. You must compensate me. He should be imprisoned. Weidong, held back, retorted coldly, I am an unmarried young man, and you bring your shameless daughter to slander me, tarnishing my reputation and demanding compensation? I will never find a wife now. Once I emerge from prison, I swear I will annihilate your entire family. Let's see if you fear me then. Enough with your nonsense. Silence, you foolish boy. Why are you so impulsive after a few drinks? His mother admonished, gently tapping his arm. Sisterly, you should return home. Once you have recovered, I will bring you some eggs as a gesture of apology. What you did tonight was utterly excessive, without understanding the situation. You brought people here to ruin my son's reputation. Do you truly believe the He family is easy prey? While Weidong may have spoken too harshly as his father, I cannot stand by and watch him be bullied like this. Though I may be old and no longer useful, believe me, I am still capable of taking action against your family. He Chang'an stepped forward and spoke slowly. He San, how can you speak in such a manner? Your son has had too much to drink and is rambling. As his father, you should be guiding him, not adding fuel to the fire. He Changqing's expression darkened considerably. The village chief, unaware of the suffering of others, ought not to advise them toward virtue. If your son were subjected to such indignities, would you find solace? If all else fails, I suggest that in a couple of years, your son may wed and bring this woman into your family. He Weidong spoke with unrelenting candor. Even with so many men in my household, we are not to be trifled with. Nor do you believe that the He family is composed of mere clay, incapable of ire. Compensation is out of the question. He then instructed his eldest and second son to escort the youngest home. Father, do not part with a single coin. Should you do so, know that I will take an axe and strike down the entire family of those who demand payment. I, He Weidong, am a man of my word. Chapter 6. Does the brother-in-law seek revenge? He Changqing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that He Weidong would prove to be so troublesome tonight, casually declaring the intent to annihilate an entire family. His words were not without merit. With 3 sons at home, being subjected to such baseless slander, fabrications of events that had never transpired, was indeed infuriating. To exacerbate matters, the typically affable He Chang'an also echoed sentiments of familial extermination. The gravity of the situation seemed to escalate as hastily made decisions were rendered without thorough investigation, inciting the ire of the honest man. It appears the adage holds true. One must never provoke the virtuous. After the commotion had subsided, it was suggested that everyone retire for the night, with no work to be done the following day. Observing the onlookers, the village chief insisted that compensation must be demanded from their household for the assault. Look what they did to me, cried Ho Guifan, clutching her abdomen. Did you not hear? Who would dare ask for money? That scoundrel threatened to annihilate your entire family. If you wish to confront him, feel free. You were the one who brought me into this debacle, causing me embarrassment. Henceforth, do not come seeking my assistance regarding your family's affairs. He Changqing retorted hastily, departing with the accountant. As the crowd dispersed, Ho Guifan, having endured 2 beatings from He Weidong that evening, knew better than to stir up further trouble. Instead, she vented her frustration by delivering a sharp slap across Li Yuxia's face. You shameless harlot, you've brought disgrace upon me. By tomorrow, the entire village will be aware of this incident. What will become of your brother's marriage? If you must sell yourself, at least ensure the bride price for your brother is gathered. Her irritation seemingly unquenched, she struck Li Yuxia several more times before dragging the weeping girl home. Once they arrived, she broke down in tears, venting her frustrations onto the hapless Li Changgue. You useless man, I have borne children for the Li family, suffered blows from others, and now my daughter is bullied while you lie here asleep. Do you possess no conscience? Who dares to strike you? I shall confront him. Li Changgue retorted with a harsh remark, yet inwardly scoffed. Everyone calls you a she-devil. Who would dare lay a finger on you? You good for nothing, still asleep? Get up, she shouted, exasperated that her husband remained indifferent to her plight. Enough. Sleep, for there is work to be done tomorrow, he replied. What good is work when your son has reached marriageable age, and your daughter remains unmarried? Are you not the least bit concerned? Their quarrel eventually roused the neighboring son, Li Yulian, who entered upon witnessing his mother's swollen face. Mother, who struck you? He asked, alarmed. Who else but that brute He Weidong from the south end of the village? Had the village chief not been present tonight, he might have killed me, she lamented. What? That oaf dare to strike you? Tomorrow, I shall deal with him, Li Yulian declared, incensed by the news of his mother's assault. Li Changgue shot his son a warning glare. And how do you propose to confront him? He has 3 sons and numerous cousins. You would only invite a beating upon yourself. You worthless fool. I have been bullied, and my son wants to stand up for me. Yet you dare to obstruct him. I can no longer endure this life. I demand a divorce. Ho Guifan exclaimed angrily. Enough. What on earth is going on? Li Shengwei urja. Ho Guifan recounted the events of the evening, omitting her own unruly behavior and only detailing how the He family had mistreated her. Upon hearing this, Li Changgu realized that his wife must have rushed to confront the He family without fully understanding the situation. The insults must have been particularly harsh, provoking the He family's son to resort to violence. How dare he refuse to marry my sister without offering a bride price? What will happen to my own marriage? Besides, my sister is so beautiful. She is far too good for He Weidong. Li Yuan interjected, his indignation palpable. In that moment, it was difficult to discern whether his anger stemmed from his own concerns about bride price or genuine sympathy for his sister. All right, let's take a break. I will inquire about the situation tomorrow, Li Changgu insisted, urging his son to leave. However, Ho Guifan was relentless. What? Your daughter has been wronged, and as her father, shouldn't you seek justice for her? Yet, upon hearing that He Weidong had threatened to kill his entire family, Li Changgu grew fearful and hesitated to confront the matter head-on. Eventually, he succumbed to sleep amidst his wife's grievances. The following day, news of the previous night's incident had spread like wildfire. The villagers, who had never held Ho Guifan in high regard, relished the tale of her confrontation with the typically mild-mannered He Weidong, who had struck her. They were delighted. After all, during communal distributions, she had not only been lazy, but had also taken more than her fair share. Few harbored any fondness for her, and many felt that He Weidong had avenged himself. When He Weidong awoke, his family had already gone to work, and his sister was busy in the kitchen. Dongzi, Dong. He heard his childhood friends Xiao Xiao and Zhang calling from outside. He donned his clothes and stepped out. What's the matter? He Weidong asked, stifling a yawn. We've all heard about last night, Xiao Xiao began. What's it to you? The Li family still wants to bully me, dumping their filth on my head? Naturally, I had to retaliate. He Weidong assumed they were referring to his altercation with Ho Guifan. That's fine, but you should be careful, Zhang advised. What's wrong? Did they report us? No, but I saw Li Yuan this morning, and he seemed furious, as if he were seeking revenge, Zhang warned. Revenge? He thinks he can threaten me? That little brat doesn't stand a chance, He Weidong retorted dismissively. Still, exercise caution. His mother is not someone to be trifled with. As he spoke, a shiver involuntarily coursed through him. The thought of the fierce Ho Guifan sent a twinge of apprehension through him. If that scoundrel dared to approach, he couldn't help but wonder if he could truly handle the situation. Let him come. I'll show him who's in charge, He Weidong remarked nonchalantly. He had come to realize that since his rise to success, he had brought back the skills he learned from his coach in martial arts. Last night, had he not restrained himself, his elder brother, second brother, and father would have been utterly powerless to stop him. I've shared the situation with you. Do take care. By the way, where shall we go for some fun today? We've finished all the chores at home. How about we hunt for some wild game to feast on? Xiao Xiao suggested. That sounds agreeable, He Weidong mused, considering that having been granted a second chance at life, equipped with foresight of the future, he was determined to ensure his family enjoyed a prosperous existence. If it hadn't been for him, his parents would not have met such an untimely demise. Burdened as they were, his sister would not have wed that scoundrel. Chapter 7. Searching for treasures in the mountains, being followed soon. You will take your sickle and bag, and we shall head to the back mountain. I will join you after my meal. Very well. Little Xiao, accompanied by Zhang, departed after exchanging those words. He Weidong noticed a shadow lurking in the distance, seemingly that of Li Yu Xia's younger brother, Li Yuan. A cold smirk formed within him. Boy, do not seek trouble with me, or I shall find an opportunity to bury you in the back mountain. He vaguely remembered that in the future, they had discovered a general's tomb nearby, rumored to contain several corpses. Experts speculated that they might belong to grave robbers, as a Luoyang shovel was found beside them. Third brother, you are awake. Wash your face and prepare for breakfast. His sister He Yu called out. All right, I'll be there shortly. After washing his face, it was long before their parents and elder brothers returned from work. The two sisters-in-law also came back with pig fodder. With the addition of his nephew and niece, the family numbered around 10. A large pot of porridge, accompanied by pickled vegetables and a few pieces of tofu, constituted their morning meal. Once their father washed his hands, he sat at the table and picked up his bowl to eat, appearing hesitant to speak. Last night, he had noticed a sudden and significant change in his younger son. Believing that his son had been wronged and was thus affected, he felt compelled to address it. "Father, if you have something to say, just say it." Observing his father's graying temples, Weidong finally spoke up. "You struck Ho Gue from last night. That woman is not to be trifled with. You will accompany me to her home to apologize," He Chang'an said, hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Weidong retorted, "On what grounds should I apologize? If she dares to falsely accuse me again, I shall strike her once more." "What is she?" "Her daughter has a notorious reputation, and who knows which wild man she has slept with, attempting to make me take the blame. Does she think I am easy to bully?" "Mother, what is a wild man?" His niece, intrigued by Weidong's outburst, inquired of her mother. The second sister-in-law shot a glance at Weidong and her husband across the table, serving her daughter a couple of pieces of vegetables. With annoyance, she replied, "Children should not interrupt adult conversations. Take your bowl and eat outside." The eldest sister-in-law chimed in, "You all hurry up and eat outside." In an instant, the children cleared out, and the two women followed suit, leaving only the four men at the table. He Chang'an continued, "If she does not overstep her bounds, it would be wise to apologize. It is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Father, let me tell you, women are spoiled by their bad habits. Her brazen and unreasonable demeanor stems from others' fear of her, which gives her the audacity to cause trouble. As long as we stand our ground, she will think twice before confronting us. If you yield to her now, she will only ride on your neck in the future," Weidong asserted. "Rubbish. What nonsense are you spouting while we are eating?" "Father, I believe the third brother is right. We must never tolerate what we did not do. If you apologize, others might think the third brother is at fault. Once that rumor spreads, even if false, it may become the truth, and who would dare marry him then?" Elder brother Hua remarked. "Indeed, father," the third son remarked, "I cannot apologize to that woman, as it would feel akin to having yellow mud stuck in my trousers." Peng, the second son, continued, "Listening to my brothers, I find some merit in their words. It is true, with 3 sons in our family, how could I allow the son of the Li family to bully us?" He felt a surge of resolve as he spoke. As they neared the end of their meal, he added, "By the way, do not follow them aimlessly. You should lend a hand with the chores at home." Having just broached the subject of marriage, Weidong contemplated the situation. Since the Li family had taken the initiative to stir trouble, he thought it prudent to begin dismantling their family. However, he also recognized the need for money to improve their living conditions. Thus, he resolved to find ways to earn more, hoping to intercept the woman who had been his brother-in-law's partner in his previous life. This woman was far more beautiful than Liu Xia and had graduated from high school. He had heard that her biological mother had come to find her, as she was a child left behind by the educated youth. She had been adopted. Otherwise, how could his brother-in-law's family have fared so well? Understanding this, he considered it reasonable to exploit the situation to their advantage. The exorbitant bride price demanded was largely due to the poor health of her adoptive mother, who required funds for medical treatment in the city. He had married Liu Xia. He was sent to work in the city shortly after the birth of their child. This was likely to facilitate her infidelity with a man from the city and to gather money for her family's medical expenses. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Weidong's teeth clenched. Noticing his son's silence, He Chang'an remarked, "You lazy boy, did you hear what I said?" "Father, I have matters to attend to today. I must earn some money," Weidong replied. "You say you want to earn money, yet you shirk your chores," He Chang'an retorted, exasperated. "Third brother, you are now grown. While you may indulge in play for now, once you marry, that cannot continue. If you have business today, go ahead. I will help your second brother with the work," the eldest son stated. "Indulging him will only make him lazier." Back in the production team, when tasked with carrying a load of rice, he would stumble and fall into the ditch. "Look at him. Which rural child is as fair as you?" Weidong recalled this and felt a twinge of recognition, remembering that he had also disliked farm work, which had driven him to seek his fortune elsewhere. After hastily finishing his meal, he grabbed a burlap sack and a sickle and set off. "Where are you going?" his mother called from behind. But Weidong did not respond. He finishes his meal and runs off without even helping chop the pig feed, his sister-in-law mumbled. The eldest sister-in-law remained silent, likely sharing the same sentiment. At the entrance to the back mountain, after a brief wait, Xiao Xiao and a Zheng approached. Donga, you are here so early. Do you think we can catch any game? Absolutely. We can easily grab a couple of spicy strips and perhaps a wild chicken, Weidong replied with a smile. He recalled that someone had once gathered a considerable amount of wild monkey head mushrooms and even discovered a large wild ginseng. Rumor had it that they sold for 200 yuan. The restrictions on individuals have now been lifted. Those who are capable and daring can embark on business ventures and attain prosperity. Weidong requires capital. Upon hearing the words of two childhood friends in the morning, he recalled this matter and thus consented to venture into the mountains. Very well, let us hasten our journey into the mountains. The trio conversed cheerfully as they made their way. Along the path, they encountered difficult terrain and used sickles to forge their way. Dongzi, someone is following us from behind. It seems to be that lad from the Leaf family. Weidong glanced back. What? Are we three men afraid of a mere reckless youth? If he dares to reach out, I shall crush him. It is likely that he is seeking revenge for what transpired last night when you struck his mother. In the dialect of northeast China, he is merely a mountain ruffian. If he seeks vengeance, he would not do so stealthily. Does he truly believe himself to be Xiangyu, a foe to thousands? Even if this lad does not proactively seek trouble, he will undoubtedly seize any opportunity to exact his revenge. Chapter 8. The Treasure in Hand. Seizing opportunities, Li Yuan, who had been stealthily following behind the trio entering the mountains, believed that Weidong had not noticed him. However, upon seeing the three glance back, he realized he had been discovered and ceased his pursuit. He quietly concealed himself at the entrance of the mountains, eager to observe their actions. Once the three ventured deeper into the mountains, they searched for quite some time without yielding any results. I'm utterly exhausted. Not even a snake to be found, let alone wild chickens. What could they possibly be? Xiao Xiao lamented. A Zheng, equally frustrated, exhaled heavily. They noticed that Weidong appeared hardly fatigued, having merely broken a light sweat. Little did they know, Weidong's purpose for entering the mountains was not to enhance his living conditions but to seek fortune. According to the tales he had overheard years ago, there was a rumored discovery of wild ginseng beneath a trio of interconnected trees, purportedly over a foot long. Nearby, vast patches of lion's mane mushrooms were said to flourish. This event had transpired shortly after he was approached by Ho Guifen. At that time, he was preoccupied with wedding preparations and had no opportunity to explore the mountains. Now that he had the time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. East, look, a rabbit. Xiao Xiao suddenly whispered excitedly. Wow, that rabbit looks plump. A Zheng exclaimed. What a pity we didn't bring a gun. Otherwise, we could catch it for a feast. Wait, watch this, Weidong said, picking up a stone and hurling at the rabbit. Having practiced in his youth, his skills swiftly returned, making it easy to strike the creature. The stone hit the rabbit squarely on the head, causing it to stumble a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. Wow, you actually hit it. East, your aim is impressive. How did you do that? Xiao Xiao shouted with excitement. Enough chatter. Hurry up and grab it before it escapes. Weidong urged. The two rushed over to collect the unconscious rabbit. East, this rabbit must weigh around 5 to 6 pounds. The three of us won't finish it. We can eat half and take the rest home. You two find a spot to clean it and start a fire, Weidong instructed. Xiao Xiao inquired. East, where are you going? I'm going to see if there are any spicy strips. I'll be back shortly. When it came to matters concerning his own investments, even a close friend had to take care of himself first. Once he struck it rich, he could consider bringing others along. Otherwise, splitting the 200 yuan would mean only 60 yuan each. He still needed to build a house and marry. A future wife would be a significant support and not to be easily relinquished. Treating her mother's illness wouldn't cost much either. It would merely be a preemptive investment. All right, just hurry back. Okay. Just as he struck the rabbit, Weidong had spotted the three interconnected trees. It seemed that this rabbit was akin to the tale of Zhang Wuji discovering the Nine-Yang Manual, acting as a guide to reveal hidden treasures. Today, this rabbit had led him to his first pot of gold. He proceeded along the narrow path ahead. In the areas where the path was obstructed, The sickle in hand began to exert its strength, carving out a narrow trail. The two childhood friends, once they had procured a rabbit, became oblivious to their own needs. After expending some effort, they finally arrived. With careful scrutiny, they indeed discovered a sizable wild ginseng nestled beneath 3 trees. With a small shovel extracted from the burlap sack, they meticulously began to excavate. After nearly 20 minutes of labor, they finally unearthed a wild ginseng root measuring about a foot in length. A jubilant sigh escaped Weidong's lips. Fortune was within his grasp. He tenderly wrapped the wild ginseng in straw, ensuring not to damage its delicate roots, which were the essence of its vitality. He secured it in the burlap sack and then turned over to find the lion's mane mushroom, joyfully gathering it. Midway through this endeavor, he heard his childhood friend calling his name. After responding, he resumed his foraging. At last, they had what they sought. On the return journey, serendipitously, they encountered a startled wild chicken. He picked up a stone and hurled it with great force. After a few flaps, feathers scattered, and it fell to the ground. Weidong hurried forward, picked it up, and made his way back. By the time he returned, the two friends had nearly finished their preparations, roasting the rabbit over a fire. Dongzi, where have you been? Did you really find a wild chicken? The cheerful Xiao Xiao inquired. Dongzi, what are you carrying? Ajing asked. I found a patch of mushrooms over there and casually picked some, Weidong replied nonchalantly. By the way, you can share the wild chicken. I'll take the rabbit home. And would you like to take some mushrooms back? No, it's fine. You keep it all. We have enough at home. Xiao Xiao and Ajing declined. If it weren't for Weidong today, they wouldn't have had any rabbit, they acknowledged. All right, let's eat quickly. Afterward, I need to return, as I have business in the city tomorrow, Weidong stated. What are you going to the city for? Do you have money? I have no money, but once I sell this, I will, Weidong replied, gesturing towards a sack filled with mushrooms. How much is that worth? A little is better than nothing. My family's house is small. If I want to get married, I need to build a new one. I still live with my 2 older brothers, and my sister-in-law has her complaints. I need to plan ahead. All right, it's ready. Let us eat, Ajing urged. The 3 of them devoured their meal ravenously, despite the heat, reluctant to waste a single morsel. After they had finished, their lips glistening with grease, they tidied up briefly and set off homeward. As soon as they entered the village and parted ways, they encountered Li Yuan, accompanied by 2 others, blocking their path. After casting a disdainful glance at him, Weidong attempted to sidestep. Weidong, stop right there. What is the matter? He turned. How is it that you, accompanied by these 2 foul and wretched individuals, seek to trouble me? Weidong inquired coolly. Cousin, it was he who struck your aunt. Teach this brat a lesson. Li Yuan addressed the 2 men beside him. You've harmed my aunt. Leave your possessions behind. Bow your head a few times and compensate me with 500 yuan. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. One of the men sneered, wielding a stick menacingly. Bow your head. Weidong chuckled as he drew out a blood-stained sickle. Should you dare to make a move today, I shall sever your head from your shoulders. I am merely exercising my right to self-defense against your robbery. Upon witnessing Weidong brandishing the bloody sickle, the 3 men felt their legs weaken with fear. As Weidong approached, Li Yuan trembled in terror. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Chapter 9. Educating the younger brother-in-law. The plan to make money. What do you want me to do? He delivered a sharp kick to Li Yuan's abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. The 2 individuals had long fled in terror, leaving him paralyzed with fear. From now on, keep your distance from me. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will beat you senseless, Weidong remarked, brandishing a sickle as he slapped Li Yuan's face. I understand, Li Yuan stammered, catching a whiff of a foul odor and noticing that his trousers were soaked. Weidong disdainfully commented, You scared yourself silly. Why aspire to be like those ruffians? Pathetic. It was only after Weidong had moved far away that Li Yuan regained his composure, watching his retreating figure with venomous eyes. Just wait, this isn't over, he thought, relieved that it was summer and not cold. He hurried home to change his trousers. Upon arriving home, Weidong saw his sister shelling peas in the yard. Little sister, stew this rabbit. Let us improve our meal tonight, he said with a smile, holding up a bloodied half-rabbit without a head. Curiously, Yu asked, Did you get this from the mountains, 3rd brother? Yes, with Xiao Xiao and Ajing. You look thin, so make sure to eat well tonight. By the way, roast a couple of potatoes for me. I have business in the city tomorrow, he Weidong instructed. Brother, what are you going to the county for? He inquired. I have matters to attend to. I gathered some mushrooms to sell and save money to marry you off, he replied. Do you know what others are saying about you? He said, a hint of anger in her voice. Let them talk. Their mouths are their own. I don't want to hear any nonsense, or I'll deal with them. It must be that vile woman, Ho Guafen, spreading rumors, he retorted. I suspect so as well. That woman is insufferable, daring to slander you, he said indignantly. Enough of that. Just keep an eye on my things and don't let anyone take them. I'm off to borrow a bicycle. I'll need it tomorrow. It's over 10 kilometers to the county, rather far, and walking would take half a day, he said, rising to visit the elderly man who once guarded their village. Uncle Lu, are you there? Who is it? It's Dongzi. What brings you here? Uncle, I wish to borrow your bicycle to go to the city tomorrow. I can pay you. Nowadays, bicycles are a rare commodity in town. If someone wants to borrow one, it costs a dime for a short trip, 20 cents for a longer one. It's an old Phoenix model, but still functional. Uncle Lu's bicycle had seen better days, but his wife relied on it for income. After all, everyone in the village had urgent matters to attend to. If one did not own a bicycle, borrowing was the only option. What payment do you need? Take it. I've seen potential in you since you were a child. What business do you have in the city? Uncle Lu asked, puffing on a pipe. I gathered some mushrooms, which I'm reluctant to eat, to exchange for some money. Dongzi, you've finally grown up and learned the value of earning. It's not easy, and your parents are aging. It's time for you to take on responsibilities. Uncle, you are right. Is your car at home? I currently have no money, but I will return it to you tomorrow, he Weidong said with a smile. No need for that. You're a good boy. The county town is quite far. Can't you take it now? Yes, Uncle. I will rise early tomorrow to go. Let me push the cart for you. Upon entering, he heard Aunt Lu's mumbling. She seemed to be worried about losing something and was blaming her husband for pretending to be generous by refusing to accept money. He did not catch what Uncle Lu said afterward, but soon he emerged with the cart. Taking the cart, he Weidong said, Uncle Lu, when I return tomorrow, I will bring you a pack of cigarettes, the kind with filters. Thank you. This boy is truly polite, Uncle Lu remarked as he Weidong rode away. Aunt Lu then stepped out, saying, after what happened to that boy last night, how could he still have the nerve to borrow your cart? You shouldn't have let him go without paying. Go on, you woman, always chattering. What do you know? Dongzi has always been clever. He is destined for great wealth. Bah, wealth? He was almost in trouble last night, and you talk of wealth. That woman from a Leaf family is nothing but trouble. Keep your distance from her. He Weidong rode the cart back home. His parents had already returned. When his mother saw him riding back, she immediately recognized the cart from the Lu family. You little rascal. One day without a trace, you didn't come home for lunch, and you won't help with chores. What do you need to borrow the cart for? I need to go to the city tomorrow for something, he Weidong replied, pushing the cart into his small room adjacent to the west wing. It was a modest shelter, and on rainy days, it was prone to leaks. The two somewhat better houses had been divided between his elder brother and sister-in-law. His parents' house was not much different from his own. Given such circumstances, marrying seemed nearly impossible. His parents also aspired to build a house, striving to save money. However, with 3 sons, their savings were hardly sufficient. They had already contributed to the marriages of the 2 elder sons and could not neglect the youngest. Hence, they worked tirelessly to earn money. Yet as farmers, how much could they truly save from the land? In winter, his father enjoyed venturing into the mountains to gather wild goods to repay debts. In spring, he would collect brambles to weave baskets and other items to exchange for a bit of money. The family's sole pig had been acquired during the distribution of collective property and was cherished, especially during the new year when they hesitated to slaughter it, wishing to fatten it up for sale to fund their house. Hearing that he had gathered some mushrooms, Yue asked, why not sell them in town? Why go to county? Are you familiar with that place? His father, sitting in the yard and smoking, inquired. The town is filled with familiar faces. The prices are low there. The county may be further, but the prices are better. Of course, I cannot disclose that I found a large wild ginseng root. Otherwise, it would incite jealousy, particularly since we have yet to split the family. When it comes time to divide the money, each family will receive but a meager sum. Often, even among siblings, disputes arise over financial matters, especially when women are involved, which can lead to unfortunate consequences. This is the capital for constructing a home and marrying a wife. It cannot be divided. If one wishes to engage in business, they would undoubtedly face opposition. Thus, one must secretly pursue their ventures. In a previous life, I relished Xinjiang lamb skewers. In this era, my culinary skills have yet to be honed, so I shall initially use this to earn some capital. I must hasten to seek out my sister-in-law's goddess and bring her home. She will be my greatest ally in the future. When her parents come to discuss the marriage and children are born, regardless of her status. As long as my daughter and son-in-law are not forsaken, nor their grandchildren, it seems implausible. One evening, the family dined on the remnants of half a rabbit, with potatoes predominating. Ah, this too could be a source of income, Weidong suddenly remarked while eating the potatoes. Chapter 10. The treasure is sold at a sky-high price. Meeting the sister-in-law in advance, what on earth are you talking about? You startled me, mother, he said, somewhat irked. You, filled with curiosity, inquired, third brother. Are you saying that anything you mention can generate profit? Aware of her brother's eagerness to marry, you also wished to accumulate some dowry at her maternal home. After all, in a couple of years, she would be wed and could not afford to be without funds. Yet in the countryside, making money was indeed a formidable challenge. I have a plan for this matter. I will elaborate when I return tomorrow. Make sure to gather some bamboo for me while you're at home, Weidong replied. What do you need that bamboo for? Chang'an asked. To earn money. The house is too dilapidated. I need funds, Weidong explained. Can bamboo really be profitable? If that were the case, others would have already chopped it down and struck it rich. I suspect you are simply chasing after a fool's errand, Chang'an remarked, his brow furrowing as he spoke with a hint of disapproval. You will understand in due time. I am done eating now. I shall bathe and retire for the night. After filling a basin with water, Weidong hurried to his room to wash up. Once finished, he checked the burlap sack and confirmed that its contents remained intact. He secured the door and lay down to sleep, indifferent to what transpired that night. With no refrigerator at home, it seemed necessary to procure some saltpeter the following day. Otherwise, the items would spoil. In these times, refrigerators were unaffordable and power outages were commonplace, making them impractical. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Weidong awoke and secured the burlap sack onto his bicycle. He also took a machete, placing it at the front of the bike. Given the current climate of insecurity, carrying a weapon for self-defense seemed prudent. He dug out a few cooked potatoes from the stove pit, consumed them hastily, and quenched his thirst with cold water. He set out on his bicycle. Fortunately, the moon provided some light, and as he traveled, dawn gradually broke. Upon reaching the town, daylight fully emerged. Riding northward, he arrived at the county seat around noon. He approached a herbal medicine shop. Excuse me, do you purchase mountain goods? Weidong inquired. The shop assistant scrutinized him, noting the young man's rural attire. What do you have? Let me see. Lion's mane mushrooms, in excellent condition, Weidong replied, opening the burlap sack for the assistant to inspect. They look good. 50 cents per pound, the assistant stated. That is exceedingly low. Look at the size of these mushrooms. They are quite fresh. They would fetch more than 50 cents at a restaurant, Weidong countered. 60 cents per pound, and I will buy them, the assistant offered. Very well, I accept your offer. Weidong extracted the mushrooms from the sack, weighing approximately 25 pounds for a total of 15 yuan. What else is in that bag? The assistant asked. Noticing that the sack was not yet empty, curiosity piqued. Old mountain ginseng. Perhaps you could summon the owner. I fear you might lack the authority to make the decision, Weidong suggested with a smile. I would like to see what kind of old mountain ginseng you possess. I do not have that authority, the assistant replied, slightly displeased. How long has it been since you harvested it? Can you truly make decisions regarding wild ginseng? He spoke while retrieving the wild ginseng wrapped in straw, with soil still clinging to it. Upon seeing it, the associates were astonished. Despite years of experience, he had never encountered such an extraordinarily long specimen of wild ginseng. Naturally, he could not make a decision alone. This must be worth hundreds, he mused, saying, wait here while I call the boss. No need for that. I'm here, replied a melodious voice descending the staircase. Weidong looked up to see a beautiful woman in a qipao, donning high-heeled sandals, gracefully making her way down. Her features seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before but could not recall where. She glanced at Weidong and stated, "Comrade, this wild ginseng is at least a century old. I will take it. It may be much older. At least 500 years, I would presume. What price are you willing to offer?" Weidong, unfamiliar with the true value of such a treasure, recalled hearing that a villager had once sold a similar item for 200 yuan. Surely, it must be worth more than that now. He would rather not sell than accept less. "How does 500 sound?" the woman said, extending 5 fingers. "Master Tong, are you trying to deceive me? Is this wild ginseng yours?" An elegantly dressed elder entered, supported by a young woman. Upon hearing this, Weidong snapped back to reality from his previous astonishment. A 500 yuan offer seemed rather low. He recalled that back then, one either got scammed or sold it for an exorbitant price. Fearing to return home and face the possibility of borrowing money, thus fabricating a story. "Mr. Dong, that's rather unprincipled of you. Aren't you undermining my livelihood?" "I was the one who spotted it first." The woman in the cheapao interjected, her brow furrowed, hinting at her displeasure. "The deal isn't finalized yet. I have come here to procure medicine. We cannot allow our farming brethren to be deceived. This could be worth at least 1,000 yuan in the big city." The elder asserted. 1,000? "I cannot afford that. If Mr. Dong wants it, he can take it." "Dear young man, how about 1,000 yuan?" "Very well. Then it's sold to you, sir," Weidong responded, elated. Initially, he had planned to sell it for 200 yuan. Who could have anticipated such a 5-fold increase? Now he could afford to build 2 small houses, and, perhaps with some effort, he could also repay the money he once borrowed from his sister-in-law. Thinking of his family's troubled expressions brought him immense joy. However, a crucial issue lingered: how to establish a connection with these people, especially since they were not from the same village. Would he really venture to another village and proclaim, "Marry me, for I was once your brother-in-law"? They would likely consider him mad. Soon, the transaction was completed. He pocketed 100 large black bills, along with the 15 yuan he had previously earned from selling mushrooms. Thankfully, he had brought a bag. After bidding farewell, he returned home, purchasing some potassium nitrate, along with spices like pepper and ginger powder. Thinking of his nephews and nieces, he bought a pound of sugar, a comb for his sister, and 2 hairpins. He spent 30 cents on 2 sesame cakes and also acquired a pack of Liangyu cigarettes. 2 boxes of old knives were taken home. Along the way, I frequently glanced at the burlap sack behind me, hoping it wouldn't be stolen. Inside were 1,000 yuan. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the air remained intensely warm. While in town, I had stopped to purchase 5 kilograms of cooking oil, 5 kilograms of lard, and 10 kilograms of mutton. Today's earnings from selling mushrooms were nearly spent. I sang cheerfully as I made my way home, nearing the village. Suddenly, I noticed someone lying by the roadside. It appeared to be a woman. I pulled over and found her strikingly beautiful, though somewhat frail. I couldn't tell if she had suffered from heat stroke or fainted from hunger. "Hey, wake up. Are you all right? We're your family." I gently shook her awake. As she opened her eyes, I noticed her willow-like eyebrows, phoenix-shaped eyes, and delicate dimples. I thought to myself, is this not the very woman Li Yuan wished to marry? My sister-in-law? I never anticipated meeting her under such circumstances. Was this a glitch of a hero saving a damsel in distress? "Thank you. I can't walk anymore. Could you take me home?" the woman said weakly. Chapter 11. Acquaintance caught in the act? She likely recognized the person before her, seemingly from the neighboring village. Perhaps they had crossed paths before, which granted her a sense of ease. "Have you suffered from heat stroke? Drink some water to alleviate it." Weidong did not wish for his good intentions to backfire. With her unable to walk normally, the risk of being falsely accused loomed large. After all, upon his return, he had nearly fallen victim to the malicious schemes of Li Yuxia, who had plotted to ensnare him, accompanied by her mother, to stir up trouble. He needed to be cautious. The events of his past life must not repeat themselves. Although he was aware of Sun Yue's character, he could not guarantee that no other unforeseen complications would arise. Her family was currently in dire straits, raising the possibility of extortion against him. Was it not said in later years, "I can guarantee, in the name of my virginity, that all I say is true"? If it was not you who caused the incident, why would you offer assistance? She had even disclosed the color of her family's basement, claiming she had a train ticket and witnesses from her hometown to corroborate her story. Yet, her family did not possess a basement at all. But who could assure him that others would believe his innocence after such accusations? It is better to be cautious than to be caught off guard. Poverty breeds cunning. Otherwise, how could she have ever been attracted to Li Yuan? Despite her current pallor and frailty, she was undeniably a beauty. She had yet to return and reconnect with her family, and given their meager circumstances, she might very well attempt to extort money for her mother's illness. Sun Yuewei, sitting on the ground to rest, remained unaware of Weidong's thoughts. She looked at this familiar figure who had come to her rescue, as if a ray of light had pierced through the darkness. After drinking, her complexion remained quite pale, and she attempted to rise several times, only to sway unsteadily. You must have skipped breakfast and fainted from hunger. Weidong retrieved some sugar cubes from his pocket and said, "Eat one to replenish your glucose. I will take you home shortly." "Thank you," Sun Yuewei replied shyly as she accepted the sugar cube from his hand, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're welcome. What is your name? Where do you live?" Weidong feigned ignorance. "My name is Sun Yuewei, and I live in Hejiakong." She hesitated to reveal more, feeling cautious around this stranger, yet inexplicably drawn to his kindness. Such a precious item as sugar, and he was willing to share it with her. "I am Weidong, residing in Hejia village. You seem to live in the neighboring area. I will escort you home." "All right. Where were you headed? How could you let yourself get so hungry this morning?" Noticing her reluctance to eat the sugar, Weidong inexplicably offered her another piece. Upon receiving it, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After about 20 minutes, she finally began to feel better. Observing this, Weidong said, "All right, let us go. I will take you home. It will be dangerous if night falls and you encounter ill-intentioned individuals." Okay. With a multitude of items bound at the back, it was naturally impossible for her to sit there, thus she could only perch on the front bar. She ascended with a flushed face, having never been so close to a strange man before. As they neared Hejiachong, unbeknownst to Weidong, their seating arrangement caught the eye of someone who had come to meet Sun Yuewei. Just as they approached the entrance of Hejiachong village, a shadow darted out, obstructing their path. Weidong had to brake abruptly to avoid an accident that could have thrown him off balance. Fortunately, his long legs braced the vehicle. Upon recognizing the person, Weidong's expression soured considerably. "Li Yuan, are you seeking death? You suddenly rush out like that. Are you attempting to stage an accident?" At this moment, Li Yuan's eyes were ablaze with fury, and he did not respond to Weidong's query. Instead, he retorted, "Weidong, how come you two are together? What business is it of yours who I'm with? What connection do you have with her?" Weidong replied tersely, "She is my classmate. How could it not matter?" Li Yuan responded angrily. "So what if she is? She is neither your wife nor your romantic interest. Why should you care?" Weidong shot back, glancing at Sun Yuewei. "Do you two know each other? Are you engaged?" At this moment, Sun Yuewei's face turned crimson. She hesitated to speak, as Li Yuan had expressed feelings for her, promising that if she married him, he would finance her mother's medical treatment. Not wanting to lose her mother, she had neither rejected nor accepted his proposal. However, in Li Yuan's eyes, Sun Yuewei was already his fiancée. Being seen with his adversary, Weidong, felt like infidelity to him, as if he were being cuckolded. With his sister, Li Yuxia, yet to be married, there was no bride price available, and his family could not afford to pay for Sun Yuewei's mother's treatment. Their relationship was thus at an impasse. She was no fool, and certainly would not consent to marrying Li Yuan now, nor would she hastily formalize their relationship. "Sun Yuewei, didn't you promise to marry me? Once you agree, when my sister gets married, I can use the bride price to pay for your mother's treatment. Are you not eager? Do you even have any shame?" Having been beaten by Weidong previously, he still felt apprehensive. He turned to Sun Yuewei, but seeing her unresponsive, Li Yuan grew anxious and hurried to pull her down from the vehicle. "You are my wife. Come down." Smack! Weidong raised his hand and slapped the back of Li Yuan's hand. "In broad daylight, you dare to lay hands on her? Be careful, or I might report you as a rogue. Your family is penniless, using your sister's money to marry a wife. Are you not embarrassed being a high school student?" "Weidong, are you seeking death?" "I am speaking to my wife. What concern is it of yours? I see you as the rogue here. Have you forgotten how much older you are than her?" Li Yuan retorted anxiously. "She is your classmate, She is barely 18, of legal age, while I am only 20. Just 2 years apart. What of it? Weidong chuckled in anger. I am also 20. Does that make me ancient? You cannot afford to pay for your mother's treatment. Yet you go out to borrow money, only to faint from hunger, correct? Weidong, disinterested in Li Yuan, turned to Sun Yue and inquired, Are you his partner? No, Sun Yue replied. What nonsense are you spouting? You promised me. How can it change? Do you still have any shame, you wretched woman? Li Yuan, upon hearing Sun Yue's denial, erupted in fury. Clean up your language. Others have already denied it, just like your mother, clinging to others like a mangy dog. Does that amuse you? If you keep babbling, I will end you. Weidong declared, waving his hand as if swatting away a bothersome fly. You, get lost now at once immediately. Weidong had already begun to roll up his sleeves, preparing to strike. Chapter 12. A reckoning with the brother-in-law, when the plot thickens. Weidong, do you dare to strike? Do you believe I want to report you immediately? Li Yuan instinctively retreated, uttering these words. Report me? What will you report? I have yet to report you for your highway robbery. Weidong retorted with a cold smirk. You speak nonsense, Li Yuan exclaimed in fury. Clearly, Sun Yue is mine. You seduced her and yet dare to report me? You are the one speaking falsely. When have I ever been yours? If you continue with this, I shall report you. Sun Yue blushed as she spoke. As a respectable young woman, she could not allow her reputation to be tarnished. In these times, a woman holds her purity in the highest regard. Should her reputation suffer, she would become the subject of gossip, and those with fragile dignity might even succumb to despair. Sun Yue, standing before them, was likely one of those sensitive souls. Life had proven exceedingly harsh. Were it not for her ailing mother still alive, she might have long lost hope. Her mother was unwell, and they lacked the funds for treatment. Although Li Yuan had promised that if she wed him, no bride price or dowry would be necessary. She knew that such an arrangement would only lead to scorn from her in-laws and potential mistreatment by her mother-in-law, living in a neighboring village. She was well aware of the nature of Li Yuan's mother, Fun. Yet, for the sake of her mother, she had gritted her teeth and consented. However, Li Yuan failed to deliver the bride price and shamelessly sought to take advantage of her. It was evident that he was no good man. Her mother had already languished for far too long. Rather than seeking solutions, he desired to grow close to her, which was utterly impossible. Having completed high school, she was no fool and would not allow herself to be exploited. You wretched woman, mind your tongue. You have no connection to her whatsoever. Surely, you are not hoping to mooch off me, Weidong threatened. What nonsense are you spouting? My sister hasn't even married yet. The words that follow were left unspoken by Li Yuan. Who knows what my sister is planning? You think you can outsmart this young man? He was good for nothing, after all. Had he not been caught, he wouldn't have gotten away with anything from your household. That delay has been far too long. It was clear that Weidong could never marry his sister. Li Yuan's thoughts lingered on Sun Yue, yet she was far too astute. Without any monetary assurance, she had no desire to see him. Today, he learned that she had gone to the town for odd jobs. He intended to intercept her on the road, but upon returning, he discovered Weidong accompanying her. Enraged, he confronted them. Li Yuan, you should leave. My mother is ill, and we have no funds for her treatment. If you lack money, do not blame me for being realistic. If she passes away, I shall have no desire to live either. I promised you, didn't I? Once my sister marries, the bride price will be used for your mother's treatment. Let her wait a few more days. What is there to fear? Li Yuan insisted stubbornly. Weidong could not contain his laughter. Kid, do you truly speak like a human being? To suggest waiting a few more days while someone is sick? If anything were to happen, it seems you are intent on taking everything for yourself. You speak nonsense. This matter has nothing to do with you. Weidong, cease your unfounded remarks. Wei, do not trust this man. He is not a good person, Li Yuan said anxiously. You're no better than an animal. Begone, Weidong retorted with disdain. Turning to Sun Yue, your mother is ill and in dire need of money, so she sold herself? Though the term sold is harsh, it is the stark truth. Sun Yue, her face flushed, nodded slightly. Do you understand what kind of disgraceful reputation his mother, Fun, has? You will be treated as a servant or a slave in his household. Weidong, what nonsense are you spouting? You can't possibly have feelings for her. Li Yuan shouted, unable to contain his anger at Weidong's words. "But my mother's illness cannot be delayed," Sun Yue murmured, lowering her head. "Fear not. I possess the means to take your mother for treatment. Do not let this man, who merely boasts, sway you," Weidong declared, revealing his true intentions. Li Yuan, a man who had cherished Sun Yue for a long time, had known her since middle school. As she matured through high school, her beauty blossomed, stirring his heart. Yet, who could have anticipated her indifference? With her mother's illness presenting an opportunity, events unfolded as they did. Weidong, you seek your own demise by coveting my wife. I will not let this go lightly. Li Yuan had long regarded Sun Yue as his own, and Weidong's words felt like a betrayal. How could he endure such a slight? Overwhelmed by anger and forgetting his previous humiliations at Weidong's hands, he charged at him. Who was Weidong? In a past life, he had been outsmarted by her sister and left foolishly exploited by a parasitic family. Such enmity would not be easily forgotten. He knew he must retaliate without mercy. Standing at 6 feet tall, Weidong easily overwhelmed the shorter Li Yuan, who barely reached 5'6". With his prior experience in martial arts, he struck swiftly, landing several blows that left Li Yuan's mouth swollen and bruised. "Just because I have money does not grant you the right to rob me. If you do not leave, I shall ensure you face the authorities," he warned. Li Yuan, dazed and defeated, found himself unable to rise after the confrontation, especially in front of the woman he adored. He lay on the ground, too disheartened to stand. Weidong grasped Sun Yue's arm, leading her away from the tumultuous scene. As they approached the village, he refrained from using a vehicle. Once Weidong and Sun Yue had departed, Li Yuan could no longer contain his tears, sobbing uncontrollably. A grown man reduced to such despair. His face, smeared with dirt, resembled a clown. Returning to Gotham City, he could have been someone significant. On the journey back with Sun Yue, Weidong remained silent, reflecting on the previous words that felt opportunistic. If given a chance, he would not change. He would continue on this path, because Sun Yue's future will bring her considerable assistance. Is her approach somewhat unscrupulous? Nonsense. Compassion does not govern armies, and righteousness does not oversee wealth. Who can guarantee that the first wave of the affluent has not encountered bloodshed? Was their initial fortune entirely untainted? Years ago, a certain delivery magnate carved out his territory with a machete, one brutal cut at a time. Otherwise, how could one dare to encroach upon another's domain without inciting envy among the locals? Moreover, in order to exact revenge on the adversarial Li Yuxia and her unseen paramour. What of it? If given another chance at life, one might as well perish than not attain wealth. Is what you say truly sincere? Sun Yue remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally responding. What did you say? Weidong, lost in contemplation, was abruptly pulled back to reality. Indeed, is your offer to lend money for my mother's medical treatment akin to Li Yuan's conditions? Chapter 13. Manipulation? Heartfelt? How could you sell yourself for such a paltry sum? Weidong spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Sun Yue trembled, her face ashen. She truly felt hopeless. Her father had passed away early, leaving her to live solely with her mother. Her mother understood that an uneducated girl had no choice but to marry young and bear children, destined to remain trapped in this small mountain village for a lifetime. She had aspired to send her daughter to school, to enable her to escape this village and experience life in a grand city. Yet as a widow, she lacked the strength to support a student while also providing for their modest existence. Exhausted from relentless toil, she couldn't even bear to seek medical attention when illness struck. Lying in bed, she could only survive in a feeble state, unable to work. The reluctance to spend money exacerbated her ailments, but what choice did she have? They were impoverished. Sun Yue had begun her education late, now 18 and only in her second year of high school. Her mother had contemplated leaving everything behind, yet her love for her child kept her anchored. Sun Yue, too, wished for her mother to live and not leave her to a solitary existence. Out of desperation to afford her mother's treatment, she reluctantly agreed to Li Yuan's demands. However, he made no promises of financial assistance for her medical needs. Though she harbored no affection for him, she felt cornered, lacking the means to procure funds. While she could endure, her mother could not. Hearing Weidong's words filled her with profound sorrow. After all, she did not wish to expose her wounds to others. Yet, Li Yuan clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, making it difficult to break free. Today, she had taken on odd jobs in the town, refusing to eat and ultimately fainting from hunger by the roadside. She feared that Weidong might look down upon her, and tears began to stream down her face. At this moment, Sun Yue felt utterly helpless as a woman. Eventually, she could no longer contain her sobs. "Stop crying. I never said I wouldn't lend you money." Weidong feigned concern, already beginning to toy with her emotions. Even without their previous encounter, he had crafted this opportunity. In her past life, he knew little about his brother-in-law's wife, but he had heard that she had provided considerable assistance to Li Yuan, enabling a talentless young man to thrive. This served as both a means of vengeance against his brother-in-law's family for their past betrayals and an opportunity to distance himself from Liu Xia, who was not a suitable match, who could claim to have accumulated their initial capital without effort or cunning. No one could remain entirely untainted. Regarding the act of intercepting a marriage proposal, he felt no remorse whatsoever. "You truly agreed to my request," Sun Yue exclaimed, her excitement causing her to grasp his arm tightly. In that moment, she resembled a drowning person, desperately clinging to a straw in the water, unwilling to let this final opportunity slip away. At Li Yuan's place, hope has all but faded. Judging by today's conversation, he does not seem to be a suitable candidate for marriage. Ho Guifan is aware of her reputation. Should she demand a bride price that cannot be returned, it would only lead to her own demise. Initially, she had wished for her mother to live a little longer. Little did she know that her biological parents were formidable figures. While she remained oblivious, Weidong was aware but chose not to disclose this to her. For the girl he had manipulated, his only requirement post-marriage was to treat her well. The notions of social standing and eternal vows are mere illusions. It is all a transaction of interests. Some seek status or resources, while others indulge in fleeting pleasures. As for what you mentioned to Li Yuan, I shall not press you, but we can certainly explore a relationship. Tomorrow, I will take your mother for a medical consultation. How does that sound? Weidong is no saint devoid of complexities. An opportunity lies before him, and if he does not seize it, how could he justify the suffering of his past life? The capital that facilitated his rise was not entirely pure, not even disclosed to Liu Xia. "Very well, I agree," replied Sun Yue, no longer a child, aware that her fate was not entirely in her hands. It was merely a matter of exchanging one man for another. He appeared to stand at 182 centimeters, fair-skinned, albeit somewhat lean. Yet, he was far superior to Li Yuan, whose height barely exceeded 160 centimeters. What mattered most was the sense of responsibility she perceived in him. He promised to take her mother for a checkup tomorrow, regardless of the future of their relationship. She could earn her own money and repay Weidong. This seemed best. She could take something back to nourish her mother. "I will return tomorrow to take you and your mother to the town hospital. What do you think?" Weidong was not the type to take advantage without offering hope in return. Money must be hidden from prying eyes. The 15 yuan had nearly been spent. He reluctantly handed over roughly a kilogram of lamb to Sun Yue. This was his means of making a living, yet for the sake of his future wife and prospective mother-in-law, he acquiesced. One must be willing to sacrifice if they wish to gain. He believed in a promising future with Sun Yue, and it extended far beyond mere monetary concerns. The man possessed a degree of foresight. Was this truly appropriate? Weidong had already committed to paying for her mother's medical expenses, which, from her perspective, felt somewhat opportunistic. Acceptance was necessary. Yet, to offer her lamb was a source of embarrassment. Did he genuinely hold such faith in her? Naturally, she was unaware of his true thoughts. All she saw was a good man before her. There was no reason for shame. Once they were married, her mother would be his as well. "Hurry back. Time is of the essence, and I must return home. Await my arrival tomorrow." With that, Weidong rode off, leaving her to gaze at his vanishing silhouette. Sun Yue believed that if he truly cared for her, he would ensure her mother received medical treatment, allowing her to live a few more years. Marrying him would not be an issue. "Where have you been, you little rascal? Look at how dirty your clothes are." Li Yuan returned home, and upon seeing her son in such a disheveled state, Ho Guifan scolded him without noticing the change in his demeanor. Once again, he was struck by Weidong, and this time it was in front of the woman he cherished. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt, and amidst Guaifen's incessant nagging, he could no longer hold back his tears. "You little brat, I scold you a few times, and you throw a tantrum and cry? There's no soy sauce at home. Go fetch some for me." "I won't go. Why should I go without money? I was beaten, and you don't care at all." Chapter 14. A reckless outburst. Yet again enduring beatings. "What? Who dares to strike you? Do they take me for mere clay?" Upon hearing that her son had been assaulted, Guaifen's countenance immediately turned frigid. With her hands firmly planted on her hips and her eyes ablaze with rage, she appeared as though she could devour the offender whole. Li Yuan clenched his teeth, seething with indignation as he replied, "It's that scoundrel Weidong. Not only did he strike me, but he also insulted you, claiming you are a... What'd he say about me? That little rascal Weidong. Just wait and see how I shall deal with him." Guaifen was no pushover. After her daughter had been tormented by Weidong and verbally abused, she was not one to let her son suffer the same fate without retaliation. "Come, follow me. I wish to see if this young man from the He family is truly as formidable as he claims." In the village, Guaifen was notorious for her unreasonable demeanor and fiery temperament. Neighbors often avoided associating with their family, fearing the disruption it might bring to their own lives. At that moment, Weidong was merrily singing as he rode back to the village. After unloading his goods, he returned the bicycle and casually handed a pack of cigarettes, worth 2 dimes, to Uncle Lu, who was overjoyed and wished to express his gratitude, only to be nudged away by his wife. "Aunt Lu, you're busy." Noticing the chilly reception from the woman, Weidong saw no reason to linger. "I paid you the standard fare for borrowing your bicycle and even brought you a pack of cigarettes. If you're going to be so inhospitable, I won't bother lending it again." With newfound wealth, he thought of purchasing his own vehicle for business. Gathering his belongings, he turned and headed home. Aunt Lu, upon seeing Weidong carrying so many items and catching a whiff of meat, returned to the main room and spoke to her husband with irritation. "You kindly lent that boy your bicycle, and he buys meat without offering you a morsel or inviting you for a drink. Didn't he give me money for the bike and a pack of cigarettes? Are you not satisfied with that?" Uncle Lu, displeased by his wife's remarks, retorted, "Humph, that lad surely profited from our bicycle. He only gave us a pittance. Next time he asks to borrow it, demand more money, understand?" Ignoring her, he took out the cigarettes Weidong had given him and inhaled their fragrance with evident pleasure. This infuriated her further, prompting her to snatch the cigarettes from him. "All you do is smoke. Such fine cigarettes should be saved for guests during the new year. I shall keep them for you. And mark my words, when that boy comes to borrow the bicycle again, make sure to ask for more money. If it weren't for you, who would lend him anything? We must adhere to the previous rates. How can we ask for more?" Uncle Lu replied, "Do you dare defy my words? Do you wish to live in discord?" Recognizing her formidable nature, Uncle Lu chose to avoid confrontation and reluctantly acquiesced. In the end, he resolved to surreptitiously lend the bicycle to Weidong in the future. As Weidong neared home, he remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. A woman's piercing scream pierced the air. "Weidong, come out here. Haven't you bullied my son enough? Today, you must give me an explanation." Weidong recognized that familiar voice, while a crowd of curious neighbors gathered around him. The He family seemed to have incurred the wrath of the Li family once again. This woman could be quite formidable when enraged. It appeared that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Had the Li family come to stir up trouble, dissatisfied with the previous outcome? It was rumored that their daughter was working in town, so why would this young man from the He family dismiss her? The onlookers whispered among themselves. He Chang'an and his wife emerged, their faces darkened with concern. They were perplexed by the sudden outburst from the woman of the Li family. Hadn't they already sent her away that very night? "Aunt Li, what brings you to our home, seeking my son?" His mother inquired politely. "Get lost. I'm not here to talk to you. I want your son to come out and face the consequences of his actions against mine." Guaifen shouted, intent on making it clear that she had not come to instigate trouble, but rather to confront the He family's third son for his perceived transgressions. The crowd, upon hearing Guaifen's words, expressed their understanding. As the saying goes, when business fails, righteousness prevails. Even though Weidong and the Li girl had not formalized their relationship, it was still unacceptable to resort to violence. His mother nearly stumbled when Ho Guifan waved her arm in frustration. What do you think you're doing? Coming here to bully us? His elder son stepped forward, visibly angered by his mother's distress. At this, Ho Guifan became even more agitated. Is there no justice left in this world? Your son has bullied mine, yet you accuse us? Oh heavens, open your eyes and see. Is there no fairness left? She began to throw a tantrum, a torrent of foul language spilling from her lips. The He family was at a loss, unsure of how to respond. This was truly excessive. Weidong had yet to return, unaware of the specifics of the situation. However, judging by Li Yuan's tear-streaked face, it seemed he had been crying. They remained oblivious to the details of the altercation between Weidong and the young man. What are you shouting about, old hag? Coming to my home to create a ruckus? Weidong would not hold back against this venomous former mother-in-law. He had spent his entire life calculating against her, and he suspected that in his past life, the child born of Li Yuxia had been a source of misfortune. An urgent summons to return had led to an unfortunate accident, leaving him bedridden, likely tied to her machinations. How else could one explain the words spoken in the hospital? He had merely heard a man's voice, not recognizing his face, but it sounded vaguely familiar. Before he could identify the man, he had been reborn, narrowly escaping the trap laid by Li Yuxia. The thought of being a father to that illegitimate child was unbearable. Fortunately, his willpower had prevailed. The unwarranted harassment from this detestable family would certainly not be met with kindness. The neighbors, taken aback, never anticipated that Weidong, who had called off the engagement, would suddenly exhibit such fortitude. Unconsciously, they parted to make way. Upon hearing of Weidong's return, Ho Guifan berated herself in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "You little bastard! You have finally returned. Just look at what you have done to my son. I swear I will tear you apart." With that, she lunged towards Weidong, her claws outstretched. Weidong, harboring a deep-seated animosity from 2 lifetimes, showed no mercy to his adversaries. Perceiving that this woman had not clarified her words and was instead resorting to violence, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to her face. "You shameless harlot, coming into my home to wreak havoc. Have you no decency to inquire about your son and the misdeeds he has committed today? If I hadn't shown restraint and spared your son from a fate worse than death, it would have been an act of great mercy." Weidong retorted with biting disdain. "What? His son has done something wrong?" A bystander exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 15. A frantic escape and the scheme for profit. You speak nonsense. I did not do it. You slander me. Before Weidong could utter a word, Li Yuan, standing nearby, immediately launched a vehement denial. Weidong chuckled coldly. "Li Yuan, I have yet to say anything, yet you are so quick to refute. Have you not confided in your unreasonable mother about the disgraceful acts you have committed? Are you afraid I might expose the truth? TSK, given the current situation, how do you still have the audacity to cause a commotion at my home?" However, Ho Guifan was no ordinary woman, a person who never adhered to reason. Upon hearing Weidong's remarks about her son, her fury ignited instantly. She bellowed, "Weidong, you little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Bullying my son in front of me? This matter is far from over." She had witnessed Weidong's formidable nature and dared not belittle herself further. She prepared to confront Weidong, for she understood that any misstep could lead to her own detriment, having already received a slap moments ago. She was brash and unruly, not the type to endure humiliation without retaliation. Knowing that engaging physically with Weidong would yield no advantage, she asserted, "Every accused individual possesses the right to defend themselves. You do not permit me to speak, yet you come here to stir trouble. What do you think you are, a local emperor?" Weidong wore a disdainful smirk, addressing those around him loudly. "Do you all understand? This scoundrel, in broad daylight, ventured into the neighboring village to block the path of a lovely woman, nearly subjecting her to harm. Fortunately, I intervened and taught this lad a lesson, steering him away from a perilous path. Otherwise, he might have ended up in prison for several years. Had he succeeded, he could have even faced lethal consequences. Out of consideration for our shared village, I spoke on behalf of the woman I saved, preventing her from contacting the authorities." He continued, "Such a person, instead of expressing gratitude, dares to come here and create a ruckus, casting aspersions upon me. Is this behavior human? Had I known this would transpire, I would have taken that woman to file a report without hesitation. What, Dongzi, is what you say truly the case? How could one engage in such acts? This is utterly inhumane and a disgrace to our village. Indeed, his sister previously came to disturb Dongzi. He chose not to retaliate against the two of them. Yet who could have anticipated such an occurrence? This is simply inhumane. How could one commit such a heartless act? Ho Guifan, however, refused to believe Weidong, convinced that his account starkly contrasted with what her son had relayed. Did he not claim that Weidong was bullying him? He never mentioned blocking a woman's path. Nonsense. Weidong, you are slandering my son. Li Yuan also shouted, Weidong, you are fabricating lies. Clearly, you conspired with that shameless woman. I only confronted you to seek the truth. You are framing me. Indeed, you little brat, you have gone too far. Ho Guifan seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Weidong. It is not out of concern for others' reputations or fear of remaining unmarried that I consider taking action. Should I call the authorities to apprehend you? I am granting you an opportunity, yet you remain utterly ineffectual. If your shamelessness persists, Li Yuan, do you believe I will hesitate to bring people to capture you tomorrow? Weidong will not spare you any niceties. The neighbors, gathered to witness the spectacle, found merit in Weidong's words, realizing the immense value of a woman's reputation in these times. His assertions bore an unsettling semblance of truth. Ho Guifan, if you wish to spare your son from demise, it would be prudent to return and ascertain the truth of his actions. Inquiring here may result in a loss of face, and moreover, your son's companion is not the only one affected. Engaging in lewd behavior warrants severe consequences. Weidong is not one to shrink from confrontation. This woman has not only dug her own grave, but seems intent on dragging others down with her. As if in a dream, at this moment, my power to bring your family to ruin may be limited, but it does not imply that I will treat you with any semblance of kindness or fear. Who could have anticipated that the once meek Weidong, who could barely muster a response, would suddenly transform into a figure so eloquent and sharp-tongued? The onlookers were equally intrigued by the remarkable change in the three sons of the He family. In this moment, Ho Guifan found herself at a loss against Weidong, who had always been quick-witted, yet now found herself unable to muster a retort. She felt a pang of trepidation as she glanced at her son, sensing there lay an unspoken truth she was unaware of. The fear that her son may have engaged in unsavory deeds weighed heavily on her. If Weidong were to uncover incriminating evidence and send her son to prison, it would spell disaster for their family. She harbored a secret. Her son must not falter, for should that man withhold financial support, how would she survive? Though her husband was employed, the expenses of the household loomed large, and her son was notoriously indolent. She too could not afford to be without funds. Why are you still here? Are you waiting for a meal from my family? Leave. Weidong, noting Ho Guifan's days, recalled the items he had purchased that were yet to be prepared. Any further delay could jeopardize his earnings. You, young man, wait for me. Seeing the predatory glint in Weidong's eyes, Ho Guifan hastily seized her son, Li Yuan, and fled in disarray. As for the matter with the He family, they should be prepared. This was far from over. Once Ho Guifan and her entourage had retreated, the onlookers began to murmur. Unable to contend with Weidong, she still found herself bullied by this crowd. Turning back, she spat venomously, "You gossips, what business is it of yours? Wait and see. If you continue to meddle, I shall silence you. Mind your own affairs." The spectators lacked the audacity of Weidong. Confronted by the fierce Ho Guifan, they felt an inkling of fear. After muttering a few curses, they turned to return home. "Son, what on earth have you brought back after a day away?" Ho Mu, upon seeing the departure of the crowd, noticed her son returning with a large bag, seemingly containing meat, and inquired. The transformation in her son over the past few days was indeed remarkable. "Mother, father, within this are lamb and pork, the fruits of my labor," Weidong exclaimed, noticing his family's curious gazes fixated upon him. "Where did you acquire the funds to purchase such an abundance of meat? Are you intending to open a restaurant? Do you possess the requisite skills for that?" His mother inquired, her confusion evident as she observed the assortment of meat he presented. She had a faint understanding of her youngest son. He rarely ventured into the kitchen, let alone cook. Her culinary skills were modest at best, and the notion of opening a restaurant seemed implausible to her. After all, there were others in the household who required care. Indeed, I may not possess the capital to establish a restaurant just yet, but setting up a stall is a viable option. During the day, I had my little sister assist me in preparing bamboo skewers. This is precisely the reason. Just wait, I shall prepare a little something for our family to taste, and you will see. Chapter 16. Showcasing Skill. Every household has its own mantra with that. Weidong entered the kitchen amid the astonished gazes of his family. He sliced off a small piece of lard and then cut approximately half a pound of mutton. Brother, you can really cook? I had no idea. His younger sister, Hiyu, entered the room. Her curiosity piqued as she observed her suddenly transformed third brother. Indeed, I bought some good ingredients today, and you will see tomorrow. How about you assist me in dicing this meat while I prepare the seasoning? Weidong suggested to his sister. Sure, I'd be happy to help, he replied, intrigued by what her brother might create for her. Weidong made space for his sister to chop the meat while he began mixing the seasonings he had purchased earlier that day in precise proportions, adding a touch of sesame oil from home. Outside, the entire family remained gathered at the kitchen door, their necks craned like ducks, observing the industrious siblings without knowing what was transpiring. For this family, eating meat was a rare event, occurring only once a month. With so many mouths to feed, they could not indulge in lavish meals. Weidong retrieved the charcoal from the stove and placed it in a rack before laying the skewered mutton over the fire to grill. As the tantalizing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, he began to sprinkle the seasonings and brush oil over the skewers. The scent of the lamb was an irresistible allure for everyone present, including his little sister, who licked her lips in anticipation. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 60 skewers were finally ready. Glancing at the eager crowd outside, Weidong cheerfully announced, "Come, Mom and Dad, as well as my brother and sister-in-law. Do give it a try." Each person received 4 skewers, leaving a few remaining for the family of 14. It's all because my sister cut the pieces too small. Resembling Cantonese barbecue, which isn't very satisfying, he mused. Nonetheless, it was an opportunity for everyone to sample the dish. Let us see if this can really be profitable. Their father, he expressed a hint of skepticism. This is merely a trial run. We have charcoal at home, and this grill is readily available. If it proves successful, I'll venture out to test the waters tomorrow, Weidong replied. It's so fragrant, absolutely delicious, exclaimed his elder brother's son in delight. Quiet down. You'll attract others, and they take your share. Hurry and check if the front door is closed, his sister-in-law admonished. Chastened by his mother's reprimand, the boy obediently fell silent. Dongzi, this flavor is genuinely impressive. Are you certain there will be buyers? How much do you intend to charge? His eldest brother, Weidong, inquired with curiosity, as they had never dabbled in business before. Brother, I plan to cut the pieces larger and charge 20 cents per skewer, the same for the pork. I'll first try my luck at the town factory, and if business is poor, I'll head to the county seat. Aside from the seasoning ratios, I know there isn't much intrinsic value in this. It's likely others will catch on quickly. My aim is to swiftly earn my first pot of gold. After all, selling over their dozen tea require tickets, and I believe the factory workers, when they finish their shifts and feel hungry, will still be willing to indulge. Well, we cannot be certain about that, but please do not engage in any unlawful activities. Mr. He observed that his younger son finally had his own opinions. As long as he does not indulge in idleness, that is sufficient. Dad, rest assured, the country now encourages individual enterprises. Besides, selling skewers of meat is not illegal. All right, let's eat first. The several little nephews, despite being cautious, quickly finished their skewers, seeing that Weidong still had a few left in his hands. Their little eyes sparkled with anticipation. Naturally, he understood their thoughts and chuckled. You 6 can only share 4 skewers. It would be fair, no matter how you divide them. This afternoon, my little aunt will help me cut the bamboo sticks. Who among you will lend a hand? I will. Me too. 2 little nephews eagerly raised their hands. Very well. Each of you shall receive 2 skewers as a reward. Those who do not work shall receive none. After saying this, he handed the remaining skewers to the 2 who had volunteered. although the others felt a pang of envy. It was clear that those who did not contribute would not be rewarded. As for his younger sister, even if he were to give her some, she would find herself in a dilemma. After all, she was a girl, and it would be inappropriate for her to eat alone or distribute them. If mishandled, it might even irritate the two sisters-in-law, leading to disputes within the household. The children who did not receive any skewers pouted in disappointment. Weidong pretended not to notice. After all, it was his purchase, and he could distribute it as he pleased. Soon, the meal was finished. Weidong began to tidy up the meat he had brought home. "Brother, let me help you," He said hurriedly as she saw him leave. "All right, once I start earning, I will find you a beautiful sister-in-law," Weidong joked lightheartedly. In his previous life, people often said, "Work hard, and next year, your elder brother will find you a beautiful sister-in-law." This motivated many to labor diligently. He did not quite grasp the humor and replied with a smile, "Great. Then, third brother, you must find me a lovely third sister-in-law. All right, after the meal, let us wash up and rest. We have work to do tomorrow," said Chang'an, setting down his utensils. As for the matters ahead, they were no longer of his concern. The family had yet to divide their household and live together. The younger son's lack of diligence led to discontent from the elder and second daughters-in-law, yet they dared not voice their grievances openly, as the family had financed their weddings. Once the younger son marries, they can discuss the division then. "Brother, it seems that second sister-in-law has some objections regarding your distribution. The ones working are the two nephews from eldest sister-in-law's family, while second sister-in-law has only one nephew and two nieces who have gone to help gather pig fodder. What grievances? I purchased these items with my own money and prepared them myself. I can give them to whomever I please. Those who do not work should not expect to eat. Let them dream on. If they wish to divide the household, so be it," Weidong remarked nonchalantly. For his relationship with the second sister-in-law was not particularly amicable, and each person harbored their own thoughts. As the number of individuals increases, so too do the conflicts. Should they seize the opportunity to argue and divide the family, Weidong would naturally have no objections. After all, the profits earned would still necessitate contributions to the household, which they could also partake in. However, Yu has yet to marry. Her position within the family is subordinate, and she refrains from speaking out, fearing disputes between her sister-in-law and mother. In contrast, the third brother enjoys a different status as the youngest son, possessing the confidence to express himself. "Do not worry. Once I begin earning, I will ensure you are wed to a fine husband and provide you with a generous dowry," Weidong remarked, noticing his younger sister's silence. "Brother, you can't possibly have found a partner, can you? Is she beautiful? Does she compare to Liu? Chapter 17. Yet another money-making scheme. "The first customer for skewers, just wait. When the time is right, I shall reveal all," Weidong remarked with a subtle smile. However, Yu, being exceptionally astute, turned to her elder brother and inquired, "Brother, regarding the trouble caused by the Li family, particularly that mischievous Li Yuhan you mentioned intercepting, could it be that he is the one you have affections for?" Upon hearing this, Weidong glanced at his younger sister, taken aback by her perceptiveness. While Sun Yuewei was indeed his target, he refrained from making any indiscreet comments that could tarnish the reputation of a young lady. Such a misstep, especially in the rural setting of their current circumstances, could lead to severe repercussions. He understood that if her mother's illness remained untreated, the young woman would be reluctant to marry. Given her already fragile state of mind, the mere thought of malicious gossip reaching her mother could prove disastrous. If something unfortunate were to occur, it could drive Sun Yuewei to despair. Although Weidong believed that with his capabilities, achieving financial success was within reach, he was also acutely aware of the political resources that Sun Yuewei possessed, which he would need to navigate this complex social landscape. History has shown that individuals from certain northern provinces are drawn to public service, not necessarily for the highest income, but for the esteemed status it confers. While their monthly earnings might appear modest, the hidden benefits, vacation time, health checkups, and other perks accumulate to an astonishing total. Consider the plight of a white-collar worker earning over 400,000 annually. The youthful years spent laboring are finite. Yet, public service offers a stable career. Often referred to as an iron rice bowl, secure as long as one does not err, with increasing benefits over time. A standard workweek of 4.5 days, coupled with the comforts of a newspaper, a cup of tea, and climate control, allows for days to pass without worry. In stark contrast, the average worker often toils late into the night, and after the age of 35, the threat of declining health and unemployment looms ominously. Yet, the fear of such realities does not deter prospective suitors. Mothers often encourage their daughters to consider civil servants with monthly incomes below 4,000 rather than those who are financially unstable. This is the stark truth of their existence. When wealth reaches a certain threshold, if one lacks the ability to safeguard it, it can swiftly turn into a perilous toxin. It is no wonder that many are fervently drawn to public service. Weidong pondered, "Well, I shall not pursue public service. I will strive to earn my fortune." However, facilitating Sun Yue's entry into the system to protect her assets, with the assistance of her biological parents, seems a prudent strategy. When the time is ripe for clarity, it will also be the moment to build my own political capital. These thoughts he kept to himself, sharing them with no one. The siblings engaged in casual conversation, preparing nearly 10 kilograms of meat, resulting in roughly 200 skewers. This was merely Weidong's initial foray into the market. "Brother, how do you plan to handle these tomorrow?" He borrowed a cart and planned to set off tomorrow, urging, "You should rest now." He felt a sense of apprehension about the fragile items he had acquired. After soaking the purchased saltpeter in water, he carefully wrapped the prepared meat skewers in plastic bags and placed them in his room. After a brief wash, he lay down to rest. This was his first venture since returning home, and failure was not an option, although the wild ginseng had the potential to yield significant profits in the future. He was currently low on funds and needed to pay for Sun Yue's mother's medical treatment. It was essential to accumulate resources in advance, addressing personal issues while seeking revenge. At the first crow of the rooster, he rose, washed up, and retrieved several cooked potatoes from the fireplace. "Dongzi, are you up?" "I brought the cart," called out a familiar voice, Xiao Xiao, whose real name was Zhang Xiaojun. "Yes, did you bring the cart?" "Let's go," replied Weidong as he stepped outside and spotted Xiao Xiao. "I prepared everything. Are you really going to help me make money?" Xiao Xiao asked, puzzled, recalling Weidong's earlier promise to help them both earn. However, Xiao Xiao had no capital and found it hard to believe that Weidong would actually assist him in making a profit. "Come with me. Once we reach the town and sell everything, I'll pay you," Weidong assured as he took Xiao Xiao by the arm and led him into his room to gather belongings. Upon seeing what Weidong had prepared, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "This is meat skewers. You're really taking me to make money with this?" "Yes, hurry up," Weidong urged, pulling out a pack of cigarettes he had bought the previous day and offering one to old Liu while keeping a pack for himself. In these times, one didn't need to provide cigarettes as a means of persuasion. Otherwise, as a young man still in his adolescence, who would take him seriously if he approached others without a hint of maturity? After they organized their items, the light in his parents' room flickered on, and He Chang'an emerged. Noticing Weidong busy with preparations. "Are you two going together?" he asked. "Yes, we'll look out for each other on the road for safety," replied Weidong, recalling the dangers of the millennium when bandits roamed freely. It was still the 1980s and poverty was rampant. One could not dismiss the existence of those who might resort to unscrupulous means. "Return early and avoid any conflicts, understood?" He Chang'an advised. "Got it," Weidong responded, as he tucked in a couple of machetes. Seeing this, He Chang'an chose not to say more. He understood the situation outside and preferred that his son refrain from using violence unless absolutely necessary. It was far better to see a bandit perish than to mourn his own child at a grave. "All right, everything is ready. Let us go," Weidong announced. The two pushed the cart along the dark mountain path. Early risers were already out, collecting cow dung. This could be taken back, placed in a pit, and fermented into natural fertilizer. It was a wholesome, pollution-free material, far superior in quality to chemical fertilizers and pesticides, resulting in crops that were infinitely sweeter and more fragrant. Upon reflecting on this, Weidong mused that if fortune were to grace him, he would open a modern, spicy hot pot establishment. Utilizing these vegetables, it is certain that many would flock to indulge during the winter months. Dongzi, put in some effort. What are you pondering? As they ascended the hill, the little one in front felt a slight heaviness. Turning back, Weidong was oblivious to the fixation that had captured him. Ah, I was contemplating a scheme for wealth. It has slipped away. What splendid venture occupies your thoughts so entirely that it nearly exhausts me? You truly lack fortitude. You should engage in more exercise. When the time comes, I shall extend an invitation to dine on meat at my home once we attain prosperity. Very well. By the time they reached the town, around 10 o'clock, Weidong, after wandering for a while, began to grill lamb skewers. Instantly, a delightful aroma filled the air. Boss, are you grilling meat? How much do they cost? Are they tasty? We have both pork and lamb. 2 dimes per skewer, no receipt needed. Do give a try. Chapter 18. Prosperity in business and the encounter with robbers last night. He had a rather disappointing experience with the diminutive meat skewers he procured from Hiu. They were so small that they would surely garner disdain from potential buyers. Moreover, it was rather unreasonable not to allow people to sample them. Thus, Weidong resolved to transform the situation into a tasting opportunity, roasting them in batches for the curious onlookers who might wish to partake. When the first group of customers arrived, it was only fitting that they be allowed to try the skewers. As one individual accepted the skewer handed over by Weidong and took a bite, he was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite flavor. Delicious. This is incredibly fragrant. I never realized meat could be so delectable when grilled. I've tried grilling before, but nothing compares to this. He exclaimed. Are you truly not deceiving me, young man? Another bystander inquired, scrutinizing the meat taster with suspicion. Many presumed he might be a paid actor, a notion that has persisted through the ages. Surely, you wouldn't think I was a shill for him, would you? Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their speculation. Boss, I'll take 20 skewers, 10 of pork and 10 of lamb, he called out, dismissing the surrounding chatter. Certainly, please hold on a moment, Weidong replied courteously, recognizing the arrival of his first sale. Before long, the 20 skewers were perfectly grilled and seasoned with a special blend of spices. Here is your payment, the customer said, producing a handful of coins and offering them to Weidong. After a quick count, he confirmed it was precisely 4 coins, likely having anticipated the weight. Once he distributed the skewers to his companions, they all began to savor the delightful treat, which in turn attracted more onlookers. Boss, I'll have 5 skewers. I want 3. 10 skewers for me. Witnessing the surge in business, Weidong enthusiastically replied, Of course, everyone will be served. It will be ready shortly. He began grilling the meat again, while a young assistant helped with the cash. The duo worked seamlessly together, quickly preparing the orders. Those who received their skewers were visibly pleased, confirming the earlier claims about the remarkable taste. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 11:30, marking the end of the factory's working hours. Workers who finished early noticed a crowd gathered outside, curious yet drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting from within. In this era, the factory was still state-owned, and worker salaries varied from 36 to over 100 yuan each month. The factory also provided housing, resulting in minimal expenses and relatively low prices. As they drew closer, they realized the crowd was indulging in meat skewers that looked utterly delectable. After some effort, they managed to squeeze in and discovered Weidong manning the grill. How much are your skewers? One person inquired. We offer both pork and lamb. Priced at 20 cents each, Weidong responded with a smile. Despite it being mere moments after the end of the workday, nearly half of the originally prepared 200 skewers had already been sold. Really? That is quite reasonable. I'd like 20 skewers to take home for my daughter and wife to try, declared a middle-aged man. Lao Yang, what are you doing? Aren't you going back to have dinner? After a middle-aged man spoke, another middle-aged man approached, clad in work attire. There's a young fellow selling skewers of meat. They appear quite delectable, and I thought to bring some home for my daughter and wife to savor. Is that so? Have you tried them? Are they delicious? They must be rather expensive. At just 20 cents per skewer, they are not costly. Look at those around us. They seem to be enjoying them immensely. And I must say, the aroma is quite enticing. Indeed, it's not exorbitant. Please bring me 10 skewers to sample. Certainly, these 2 men might be minor leaders, and the workers behind them, noticing their presence, dared not approach. Once they departed with their grilled skewers, the workers gathered around, eager to partake since their superiors had purchased some. Naturally, they did not wish to lag behind, although most opted for just 5 skewers each. Nevertheless, even that was quickly sold out. Boss, Please give me 10 skewers. Someone called out from behind. Upon hearing this, Weidong sheepishly replied, I apologize. I prepared too few today, and they're all sold out. What is this? We've only just finished work, and I heard there were skewers for sale here. How could you have run out? You should have prepared more. The person who called out sounded displeased upon receiving the response. Truly sorry. I'll come back tomorrow and prepare more, Weidong hurriedly assured. You'd better prepare plenty. All right, I'll reserve some for you tomorrow, Weidong replied courteously. In these times, one must be cautious not to offend others. Nearly everyone in the factory is a colleague, and this is where he earns his initial capital. If he alienates them all, his business prospects will be dire. Thank you. Since there is nothing left, I can only lament my tardiness and depart in disappointment. Others arrived behind him, and Weidong offered the same explanation. After handing over the final batch to customers, Weidong and Zhang Xiaojun extinguished the fire in the iron rack and began to pack up. As they left, many who failed to purchase requested that they prepare more for tomorrow. Xiao, today I'll pay you your wages, 2 yuan for the day. I'll provide it in a couple of days. Is that acceptable? I have use for the money. Weidong, with an empty stomach, took him to buy a few dry cakes, and, while drinking water, remarked, 2 yuan a day? Isn't that even higher than some workers' wages? Brother Dong, isn't that a bit excessive? Zhang Xiaojun inquired, astonished. Just earlier, he had witnessed Weidong's prowess in making money from skewers. Rest assured, my friend, I'll lead you to prosperity. Not a single brother shall be left behind, provided there is no betrayal among us. I would never betray you, Zhang Xiaojun pledged, thumping his chest. Their bond had been strong in a previous life, where Weidong had even saved him from peril. Had it not been for that incident during a drinking session, things might have ended differently. This also explains why Weidong chose to bring Zhang Xiaojun along instead of his elder brother, or Ajing. If it weren't for the necessity of accumulating substantial initial capital, he would not have offered such a modest wage. Good brother, let us go buy some meat. 2 individuals ventured to the supply and marketing cooperative, procuring nearly 30 pounds of pork, which cost over 40 yuan today, nearly exhausting their funds. In addition, they acquired some white sugar and various condiments, along with a bulk purchase of salt. All right, let us return home. I have matters to attend to shortly. You take these items and head to my house first. The duo trudged under the midday sun, placing their purchases within a tattered cotton blanket on the cart, ensuring the partially melted ice preserved the meat from spoilage. Unbeknownst to them, as they sold skewers of meat, someone across the way observed their profits with envy. Following discreetly, they discovered that the two had spent quite a sum at the cooperative and were intent on obtaining money. As the pair pulled their cart into a grove, they encountered a group of 7 or 8 ruffians brandishing sticks and machetes. Hey there, you made quite a bit of money today. Lend us some for our needs. Chapter 19. Repelling the thieves and seeking medical attention, these lines instantly evoked in Weidong a memorable scene from a film set in a mountainous region of northwest China. The film featured a renowned actor, who also took on the role of director, portraying a character who rode a motorcycle while wielding a blade of truth. He confronted 3 robbers, armed only with an axe, and swiftly sent them to meet their ancestors. Little Xiao, just avoid striking the head, Weidong murmured. Noticing the silence between him and Xiao, the approaching ruffians mistakenly assumed the duo was intimidated. Unbeknownst to them, Weidong was well-versed in martial arts and had long prepared for such an encounter. Otherwise, he would not have placed 2 machetes in his vehicle that morning, wary of potential threats while earning his livelihood. In these times, job opportunities were scarce, and many young individuals returning to the city had not received an education. Lacking lawful means of income, they often resorted to various criminal activities. Had it not been for the notorious vegetable knife gang, which faded into obscurity after the execution of tens of thousands in 1983, the situation might have been different. That grim period led to a more subdued populace, with clearer eyes now willing to engage in honest work. Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Hand over your money and meat, commanded the leader of the thugs, brandishing a machete menacingly. I have no money. My life is all I possess, and I shall not part with it, Weidong replied, revealing the machete he had drawn. This weapon, forged from steel at the front and fitted with a wooden handle measuring several decimeters in length, weighed approximately 56 pounds. In combat, it rendered the thug's knives and sticks utterly inadequate. He understood that yielding even once would invite relentless harassment from these leeches. "You are seeking death." The ruffian snarled upon witnessing Weidong and Xiao Xiao brandishing their weapons. "Perhaps it is you who courts demise. If I do not beat you so thoroughly that your parents fail to recognize you, they will have wasted their efforts raising you," Weidong retorted, already in motion, with Xiao Xiao providing support from behind. In truth, in this day and age, there were few daring ruffians. Only the two in front were audacious. Once Weidong subdued the foremost, the others would likely lack the will to fight. As the leader, wielding a machete, lunged at Weidong, the latter seized the opportunity, striking the back of the thug's blade. A sharp crack echoed as the weapon shattered into two pieces, sending shockwaves through the thug's grip. Yet, Weidong would not squander such an advantageous moment. He swiftly delivered a counterstrike to the thug's arm, eliciting a chilling cry that sent shivers down spines. Observing his companion's misfortune, another thug swung a wooden stick at Weidong's head. "You think you can threaten me?" With remarkable agility, Weidong captured the thug's wrist and thrust his machete forward, producing another sharp crack. The man's ribs were shattered by Weidong's machete, instantly rendering him powerless. "If you wish to avoid death, then get out of my sight," he commanded. The two leading figures were effortlessly subdued by Weidong, leaving the minions stationed behind them, trembling in fear, unable to maintain their composure. They had presumed that these two individuals would not retaliate. However, to their astonishment, the leader exhibited an unexpected ferocity, defeating their boss and causing him to abandon his weapon in a desperate flight for survival. "Unless you intend to stay here and wait for me to provide sustenance, you best leave. Or shall I drag you to the police station?" Weidong inquired with a sardonic smile, a grin that appeared devilish to their eyes. His brutality was palpable, having broken bones with such ease. It would take them considerable time to recuperate. No, I'm leaving," they stammered, terrified, as they scrambled away. "Very well, let us return," Weidong said, gathering the abandoned weapons. The wooden sticks were discarded, but the knives were retained for their utility in butchering meat and chopping bones. "Dongzi, when did you become so formidable?" Xiao Xiao, still in shock, asked. "Today's events remain confidential. I suspect those rascals will return to cause trouble." "Let us head home," Weidong replied, patting his companion on the shoulder to shift the topic. Xiao Xiao scoffed. "If they dare to come back, we will eliminate them without hesitation." "All right, let us go. We must procure the meat before it spoils," they joked as they made their way back to the village. Upon unloading their goods, Weidong instructed his younger sister and Xiao Xiao to assist him, as he had other matters to attend to. "Dongzi, where are you off to?" "I have something to take care of. I'll return shortly," he replied, intending to deliver money to Sun Yue. Having earned approximately 30 yuan today, he planned to purchase meat and condiments, drawing from the initial 1,000 yuan. Sun Yue's mother's illness had initially seemed trivial, merely a cold and fever. But their reluctance to seek treatment allowed it to progress into pneumonia, exacerbated by years of hardship, ultimately leading to her demise. These events had been recounted by his brother-in-law during a drunken revelry, a memory that had left Sun Yue in tears. He refrained from detailing the subsequent occurrences. At home, Sun Yue had been anxiously waiting for the better part of the day. The striking young man she had encountered yesterday had agreed to lend her money, instructing her to wait at home. Her urgency regarding her mother's illness was palpable, and the passage of time felt agonizingly slow. "Is Sun Yue home?" Weidong called from outside. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sun Yue promptly replied, "Yes, I'm home." She opened the door to find the person she had longed for. "All right, I have brought the money. You go borrow a cart, and we shall take your mother to the hospital," Weidong hastily remarked, aware of the urgency in the air. "Very well, I shall borrow one from next door," Sun Yue promptly replied. To win someone's affection, particularly when they are at their most desperate or disheartened, is akin to a celestial being appearing before them, akin to the legendary Zazunbo descending upon a rainbow. You have already succeeded in half your endeavor. Moreover, given Sun Yue's malnutrition, she could not manage to transport her mother alone. Assisting in this task would undoubtedly garner gratitude. After all, one cannot always invoke moral principles. is merely a transaction of interests. A fervent romance, devoid of material support, is nothing more than a castle in the air. Go fetch your blankets and place them on the cart. We will take your mother to the hospital. Weidong instructed upon seeing Sun Yuewei return with the cart. Chapter 20. The touching moment of Sun Yuewei. All right, Sun Yuewei nodded in agreement. Once the vehicle was prepared, Weidong assisted in helping her mother into the car. Let's go, he said, leading the way. After Sun Yuewei locked the door, she requested the neighboring residents to keep an eye on things before following Weidong. Observing his tall figure ahead, which resembled a sturdy mountain, she felt deeply moved. Initially, Sun Yuewei's mother was reluctant to seek medical attention, believing her ailment to be trivial and a waste of money. It was only after Weidong's persuasion, reminding her that Sun Yuewei was still young and unmarried, and that she would want to witness her daughter's future marriage and assist with her grandchildren, that she finally agreed to visit the town's hospital. As they traveled, Weidong soon broke into a sweat from the exertion. Thankfully, he was in good shape, where they might not have made it at all. Upon arriving at the town hospital, the doctor assessed her condition and remarked, "Why was she brought in so late? If the patient had delayed for a few more days, her condition could have worsened beyond our ability to treat." Sun Yuewei, overhearing this, felt her heart sink at the thought of nearly losing her mother. Her eyes reddened, tears spilling forth uncontrollably. "All right, don't cry. She's here now, and safe." Weidong consoled her gently. In that moment, Sun Yuewei felt like a drifting buoy, unconsciously leaning against Weidong for support. The doctor informed the family that arrangements needed to be made for the patient to be hospitalized for observation and treatment. Mistaking the relationship, he assumed that Weidong was the son and Sun Yuewei the daughter, prompting Weidong to head downstairs to handle the payment. Reluctant to let go of such a precious opportunity, Weidong nonetheless understood the necessity of settling the bill. "Wait here. I will go pay for the hospitalization and treatment. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything," he assured her. Meanwhile, Sun Yuewei's mother expressed a desire to return home, fearing the expenses. The doctor intervened, saying, "If you go back now, your health will deteriorate and your daughter may lose you. Your child is grown. It's time for you to be cared for. The young can earn a living outside." "Thank you, doctor." Sun Yuewei finally managed to express her gratitude. Weidong returned, drenched in sweat, having paid 100 yuan for the hospitalization and treatment fees. Concerned that Sun Yuewei might not have eaten lunch, he stopped at a nearby shop and bought 2 packets of instant noodles. "Rest assured, I've taken care of the hospitalization and treatment fees. You must be hungry since you missed lunch. Eat something first. Take this money for your mother's care. Expenses can add up quickly, and you shouldn't skimp. If you neglect your health, that would be unfortunate. I still expect you to repay me," he said, knowing she might be hesitant to accept his help. By framing it as a loan, he hoped to alleviate any pressure she might feel. In fact, Sun Yuewei had encountered Weidong during her elementary and middle school years. At that time, he was 2 grades above her and was rather playful, likely leaving no impression on her. In her youthful innocence, she harbored some feelings for Liuxia, a girl from the same village. After all, Weidong, with his fair complexion, stood out in school and attracted considerable attention. "Please hand me the receipt for your expenses," Sun Yuewei said calmly. "It's not much, so don't worry," Weidong replied, concerned that she might feel overwhelmed. "Just tell me how much you lent me. At the very least, I should know," she insisted stubbornly. "All right, it's not a lot, just 100 yuan. If you can't repay it, I might have to keep you as collateral. But please don't run away. Stay here, eat well. I have matters to attend to at home, and will come back to see you after I finish selling my goods tomorrow," Weidong joked lightly. "Wait," Sun Yuewei called after him. "What is it?" Weidong paused. "Thank you. I'll one tea run away," she said, her cheeks flushed. "Be good. Take care of your mother. But remember to look after yourself, too," Weidong said before departing. Earlier, he had dealt with a few troublemakers on the road, anxious about potential ambushes. He needed to return home quickly before dawn broke. Watching Weidong's tall figure fade into the distance, Sun Yuewei steeled herself and turned back to the hospital room. The doctor had just finished administering a shot to her mother and reminded her to call the nurse when the 4 was done before leaving. "Who is that young man? Why is he so kind to you? You wouldn't be?" her mother inquired. "Mother, I assure you I'm not. He is just a classmate who lent me money because he felt sorry for me knowing about your illness, Sun Yue explained. Fully aware of her mother's implications and using a premeditated excuse. My dear, you are beautiful, and I know my illness burdens you. Please do not sacrifice yourself for my sake, her mother cautioned. Sun Yue smiled. Rest assured, mother, I won tea. The money is a loan, and I will repay him. That is good to hear. Once I recover, we'll be fine together. Meanwhile, Weidong had a safe journey home without any major incidents. He arrived, panting and drenched in sweat. Brother, where have you been? Why did you take so long? Yu asked, showing concern upon his return. I had some matters to attend to. Is the meat marinated? Yes, it's ready. I'm preparing the skewers now. You should rest for a while. I can handle the skewers, and don't hurt your hands, Weidong advised. No need. I'm used to it, she replied. Welcome back, Dongzi Xiao, who had just returned from cutting bamboo, greeted Weidong. Take a break. Soon we will start preparing to work. In these times, a laborer digging in the soil barely earns 2 yuan a day, Xiao remarked, naturally staying behind to help. As he was slicing the meat, his young nephew and niece, who had not yet reached school age, approached him. Upon witnessing Weidong preparing the meat, they were filled with longing. Uncle, will you grill meat for us today? They inquired eagerly. Just wait a moment. I will prepare it for you soon, Weidong replied with a smile. In his previous life, he had maintained a good relationship with these nieces and nephews, but unfortunately, his ex-wife, Liu Xia, had tarnished their bond by claiming they were only interested in him for his wealth. Consequently, their interactions diminished over time. Whenever Weidong attempted to address this, she would invoke their past grievances, reminding him of his transgressions and the time he had wasted, which had fostered a habit of acquiescence in him, silently enduring her actions. Now, with a chance to start anew, he was determined not to allow such circumstances to recur. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Weidong chided Zhang Xiaojun, who was fixated on his sister. Chapter 21. The aspiration for my sister to attend university. My elder brother also desires to sell skewers. In my previous life, my sister married into a family that was far from ideal. She sacrificed much for her career and had frequent disputes with her in-laws. The man was exceedingly obedient to his parents and treated my sister poorly. In this life, I must ensure they do not cross paths again. However, marrying her off to one of my brothers does not sit well with me. I believe he is unworthy of her. Although Zhang Xiaojun was kind to me in my previous life and offered assistance, I could never betray my sister. After receiving a sharp reprimand, the younger sibling became more earnest in her endeavors. Sister, have you considered attending university? Third brother is financially stable, and once you finish your studies, you could assist me when I start my business. After all, a company without family oversight may falter, Weidong remarked earnestly as he gazed at his sister. In my previous life, my sister excelled academically, but she abandoned her studies for the sake of family and married prematurely. Upon hearing the suggestion of university, Yu looked at Weidong in astonishment. Third brother, do you really think I can be accepted? I've heard university admissions are quite competitive. My sister is exceptionally intelligent. If she applies herself, she will undoubtedly succeed. As for me, I lack extensive education. If I were to establish a company without family to help manage it, I risk losing everything to unscrupulous individuals. That would be a grave misfortune, he continued, intending to alleviate any pressure from his sister. But I am a girl. Our parents might not approve, Yu murmured quietly. What of it? Both genders are equal. Great leaders have proclaimed that women are half the sky. If you are dedicated to your studies, I will support you without burdening the family finances. What is there to fear? Would you rather toil in the field for little gain? Weidong asserted with conviction. Dongzi, are you planning to attend school as well? The younger sibling inquired curiously, overhearing their conversation. I will not, for I have reached the age for marriage. I need to settle down soon, and my future wife will pursue her education instead, Weidong replied with a smile. Ah, so you prefer someone younger? Have you set your sights on a goal? She teased. Yes, she seems to excel academically. Once I venture into business, and she into politics, we would complement each other splendidly and bolster my endeavors, Weidong responded. The younger sibling was taken aback. Is this truly feasible? Moving to a big city, are you not concerned that once your wife attends university, she might leave? Didn't some of the educated youth from our village do just that? she exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, He pondered Weidong's earlier words about her attending university. She felt a flicker of excitement, especially since she was the youngest sibling, with her other two brothers already married. Yet, if third brother were to marry, would his wife permit her to pursue her studies, especially at the expense of their brother? All right, do not worry. The issue is not significant. Moreover, my elder brother is a man. The money I earn is mine to spend as I wish, as long as I focus on my studies. If they disagree, we can simply separate, and you can live with my brother. Observing my sister's previously elevated spirits now dampened, Weidong discerned her concerns. Brother, isn't it better to let it go? He struggled to articulate, not wishing to place her brother in a difficult position. Recognizing that as a young woman who has attended university, marriage would inevitably follow. It was merely a matter of time, and given her gender, their parents would likely disapprove. Enough, Weidong declared resolutely at dinner. I have spoken to our parents. We need not consider the opinions of my elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. With such confidence from her brother, felt compelled to remain silent, immersing herself in her tasks. Before long, her nephew returned for a brief visit, and it was clear he understood the situation. Currently preoccupied with earning money, Weidong felt it unreasonable to prepare a separate fire for grilling skewers for them. The expenses were exceedingly numerous. The few rooms they had were insufficient for the family, making bathing inconvenient without the luxury of showers. Provisioning food and drink posed significant challenges as well. With a larger household, conflicts were likely to arise over time. In truth, Weidong had contemplated separating after his second brother's marriage, but their parents had disapproved, and at that time, he lacked the means to earn a living. He had no choice but to comply with his father's wishes. Constructing houses and funding marriages required substantial financial resources, not to mention the costs associated with his younger sister's education. While slicing and threading dozens of pounds of meat, they worked swiftly. In just 2 hours, they managed to prepare over 500 skewers, with more still to be completed as night began to fall. His younger sister needed to cook for the family, with those attending school and working in the fields returning home. In the courtyard, conversations flowed as Weidong and his younger sister threaded meat skewers. His second brother intended to assist, but his second sister-in-law pulled him away. A few young nephews clamored for skewers, which irritated Weidong. He handed each of them two and sent them off to grill themselves. He simply could not spare the time to tend to them. In the time he took to appease them, he could have prepared several skewers himself. The thought of separation intensified in his mind. Otherwise, someone in the household would inevitably object to shared provisions. The expression on his second sister-in-law's face had already indicated as much. As she presumed the salt and charcoal he used were communal. Xiao, you may go back now. Come again tomorrow at the usual time, Weidong urged as he noticed a small portion remaining. All right, I shall return tomorrow, Xiao replied. Once she departed, his elder brother inquired, Dongzi, did you sell everything today? Yes, all sold, Weidong confirmed, though this venture holds little intrinsic value. I suspect in a few days, others will imitate it. For now, I shall earn a quick profit. He spoke casually. Dongzi, what do you think about me learning this from you? Weidong's elder brother asked, his face flushed with hesitation. Upon hearing these words, Weidong felt certain that it was his sister-in-law who instigated this. It was likely that the gentle whispers of the night before had stirred something within her. Otherwise, upon returning to work today, would she have approached him so willingly? Eager to learn? Very well, you may accompany me in this endeavor for a few days. After all, who earns money is merely a matter of perspective. Weidong did not regard this business venture with much gravity. It was merely a starting point. Moreover, with the autumn harvest season approaching, the vast field of vegetables could also serve as a lucrative opportunity. He had been contemplating various avenues to monetize the produce. Really? Weipeng had not anticipated that Weidong would so readily acquiesce to his request. Of course, if his second brother wished to learn, he would be more than willing to impart his knowledge. However, this endeavor would not thrive in the town. It was the county where profits could be made. Once the earnings materialized, they could prioritize constructing a new home, for this dilapidated dwelling leaked during rain and was rife with mosquitoes, making sleep elusive. You should discuss this with father, and besides, there isn't even a substantial plot of land available in the village. Is there? Chapter 22. Discussing the division of the family, Weidong discerned his elder brother's intention to consider a division of the family, particularly after several years of marriage. As the children grew, it became increasingly evident that the space was insufficient. Furthermore, the presence of the second sister-in-law, who was not one to easily concede, likely contributed to the rising tensions. Had the elder sister-in-law shared her traits, disputes may have erupted long ago. "Are you two ready? Dinner is served," called their father, Chang'an, from the doorway. "Almost done," replied Weidong. "Come on, elder brother, let's eat first. There isn't much left. I'll finish up later." "All right." After a day's labor, "I imagine elder brother is quite hungry," he concurred. At the dining table, 3 large bowls of dishes awaited. The chopsticks and bowls were already prepared. With their father's announcement, the children began to serve themselves. The table could not accommodate everyone, prompting several to take their bowls elsewhere. "Father, I have something to discuss with you," Weidong began as he noticed the children had distanced themselves. "What is it?" Chang'an replied casually. "I have reached an age where I must prepare for marriage. Moreover, elder brother and second brother's children have grown. Our home is simply inadequate," Weidong articulated. As he spoke, he noticed the eyes of the elder and second sister-in-law sparkled with interest. They understood that his words hinted at a desire for separation. "Are you considering a division? Isn't it better for our large family to live together, thriving in numbers?" Chang'an asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Fully aware of his son's intentions, he knew that if they were to separate, such harmonious family meals would become a rarity. He was also privy to the fact that both daughters-in-law had long harbored thoughts of division, a notion he had previously suppressed. Indeed, while it is beneficial during rainy days, the interior is worse than the exterior. The younger nephews and nieces have grown, and the distinction between genders is becoming apparent, particularly for the girls who need their own rooms, Weidong remarked, glancing at the younger generation. He noted the glimmer of aspiration in his niece's eyes. She had matured and now yearned for her own space. "Yes, you raise a valid point. However, you and Xiaoyu have yet to wed. Do you truly wish to divide so soon? What do you both think?" Chang'an inquired, turning to his 2 elder sons. The second daughter-in-law opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by her husband's gentle restraint. "Elder brother, we will heed your guidance," the elder son stated. "Indeed, father, whatever you decide, I shall follow," the second son echoed. "I sense you both have been contemplating this for some time. When you were conversing with Dongzi earlier, I felt something was amiss," Chang'an remarked, glaring at his elder son, who fell silent under his father's scrutiny. Weidong quickly interjected, "Father, the notion of separation is founded upon my reflections and our family's realities. Moreover, our younger sister is exceptionally bright. She excels in her studies and deserves the opportunity for higher education. If we do not divide, how will we address her educational prospects? Only through a separation can we ensure her peace of mind regarding college." "What did you say? Xiaoyu wishes to pursue her studies?" "Mother," he exclaimed in surprise. The others shared similar sentiments, glancing toward Hiyu, who shyly lowered her head, reluctant to speak. "Father, please do not focus on my younger sister. Rest assured, I possess the means to support her university education. Once I earn money for my business, I will not need to depend on family oversight. How can she thrive without an education? Marrying young is not ideal, and it will take several years. In the cities, one must wait until the appropriate age to wed. Graduating from university is not too late. Therefore, I believe it is best for us to separate our households." The other women wished to voice their thoughts but found themselves at a loss for words. Weidong understood the concerns of his sisters-in-law. They had their own children to support and would not be able to finance the younger sister's education. Only through separation could her schooling become a reality. "Do you truly wish to pursue your studies?" Chang'an inquired of his daughter, considering that she was their only child. His own education was limited, essentially illiterate, knowing only a few characters. Deep-rooted beliefs had led to his daughter's premature withdrawal from school, as he thought basic literacy sufficed, especially after several years of schooling. "Third brother explained it to me this afternoon. Dongzi, if that is your perspective, I cannot assist you. I have heard that university tuition fees are exorbitant. Father, do not worry. I will find a way. Let us finalize this decision. Tomorrow, You will ask the village chief about the land situation. We need to determine how much each of our 3 families must contribute, and we will split the costs evenly. Weidong affirmed. The meal went largely untouched, as the children sensed the adults were engaged in serious discussions and dared not make a sound for fear of inciting anger. All right, my dear, please gather our savings from these years. You 2 families should also bring forth your private funds to see how much we have. I will inquire with the village chief tomorrow. Understood, father. Rest assured. By the way, who will take the old house? Chang'an asked, met with silence. Perhaps we should forego the old house and build 4 new ones? Weidong tentatively suggested, recognizing that no one would want to reside in the old house once new ones were constructed. That is not feasible, Chang'an declined. Will you 3 build together or separately? Their mother inquired. Let us see what the village chief suggests. Building together might be more convenient for you all, she added. Very well, let us eat. Upon hearing his father's final words, Weidong sensed the reluctance in his heart. The family was about to part ways. Come, let us eat. You lot. Weidong called to the little ones standing at a distance. After the meal, Weidong asked his sister to help prepare the remaining meat. Their mother also produced her savings. The older and second sisters-in-law did not hide their private savings either, laying everything out. The family began to tally their accounts, borrowing a pen and notebook from their nephew. With your mother and I, we have a total of 850 yuan. Your older and second sisters-in-law have 51 and 50 yuan respectively. This amount is barely sufficient to build the earthen house, Chang'an lamented. Why build a mud house? If we are to construct, let us opt for brick houses. The materials required are bricks, cement, and lime come at a cost. But we can easily enlist laborers to assist us. My elder brother and second brother are also learning alongside me as we venture into selling barbecued skewers, saving money while we build. Furthermore, the division of the family estate will not occur overnight. We must prepare the materials during our spare time. Weidong stated earnestly. It seems you have no objections, so let us conclude here for today. I am aware that tonight, my father may once again struggle with sleeplessness. However, Weidong understands that this family will inevitably part ways. It is better to do so sooner rather than later. The following morning, he took Zhang Xiaojun to the town's factory to sell skewers. As soon as they opened for business, a considerable number of customers flocked in. Chapter 23. Scarface brings wealth? However, it is uncertain whether these individuals, drawn by the enticing aroma of meat, were workers from the factory or mere idle wanderers. Such distinctions were of little consequence to him. What mattered was the prospect of earning money. In a planned economy, one required coupons to procure meat. Without them, prices soared. Purchasing meat from Weidong, though insufficient in quantity, negated the need for coupons, allowing many to overlook their grievances. As the end of the workday approached, the atmosphere grew lively. A young assistant, Xiao Xiao, tirelessly collected payments and tallied the sales. Meanwhile, the industrious Weidong busily grilled skewers of meat, enhanced by his secret seasoning, which left many longing to savor every morsel. As the clock neared 1 o'clock, the last of the meat was sold. Make way, make way! A discordant voice pierced through the bustle. Weidong, who had barely paused to drink water, recognized the tone as a harbinger of trouble. The patrons instinctively parted, sensing the intimidating presence of the newcomers. Boss, business is thriving, remarked the leader of the group, a young man with striking yellow hair, addressing Weidong with an air of indifference. A prominent scar marred the man's forehead, and Weidong felt an unsettling familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Kid, my boss is speaking to you. Are you mute? One of Scarface's lackeys barked, noticing Weidong's silence. Listen here, this is my territory. You are conducting business here without my permission, Scarface reiterated, his voice dripping with authority. His sycophant chimed in. This is Scarface, once the domain of Lu Yi. Now that Lu Yi is gone, it falls under Scarface's jurisdiction. If you wish to do business here, you must pay up. The surrounding crowd quickly grasped that these individuals were not amicable. One disgruntled bystander commented, "This is factory land. How can it belong to Lu Yi? We were never informed." "Indeed, I was unaware of such claims," another echoed. Upon hearing the name Lu Yi, Weidong recalled a long-ago incident. Lu Yi was notorious in the underworld. reputed to have pilfered 200,000 gene of grain coupons. He was apprehended, yet the whereabouts of the coupons remained undisclosed. By the time of his release in 1993, grain coupons had been abolished, rendered worthless as mere scraps of paper. Liu Yi, who had once hoped to emerge from prison as a wealthy man, found himself destitute. This tale had been shared over drinks with friends, recounting Liu Yi's claims of having hidden the coupons near a distinctive tree in a wild ginseng plant. Upon his release, he sought out the location, only to discover the ginseng missing and feared the coupons had been discovered. Yet, upon retrieving them, he realized they could no longer yield fortune. In the pursuit of reclaiming his craft, the scarred man found himself sharing a drink with others. His prominent forehead scar and fierce appearance left a lasting impression on Weidong. Little did he anticipate encountering him at this moment. The wild ginseng he had taken came as a surprise, yet there remained another lucrative opportunity that he had overlooked. A cold smirk crept upon his heart. "Sixth Master, your wealth now belongs to me. You ought to express your gratitude to your little brother, Scar, for he is indeed a good man." "Kid, what are you pondering? This place demands 200 yuan from me daily, or you can leave," Scar declared, eyeing the succulent meat. Noticing Weidong lost in thought, Scar mistook his silence for fear. He snatched the meat skewer from Weidong's hand and began to indulge. The onlookers, aware of the unsavory nature of these individuals, refrained from intervening. 200 yuan? Why not rob a bank instead? That would yield quicker returns, remarked a nearby youth, Xiao, with disdain. "Kid, you're courting death." One of Scar's henchmen retaliated, attempting to kick Xiao. However, Weidong would not tolerate their insolence, and swiftly retaliated with a kick that struck the assailant squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The feeble henchman stood no chance against Weidong. As the chaos unfolded, the crowd hurriedly dispersed. "You're seeking death," Scar fumed at the sight of Weidong's aggression. Yet, Weidong showed no mercy, seizing Scar's arm and pinning it against a metal frame. The scorching heat radiated from the frame, transforming his hand into a delectable dish, roasted pig trotters. Scar howled in agony. Weidong swiftly picked up a bamboo skewer from the ground and plunged it forcefully into Scar's hand, piercing through the skin and causing blood to flow. "Kid, you're courting death. Release Brother Scar." The remaining lackeys, witnessing their leader's plight, began to threaten. Previously, they had underestimated the man they once bullied, assuming he would remain submissive. Who could have predicted Weidong's ferocity? When he engaged, it was wild and unrestrained. "Here is something for you," Weidong exclaimed as he delivered a powerful kick to Scar's chin, ensuring he held back just enough. Otherwise, this young man might have met his demise. Nevertheless, Scar's jaw was dislocated from the force. Lying on the ground, he groaned in pain, clutching his injured hand. Weidong, armed with a prepared stick, swung it fiercely at the group of knife-wielding thugs. Xiao, witnessing Weidong's actions, protected his money pouch fiercely, ready to confront anyone who dared approach. Having fought in the village during his youth, he was unafraid. Weidong descended like a ferocious tiger, exhibiting no restraint. He overwhelmed them, causing chaos and forcing them to flee. Yet, he would not allow them to escape unscathed, knowing they were as stubborn as mules, the kind that needed a firm hand to be driven away. If he let them go without imparting a lesson today, they would undoubtedly return to cause trouble. In less than 3 minutes, Scar's entourage was completely dismantled, lying on the ground, wailing in agony. The instigator, known as Scar, bore the lightest punishment. Upon returning, Weidong raised the club in his hand and struck fiercely at Scar's abdomen, instilling fear in those who witnessed the scene. Who could have anticipated that this young man, once jovial and amiable in his business dealings, could unleash such brutality? It is no wonder that others dared to conduct business here. He was clearly not one to shy away from conflict. The club shattered upon impact with Scar's belly, splitting into two. "How dare you rob in broad daylight? Why not attempt to rob the police instead?" Weidong bellowed with fury, ensuring that those around him, unaware of the situation, realized that these individuals were indeed criminals. "What is going on here, police? Who permitted you to engage in a brawl?" Chapter 24. A significant event is about to unfold. Prophecy? It is uncertain who among the well-meaning crowd alerted the authorities. In no time, the police arrived, observing the individuals sprawled on the ground. Along with Weidong standing before the stall, the officer inquired about the situation. In these times, there's little bureaucracy. Brawls are quite commonplace. Hence, upon arrival, as long as there are no fatalities, the protocol does not involve immediate medical checks. It is imperative to ascertain the facts first, for if the individuals disperse, it becomes exceedingly difficult to track them down. Officer, here is the situation. Weidong recounted the events succinctly. His good friend Zhang Xiaojun echoed the narrative. When the police arrived, they noted the scarred individual lying on the ground alongside his associates. Upon confirming that there were no fatalities, they proceeded to question the onlookers. Some audacious bystanders recounted the tale in detail. The ruffians, envious of another success in selling meat skewers, brazenly approached to demand 200 yuan, claiming the area as their territory. Naturally, the young vendor refused, prompting the thugs to resort to violence. Ultimately, they were outmatched and found themselves on the ground. Enough chatter. All of you come with me to the station for questioning, declared the leading officer, having gathered a sufficient understanding of the situation. Once the supporting colleagues arrived, he continued, It hurts so much, someone save me. One of the thugs lamented as he realized the impending trip to the station would likely result in fines and possibly a reprimand. Understandably, the miscreants were reluctant to comply. Once at the hospital, they could seize the opportunity to escape. They had merely engaged in a brawl, not committed murder or arson. If they fled, the police would not pursue them diligently. Without any reports or investigations, such minor skirmishes would eventually fade into obscurity over time. Let's talk. Hurry up and come with me, commanded the officer. However, the ruffians feigned resistance, knowing they could not act out in front of such a crowd. What is your name? You're coming with us too. The officer pointed at Weidong. Very well, he replied. Just then, a police vehicle approached. It was an aging jeep, possibly having traversed over 1,000,000 kilometers. Such a relic was a rarity even in rural areas. Its presence in the town likely stemmed from strong connections. You lot, have you resolved the situation here? Quickly come with me. A seemingly youthful figure emerged from the vehicle. Chief, what is the matter? These ruffians are refusing to accompany us after their altercation with this young man, the team leader reported. As they conversed, Weidong scrutinized the newcomers. The young individual who had exited the vehicle appeared familiar. He had read about him in the newspaper. It seemed he had perished in the line of duty while apprehending a group of robbers, having been only 25 years old at the time. A veteran who had served in the military. Suddenly, Weidong recalled that in his previous life, there were militia activities near Nyangnyang Mountain, purportedly in search of someone, which led to a large mobilization. An explosion ensued, and the culprits escaped, only to be apprehended many years later. Subsequently, a former leader who had been dismissed visited the site of an execution, only to perish before the grave. Gazing at the newspaper image of that individual, he found an uncanny resemblance to someone he recognized. The individuals disembarking from the line exhibited an acute vigilance. Upon realizing that Weidong exhibited no fear of him, it became apparent that, during this tumultuous period, many citizens regarded such figures as untouchable. Typically, they would steer clear of him. Moreover, this young man had previously engaged in a brawl. Was he not afraid of being apprehended by him? Young man, you were just involved in a scuffle with them, weren't you? Your skills are quite impressive, he remarked. Indeed, they were excessively overbearing and even attempted to rob me. I have no intention of relinquishing my hard-earned money to them. When they initiated the assault, I merely defended myself. Leadership, this is genuinely not my fault. Weidong defended himself. He found himself torn, contemplating whether he should offer a warning. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Although the individual had sacrificed himself in the line of duty years ago, if he were to adversely affect the relationship with the populace and forcibly alter another's destiny, it would ultimately diminish his own fortune. If he caused greater harm, would he not become the sinner? Fear not, young man. I have already heard of the situation. These individuals are not virtuous. I have been seeking this scar-faced individual for quite some time. Have you questioned him? He smiled at Weidong, inquiring. Director, we have already interrogated him. He is indeed unrelated to this young man. However, due to the fight, he has violated the law and must face a fine, remarked an onlooker. Enough. Others have their struggles too. Besides, it is not his fault. If it must be recorded, let them return. They should reside in the countryside. It is unsafe to return late. The director gestured dismissively. Weidong was taken aback. This individual was not motivated by monetary gain. What about the director and the others? There is no time left. Never mind. Come with me. The higher-ups have arrived and summoned us for a meeting. At that moment, Weidong called out to him. As he approached, he was scrutinized closely by two individuals. Should they dare to act maliciously, he would meet his demise. Yet, they were overthinking the situation. Leader, if I am not mistaken, you should be heading back for a meeting to apprehend the bandits, Weidong stated. Upon hearing this, the director's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that these two would possess knowledge of matters he had not disclosed. How do you know this? Who are you? Leader. I merely conjectured, for I noticed some militia members departing moments ago. Weidong pointed towards the distance. The two turned to look, and indeed it was true. Leader, you are a good person. We need officials like you. Remember to safeguard yourself. Beware of entering any suspicious openings and be cautious beneath vehicles. Weidong was perplexed by the meaning behind his words. The two had no time to linger. All right, you should return promptly. Thank you for your kindness. Before departing, they had the scar-faced individual taken away. Watching them leave, Weidong chuckled. Scarface, you truly are a harbinger of fortune. The gift left by your sixth master is graciously accepted. I genuinely did not anticipate that, in my dire financial straits, you would present me with such a substantial sum. 200,000 grain coupons. Should I find it, I would stand to gain a considerable income. Nationwide food coupons are valued at approximately 30 cents per pound, while provincial food coupons are around 20 cents. Simply possessing money is insufficient for certain purchases. Some items necessitate food coupons, particularly for those who travel frequently. Often, local food coupons hold no value whatsoever. What is truly needed are the nationwide ones. Weidong did not linger for long. He quickly gathered his belongings with Xiao Xiao and headed to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase several packs of cigarettes. After acquiring some condiments, he turned towards the meat processing plant. Meanwhile, in the jeep that had departed earlier, the captain responsible for apprehending Scar questioned, Director, who is that young man? What did he mean by his earlier remarks? How did he come to know about our plans to capture the bandit? I was unaware until you mentioned it. Could there be a leak within our ranks? That seems unlikely. There is something peculiar about this individual. I must find time to inquire further. However, what do those two sentences directed at me imply? Am I in danger? Chapter 25. The Enigma of Mount Yangyang. As the two conversed, they had already driven to the station. Director, you're back. They have been waiting for you, announced a young officer as he opened the large gate upon seeing their vehicle approach. Park the car and escort the team to the meeting. Inside the conference room, a considerable number of individuals were already seated. The leader of the contingent was Lu Jun, the captain of the county criminal police, whom Luo Ming recognized. Upon seeing him enter with his team, Lu exclaimed, Director Luo, you've returned. Let us commence the meeting promptly. Very well, Luo replied. Upon taking their seats, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. This was reminiscent of their previous working environment, where the pressures of their duties often led to late nights, necessitating tobacco for stimulation. No one seemed to mind, as most were habitual smokers. Lu Jun opened his notebook and began, according to reliable intelligence, a notorious criminal has infiltrated our county, reportedly lurking near Mount Yangyang. Consequently, we have urgently mobilized the militia, local security forces, and our police colleagues to prepare for a lockdown of the area and apprehend this individual. He is implicated in several homicides, and should he evade capture and commit further crimes, it would result in grave consequences for the safety and property of our citizens. Thus, we must act swiftly. I will outline the capture plan. Due to my limited manpower, I kindly request your assistance, Director Luo, in the operational efforts. Is that acceptable? Of course, Captain Lu. Proceed with your arrangements, Luo Ming replied with a smile. As he spoke, he recalled the words of the young man who sold skewers, who had warned him to be cautious of the cave entrance and the vehicles while foreseeing this meeting. Did he possess some foreknowledge? Upon his return, Luo had been unaware that they would be capturing someone at Mount Yangyang. What was truly afoot? As Lu Jun detailed the specific actions to be taken, Luo found his mind wandering. However, as Lu was in charge, he refrained from commenting on Luo's distraction. After the meeting, Lu approached Luo and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Old Luo, what is troubling you? You seemed lost in thought just now. This is unlike you." Indeed, the two had been comrades in the military. Luo Ming had initially intended to join the county's criminal police, but his father advised him to gain more practical experience at the grassroots level, which led to his current position as the station chief. "Apologies, I was just reminded of something someone said to me, and I momentarily lost focus," Luo explained as they got into the car. Curious, Lu inquired, "What did they say that caused your distraction?" "Nothing significant. I'll elaborate once we arrive," Luo replied, finding the conversation peculiar, particularly regarding Weidong. He decided it was best not to divulge too much, as they were about to embark on a mission. Lu, respecting Luo's reticence, did not press further. As they drove towards Mount Yangyang, they noticed numerous militia personnel stationed along the route, beginning their watch. Meanwhile, Weidong, pushing a cart, was accompanied by a small child as their vehicle passed by. Luo Ming observed the young man, and concurrently, Weidong also took note of Luo Ming, who was seated inside the vehicle, accompanied by three unfamiliar individuals. Could it be that this lad resides in the vicinity and has likely discerned something amiss? Luo Ming mumbled casually, prompting Lu Jun, who sat beside him, to inquire, "Lao Luo, what are you saying? What have you discovered?" The young man had previously been extorted by some petty thugs, yet he single-handedly toppled many of them with remarkable ferocity. Luo Ming deemed such a person commendable. However, he was reluctant to disclose any unverified information to Lu Jun, as it might undermine their morale. In their line of work, unwavering focus was paramount. Even the slightest misstep could prove fatal, especially at this juncture when they were preparing to venture into the mountains to capture the notorious bandit. Indeed, Weidong remarked, observing the young man, who appeared to be from a farming background yet exhibited considerable bravery. "We must prevent any unlawful activities from occurring." Upon reaching the entrance to the mountain path, armed militiamen promptly opened a gap for their entry. Earlier, the young boy, Xiao, who had witnessed the departure of their vehicle, noticed the multitude of armed individuals on the road and quietly asked, "Dongzi, what significant event has transpired to warrant such a gathering?" "Do not ask foolish questions. Let us hurry back," came the curt reply. As they entered the village, they encountered the village chief, He Chongqing, hastily accompanied by several armed militiamen, rushing towards the outside. His demeanor was urgent, muttering to himself. Spotting Weidong and his companion, he reprimanded, "Where have you two been? It's perilous outside. Why aren't you hastening home?" "Understood," they replied. Once the village chief departed, Xiao could no longer suppress his curiosity. "Dongzi, could it be that a murderer has infiltrated the mountains? Shouldn't we lend a hand? What assistance can you provide? Do you think it wise to concern yourself with such matters? There are numerous militiamen and police present," Weidong admonished. "You are unarmed. If others possess firearms, you will be courting death. What would your parents do if you were to perish?" Upon hearing Weidong's words, Xiao abandoned the notion of helping. "Forget about making money. Let us return and prepare meat skewers." All right. Upon arriving at their yard, they found Hiyu, his sister, in a state of distress. Her anxiety eased somewhat upon their return. "Brother, you are finally back. I heard that bandits have entered the mountains, and the village militiamen have gone to assist in capturing them. I feared something had happened to you." "Nothing happened. It merely took longer today due to the abundance of meat skewers. You go ahead and eat. I will handle things." "No need. I shall rest for a while before eating." Weidong quickly consumed his meal, and shortly thereafter, Xiao arrived, sharing the latest gossip. "Dongzi, aren't you interested in what I heard? Apparently, there's a reward of 5,000 yuan for capturing them. With so many people involved, how much could anyone actually receive? Moreover, I have no desire to risk my life for money. Let us be sensible," Weidong replied casually as he washed and marinated the meat. Noticing Weidong's nonchalant demeanor, Xiao felt an urge to join the fray despite his reservations. However, Weidong harbored no such thoughts, nor did he dwell on them. As the three were preoccupied with their tasks, far away, the majestic Nyangnyang mountain was already encircled by a heavily armed force. Groups of 3 to 5 individuals, brandishing an array of weapons. Firearms, long spears, and broadswords were present. Xingang, I see you. Come out quickly. Step forth, Xingang, if you are a true man. Emerge for a duel. In reality, they had not truly discovered him. Their shouts served merely as a psychological tactic, akin to striking the air in hopes of hitting something. Deep within the mountains, in a secluded cave overrun with thorns, an area so obscure that even locals were scarcely aware of its existence, lurked an individual, fixated on the comings and goings of those outside, his face shrouded in shadows. Chapter 26, Terror Unleashed, found you from his expression. It was evident that he was no ordinary man. He had committed numerous heinous crimes. Initially, he had intended to retire after his next successful heist, but as fate would have it, he was discovered by a railway officer just as he was departing. Upon realizing that the officer had spotted him stealing a woman's bag, he acted without hesitation and shot the officer. The gunfire attracted the attention of the officer's colleagues, and in this large state-owned enterprise, there were numerous internal security personnel and militia, all armed. Upon hearing the shots, they swiftly surrounded the area. He had no time to ensure the officer's demise and seized the opportunity to flee. Little did he know, the officer did not perish on the spot. Having served on the railway for many years, he had honed his skills in recognizing faces and could vividly recall the perpetrator's features. Consequently, he became a wanted criminal. Afterward, he lost all prospects of employment, and given his disdain for work, he resorted to robbery as a quicker means of making money. With thoughts of killing the officer, he descended further into a life of crime, becoming increasingly ruthless. Unexpectedly, upon escaping to a small town, he was once again discovered. He fled to Nyangnyang Mountain, hoping to find an exit from there, but he underestimated the swiftness of the local response and soon found himself encircled. Years of survival in the wilderness had equipped him with numerous skills, and at that moment, the absence of police dogs allowed him to conceal himself effectively. The authorities began their search around Nyangnyang Mountain, and he sought an opportunity to escape. As darkness descended, several search parties had passed through, and he believed that the bomb he had set would soon attract attention, drawing the gaze of everyone present. In that moment of distraction, he planned to vanish into the shadows. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the police for their rapid discovery of his whereabouts, feeling that he had narrowly avoided capture. He contemplated revenge against the local chief of police, knowing that in such rural areas, chiefs typically had their own official vehicles. Meanwhile, Luo Ming, who was leading the search, had not anticipated that the notorious criminal, Xing Gang, had infiltrated his jurisdiction. Aware of Xing's nefarious past, he recognized this as an opportunity. If capturing him alive proved impossible, eliminating him on the spot would suffice, for the safety of the citizens in his district was paramount. As he pondered these matters, a sudden, blinding light caught his attention, followed shortly by the sound of an explosion. What was happening? He urged his companions to move quickly towards the source of the commotion. His subordinates hastily switched on their flashlights and followed him to investigate. Upon arriving at the vicinity, they discovered several individuals lying unconscious on the ground. "Are there any fatalities?" he inquired. Reporting to the chief, there are no deaths. They were merely rendered unconscious by the sound waves from the explosion. A visit to the hospital will confirm their safety. But what caused the explosion? Luo Ming pressed. A wild boar triggered the bomb while attempting to flee. The evidence is right here. Commanding his subordinates to fetch a pig's leg, he glanced at it and was reminded of the warning from a young man in town to be wary of the cave. He turned to his men and advised, "Inform everyone to exercise caution. We must not run about heedlessly." "The chief, this must surely be the work of that notorious bandit, Xingang. He is likely ahead of us. I understand your concerns. There is no need for haste. The darkness makes our path perilous, and the area outside is already cordoned off. Let us not spread falsehoods." Luo Ming offered some reassurance before turning to depart. On his way back, he encountered Lu Jun, who was hastily returning, his face betraying a sense of alarm, likely a result of the earlier explosion. He feared for the safety of innocent bystanders. "Old Luo, is everything all right? That explosion earlier." No one was harmed. The only casualty was a wild boar. "I have already instructed them not to venture out again this evening." "That is a relief. Let us return and convene a meeting. We shall return at dawn. As they approached their vehicle, a police officer from their station was about to open the car door. Suddenly, Luo Ming recalled the words of the young man selling skewers. The earlier explosion had foreshadowed part of what was to come. It was prudent to keep their distance from the vehicle, as the bandit Xingang was known to possess bomb-making skills. What if he had used the explosion to divert attention while planting a bomb on their car? Wait, do not approach the vehicle, Luo Ming shouted, startling the officer who was about to unlock the door. Lu Jun, taken aback, inquired urgently, "Old Luo, what is wrong? What is with the car?" Luo Ming forced a smile. "We have been away for some time, and there is no one stationed here. It would be wise for me to inspect the vehicle. You all should remain back. Are you suggesting someone is here? Surely not." Lu Jun, quick-witted, drew his firearm, and Luo Ming did the same as they cautiously approached the car. Finding no one inside, he hesitated to open the door and shone a faint light from his flashlight into the interior. To his alarm, he noticed an unfamiliar package inside, and at the door handle, there was indeed a grenade. "Stand back. There's a grenade," he called urgently to those behind him. The others, startled by his declaration, could scarcely believe that Luo Ming would deceive them at such a critical moment. He cautiously opened the car window and carefully removed the grenade. After a meticulous inspection, he retrieved the package, discovering it contained several detonators and some explosives. Had he not uncovered it in time, the grenade could have detonated, igniting the explosives within. All individuals within 5 meters of the vehicle will meet with their demise. A cold sweat broke out across my body. The danger has been averted. Lu Jun and others approached. "Old Luo, is this truly a bomb? Who placed it? Who else could it be but Xingang? Old Lu, we ought to express our gratitude to that young man. He has saved our lives." Just as Lu Jun was about to inquire further, Luo Ming interjected. "Do not ask now. I shall explain everything to you later. That wretched bandit intended to send us to our doom, hoping to incite greater chaos, allowing him to escape amidst the fear. Are you suggesting that the lad is nearby? Let us search, inquire within a 500-meter radius, particularly in areas with caves or pits." After a while, Lu Jun returned, stating, "Old Luo, this local says that a small cave, previously used for grain storage, exists about 100 meters from here. We have found it. Let us proceed." Chapter 27. Capturing the ruthless bandit, Lu Jun remained utterly bewildered, watching his comrade Luo Ming stride purposefully ahead. Confusion enveloped him as he pondered Luo Ming's assertion of having found something. Several times he contemplated speaking up, but Luo Ming, perceiving the expression on his comrade's face, could only surmise the turmoil within Lu Jun's mind. He understood that discussing the matter in excess was inadvisable. Once their endeavor bore fruit, he would elucidate the details. Recalling a prior moment near the vehicle, Luo Ming suddenly remembered Weidong's cautionary words. Out of a sense of vigilance, he scrutinized the automobile and subsequently discovered the bomb, thereby saving his own life. Whether this occurrence was mere coincidence or the result of someone else's calculations remained uncertain. He felt compelled to safeguard Weidong for the time being, intending to disclose the situation only after everything was resolved. After all, such an extraordinary occurrence would surely be met with skepticism, and it could potentially embroil Weidong in further complications. Upon reaching the cave entrance indicated by a local, they instructed the nearby militia to maintain a vigilant distance and urged the locals to steer clear of the area. Taking up their weapons and positioning themselves in a concealed location, they called out to the cave, "Xingang, emerge. My men surround the area. There is nowhere left for you to flee." Xingang, who had previously schemed to plant explosives that would obliterate Luo Ming and his companions, found himself astonished that the bomb had not detonated and that Luo Ming and his comrades remained unscathed. Fleeing was no longer an option. He could only retreat further into the cave, biding his time for another opportunity to escape. Who could have anticipated that Luo Ming and his men would return and locate his hiding place? Maintaining a facade of composure, Xingang suspected that the voices outside were merely a ruse. Moreover, the cave provided some respite. Anyone attempting to enter would have to contend with the firearm he wielded, which he was certain could take at least one person down. He was gambling on this. Meanwhile, Luo Ming understood that such a ruthless bandit surely possessed weaponry. He called out again, "Xingang, If you do not come out, I will set the cave ablaze, and you will perish in the flames." A psychological standoff ensued, with both sides waiting to see who would falter first. Luo Ming and his men could afford to be patient. The dawn had not yet arrived, and visibility remained poor, with only faint light filtering into the cave. However, Xing Gang's situation was far less favorable. His provisions were scant, and he had already exhausted his water supply. If he were to be besieged for a few more days without water, his physical condition would deteriorate, rendering him incapable of resisting. Now, his throat was parched from prolonged dehydration, and his body was nearing its limits. "Xing Gang," he thought, "you must realize that once daylight breaks, escaping will be a mere fantasy. We can confine you for days. Even if we do not incinerate you, we can surely starve or thirst you to death. Surrender your weapon and come out. Surely, you do not wish to meet your end in such a pitiable manner?" The chilling words of Luo Ming once again echoed in Xing Gang's ears. "Lao Luo, are you truly certain that Xing Gang is inside?" Lu Jun inquired, his expression tinged with confusion. "I am merely speculating," Luo Ming replied, "but it is remarkable that within such a brief span, explosives could be affixed to our vehicle while he manages to evade detection. There are no other nearby hiding places." Lu Jun found Luo Ming's reasoning compelling. The militia members searching the vicinity were all locals, familiar with one another. They patrolled in groups, making it improbable for an outsider to go unnoticed. Their comrades donned uniforms and remained together, leaving no room for error. "Is the kindling ready? Throw it over there," Luo Ming commanded, directing the team to hurl the dry branches near the cave's entrance. Once ignited, the flames illuminated the area, causing the temperature to rise significantly. Even from a distance, one could feel the heat radiating from the fire. The underbrush and thorns near the cave mouth crackled as they burned, releasing steam and wisps of smoke. The entrance itself became searingly hot. Inside the cave, Xing Gang felt the encroaching warmth and the air growing arid. He never anticipated that, after fleeing across numerous provinces, he would meet his fate in such a manner. Regret washed over him for having ventured to this place. His distinct accent had raised suspicions among those outside, revealing his presence. He had no desire to become a roasted duck. As exhaustion overwhelmed him, he shouted, "Do not shoot. I am coming out." The voices from within the cave were akin to a celestial melody to those outside. "Put down your weapons. Do not attempt to flee, or we will shoot you down," Luo Ming urgently called out. Lu Jun also instructed his team to remain vigilant regarding the situation at the cave entrance. However, Xing Gang was reluctant to surrender easily. He entertained the thought of taking at least one of them down with him. "Everyone, be cautious. This fellow is a desperate fugitive. He may act recklessly," Luo Ming quietly warned his colleagues. They all prudently positioned themselves in areas less prone to gunfire. "Xing Gang, do not attempt to resist. Raise your hands and emerge with your back to us, or we will open fire," Lu Jun bellowed, accustomed to such confrontations. Hearing this, Xing Gang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that they could discern his intentions. He realized that any sudden movement upon his exit would provoke gunfire, and the vigilance of those below was notably high. "Fine, I will lower my weapon. Please do not shoot," Xing Gang conceded, recognizing the futility of resistance. Even if he faced execution, he hoped to prolong his life a little longer. Should they fire on the spot without taking him alive, he would meet his end right there. Reluctantly, he complied, raising his hands and slowly stepping out. The flames outside and the swirling smoke rendered him unable to open his eyes. Caution was advised, for he wielded a deadly weapon. During the capture, Luo Ming once again reminded everyone to remain vigilant. As they approached slowly, one individual brandished a wooden stick. With a swift strike, he brought it down upon Xing Gang's arm. In an instant, they moved forward, delivering a pair of gold bracelets to the howling Xing Gang, before taking him away from that place. Before departing, they did not forget to extinguish the fire. On the road, Luo Ming, still shaken, remarked at last, "We have apprehended this ruthless bandit. Old Lu, we have achieved a great feat this time, but let us not forget that without that young man, we might have perished. In the future, if others encounter trouble, we should extend our assistance, provided it does not contravene our principles. Old Luo, do enlighten me on what transpired." so I may understand how you discern the presence of a bomb in the vehicle. Chapter 28. Resentment and Building a House Faced with Lu Jun's Inquiry. Luo Ming found himself at a loss for words. The situation struck him as somewhat surreal, and being a staunch materialist, he struggled to articulate the nonsensical words of a young man selling barbecue on the street. Observing the hesitation of his former teammate, Lu Jun playfully teased, "What's wrong? Afraid I might steal him away?" In the past, Lu Jun would never have believed that his old comrade would exhibit such behavior today. He could hardly fathom the presence of a bomb in the vehicle, nor would he have imagined that perhaps, at this very moment, they might have reported down below together, thus saving his own life. Not at all. Let me tell you, Luo Ming began to relay the events to Lu Jun in broad strokes. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun gradually responded, "Regardless, someone has indeed saved our lives. Whether it be a half-sage or mere conjecture, it poses no harm to us, does it? Had it not been for his words, would we have been able to apprehend the vicious criminal? At that point, we would have been reporting down there, with little thought to any notion of merit." Luo Ming nodded in agreement with Lu Jun's perspective. "All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. That young man is, in fact, our benefactor. When time permits, we should procure a token of gratitude for him." Upon returning to the precinct, the two hastened to interrogate the criminal. Xiongong, aware that he was trapped in a dead end, remained utterly silent during the questioning. Despite employing various methods, he continued to be unyielding, leaving the interrogators exhausted and frustrated. "What should we do? This kid's lips are sealed," Lu Jun remarked with a hint of irritation as he stepped outside for a smoke. "Let us take our time to devise a plan. After all, this falls under your purview. Take him back for further interrogation. As a police officer, my duty lies in assisting with the apprehension of criminals, but the interrogation is not my realm, especially since it involves a homicide. I wouldn't want to overstep my bounds. Look at you, becoming quite astute at the grassroots level. You and T have spoken to me this way before." Lu Jun chuckled, somewhat incredulous. "Let us ensure everyone gets some rest. We're all worn out," Luo Ming suggested, signaling for everyone to take a break and arranging a room for Lu Jun and the others to rest. The next day, as dawn broke, Lu Jun, with bloodshot eyes and a disheveled appearance, hurriedly drove back to the county, burdened with numerous tasks that awaited his attention. He Weidong, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, returned to their usual spot to continue selling skewers. Following yesterday's altercation with the scarred man, he was relieved that trouble had not found him today. He mused that perhaps the young director, Luo Ming, had locked the troublemaker away. His conjecture was indeed accurate, as Luo Ming had arranged for the ruffians, including the scarred individual, to be detained for 7 days. At the time of their arrest, the scarred man was still dazed, having been caught while drinking at a friend's house. It was only upon entering the detention room, with the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, that he became fully aware of his predicament. He attributed all the blame to He Weidong. In the past, he had never been detained for such an extended period after a fight. Contemplating his release, he planned to confront He Weidong. As afternoon approached, the skewers brought by the two had all been sold. After enjoying some food, He Weidong purchased some ingredients and bought rice and flour for his family before tidying up and heading home. Upon returning from a meeting in the county, Luo Ming intended to express his gratitude to He Weidong. However, upon arrival, he discovered that he was no longer there. He then instructed the local police to keep an eye on his stall, ensuring that troublemakers would not disrupt it. The patrolling officers were puzzled as to why their superior had taken an interest in a young businessman. Nevertheless, they agreed to the request. For several consecutive days, He Weidong's business thrived remarkably. In the meantime, he took the opportunity to teach his brother how to grill skewers. The foundation for their house had already been approved, and they were merely awaiting funds to commence construction. Having chosen a piece of barren land, the three brothers could each build 3 spacious houses, with additional land available at the front. If finances permitted, they could even create a pleasant courtyard. He Weidong opted for a location to the west, where a small barren hill lay. With some cultivation, it would be ideal for planting vegetables right at their doorstep. Alternatively, they could plant a few fruit trees to enjoy seasonal fruits. That evening, after dinner, the 3 brothers, along with their father He Chang'an, sat at the table in the main room. After a moment of heavy silence, He Chang'an slowly spoke. Now that the foundation has been approved, with the money we have gathered, along with what your brother has earned during this time, excluding labor costs, we are still a bit short to build 3-tiled houses. My capabilities are limited. I called you here today to discuss whether we should convert to a 2-story building or proceed directly with the tiled houses. As this concerns the foundation, He Weihua and He Weipeng exchanged glances. They too desired to construct a building, yet lacked the necessary funds. This was their greatest concern. Who wouldn't want to reside in a small building? Dad, let us opt for a 2-story building. If the foundation is solid, we can use some prefabricated panels. It's not a pressing matter. We can take our time, He Weidong said, understanding his elder brother's sentiments. After his words, a profound silence enveloped the 4 of them. Smoke wafted upwards, and no one spoke. After all, it's a place to live, and I will eventually need to build other rooms and perhaps establish a small factory. Space will be essential, and living upstairs would be more convenient. You must assist your brothers. Otherwise, they will find it challenging to construct their houses. He Chang'an finally said after a moment of contemplation, Rest assured, Dad, big brother, and second brother, my skills are commendable. Our business can sustain us for a long time. In a few days, I have another venture lined up. Money will not be an issue, He Weidong reassured them. Don't worry, we will definitely repay you. His elder brother He Weihua affirmed, with He Weipeng quickly echoing his support. We are brothers. There is no need for such words. Now that I have discovered a way to earn money, you are all my brothers, and there is no need for further discussion. The words that followed remained unspoken by He Weidong. In his previous life, he had attained an MBA, so how could he afford to neglect his studies in this life? He must secure a full-time bachelor's degree, and obtaining a master's while working is essential. A doctorate could also be contemplated. The family business, along with our parents' care, necessitates the assistance of my elder and second brothers. Very well, that is settled. He Chang'an declared with finality. Dongzi shall continue to earn money, while the 2 of you will join me tomorrow to sift sand and dig the foundation. Very well. At dawn, as He Weidong gathered his belongings, his father, along with his elder and second brothers, set out to excavate the foundation for the new house. Chapter 29. Envy and Dilemma. Are you planning to build a new house? Dongzi? Xiao Xiao inquired early in the morning. She had previously heard from the villagers that He Weidong's family had sought approval from the village to lay the foundation for a new home. It had been a challenging process, and at one point, it seemed as though the endeavor might be abandoned. However, to her surprise, the approval was granted. Indeed, our large family is cramped in the old house. My elder brother and second brother's children have grown up, yet they still share the space with our parents, which is quite inconvenient, especially since my little niece is becoming more aware of her surroundings. As for me, I remain unmarried and without a home. Which respectable young woman would consider marrying me? He Weidong remarked casually. I too have reached the age where marriage is expected, yet my family's circumstances make it exceedingly difficult, Xiao Xiao lamented, reflecting on He Weidong's words. Do not fret. If you work diligently with me, building a house and finding a partner will not be an issue, He Weidong replied, mistakenly believing that Xiao Xiao was implying something else. Please don't misunderstand, Dongzi. I was merely speaking casually. I do not resent the modest amount you pay me, she hastily clarified. After all, working alongside He Weidong selling barbecues. He compensated her with 2 yuan each day, a far greater sum than many in the village earned. Who else could earn 2 yuan a day? That adds up to 60 yuan a month, and she also had the benefit of enjoying meals from local restaurants. In these times, a family laboring throughout the year would be fortunate to end up with 200 yuan. She had heard He Weidong mention plans for a 2-story building. Though she had only seen factory workers' accommodations in town, it would be disingenuous to claim she wasn't envious. Not at all. I didn't think much of it. It is only natural to feel that way. If you keep working hard, everything will come together. When I rise, I shall not forget you. For you have been with me from the very beginning, He Weidong said with a smile. After shifting the topic, the 2 continued on their journey. No household could afford to eat barbecued skewers every day. Such fare, while initially appealing, could not satisfy for long. The midday streets were devoid of pedestrians, and over 100 skewers remained unsold. Seeing the surplus, Xiao Xiao grew anxious, fearing a financial loss and questioning whether she would even receive her wages. With the possibility of unemployment looming, she regretted her earlier words. Dongzi, if we cannot sell these, we will incur losses. And it's all my fault for saying what I did this morning. It's not your fault. The town's population is decent. If we were in the county seat with several factories around, it would be better. Now that we're midway through the month, many may find their pockets empty. But business will improve in a few days, Weidong reassured her. But what about the remaining skewers? What shall we do? She pressed. If they don't sell, we'll simply eat them ourselves and prepare fewer tomorrow. These are meant for sale anyway, he replied. We cannot let the pursuit of profit lead to our own deprivation. Weidong then shared some of the skewers that were overcooked with xiao. That day, the two decided to indulge a little and did not venture out to buy additional food. Let's return, he urged, for there are still tasks to be completed at home, and we cannot afford to neglect our well-being. The hour was growing late. Weidong, not wishing to linger, produced 2 coins and offered them to Xiao, who hesitated to accept. With a reassuring pat on his shoulder, Weidong said, "Do not worry. Once I earn enough, I shall procure a vehicle, and we can travel to the county together. We'll be busy then." "I cannot accept. I have already consumed so much meat today," Xiao declined. Yet, Weidong insisted, and after purchasing some fresh ingredients, the two returned home, pulling a cart. Upon arrival, they placed their items inside and decided to inspect the foundation of the new house to see if they could assist in any way. Xiao felt a sense of guilt, but accompanied Weidong nonetheless. Upon their arrival, his father inquired, "What brings you here? Were you not preparing meat skewers at home?" Xiao was at a loss for words regarding the events of the day. However, Weidong responded with a smile. "This is also my property. The evening is still young, and I came to lend hand. Such tasks are simple, and they can be completed later." His father said no more. As dusk approached, Weidong called them to return, remarking that there remained much work to be done, and not all the funds for the house had been gathered yet. "We shall take our time. There are still several months until the new year. With diligence, we may even be able to move into the new house after the festivities." On their way back, Weidong requested that his mother use the unsold skewers to prepare a meal for everyone. "Why not sell them instead? If we are to eat, there will be more than enough," he said, for the He family, who only indulged in meat during holidays. His father observed the dishes laden with pork and remarked with mild reproach, "Son, you have all worked hard today, without replenishing your strength. How can we continue with the house? Indeed, we must not waste this. As a farmer, I possess considerable strength." These are the skewers that did not sell today. Besides, the children are growing and require nourishment. It would be wasteful not to eat what we have prepared, Weidong reassured him. "I shall not partake. Let the children have some," his father said, glancing at the eager children eyeing the meat. He then softened his stance, acknowledging the need for frugality in the future. Very well. Weidong understood that the family had grown weary of scarcity. If they were to indulge freely, even 10 pounds would hardly suffice for everyone. After the meal, his father called Weidong aside. "Is business faltering? Will we be able to gather enough funds to build the house?" "Do not worry, father. It is not a significant issue. It is merely mid-month, and everyone is short on funds. I will scale back my efforts tomorrow," Weidong assured him, withholding the thoughts of his recent confrontation with Scar and the hidden stash of 20,000 jin of grain coupons that Chen Luyi had managed to smuggle away. The concealed location is known only to oneself. Initially, the plan was to wait until autumn when the harvest from the family's crops would be bountiful, using these grain coupons to exchange for vegetables and sell them in the county for profit. This was essentially a venture with no capital investment. By that time, funds for building a house and for a wedding would be secured. However, this is not a sustainable business model. Engaging in trade would be more appropriate. One should accumulate a substantial amount of initial capital, purchase more land, establish factories, and expand one's business robustly. After conversing for a while, the father and son retired to their rooms to rest. After a day of labor, it would be disingenuous to say they were not fatigued. Weidong also planned to refrain from going in 2 days, seeking ways to venture into the mountains to retrieve the grain coupons. A few days ago, he had apprehended a notorious bandit in Yangyang Mountain. Although the police had retreated, the organized militia continued to patrol the vicinity, leaving him with no opportunity to proceed. Once the situation calms down, he would seize the moment to secure the grain coupons. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, he could be mistaken for a conspirator of Chun Lu Gong and face the grim fate of confinement, enduring the meager rations of dry cornbread. In a more severe scenario, he might even be subjected to a diet of peanuts. Chapter 30. Discovering the ration coupons, an unexpected delight after returning home. Weidong had a simple meal, and his family gathered to assist him in preparing the skewers. The following day, as he set out to sell with Xiao Xiao, his family also rose early to dig the foundation. Just as Weidong had anticipated, the factory workers typically ran out of money by mid-month, leading to a decline in customers for the skewers, as the affluent in this town were few and far between, far less than in the county city. In his quest to quickly amass funds to purchase a vehicle and transport goods to the county for sale, he believed that the numerous factories and larger population there would yield a more prosperous business than in the town. With reduced sales, naturally, profits were scant. Nevertheless, he consistently settled Zhang Xiaojuan's modest wage of 2 yuan daily, with the motivation of wanting to build a house and marry propelling him forward. Zhang Xiaojun worked diligently alongside him, encouraged by Weidong's words, and the family urged him not to be lazy, but to work hard with Dongzi. Over the past month, he had earned significantly more than he would have working the fields at home. Before long, 2 weeks had passed, and the agricultural tasks began to multiply. The militia reduced their patrols and gradually returned to their normal routines. In these times, there were scant wage subsidies, and many relied on provisions brought from home. Without work, one lacked the energy for patrols. Moreover, there were not many bandits lurking in the mountains. The community could no longer endure, retreating back to their homes. Once the foundation was excavated, it required several days to dry. On this day, Weidong decided against selling skewers in town. After discussing with his family, he expressed a desire to venture into the mountains in search of fortune, hoping to procure some game to enhance their living conditions. His true intention, however, was to retrieve the 200,000 jin of ration coupons that Chun Liuya had hidden in prison. As autumn harvest approached, vegetables began to ripen abundantly. The family had more potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cucumbers than they could consume, and he planned to take them to the city to settle debts. During this period, ration coupons held significant value. Once outside the village, dining out required either exorbitant prices or payment in coupons. Ration coupons, when used alongside money, were considerably more advantageous. Often, without ration coupons, one would struggle to find a meal. Those venturing out would secure some coupons, particularly the national ones, as they were essential for ensuring one wouldn't starve while away from home. After a month of intense labor, Weidong and Zhang Xiaojun were utterly exhausted. Though he yearned for rest, his family was reluctant to forego the 2 yuan. Upon hearing Weidong express the need for a day of respite, they had no grounds to insist he continue working. Just as Weidong, with a bamboo basket on his back, was about to enter the mountains, he was called back by Zhang Xiaojun. Donggu, are you heading into the mountains? Xiao Xiao, weren't you supposed to rest at home today? Why are you out here? Seeing Zhang Xiaojun calling to him, Weidong felt a twinge of discomfort, knowing that the matter of the ration coupons must remain confidential, even from his parents. Although Zhang Xiaojun was a childhood friend and unlikely to betray him, the magnitude of the sum warranted discretion. Only the dead could truly keep secrets. Any slip of the tongue could lead to unforeseen troubles. Hey, Donggu, my mother insists I keep busy. Aren't you building a house? Let me come over and see if there's anything I can assist with, Zhang Xiaojun said, scratching his head in a naive manner. He understood his mother meant well, but could not reveal his thoughts. Weidong felt somewhat exasperated and replied, "The foundation has already been dug. With the sun shining brightly these days, I thought I might venture into the mountains to forage for herbs and perhaps catch a few rabbits to enhance our meals. We've been working tirelessly at home, and my parents are reluctant to indulge in the meat we've purchased. I'll help you then," Zhang Xiaojun declared eagerly. "All right, follow me." Weidong conceded, unable to refuse Zhang Xiaojun's enthusiastic offer. The two, each with their own motives, ventured into the mountains. Fortunately, as the farming season had just begun, they did not encounter anyone familiar. Once they entered the mountains, Weidong navigated by memory, recalling the location of the 3-pronged tree. Along the way, He casually unearthed a few roots of buplurum. Donggu, are you looking for buplurum? He asked. It would be delightful to use it for soup. Weidong replied nonchalantly. I'll search for some too. As they approached the familiar tree, Weidong noted the distance was not far, and upon rounding a hill, he halted and instructed, Xiao Xiao, take this cage and set traps nearby. I'll check another hill, and we'll regroup shortly. Okay, Xiao Xiao replied, and Weidong proceeded toward the other hill. Glancing back several times, he noticed Xiao Xiao had not followed. He diligently placed a few traps in areas where rabbits were likely to appear before turning toward the three-pronged tree. Recalling the boastful tales of Chun Liu's from years past about this very spot, after approximately half an hour of searching, Weidong finally discovered a rabbit burrow concealed within a thicket. The entrance had been blocked by rubble. After clearing it with his hoe, he uncovered a military green package wrapped in plastic. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it filled with ration coupons from various regions, alongside 2 gold bars and several silver coins. This unexpected bounty took him by surprise. He had not anticipated that Chun Liu's had concealed the truth all those years ago. No wonder the ration coupons had become obsolete upon his release. There were indeed hidden treasures within. Now that Chun Liu's was imprisoned, the spoils were his. He hurriedly secured the items in his backpack, just as he heard Zhang Xiaojun calling his name, startling him and igniting a pang of guilt akin to that of a thief. He responded and dashed out. After walking approximately 100 meters, they encountered Zhang Xiaojun, who was drenched in sweat. Donggu, where have you been? Have you set the traps? Yes, I've set a few. Let us head over to that sunny spot and search for more. Then we can check on our traps later. To avoid arousing Zhang Xiaojun's suspicions, Weidong insisted on continuing to gather herbs. Donggu, it must be tiring for you to carry that. Allow me to take it for you. No need. I can manage on my own. You should rest for a while. He was reluctant to let Zhang Xiaojun carry the basket. If he stumbled and the contents were revealed, it would lead to complications. After declining several times, Weidong finally kept the basket, and Zhang Xiaojun accepted this. The two were fortunate and managed to unearth a significant amount of buplurum root. Donggu, do you think we can sell this buplurum for a good price in the mountains? Chapter 31. Harvest and the display of new skills. I have managed to gather a few items. In a few days, I plan to visit the county's traditional Chinese medicine hospital to explore potential avenues. If I can manage to sell these, it may yield a substantial sum for me. Weidong had indeed harbored such thoughts previously. One must utilize the resources at hand, relying on the mountains for sustenance or the waters for nourishment. However, in my village, which is not situated near the coast, there are no opportunities for fishing. A farmer's life is one of toil in the fields, and with such circumstances, it is only prudent to make the most of them. At present, the most pressing issue is transportation to the county seat. Relying on a manual cart would be an arduous task. The only tractor available is an old relic left by the former production team. Although it belongs to the village now, gaining access to it poses significant challenges, particularly due to my strained relationship with the village chief. This discord stems from a time when my father, serving as the village accountant, dismissed his suggestions. Subsequently, Ho Guifan and Li Yuxia caused a commotion at our home, providing the village chief, He Chongqing, with an opportunity to trouble us. I had rebuffed him at that time, which only intensified his animosity towards my family, particularly towards my brother, He Weiliang. Thus, procuring the tractor has become exceedingly difficult. This predicament regarding the transportation of the Chaihu for sale is primarily where the bottleneck lies. Unless I can find a village chief with whom I share a more amicable rapport, I am at an impasse. At this moment, He Weidong is beset by these concerns. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xiaojun, who is preoccupied with dreams of fortune, remains oblivious to the subtle changes in He Weidong's expression. He is animatedly discussing future prospects with enthusiasm. When He Weidong does not respond, Zhang Xiaojun turns to him, puzzled. Donggu, why are you silent? Is it true that no one wants this? It is not a matter of desire. Rather, it is our transportation issue. Relying solely on our own legs to reach the county is quite a distance, and it would be exhausting. The village chief is unlikely to lend us the tractor. Upon hearing He Weidong voice his concerns, Zhang Xiaojun feels a surge of frustration. Does he not realize he is obstructing Zhang Xiaojuan's path to wealth? Why would he refuse? We can offer payment. Besides, the tractor is meant for the entire village, not just his family. If he refuses, we can approach the village secretary. I refuse to believe my uncle will not lend it to us. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Weidong had been so preoccupied with replacing the village chief that he forgot about Zhang Xiaojuan's connection to the village secretary. The village secretary is, after all, the highest authority in the village. Although the village chief manages day-to-day affairs, if he were to obstruct the common good, the villagers would surely not acquiesce to his demands. With this realization, Weidong's spirits lift somewhat. Yet, he resolves to acquire production tools promptly, as this is the path to his prosperity. The village chief must ultimately be replaced. The upcoming election next year presents a critical opportunity. If he remains in power, his family will undoubtedly hinder Weidong's endeavors. Securing a vehicle of his own is essential. For now, however, he must proceed with caution. The two men excavated a bit and ventured to a location for setting traps, where they indeed succeeded in capturing 2 rabbits. It is still Weidong who has set the trap. Zhang Xiaoxiao has unexpectedly missed his opportunity, leaving him in a state of great vexation. Take this rabbit back with you, Weidong said, picking up a rabbit upon seeing the dejected Zhang Xiaojun. Brother Dong, I cannot accept this. It is all you're doing. Zhang Xiaojun declined. Weidong's expression darkened. What nonsense are you talking? We are brothers. You came along with me. How can I let you return empty-handed? Besides, this rabbit is quite large and will suffice for your family. Hurry, take it. You will need to rely on me for borrowing a vehicle from the village in the future. Do you not wish to assist your brother in this matter? Seeing Weidong's anger, Zhang Xiaojun scratched his head and assured him there will be no problem. He accepted the rabbit, and the two returned home joyfully. On their way back to the village, they encountered several villagers who greeted them. Dongzi, Xiao Xiao, have you gone to the mountains to catch rabbits and dug up quite a bit of buplurum? Is someone your family unwell? Yes, indeed, Weidong replied casually, not wishing to reveal that he intended to sell the buplurum. After passing through several groups of people, they successfully arrived home. Upon reaching their abode, they found that their family had not yet returned, likely taking advantage of the cool weather to accomplish more work. In his room, Weidong stashed away the grain tickets, silver coins, and gold bars he had acquired. This room, in fact, served as a storage space, filled with the family's unused tools and various odds and ends. It was seldom visited, not even by his parents or the younger siblings, making it a safe place for concealment. Once hidden away, he took a knife, slung the buplurum over his shoulder, and went to the riverside to dress the rabbit and clean the buplurum. The air was warm, with a gentle breeze perfect for drying. Just as he was finishing up, his family returned. Mom and Dad, you're back. I went to the mountains to dig up some buplurum, and I caught a rabbit. Tonight, we shall enjoy a better meal. After all, the family has been exhausted from digging foundations and filling in soil. He greeted his parents and siblings, noting that even his younger sister had been laboring in the fields today, her cheeks flushed with warmth. This rabbit smells so earthy. How can we eat it? Not to worry, we can eliminate the gamey scent. I'll prepare a signature dish using the rabbit's head, Weidong replied earnestly. As he father set down his hoe, he remarked, when did you learn to cook? It's just something I've been experimenting with. You've all worked hard today, just wait. For this rabbit, a red braised dish will suffice. Brother, I'll help you. Great. Please help me wash the rice. We shall have rice for dinner. Delighted by his younger sister's eagerness to assist, Weidong encouraged her. He followed his instructions, washing the rice for cooking. He gathered scallions, ginger, and garlic to blanch the rabbit and remove its gamey taste. As Ute finished washing the rice, she helped Weidong kindle the fire. Brother, how is it that you suddenly know so much? Yu inquired curiously, for during this period, Weidong had left a significant impression on her. For what she had gleaned from books, she was reminded to study diligently, for she aspired to attend university in the future. Weidong deftly shifted the topic. Brother, do you truly agree to my attending school? Indeed, do you think I jest? I'm not yet married and possess the means to support your education. As long as you apply yourself diligently, I shall provide for you, Weidong stated with utmost seriousness. But what about our parents? Do not fret about them. I have my brother and sister-in-law. I shall bear the expenses for your education. Moreover, I have invested significantly in constructing our home. Once it is completed, we shall separate our households. So why concern ourselves with such matters? Brother, thank you. I will surely strive to gain admission to university. Yes, when the time comes, I shall join you in the pursuit of higher education, for venturing beyond this small mountain village is far more enriching. The world outside is truly magnificent. Do you not understand? Chapter 32. Heart to heart. A new turmoil, brother. How do you know so much? You gaze at her third brother with sparkling eyes. Weidong could not reveal that he had been reborn, having experienced the beauty of life beyond. He could only say, I have gleaned knowledge from books. Words cannot express everything. One must see and experience for oneself to truly understand. Do not overthink or burden yourself too much. As long as you wish to learn, I will assist you. Haunted by the bitterness of having once led his younger sister astray in his past life, Weidong felt a profound ache within. Having returned to this world, he sought not only vengeance, but also to repay his family, especially those who had sacrificed so much for him. All right, brother. I promise I will repay you well, he said, deeply moved. In her school days, she had foreseen her future, completely severing ties with the institution. She anticipated spending a few years working on the farm before marrying, ultimately leading a life that mirrored her mother's. The words of her third brother rekindled a spark in her eyes. What are you two so happy about? Their mother entered the room. Just a little chat, mother. Please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. Weidong swiftly changed the subject. His mother was a rural woman with little formal education. Speaking too much would only confuse her and add to her stress. Dongzi, when did you learn to cook? This is far better than what I make, she remarked, noticing that her youngest son wished to steer clear of troubling topics. While she recognized her daughter's academic prowess, villagers often remarked that a girl's education was of little value, suggesting she should return home to work and lessen the family's burden. Although she felt a twinge of resentment when her daughter returned from school, she understood that the household was not hers to command. I learned from books and then practiced. It's not as complicated as it seems, Weidong replied with a smile. Hearing her son's words, their mother felt a pang of sorrow. Wishing he had applied his intellect to studies earlier, perhaps he could have attained a university education. In these times, attending college was a monumental achievement in the town. She probably sensed that her mother hoped he would attend university and bring honor to the family. Weidong silently vowed to work diligently and secure a place at a prestigious institution. At last, the meal was ready, and amidst the eager anticipation of the children, the dishes were served. The family gathered around the table, joyfully enjoying their feast. The younger ones clamored for their third uncle to cook again in the future. His father cleared his throat and interjected, Should we have your third uncle cooking every day? Is that what a man ought to do? Shouldn't he be earning a living and supporting a family? The children lowered their heads in embarrassment at his words. The eldest and second brothers fell silent as well. After all, their father was correct. The family was in need, and the majority of the financial burden fell on Weidong. When one considered it, they felt indebted to their younger brother. They had already married and started families, while Dongzi had yet to do so. The father still needs to attend to his affairs. When the opportunity arises, I shall prepare a meal for you. After you have dined well, go wash up and rest. Observing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Weidong chuckled. After the meal concluded, Weidong swiftly immersed himself in his tasks. His elder brother, second brother, and younger sister all came to assist. With so many hands working together, the pace quickened considerably. If only we had a refrigerator at home. Otherwise, buying meat daily is quite a hassle, Weidong lamented. I've heard that only large factories have such things, and they're rather expensive. How could we afford it? Weihua interjected. Take your time, milk will come, and bread will come. If you all follow me and diligently learn this craft, it will serve you well in earning a living in the future. For us. But what about you? I have discovered another path to prosperity. In a few days, you will understand. There is no need to worry about funds for building a house. Weidong replied. Dongzi, we ought to be the elder brothers, yet lacking in ability, we have allowed our family's life to reach this state, requiring assistance from you. Our unmarried younger brother. I truly apologize, the second brother, Weipeng, said somewhat sheepishly. The younger sister, Yu, quietly worked nearby, remaining silent. Second brother, what are you saying? Am I not a part of this family? As long as you heed my guidance and follow my plan, everything will improve. After the elder brother and second brother expressed their agreement, silence enveloped the atmosphere. They were, of course, unaware of Weidong's methods for making money and did not know that he had procured gold bars, silver coins, and 200,000 food coupons. This was an enterprise that required no investment at all. Weidong, utilizing the memories from his rebirth, began to lay out his strategies for wealth accumulation. Arrangements had been made for the family. As long as they followed his lead and refrained from causing any disturbances, they would undoubtedly prosper. In these times, everyone spoke of becoming a 10,000 yuan household. If they merely complied, achieving such a status would not be a problem. The following morning, Weidong set out with Zhang Xiaoxiao to sell skewers in the town. Approaching noon, many workers from the factory emerged. Business was improving for Weidong. Boss, this meat is a bit too rich. A bottle of cold beer would be perfect, one patron remarked. Hearing this, Weidong felt tempted to respond. You certainly know how to enjoy yourselves. In the future, when you indulge in barbecues, beer will be a standard accompaniment. However, we currently lack the means. In this scorching weather, where could I procure cold beer for you? We barely have enough electricity, and power outages are frequent. Aside from the meat processing plant, even the supply and marketing cooperative lacks refrigerated cases. Meeting such conditions is quite challenging. However, perhaps we could concoct some sour plum soup. That would be delightful as a refreshing drink. Weidong assured them that this issue would be resolved in due time. By afternoon, even the cicadas in the trees ceased their calls from the heat. The two felt a bit drowsy when they heard a commotion nearby. Donggu, it's bad news. Those rascals are back, Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, tapping Weidong's arm. He raised his head and was taken aback to find the scar-faced ruffians had returned. After a period of seeming restraint, they could no longer endure the tedium and had come to trouble him once more. This posed a significant threat. He instructed Xiao to take up a stick. Should these individuals choose to act irrationally and engage in physical confrontation, Weidong would not hesitate to respond with force. These thugs were akin to maggots, utterly repugnant. If they were not subdued, they would incessantly seek to create chaos in his life. Even in his absence, they could harass his family, jeopardizing his business endeavors and severely disrupting his plans for financial prosperity. You caused me to spend a few days inside. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I will wreck your stall and ruin your business, the scar-faced man declared menacingly. Demanding money outright was akin to robbery, punishable by imprisonment if caught. However, the matter of compensation was more manageable. What was happening? Suddenly, the sound of tires screeching against the asphalt pierced the air, accompanied by a resounding voice emanating from within the vehicle. Chapter 33 Farewell to Scar and the threat upon hearing that voice. Scar and his accomplices, who sought to intimidate Weidong, were startled into halting their steps, for the voice was all too familiar. It belonged to the individual who had issued orders during their previous confinement. Director Luo, what brings you here? Scar inquired, attempting to ingratiate himself as he gazed at the person who had exited the vehicle. The individual was none other than Luo Ming, the director responsible for addressing Scar's prior transgressions against Weidong. What are you doing here? Planning to extort someone again? Luo Ming admonished Scar sharply. If you continue to cause disturbances, I will have all of you arrested. Terrified, Scar quickly responded, Director Luo, you misunderstand. After your last admonition, I have deeply reflected on my errors. I am here today to apologize to this young man. He gestured toward Weidong and Zhang Xiaojun, his eyes betraying a hint of menace. The implication was clear. Speak properly, or if my reprimand comes as a result of your words, you will regret it once the director leaves. Though they appeared as timid as mice before a cat at that moment, once Luo Ming departed, Scar and his cohorts would undoubtedly regain their bravado and seek trouble with Weidong. Fed up with these persistent nuisances, Weidong understood that even if he reported them, Scar and his ilk would not face significant consequences, at most a reprimand. They would return to harass him again. In dealing with such individuals, one might consider a more decisive approach, perhaps ensuring that their transgressions warranted severe penalties, leading to a long-term imprisonment. While Scar had family, Weidong's primary concern was for his own loved ones. Since his rebirth, he yearned to mend ties with his family and settle scores with enemies. At that moment, he refrained from speaking out, for Scar had yet to commit any egregious offense. Currently, he was guilty of minor infractions, and to resolve this predicament once and for all, Weidong knew he must eradicate the threat entirely. After Scar's incarceration, his ragtag group would be of little concern. Get lost. If I see you causing trouble here again or bothering others, you shall witness how I deal with you. Yes, I fully recognize my errors. And I will leave at once, Scar replied, a sycophantic demeanor evident as he departed with his subordinates. As they left, he made a slicing gesture across his throat, the threat unmistakable. A barking dog does not bite. Having already established enmity, Weidong began contemplating methods to deal with them. He earnestly hoped these individuals would refrain from making mistakes. In these times, money could resolve 99 of issues. If it could not, it merely indicated a lack of sufficient funds, which could be remedied by increasing expenditure. Of course, he would never engage in illegal activities, such as hiring someone to commit murder. Having been granted the rare opportunity of rebirth to seek vengeance and repay his family, he could not allow a mere pest's impulsiveness to ruin everything. In the realm of business, one inevitably encounters various individuals and circumstances. Such occurrences are, after all, rather commonplace. However, engaging in underhanded dealings during the initial stages is somewhat necessary. In the early phases of capital accumulation, is there anyone whose hands are entirely clean? Each venture tends to bear a hint of bloodshed. Otherwise, who could aspire to greatness and strength? Once the scars fade and the troublesome individuals depart, Luo Ming instructed someone to unload the items from the vehicle. He handed them to Weidong, expressing profound gratitude. Dear brother, I cannot thank you enough. Your timely warning not only enabled me to apprehend the ruthless criminal, but also ensured my survival. Had it not been for you, I might not be here today. I would have joined my fallen comrades in the grave. He continued, I merely spoke a thought, believing you to be a good man, one who would continue to capture more offenders. I did not wish for such a commendable leader as yourself to meet an untimely end. Weidong humbly declined the gifts offered by Luo Ming, understanding that Luo Ming's father held a more prominent position. The favor they owed him was far more valuable than the gifts at hand. It was not merely a matter of calculation. To expedite one's development sometimes requires minor schemes that do not harm others' interests. Being excessively upright can be detrimental to oneself. Having witnessed the artifice of those around him, he understood that without some cunning, one could hardly prosper. I owe you an immeasurable debt of gratitude. These gifts cannot adequately convey our appreciation. The county's chief of criminal investigation, Lu Jun, has also expressed a desire to treat you to a meal. Alas, I am too preoccupied at the moment. With my recent promotion and transfer to the county, I must acknowledge that your assistance has been instrumental in my success. I will speak to the new director about keeping an eye on that scarred individual, for I know he is no good. If only we had uncovered Chun Liuji's crimes before he was incarcerated, countless citizens would have been spared his malice. Regrettably, I lacked the opportunity to deal with him. As a leader, Luo Ming recognized that the debt he owed was of far greater significance to Weidong, a common man, than the gifts he had presented. Rest assured, I shall not engage in any unlawful activities. I am grateful for your aid. Without you, rest assured, my leader, I shall be there shortly. Enough said. I must take my leave as time is of the essence. Do remember to seek me out upon your arrival in the county. Very well. After Luo Ming and the others departed, Xiao Xiao gazed at the assortment of gifts in astonishment and inquired, Dongge, he is a leader. How could he possibly express gratitude for your act of salvation? Enough of such inquiries. It is unwise to pry too deeply. I merely uttered a casual remark and lent him assistance. Let's tidy up and venture forth to procure some items for home. Oh, the two tidied their belongings and headed to the meat processing plant to purchase some meat, preparing to return home, when a familiar voice echoed around the corner. Step aside. I am heading home. I have a boyfriend now and will not befriend you. Chapter 34. A calculated move. Come on, give me some face. How about I take you out for lamb skewers? A lewd voice echoed, one that was all too familiar to Weidong. The owner of this voice, the scarred man, had caused him trouble on 2 previous occasions, and the very sound of it filled Weidong with loathing. The woman speaking was Sun Yuewei, and Weidong was perplexed as to how she had come to be in town. He had recently taken her mother to the hospital for treatment, and upon returning, they had only exchanged hurried words. He had been too busy to visit her properly. Today, however, his fiancée, was in distress, which was utterly intolerable. To provoke another man's wife in front of a hot-blooded young man was tantamount to courting death. Donggu, it seems someone is harassing a woman ahead. Should we report it to the police? Zhang Xiaojun inquired. When he turned to look at Weidong, he noticed that at some point, he had grasped a wooden stick in his hand. The veins on the back of his hand were prominent, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Xiaojun, you must call the police immediately and report that someone is blocking the road, robbing women, and attempting rape. I will go to the rescue, Weidong instructed swiftly. Zhang Xiaojun was puzzled by Weidong's urgency. He recalled his mother's advice to heed Dongzi's words. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the police station, moving like the wind. Meanwhile, Weidong charged forward, wielding the wooden stick. Rapist, release that innocent girl. At this moment, Sun Yuewei, feeling utterly helpless, had tears welling in her eyes, like delicate pearls escaping. The scarred man, accompanied by 3 lackeys, was startled by Weidong's sudden outcry. Upon realizing it was Weidong, he felt an intense rage, wishing he could slap the boy into silence for ruining his plans. The purpose of Weidong's call was evident: to solidify the scarred man's culpability, trusting that Sun Yuewei would believe him and play along with the act, ensuring the scarred man would face justice. Those nearby would certainly overhear the accusation. When the police arrived and inquired, it was only natural that the witnesses would recount what they had heard, thus solidifying the scarred man's guilt. You're courting death, the scarred man hissed as he pulled out a knife to threaten Weidong. Hurry and call the police. This thug has a knife. As Weidong shouted, he swung the wooden stick at the scarred man. Sun Yuewei, paralyzed with fear, stood frozen in place. The scarred man's 2 lackeys brandished their own sticks, aiming for Weidong. In a calculated move to ensnare the scarred man, Weidong deliberately exposed himself, allowing the knife to graze his left arm. The wound was not severe, but it bled, escalating the severity of the charges. In the midst of the scuffle, Weidong continued to shout, "Run! This rapist is armed with a knife. He intends to kill." At that moment, the scarred man was left in a state of bewilderment. He merely intended to wield a knife to intimidate Weidong. Yet who could have anticipated that he would end up injuring himself? This situation is perplexing. Once he resorted to violence, he harbored no intention of allowing Weidong to survive. Hearing footsteps approaching, Weidong acted swiftly. After repelling 2 of Scar's lackeys with a wooden stick in his hand, he transformed it into a weapon, thrusting it forcefully into Scar's ribs. Unsurprisingly, one of Scar's ribs fractured. Seizing the opportunity, Weidong grasped Scar's wrist, the one holding the knife, and delicately made a shallow cut across his own left chest. His shirt tore, revealing a trickle of blood. He then thrust the stick between Scar's legs, followed by a powerful kick to Scar's left side. With all his strength, Weidong could audibly hear the sound of Scar's bones breaking. "You dare to betray me?" Scar, witnessing Weidong cutting himself, even if he were a mere pig, would comprehend the implications of this act. The animosity he felt towards Weidong was immense. The prospect of escape was now utterly futile. He realized that he had effectively condemned himself with 2 charges, one of assault and the other of murder. What could he possibly do now? He was doomed. The thought of taking Weidong with him was impossible. Lying on the ground, he lamented helplessly. Weidong, hearing the commotion of people approaching, 2 collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, "Grab them, quickly call the police, this young man is injured." A middle-aged man, wielding a carrying pole, was the first to rush over. Startled by Weidong's injuries, Sun Yuewei, initially stunned, upon seeing Weidong wounded, cried even louder. She hurried over to embrace him. "What happened?" "I'll take you to the hospital." "Young man, are you all right?" asked others who arrived shortly after with concern. Weidong forced a grim smile, deliberately smearing the blood from his arm onto his chest, and sorrowfully declared, "Uncle, it's fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise..." I would have been killed by this would-be murderer and rapist. Please call the police and send him to jail. You will all have done your duty. Oh, young man, let's get you to the hospital, the concerned uncle urged. No need, I can manage myself. It is more pressing to apprehend these villains. Though he said this, the incapacitated Scar and his companions could hardly rise. Hearing Weidong's words, they felt utterly wronged and yearned to defend themselves. However, upon witnessing Weidong's injuries and the girl's sorrowful cries, coupled with Weidong's earlier proclamations, how could anyone believe their words? Any attempt to speak further would only result in a kick. At that moment, they desperately hoped that the police would arrive to rescue them from their plight. Scar wished fervently to tear Weidong to shreds. Sun Yue's pitiful sobs evoked sympathy from the onlookers, lamenting the plight of a young girl so mistreated by a villain. Who would extend sympathy to such a criminal? One who, having failed to assault, resorted to murder. Such actions were truly abhorrent. Foolish one, I am perfectly fine. Cease your tears. Shortly, do as I instruct. Have you heard? While others were preoccupied with dealing with the scarred man, Weidong staggered to his feet and pulled Sun Yue aside, whispering softly in her ear. However, before Sun Yue could finish her words, Weidong interrupted her. Foolish one, I am aware of the particulars. I shall marry you. Do not fret about remaining unmarried. We are women of the new era. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. If he survives, he will undoubtedly seek you out, and perhaps even harm your mother, or threaten my family. Is this the outcome you wish to witness? Weidong, with a blend of intimidation and reassurance, prompted Sun Yue to nod vigorously. She was deeply concerned for her mother's safety and, equally, for Weidong's well-being. Her cheeks flushed not only from embarrassment, but also from the declaration of marriage he had made. Where are the criminals? Hurry, apprehend them. Just as Weidong was advising Sun Yue, a vehicle sped rapidly towards them. Chapter 35. The Scar of Fear and the Purchase of Clothes Suddenly. Several uniformed officers rushed out of the vehicle. Among them was Zhang Xiaojun, whom Weidong had directed to report the incident. He pointed to the group of individuals surrounded by local citizens, exclaiming, "Leader, these are the culprits attempting to assault women and even threaten violence. We must ensure they are apprehended. This is my friend, and the girl they victimized hails from our neighboring village. Please, take them all into custody and bring them back." The commanding officer spoke sternly, while Weidong managed a grim smile, stating, "Leader, you have arrived just in time. Not only did these individuals attempt to commit heinous acts against women, but they also plotted to silence me. Just look at the wounds they inflicted." The team leader was none other than Zhang Ming, who had previously crossed paths with Weidong during his tenure with former chief Luo Ming. He is lying. This boy is malevolent and is falsely accusing me. Scar, filled with dread, realized that these accusations could lead to his demise. Angrily, he attempted to defend himself. "Silence." One of the officers restraining Scar shouted, startling him, as he feared the boy might try to flee. A swift blow to his midsection left him doubled over, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "Leader, save me. I nearly lost my life at their hands. But fortunately, I encountered familiar faces," Sun Yue lamented, recalling Weidong's earlier warning. Observing her torn clothing, Zhang Ming confirmed that Weidong's claims were valid. The young lady was not misleading in her accusations against Scar. The surrounding citizens, filled with righteous indignation, urged, "Leader, please expedite the arrest of these scourges and ensure they face justice. Their actions are utterly reprehensible. The knife found on the ground clearly belongs to one of them. Indeed, I witnessed it myself. Look at the wounds this young man sustained," another citizen chimed in. "Such miscreants deserve nothing less than capital punishment." The fervent declarations from the concerned citizens echoed with palpable outrage. Scar, desperate to justify himself, dared not utter a word, for he understood that both the citizens and the officers were not to be trifled with. Any attempt at argument could result in dire consequences. Yet in his youth, he remained foolishly envious of Weidong's lucrative barbecue stall. Strapped for cash, he had considered extorting a small fortune from him. He could not comprehend how he had become ensnared in such a predicament. The alcohol he had consumed previously now transformed into cold sweat as trepidation gripped his heart. "You all will accompany me to provide statements. I appreciate your cooperation," the officer stated. It is no trouble at all. It is our duty, replied one of the citizens. Leader, may I inquire if there are any rewards for our bravery? The middle-aged man who had arrived first asked. Zhang Ming was taken aback by the sudden shift in sentiment. Just moments ago, they had asserted that it was their obligation. Now, they were seeking compensation. Clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, he pondered that should this be formally recognized, there could indeed be financial rewards. Very well, we know the way. We shall proceed at once, the citizens declared in unison, eager to fulfill their civic duty. Let us go. I shall drive you to the hospital, Zhang Ming said. Approaching, he Weidong. I am not gravely injured. We should first complete the report. My fellow townsman has been quite shaken. If I do not accompany her, she may feel frightened. Having watched numerous melodramatic love stories, he Weidong understood that at this moment, Sun Yuewei was filled with anxiety and helplessness. This was an opportune moment to deepen their bond and penetrate her heart. It would be wise to appear somewhat pitiful, instilling a sense of guilt within her. Only then would her feelings for him intensify, devoid of the notion that he was compelling her to marry him simply because he had saved her mother. In television dramas, this scenario often unfolded as a heroic rescue, albeit a rather cliché one. Yet it proved effective, especially for a naive young woman like her. Shall I accompany you to the hospital? Sun Yuewei whispered, tugging at He Weidong's sleeve. No, let us first complete the report. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhang Ming was already waiting. After assisting Sun Yuewei in finishing her statement, as they were about to leave, He Weidong recalled something and sat down to continue. Sir, I have one more matter to mention that I forgot. The officer taking the report looked at He Weidong in surprise. Proceed. The individual involved in today's incident had previously extorted money from me on 2 occasions. Once, someone reported it, and Captain Zhang Ming handled the situation. The other time was earlier this morning when I encountered Director Luo Ming. I fear that upon his return, he may fabricate stories, claiming I harbor animosity towards him and intentionally set him up, suggesting that I feigned injury. He Weidong spoke with utmost seriousness. That is quite reckless. I had no idea such events transpired. We have examined your injuries, and they are indeed genuine. Were it not for the fact that this fellow had been drinking, you might have faced serious trouble. Rest assured, we will document everything thoroughly, the officer replied angrily, slamming his hand on the desk. Sir, that reassures me greatly. I have matters at home to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Do not worry. We will ensure your reward is duly noted. Capturing such a villain as Scarface is a testament to the diligence of this precinct. Your contribution will not be forgotten, the officer assured him. After expressing his gratitude, He Weidong exited the police station. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Zhang Xiaojun, who had been waiting. Brother Dong, you are out. Shall we head to the hospital? A simple bandage will suffice. Let us not speak of today as incident indiscriminately. He Weidong glanced at Sun Yuewei beside him and cautioned Zhang Xiaojun. Understood, Brother Dong. Sun Yuewei, her neck flushed, dared not meet He Weidong's gaze. She felt indebted to him for saving not only her mother, but also her life. Who could have anticipated that a trip to town for medicine would lead to such a harrowing experience? She had been terrified when that thug had harassed her, and then He Weidong appeared like a hero descending from the clouds, rescuing her. As she pondered the prospect of marrying such a man, she wondered if he would disdain her humble background. Silently, she followed He Weidong and Zhang Xiaojun. Upon reaching the hospital, she received a simple bandage. Let us proceed to purchase 2 outfits. Upon our return, your family will certainly take notice. He Weidong cast a glance at Sun Yuewei's attire, which he had deliberately torn, thereby solidifying the accusation of her having a scar. He wished for this young man to meet his demise. Otherwise, he would continually trouble him in the town, jeopardizing his business. There exists a notion of 1,000 days of thievery. How could one expect to fend off thieves every day? Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, they first ventured into the women's clothing section. Your attire is tattered. Let me acquire 2 outfits for you. Take a look and see which ones suit you. No, I cannot accept that. You have already done so much for me. How could I allow you to spend more? Sun Yuewei exclaimed, alarmed, as she hastily waved her hands in refusal. Young lady, is this your boyfriend? If he wishes to buy you clothes, why would you decline? Chapter 36. Divine Assistance. Intensifying affections, a few aunts who came to shop overheard Sun Yue's words and began to gently persuade her, their enthusiasm evident as they reddened her cheeks. Although she was not yet Weidong's girlfriend and owed him a considerable sum of money, she felt embarrassed to have him spend on her clothing after he had just rescued her from danger. She intended to explain her feelings, yet the words stuck in her throat, rendering her face even more crimson. The surrounding aunts grew increasingly animated. "Young man, your girlfriend is too shy. Do not hesitate to spend money. This dress would look splendid on her," one exclaimed. Another chimed in, "Indeed, dear girl, at your age, this attire is most suitable. Even we, in our elder years, wish to purchase a couple for ourselves." Seizing the opportunity, Weidong added, "You see, ladies, they all believe this dress suits you perfectly. Do buy it. It won't cost much." He gestured to the sales assistant to fetch 2 dresses for Sun Yue to try on. Upon donning the garments, she was pleasantly surprised by how they transformed her appearance. The curious aunts, witnessing her delight, clamored to buy similar dresses for the young women in their families, lamenting the absence of their daughters who could not try them on. "What is the price?" Weidong inquired, disregarding Sun Yue's protests. "A total of 30 yuan, the sales assistant replied. He promptly paid and took her arm, leading her away. Although she initially resisted, her strength was no match for his. Fearing to upset him, she did not show her reluctance and allowed him to guide her. Her face was aflame, and being held by him made her acutely aware of the gossip that might arise if she did not marry him. As they walked, she scrutinized Weidong's profile, finding him strikingly handsome and resolute, embodying her ideals of masculinity. He treated her and her mother with great kindness, and even without marriage, he was willing to buy her gifts. Marrying him seemed a promising prospect. Weidong's motivations for buying her gifts were clear. He sought to deepen her affection and loyalty. Once he located her biological mother, it would undoubtedly yield significant advantages for him. He understood that if he did not capture her heart fully, she might slip away in the future, a risk he could not afford to take in this era, where love was less tangible than in later times. After purchasing some nutritional supplements, they exited the supply store, and Sun Yue's blush had not faded. As they stepped outside, she called to Zhang Xiao, who had been waiting, and they began their journey back to the village. Along the way, Sun Yue quietly expressed her gratitude to Weidong. "There's no need for formalities. As Dong Ji's wife, assisting you is akin to aiding him. Besides, I haven't done much, merely reported the incident to the police. The real hero is Dong Gu, who has sustained injuries," Zhang Xiaojun remarked, scratching his head awkwardly in response to Sun Yue's gratitude. Sun Yue felt a deep flush of embarrassment wash over her. She felt immensely guilty for having been out today and inadvertently causing Weidong's injury. Noticing her discomfort, Weidong feigned anger and chided, Xiao. "What nonsense are you talking about? Did our teacher not instruct us to act bravely in the face of injustice? Regardless of who it is, if we encounter someone in need, we will undoubtedly lend a hand." He felt a sense of satisfaction that Xiao's words would enhance Sun Yue's impression of him. The more ashamed Sun Yue became, the more it would benefit him. Even if her biological parents were to come looking for her in the future, she would surely not abandon him. "I'm sorry," Sun Yue said, unsure of how to express her feelings and only able to apologize. "You've already said that," Weidong replied. "Did I not just mention that even if it were someone else, we would still help?" He did not voice his subsequent thoughts. He held a grudge against the scar-faced man who constantly troubled him. Otherwise, today he would have merely taken the opportunity to teach him a lesson, perhaps sending him to prison for a few years. He would not allow himself to be injured and exacerbate the man's crimes. He intended to eliminate him entirely to avoid future troubles that could severely impact his livelihood. "You are the one Dong Gu has chosen as his wife. You should marry him soon and bear a chubby little boy. Then you won't feel so guilty," Zhang Xiaojun chimed in unexpectedly. This remark caused Sun Yue's face to redden even more. Weidong nearly stumbled in surprise and coughed a few times, pretending to be angry as he scolded Zhang Xiaojun. He quickly turned to Sun Yue and said, "Pay no mind to this fool. I have no intention of pressuring you for gratitude. We live in an age of free love. Do not overthink it." This explanation, rather than alleviating her feelings, only deepened Sun Yue's sadness. The thought of marrying him stirred a slight sense of resistance within her. Her mother's illness loomed large, and she feared she could not care for her if she were married. But did Weidong's words imply that he looked down on her? What kind of girl did he truly favor? Although she had heard of leeched, who was purportedly more beautiful than herself, did he still harbor feelings for that woman? At that moment, she felt a wave of grievance. She perceived herself as a burden, believing she had caused him harm. Tears welled in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall as she walked silently. Weidong, focused on the path ahead, remained oblivious to the profound impact of his words on Sun Yue's thoughts and emotions. Zhang Xiaojun, carefree, diverted the conversation to other topics as they arrived at the fork between the two villages. Weidong said, Xiao, could you assist in bringing the items back to my home? I will first escort her back to the village. All right, Zhang Xiao replied. No need, I've arrived. I can manage on my own, Sun Yue responded, feeling somewhat uneasy. However, Weidong insisted, this won't do. That rascal Liu harbors ill intentions, knowing you have returned. He will undoubtedly seek to trouble you. I shall accompany you. Just as Sun Yue was about to speak, Weidong interrupted her. Enough, it has been decided. Do not refuse. Let us go. I must return shortly, as I have other matters to attend to. Not being in the village, he grasped Sun Yue's arm. What is troubling you? Your demeanor seems off. Are you worried about your mother's illness? After walking a short distance, Weidong noticed a shift in Sun Yue's emotions. Indeed, Sun Yue told a small lie. Weidong, stop right there. Chapter 37. Is he treating you well? Weidong turned around and was met with an unexpected sight. Fate had conspired to bring his adversary before him. The very individual who had called out to him was none other than his former brother-in-law, Li Yuan, the brother of leeched, who had caused him untold distress in his previous life. Beside him stood a portly man, his small eyes narrowed, now gazing intently at Weidong. What is the matter? Weidong replied with a tone laced with disdain, as if Li Yuan were nothing more than a detestable maggot in his eyes. Do you think that just because you don't want my sister, no one else would? Li Yuan retorted, his irritation palpable. This is the son of village chief's son from the neighboring village, my brother-in-law. He introduced the rotund figure beside him, his tone suggesting that he considered himself of greater significance. Intrigued, Weidong pondered why this man had come to flaunt his companion before him, especially in front of Sun Yue. Was this a display of dominance or merely a desperate act? With a light chuckle, he remarked, Oh, congratulations on finding a new brother-in-law. Turning to the portly man, he added, Congratulations, you'll soon be a father. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's heart raced with alarm. What did Weidong mean? Did he truly harbor no feelings for his sister and yet somehow know about her pregnancy? It was a revelation he had only recently become aware of himself. But then, he realized that if he, as her brother, had been oblivious to such news, how could Weidong possibly be aware? Perhaps he still had lingering feelings for his sister and was merely trying to provoke him. However, this line of thought was flawed. That very night, Weidong had explicitly rejected his sister, turning his attention instead to the woman he favored, Sun Yue. Surely, he was simply trying to make a mockery of the situation. He quickly changed his tone. Weidong, my brother-in-law's family is far wealthier than yours. The betrothal gifts you refused to give have been readily accepted by him. With the gifts in hand, I can marry you, Yue. Don't harbor delusions. You should take a good look at yourself. You came here to tell me this? Weidong replied coolly. I wish your sister a joyful marriage and a swift arrival of children. He particularly emphasized the last part, as he noticed that the portly man was also leering at Sun Yue, which stirred discomfort within him. His fiancée, he was not someone they could covet. Kid, you are Weidong? The portly man, prompted by Li Yuan, finally focused his gaze on Weidong. Who could tolerate the thought that the woman he intended to marry had once had feelings for Weidong? A woman's heart, swayed by another, could hardly be a source of joy. I am Weidong. Do we know each other? Step aside, he asserted, pulling Sun Yue closer and gently pushing past the obstructive figure. At present, his strength was not formidable enough. He wished to avoid making enemies unnecessarily. Yet, Li Yuan's deliberate provocation and his covetous gaze upon his betrothed left him feeling decidedly uneasy. Having just avenged Scar, It was essentially announced that this individual was condemned to life imprisonment, if not death. Should this rotund man intentionally seek trouble, I would not hesitate to transform his wedding day into a day of divorce. Li Yuan, still unwilling to concede defeat, had already lost in front of me. With the money earned from his sister's sacrifice, he dared to come and marry. How could this be possible? Upon noticing Weidong's unwillingness to engage in conversation, Li Yuan, infuriated, seized Sun Yue's arm. This shameless woman offered no resistance. Overwhelmed with discomfort, he shouted, Weidong, do you hear me? Release Yue. Who are you? Flaunting your sister's hard-earned money? Do your parents even know? Weidong did not turn back, responding with disdain. After they departed, Li Yuan angrily remarked to the rotund man, Brother-in-law, did you see? This brat looks down on you and refuses to speak. The rotund man squinted, his face taut with indignation. Rest assured, once I marry your sister, I will ensure you win this woman over. My father is well acquainted with their village. Sun Fu, narrowing his eyes, cast a glance at Li Yuan, harboring a sordid thought. If he married Li Yuxia, perhaps Sun Yue could end up with Li Yuan. Who knows, he might still have an opportunity to explore this woman, who seemed quite different from Li Yuxia. Innocent indeed. Oblivious to the rotund man's intentions regarding his chosen one, Li Yuan, like a fool, expressed his gratitude and excitement, saying, Brother-in-law, rest assured, once my sister finishes work tonight, I will send her to your home. Sun Fu, having tasted the pleasures of the flesh, was elated. Li Yuxia was indeed a remarkable woman, particularly in bed. He gently patted Li Yuan's shoulder, saying, Little brother, you are quite understanding. Tomorrow, I will gift you my family's bicycle. It must be new for my wedding with your sister. Li Yuxia, unbeknownst to how she had deceived Sun Fu into believing she was still a maiden, was utterly adored. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are far superior to that scoundrel Weidong. Internally, he cursed Sun Fu. This fat fool thinks that just because he gazed at my wife, once he marries my sister, I will ensure he is rendered impotent, preventing him from coveting my wife. My sister says my real brother-in-law comes from a better family. Calling you brother-in-law is merely a recognition of your family's wealth, not you. Naturally, he would not voice these thoughts to Sun Fu, masking his contempt with a hypocritical smile. Meanwhile, after Weidong had escorted Sun Yue home and was about to leave, she called out to him. What is it? Do you have something to say? Weidong asked in surprise. Do you still have feelings for Li Yuxia from your village? Sun Yue inquired. Impossible. I would never like such a woman. If I were to like anyone, it would be someone like you. Weidong began, but did not finish his sentence. The shy Sun Yue turned and fled. Understanding her embarrassment, Weidong called after her, Do not run away. I will come to visit you again. Breathless, Sun Yue hurried home. Her mother inquired, My dear, what troubles you? Mother, I am fine. I have brought back your medicine. Sun Yue deftly shifted the subject. I will prepare the medicine for you now. As a mother herself, she was naturally aware of her daughter's circumstances. This girl, though burdened by misfortune, elicited a pang of regret in her mother. If only I could find you a good family to care for you, I could depart this world in peace, knowing you are well taken care of. She approached her busy daughter with measured steps and asked gently, My dear, does he treat you well? Chapter 38. Provocation. Li Yuan's audacious remarks startled Sun Yue, causing her to drop the items she was holding. Mother, what are you saying? I'm borrowing money for your medical treatment. I've inquired about that young man. He's indeed quite decent. Although his family may be somewhat impoverished, his willingness to lend us money indicates his affection for you. He treats you well. Marrying him could lead to a good life. Mother, I'm still young. My dear, you've reached the age of marriage, especially in our village where weddings occur early. You could lead a good life if you marry him. I can take care of myself now. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Sun Yue quickly replied, Mother, let's talk about this later. I know that Li Yuan likes you, but his family is not well off. Marrying him would certainly bring hardships. His mother is notorious in the vicinity for her fierce temperament. Enough. I will not like him, Sun Yue declared through gritted teeth. Very well, think it over. No one will always be kind to you. This dress you're wearing was gifted by someone else. Wasn't it? Yes, but I didn't want it. He insisted on giving it to me. She refrained from sharing the events of the afternoon, wishing to spare her mother unnecessary worry. I understand, Sun's mother said. Not pressing further, and turned to rest, recognizing her own frail condition. Upon returning home, Weidong encountered the eager Xiao Xiao. "Brother Dong, you're back. Are we starting now? I'll just marinate the meat first, then I'll help with some farm chores. You have plenty to do at home as well. Hurry back. I might as well help you. My family has little land and doesn't tea require my presence. That one tea do. You should contribute a bit. It will lessen the burden on your parents. Go on," Weidong urged, pushing Zhang Xiaojun outside. After greeting his family, they began their labor. As dusk approached, the family returned home. "Dongzi, focus on selling skewers. I'll handle the chores here with your brother," their father remarked during a break. "Father, there's so much work at home. You and mother must be quite tired. Once we can afford a harvester, you won't have to work so hard." Weidong expressed his sentiments. However, he withheld his true feelings, fearing his family might think him mad. In his previous life, he had fallen into the trap set by Li Yuxia, causing his parents and two brothers to suffer. His younger sister had passed away far too young. This pain haunted Weidong throughout his life. He intended to secure a house and divide the family property, compensating for his sister's loss by sending her to school. The funds earned by himself would face no opposition from his family. On his side, he planned to establish a betrothal first, and once the time was right, he would simply collect the marriage certificate. Sun Yuewei was certainly to be his bride. Many matters could not be explicitly stated. Yet, upon his rebirth, Weidong began to meticulously devise his plans. Presently, numerous products in rural areas remained undeveloped, presenting a significant opportunity for profit. The future held the promise of generating hundreds of billions in value annually. Once the opportunity arose, he was determined to seize it, as it would greatly benefit his commercial endeavors. Having completed most of the chores at home, I turned my attention to the medicinal herb Buplurum on the mountain, intending to make a quick profit. If memory serves me right, a significant research project was conducted at the local hospital in my county in a previous life, and the primary individual in charge bore the surname Dong. Once I acquire some wealth, I can accumulate a substantial amount of land in this familiar city. Whether I choose to construct factories or sell it to others, the potential for profit is exceedingly promising, ensuring sustainable development and a lifetime free for financial worries. I would never engage in constructing half-finished buildings that would burden ordinary families. After swiftly finishing my meal, I rushed to set up my money-making stall. My younger sister, having washed the dishes, hurried to assist me. As the night deepened, I noticed the hour growing late, with still some tasks remaining. I urged my sister to wash up and rest early. Days like these passed by, one after another, with Weidong selling barbecues daily. In the blink of an eye, it was already late August, and the rural night had become bustling. It was time to harvest the rice at home, marking a season of abundance. Observing Xiao Xiao earning money alongside Weidong, several others, including a Zheng, approached to seek assistance from him. While harvesting rice at home, Weidong felt the strain in his back and wished for a harvesting machine, though regrettably, the local paddy fields rendered standard machines ineffective. "Dongzi, have you heard? On the third day of next month, Li Yuxia is marrying the chubby fellow from the neighboring village." A Zheng initiated the conversation. "Oh," was Weidong's indifferent response to such topics, leaving a Zheng somewhat disgruntled, as he still had much to say. Yet being young, they did not expect Weidong to engage, and thus let the topic die. A Zheng continued, "You might not know, but the Sun family is quite generous with the betrothal gifts, reportedly offering 800 yuan, along with 3 rounds and 1 sound. The Li family is quite unscrupulous. TSK. That woman is truly fortunate," Xiao Xiao teased. A Zheng shook his head. "Is the village head really so wealthy? I hope ours doesn't have that much money." After stating this, Zheng continued, "Dongzi, do you know? That old woman, Ho Guifan, has been disparaging you around the village, and even claims she intends to arrange a marriage for her son. I heard she has her eye on the widow's daughter from the neighboring Sun family. Let us not forget, Li Yulian's son seems to have an eye for quality." "P.S. dreaming," Xiao Xiao scoffed. Upon hearing this, Weidong felt the veins in his hands throb. Li Yulian was indeed courting disaster by still harboring thoughts of Sun Yuewei. And as for Ho Guifan, she was no better. It was one thing to belittle others while marrying off her daughter, but to covet the woman I admired was audacious. I had intended to confront Li Yuxia's lover in the county and deal with them gradually. Who would have imagined that Li Yuxiao would be so fortunate as to find a suitor? With Hou Guifen's wealth from her daughter's marriage, she sought to satisfy her son's desires by pursuing those she favored. Such schemes would not come to fruition. The money garnered from her daughter's marriage would ensure that on the day of Li Yuxiao's wedding, the Li family would face public humiliation, marking their infamy in front of all the guests. In my previous life, their family had caused me considerable trouble. Much like Li Changgue, do not be deceived by his seemingly simple demeanor. This old rascal has pilfered and appropriated gifts meant for his family. Even more absurdly, he has shown disdain for the monetary offerings provided by Hou Guifen, claiming they were insufficient, and has gone so far as to sell off a considerable amount. When he sought the company of a massage girl and was subsequently discovered, he concocted a tale, accusing her of leading him astray and secretly slipping him money. This instigated Li Yuxia, a woman of dubious reputation, to cause a ruckus at her own company, resulting in a significant loss of face. Throughout his life, he vowed never to allow others to suffer the same disgrace he endured. Yet, tragically, he found himself living a wretched existence. After his rebirth, he began to question the circumstances surrounding his outrageous fatal accident, suspecting that it had been orchestrated by the Li Yuxia family in collusion with her paramour. He would never believe that Li Changgue had no involvement. Even under duress, he would not acquiesce to that notion. He spoke to Weidong, who was still laboring in the fields, candidly revealing his newfound wealth and his mother's intentions to arrange a match with the Sun family, declaring that Sun Yuewei would soon be his bride. With a laugh, he expressed his fear of Weidong retaliating and hastily departed. Chapter 39. Provocation and scheming revenge. Amidst the music broadcasted in the village, Li Yuhan delivered his harsh words and hastily departed. His companions found themselves taken aback by the recent events. The provoked Weidong felt an overwhelming surge of anger. The audacity of that scoundrel was truly excessive. Did that music not originate from his father, He Changqing, deliberately? Dongzi, do you have someone you fancy? What did that scoundrel Li Yuhan mean just now? Ajing inquired. Enough of this. We shall discuss it later. However, Li Yuhan is indeed courting death, Weidong retorted, astonished that the lad dared to provoke him so brazenly. Confronting him directly, it seemed that a few days of restraint would be a fitting response to his vile provocation. The first to follow, Weidong, Xiao Xiao, expressed her frustration vehemently. This fellow is utterly infuriating. He even dares to covet the one you like. Even if his mother is a fierce woman and difficult to provoke, we must find a chance to teach him a lesson. This is unwise. If we are discovered, that woman Hou Guifen will surely make a scene at your home, and it will not end well, Weidong cautioned, prompting dissatisfaction among the group. Xiao Xiao, particularly agitated, exclaimed, "What time is it? He has already crossed the line, and we can still endure. I will go smash his windows immediately. Count me in." Ajing chimed in. "If I were you, I would wait until he steps outside to relieve himself at night, then bag him and drag him to the reed marshes to break his legs. His home is close to the village chiefess. We need to plan our escape carefully." Guang clenched his fists, echoing their sentiments. Weidong was taken aback by the loyalty of his brothers, who were eager to stand up for him over such a trivial matter, merely for the sake of vindication. Yet, his ambitions extended far beyond mere retribution. Not only did he intend to ruin Li Yuxia's marriage, but he also aimed to uncover the identity of the man behind her. On the night of his rebirth, He Jian, who had been drugged and forced to drink, had vanished without a trace. The man who appeared outside the hospital before his rebirth was likely known only to Li Yuxia. He had merely heard his voice. That man harbored a profound enmity. How could he easily let the Li family off the hook? Simply dealing with Li Yuhan would not suffice to quench his thirst for vengeance. It was essential to annihilate the entire family. Even though the Li family maintained a good relationship with the village chief, they must be made to live in disgrace within his village. In this era, those devoid of land and lacking in intellect would find themselves ruined in business. "Thank you, brothers," Weidong said with a faint smile. "I shall lead you to profit." Li Yuhan, in his folly, chose to pursue Sun Yuewei and would ultimately bring suffering upon himself. It appeared necessary to seek out individuals to expose her deeds. On the third day of next month, during her wedding to Sun Fu, A grand gift would be presented to tarnish Li Yuxia's reputation, ensuring that her marriage would not come to fruition. She would become the subject of scorn throughout the entire county, unable to marry anyone. Simply allowing her to perish would not satiate his vengeance. Ideally, she would live a life filled with endless regret and anguish, aligning with his desire for retribution. Only when this resentment had dissipated would he finally be able to bid farewell to the past. When the time comes, I will accompany my wife to the capital for her studies. It is paramount to safeguard my future development. Such matters shall remain undisclosed to anyone. Dongzi, I understand. Once you are married, you must host a celebratory feast. Rest assured, Dongzi, we shall take care of this matter, a Guang exclaimed with excitement. During this period, even if Weidong provides Zhang Xiaojun with money, urging him to keep it secret, the villagers will inevitably learn about it as he ventures into business. Conversations among the villagers will certainly ensue. If Xiao Xiao brings money home, it is quite possible that her family might inadvertently let something slip in conversation. Are you serious? Weidong scrutinized Guang, who spoke. Guang paused momentarily, but quickly responded, Of course, if Xiao Xiao can earn alongside you. Both Zheng and I are envious beyond measure. I have long wished to discuss this with you, but feared you might not require assistance. Indeed, Dongge, you are aware of my family's circumstances. It would be splendid if you could include us. If not, it is of no consequence. Zheng said earnestly while gazing at Weidong. After some contemplation, Weidong realized that assistance would be necessary for the upcoming potato and sweet potato processing venture. He would need help to navigate the initial sales pathways, as relying solely on his efforts would prove insufficient. He would also require labor to exchange grain coupons for vegetables and sell them in the surrounding county. Let me make it clear, I can bring you along, but it will be arduous work. Xiao Xiao is well aware of this. Weidong gradually articulated. Dongzi, worry not, I will surely persevere. If Xiao Xiao can endure, how can we not? Zheng replied with enthusiasm. This caused Zhang Xiaojun to grow slightly displeased, exclaiming, Hey, what do you mean by that? Am I incapable? I am still able. Are you attempting to undermine my position before Dongzi? Not impossible. Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Guang then chimed in jestfully. You have been earning for over a month now. Allowing us to profit as well wouldn't hurt. I knew it. You two schemers harbor impure intentions. I shall deal with you. He quipped, reaching for Zheng's neck. Guang, come quickly and help me deal with this fellow. The three began to playfully tussle. Observing their antics, Weidong recognized it as mere jest. It had been quite some time since they had gathered properly. Once they established families and careers, such carefree days might become a rarity. Enough fooling around. Get back to work. Just look at the state of Dongzi's rice fields, Xiao Xiao pleaded. The other two, sensing the moment, released him and resumed their tasks. As dusk approached, Zheng suddenly whispered, Look, that rascal Li Yuan is being followed by a hefty fellow. That plump man is Sun Fu. I have seen him before, Guang remarked. He is the village head from the neighboring village, and not a reputable character. I have noticed him frequently stalking young women. Shall we deal with him together? Zheng proposed. Agreed. Xiao Xiao and Guang concurred. Weidong shook his head and remarked, No, it is still light outside. We cannot risk being seen. The stout fellow is not easy to handle, and two people would find it difficult to control him. After all, we are merely intending to administer a lesson, not to take a life. We cannot employ lethal force. I cannot even guarantee that I can swiftly subdue Sun Fu. Ajing scratched his head, finding some merit in that reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, After we finish our meal, let us retrieve the rubber baton my father used during his militia days. It does not leave external injuries. Xiao Xiao pulled a small bottle of kerosene from his trousers and coldly stated, I procured this from the village warehouse. We could set fire to his haystack. Startled, Weidong quickly exclaimed, No way, that is out of the question. Arson is a grave offense. If caught, the punishment is severe, and one could spend several more years in prison. All right, I will heed your advice. We shall wait for your arrival then. Not taking revenge personally and merely collecting a small interest would leave my heart unfulfilled. This fellow has already caused me so much trouble, and now he has his eyes on my wife. I cannot tolerate this. Li Yuan must experience the weight of my iron fist. Marriage? What a joke. Tears behind iron bars and stale bread are more suited to you. I am already gradually arranging a path for you. Meanwhile, Li Yuhan, who remained at home, felt an unsettling chill at the nape of his neck, as though some ominous event were about to unfold. Chapter 40. A successful capture and a sound beating of the brother-in-law after returning home and having dinner. Weidong expressed his fatigue and retreated to his room to rest, seizing the opportunity to slip away. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, he discovered that Xiao Xiao, a Zheng, and a Guang had already gathered there. Has that rascal emerged yet? Weidong inquired softly. Not yet. This fellow seems to be taking his time at home. It's unusual for him not to step out after such a long while. Does he not need to relieve himself tonight? A Zheng replied in a hushed tone. Let us not fret. We shall wait here. I refuse to believe he won't show up, Xiao Xiao remarked. All right, let us split up and keep watch. You two stay here while Guang and I find a spot to rest for a bit, Weidong succinctly instructed before turning to find a more concealed location. With so many of them gathered, it would be problematic if a passerby noticed them. Understood, the other three readily agreed, leaving a Zheng and Xiao Xiao to keep watch nearby, while Weidong and Guang concealed themselves in a different area. They found refuge behind a haystack, which not only provided some protection from mosquitoes, but also offered a place to rest. Time passed, yet still, there was no sign of Li Yuan emerging. When it was their turn to keep watch, Weidong and Guang nestled in their corner, keeping an eye on Li Changgui's residence. Clouds had inexplicably gathered, obscuring the moonlight. Oblivious to the lurking presence outside, Li Yuan, exhausted from a day of play, lay in bed, unaware that someone was waiting for him that night. Whether it was from overeating or consuming something untoward, he soon found himself jolted awake by the rumbling of his stomach. Hastily, he donned his clothes and made his way to the restroom. Hearing the sound of the courtyard door creaking open, Weidong whispered to Guang, "Stay alert. It seems someone is coming out." As Li Yuan opened the door, he was greeted by the oppressive darkness outside. In a hurry, he retreated to his room to fetch a flashlight before proceeding to the restroom. The beam of light reflected off the ground and illuminated his face, allowing Weidong, concealed in the shadows, to identify him. Go fetch the others, he instructed Xiao Xiao, who promptly complied, followed by a Zheng who soon arrived. Did you bring the necessary items? Weidong inquired quietly. Yes, look at this sack. I took it from the village warehouse, and this stick is quite handy. Xiao Xiao replied earnestly. Excellent, he will do. We are almost at the restroom, Weidong noted, as an unpleasant odor wafted towards them, causing their faces to scrunch up in distaste. Why does it smell so foul? Did that rascal eat something terrible tonight? Xiao Xiao commented with a hint of disgust. Silence. Move quietly, Weidong urged. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, oblivious to the impending confrontation, was occupied in the latrine. Suddenly, a dark figure loomed over him. What the hell? Who's there? Li Yuan shouted in fright. Prepared for this moment, Weidong wasted no time in seizing Li Yuan by the neck and dragging him away to a more secluded area. Li Yuan attempted to resist, but his trousers were still around his ankles. With his neck firmly grasped by Weidong, Li Yuan's voice was barely audible to those at a distance. They arrived at a small ditch where a signal was given for action. A few individuals, armed with sticks, directed their blows at the upper body of Li Yuan, confined within a burlap sack. The onslaught was relentless, causing him to wail in agony. This secluded spot was far from their residential area, and the assailants refrained from calling out names, focusing solely on their brutal assault. Li Yuan curled up, attempting to shield himself from the blows. Weidong wielded his stick with precision, targeting Li Yuan's vulnerable ribs with vicious strikes. The pain was so intense that tears and snot streamed down Li Yuan's face. Fearing they might inadvertently kill him, he urged them to stop and leave quickly. Yet, as they departed, Xiao Xiao expressed his lingering dissatisfaction, resenting Li Yuan for daring to covet his sister-in-law. He delivered a fierce kick to Li Yuan's backside. Perhaps due to the darkness, or perhaps intentionally, it landed squarely between his thighs, almost audibly shattering his spirit. Overwhelmed by pain, Li Yuan teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. After venting their frustrations, each returned to their respective homes. Weidong, not wishing for his family to discover his late-night escapade, stealthily slipped back into his room without turning on the lights. He dare not take a shower, and simply lay down to sleep. The other 3 shared similar sentiments. Meanwhile, Li Yuan suffered in silence as he was bitten by mosquitoes on his exposed backside. Drowsily, Ho Guifan, feeling discomfort in her stomach, also rose to use the restroom and noticed that the light in her son's room was still on. She called out twice, but received no response. Just then, her husband, Li Changwei, awoke and donned his clothes before stepping outside. "Why are you up?" Ho Guifan inquired. Fearing his wife's scrutiny, Li Changwei replied, "I felt unwell and went to the restroom." "Are you up too?" "Yes, look at this boy. He left the light on in the middle of the night." "Go check." Ho Guifan gestured towards Li Yuan's room. Feeling uneasy, Li Changwei hastily said, "He might be in the restroom. I'll go first." Seeing her husband disregard her, Ho Guifan, infuriated, began to curse, but her own discomfort compelled her to follow. Upon returning, she found the light in her son's room still illuminating the space. She called out again, but once more received no reply. At that moment, Li Changwei returned. "Where's our son?" she asked. "He hasn't come back. I didn't see him in the restroom." Li Changwei whispered, "This ungrateful boy thinks the electricity is free." With that, Ho Guifan pushed open her son's door, only to discover it wide open and the bed empty, suggesting he had been gone for some time. Turning around, she shouted, "Li Changwei, our son isn't in his room. He hasn't fallen into the toilet, has he? Quickly grab a flashlight and let's go find him." Hearing that their son was missing, although Li Changwei felt a chill, he feared his wife's wrath and entered the room to fetch the flashlight, ready to search for their child. The 2 individuals sought the nearby restroom, yet found no one present. Suddenly, Ho Guifan stepped upon an object, nearly losing her balance as her hand grasped the edge of the filthy pit. Her hand felt sticky, and after uttering a curse, she discovered that the object beneath her foot was a flashlight, one that belonged to her own household. After a prolonged period of inactivity, it had lost its charge. Raising her voice, she called out, "Li Changwei, where are you? Come here." Upon Li Changwei's arrival, he noticed the flashlight in Ho Guifan's hand. "This isn't ours. You just stepped out without turning it on. You useless good-for-nothing. This is our son's. He took it out. He wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he?" Ho Guifan retaliated with sharp words. "Stop hurling insults and start searching." The pair shouted Li Yuan's name loudly, rousing the neighbors from their slumber in the dead of night. Initially alarmed, they suspected a thief had entered the village. After inquiring, they learned that the couple's child had not returned home. Despite their initial intention to go back, they decided to assist in the search at Li Changwei's request. As the gathering crowd increased, the awakened Li Yuan heard his name being called. "I'm here. Help me. Quickly. It seems someone is over there." Chapter 41. The miserable Li Yuan, the village chief, arrives previously. Li Yuan was ensnared in a burlap sack that confined his upper body. A group of individuals mercilessly struck him with sticks, rendering his arms seemingly broken and devoid of strength. With his body weighed down by the sack, he was utterly incapable of freeing himself. The incessant bites of mosquitoes added to his torment, leaving him in excruciating discomfort. He could only call for help. Those nearby, hearing his cries, rushed towards the source of the sound. Li Changwei and Ho Guifan hurried over as well. Upon seeing his bare backside, Ho Guifan recognized her son's trousers. As she drew closer, she confirmed it was indeed her son, and she cried out in anger, "Damn it, my son! Who is the wretch that has done this to you?" Hearing his mother's voice, Li Yuan felt the weight of his grievances and could not contain himself, bursting into tears. "Mother, please save me. It hurts so much. They've broken my arms. It's agonizing." His cries for help revealed his tragic plight. "Li Shangwei, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up." Ho Guifan shouted at her husband. "Take the sack off your son's head and help him put on his trousers." "Mother, father, you must avenge me." Upon being rescued, Li Yuan cried out. At this moment, Ho Guifan was like a furious tiger. "That fiend who has done this to you, just tell me, and I will make him pay." Li Yuan, through tears and snot, stammered, "Mother, I do not know who it was. I went out to relieve myself, and suddenly someone covered my head with a sack, trapping my neck, and dragged me here to beat me. It's unbearable." The onlookers were also curious about the identity of the assailant. Such enmity must have driven someone to inflict such brutality. The village chief was summoned and sought to understand the situation. "Whom have you recently offended?" he asked. Li Yuan shook his head. I haven't offended anyone. If I had to name someone, it would be he Weidong with whom I have had a conflict. That he Weidong. It must be him who has harmed my son. I will confront him. Ho Guifan's fury ignited upon hearing the name. Wait. He Chongqing interjected. If you confront him in such a manner, he may not respond favorably. Furthermore, your son only mentioned a minor dispute with He Weidong. Does anyone have evidence of him striking first? Indeed, without proof, you might only provoke an argument. And if it escalates into violence, we would be at a disadvantage, Li Chonggui added. Upon hearing her husband's words, Ho Guifan shot him a fierce glare and retorted. You are utterly useless. They have bullied us to our doorstep, and instead of seeking revenge, you speak in defense of others. Is this still your son? Do you care for this family at all? Li Chonggui, chastened, dared not meet her gaze. Ho Guifan continued, I do not care. Even if He Weidong is not the perpetrator, he is still implicated. We must confront him. Stop. Your son is injured, and without evidence, do not go. Lest we face repercussions, I will send someone to investigate. For now, let us take your son home. He Chongqing observed the bruised and battered Li Yuan and called out to the furious Ho Guifan, who was ready to storm off. While she might disregard the opinions of others, she could not dismiss the words of the village chief, for he was perhaps the only person capable of assisting her. Moreover, as the village chief, his authority commanded respect. Mother, my arm hurts terribly. It feels as though it is broken, Li Yuan lamented pitifully. Gulme, mother will take you to the town hospital, Ho Guifan replied, casting a fierce glare at Li Chonggui, standing nearby. Are you a ghost? Your son is in this condition, and you still hesitate? Go prepare the cart. All right, I will do so immediately, Li Chonggui retorted, hurriedly seeking a cart to transport his son to the town hospital. He Chongqing turned his attention to the onlookers who had gathered. The sky is darkening, and soon we must return to the fields to work. It is best you all head home and rest. The village chief's words carried weight, and given the day's labor, the villagers were indeed fatigued. One by one, they turned to retreat and recuperate. As dawn broke, those who rose early began to gather their tools and head to the fields. News of Li Yuan's beating, which had resulted in a broken arm, spread throughout the village. Among those working, He Weidong and his companions could not suppress their chuckles. Last night, we vented our frustrations on that brat, one remarked. Who could have imagined we actually broke his arm? He'll likely refrain from boasting for quite some time. At breakfast, as He Weidong entered the village, he encountered village chief He Chongqing and his son, He Weiliang. East, stop right there. I have something to ask you, He Chongqing stated. Something to ask, He Weidong replied brusquely, as his relationship with the village chief had soured due to previous grievances. However, before He Chongqing could speak, his son interjected. He Weidong, how dare you speak to my father that way? He is the village chief. So what if he is the village chief? I thought he was the town mayor. I'm off to have my meal. I'm starving after a morning's work, He Weidong retorted with disdain. Do you look down upon my father? He merely runs a small business. What is so remarkable about that? He Weiliang snapped back. I see nothing remarkable about it. Earning a living through one's own efforts is commendable, He Weidong responded calmly, despite the derision from He Weiliang. Just as He Weiliang was about to retort, He Chongqing raised his hand to silence him. He Weidong, you were the one who assaulted Li Yuan last night, weren't you? Upon hearing this, He Weidong replied coolly. If you witnessed it, then feel free to report me to the authorities. If there are witnesses, go ahead and have me arrested, but without evidence, do not slander me. Do not presume that your position as village chief grants you the right to falsely accuse me. That is defamation and could lead to imprisonment. You insolent brat, what are you babbling about? My father is merely here to inquire, He Weiliang quickly countered, feeling the need to defend his father. Your father seems to think he is a police officer. Even the police cannot wrongfully accuse someone without evidence. I have stated it clearly. If there is evidence, then report me. But if you are merely speaking without proof, I will not take it lightly, He Weidong coldly asserted. He Weidong, what do you mean by this? You do not regard me with any respect. I am your elder. He Weidong scoffed lightly. Elder? It is not merely due to your position as the village chief that I find it beneath me to engage with you. You are also an elder in my family. Yet, You unjustly conspired with Ho Guifin against me regarding the matters of my family's estate, coming to trouble me while still expecting to be regarded as an elder. Were you not of such relation, I would have long delivered a resounding slap to your face. Indeed, while you hold the title of village chief, my uncle is the secretary, a position of greater authority than yours, yet he does not indulge in such arrogant bullying. Zhang Xiaojun remarked with a sardonic tone, inciting the ire of He Jia and his son to the point of fury. Li Yuan interjected, questioning if the conflict lies between you two, who is truly at fault. He Chongqing retorted with impatience. He claims you are involved with his mother. Does that make it true? Step aside. I must return home for dinner. A good dog should not obstruct the path. Chapter 42. The village chief's revenge and He Weidong's counterattack. Upon hearing these words, He Chongqing's expression darkened significantly. Meanwhile, He Weidong, seething with rage, turned an alarming shade of purple. Shaking his fists, he shouted, "You little bastard, I will annihilate you. Get lost." He Weidong forcefully shoved aside the obstructive He Weidong and retorted sternly, "He Chongqing, out of respect for your position as village chief, I shall overlook this incident. However, should you dare to trouble me again, I will not hesitate to ensnare you in a sack and bury you. Do you truly believe that I, He Weidong, am a pushover? Indeed, do you think we will allow you to bully us at will? From now on, be cautious with your words, lest you find yourself afflicted with sores upon your lips and wounds upon your head." After uttering these words, a few others followed He Weidong and departed. Once they had left, He Weidong, consumed with fury, exclaimed, "Father, you are the village chief. How can you allow He Weidong to treat you this way? Last night's incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by him and his cohorts. Do you have any proof? I will not let this scoundrel off the hook." He Chongqing seethed with anger, perplexed as to how such matters had come to light. Should rumors spread, his position as village chief would be jeopardized, and he would be left with no face among the villagers. "Father, what do you propose we do?" He Weidong, torn between avenging his friend and feeling aggrieved by He Weidong's newfound wealth, pondered. With so many people in the village, He Weidong had cultivated considerable relationships. Isn't he capable of running a business? You should do the same, undercut his prices, and bring his enterprise crashing down. Then he will no longer have the means to flaunt himself. He Chongqing immediately devised a plan, which brightened He Weidong's spirits. He too envied He Weidong's ability to earn money. It had been revealed, almost inadvertently, during a conversation with Zhang Xiaojun's mother, that He Weidong was making 2 yuan a day. Previously, He Weidong would take Zhang Xiaojun out each afternoon, and upon realizing he was making considerable profits, many were envious. Yet, they hesitated to approach him, feeling awkward about it. "Father, but I lack the skills. Would anyone even want to eat what I produce?" He Weidong asked excitedly. He Chongqing cast a dismissive glance in the direction of He Weidong's home and nonchalantly stated, "Isn't it just grilled skewers? If he can do it, so can I. I shall teach you and provide the necessary funds." He mused that, as village chief, he should not compete directly with He Weidong in the town. However, if He Weidong continued to disregard him, he might eventually become even more arrogant once he amassed wealth. The authority of his position as village chief was already being challenged by this young man. It was uncertain how the future would unfold. Today, He Weidong had spoken to him without a hint of respect, providing ample justification for He Chongqing to send his son to confront him, trusting that others would not gossip excessively. Unbeknownst to He Weidong, he was oblivious to the machinations of the father and son plotting to undermine his business, a veritable pipe dream. He was confident in the uniqueness of his seasoning, a secret craft entirely his own. Years ago, a friend from the Northwest sold it to me for a considerable sum. While others used it to roast whole sheep, he employed it for skewering lamb. If the whole sheep was prepared so delectably, how much more exquisite would the skewers be? This skill, in the context of their current city and indeed the entire province, is akin to a dimensional strike. To think one could undermine their own business solely through craftsmanship is nothing short of a fantastical notion. Upon returning, He Chongqing ventured into town to procure iron sheets for constructing the grill that He Weidong would use for his skewers. He also bought several dozen pounds of lamb. In the midst of these preparations, Ho Guifin returned with her children. Arriving at He Changqing's home, she began to inquire about the situation, specifically who had harmed her child, and whether it was He Weidong. Before He Changqing could respond, He Weidong passionately recounted the events of the morning. Upon hearing this, Ho Guifan, perplexed, asked, "Village chief, this young man speaks to you in such a manner. He clearly holds you in contempt. I believe he must be guilty. We must confront He Weidong." He Changqing stopped her, advising against causing a ruckus over unproven matters. He had already devised a plan for dealing with that young man. "How so?" she inquired. "Do you see this? This is my strategy for dealing with He Weidong. If he sells skewers in town, we too can partake in that venture, rendering him unable to profit, thus binding him to the village for eternity," He Changqing declared excitedly, puffing on his dry tobacco. However, Ho Guifan, an uneducated and fierce woman, failed to grasp the intricacies of business. "Village chief, is this truly feasible?" she asked, bewildered. "Indeed, my grilling skills were renowned in the village back in the day. At this point, He Weidong's whereabouts are still unknown," He Changqing asserted with confidence. Having tasted He Changqing's roasted meat in the past, Ho Guifan found his logic compelling. Clenching her fists, she exclaimed, "Village chief, it all rests on you. He Weidong must not be allowed to thrive." As she spoke, memories of her prior beating at He Weidong's hands resurfaced, causing her body to ache anew. "What are you in? Let him join Liangzi. We shall compete openly. If He Weidong dares to cause trouble, I will rally people to deal with him." He Changqing found himself in a dilemma. Yet he had found justification to confront He Weidong's family without fear of reproach. Though his right hand was injured, he could still assist Liangzi. Very well, let's all learn together. As they envisioned both vengeance and discomfort for He Weidong, the latter and his companions sat idly in the shade, smoking and resting. "Dongzi, do you think that by offending the village chief this morning, he might retaliate against us?" Ajing remarked casually. "What are you afraid?" He Weidong teased. "Afraid of what? If he dares to retaliate, I will show him what I can do," Agwang replied nonchalantly. He Weidong offered a cigarette, took a puff, and remarked, "What if he is no longer the village chief? If a few of us discuss among familiar faces and decide not to vote for him in next year's election, do you think he would still dare to complain?" "Indeed, how did I not consider that?" Several responded joyfully. "Let's return home and deliberate with our families." With our absence and our families' votes, He Changqing's aspirations to remain village chief will be nothing more than a pipe dream. "Come here. I have a plan to share with you." The group eagerly leaned closer to He Weidong. After hearing his words, they inquired in astonishment, "Dongzi, is what you speak of true or merely a fabrication?" "Just a rumor. But given the state of our village, we can enjoy the spectacle. Who cares about the truth? In the end, those two families will surely face hardships," He Weidong confidently asserted. Chapter 43. The power of rumors. They had not experienced the potency of rumors, nor did they comprehend their value. However, after He Weidong revealed his method, I am confident they would manage the situation far more adeptly. Discrediting the village chief's reputation would be a trivial task for them. A decent chief forsaking his duties to engage in a fervent rivalry with Ho Guifan, and then seeking trouble with me. Such a character would not be indulged by He Weidong. After completing their tasks, the group returned with the change given by He Weidong. They purchased some candies and entrusted them to a child they trusted, instructing him to spread the nursery rhymes. With the allure of sweets, the children were naturally obedient and began to sing the rhymes. Within a day, the news regarding Chief He Changqing had spread throughout the village, with children from neighboring villages gradually learning the songs as well. On his return from selling lamb skewers in town, He Changqing's countenance had soured. He had taken his son to sell the grilled meat, and initially, customers flocked to buy. However, upon tasting the skewers, they found them inferior compared to those sold by the previous vendor. Those who had tried them once were reluctant to return for a second helping, and some even clamored for refunds. Yet once the money was in hand, He Changqing was unwilling to part with it. Having long wielded power in the village, he mistakenly believed the outside world functioned similarly. This led to heated arguments, and he ended up with dozens of pounds of unsold lamb, which began to spoil in the afternoon heat, further dissuading potential buyers. While contemplating his losses, He Weidong wore a pained expression. "Father, this is untenable. Why is it that He Weidong can sell his skewers? Is his cooking truly superior?" Perhaps you should seek an opportunity to investigate, He Changqing replied, puffing on his pipe. But, Father, that boy is not on good terms with us. If I approach him directly, he certainly won't divulge anything. In that case, find a chance to buy a few skewers and taste them yourself. I will experiment more at home. As the two arrived back in the village, they heard some children singing a song. Upon realizing it was about him, He Changqing erupted in fury. You wretched little brats, who told you to sing that? Do you even understand what it means? The children, upon seeing He Changqing, fled in terror. This continued for some distance, and he could not fathom that it was those children who had been taught such songs. The singing children, frightened by his outburst, hurried home. Upon returning home, He Changqing wore a grim expression, his stomach growling from hunger after an entire day without food. With so many skewers unsold, he had not recouped his costs but was reluctant to eat on the way back. He had gone nearly a day without sustenance, and upon arriving home, he found the kitchen cold and uninviting. He muttered, "Why is there still no food prepared? What a waste of time. I see you are quite fond of helping Ho Guifan's family. It seems there is more to your relationship than I thought," his wife retorted coldly. He Changqing's expression darkened further. The events of that year remained shrouded in mystery, leaving no one privy to their truth. Yet, somehow, whispers of it have emerged. A sense of guilt gnawed at him. However, accustomed to the authority of his position, He Changqing forcibly steadied himself and rebuked, "What nonsense are you spouting? There is no connection between her and me. You speak of nonsense, yet the rumors have spread far and wide. Step outside and listen. Every household is abuzz with tales of your affair. Meanwhile, I am left in ignorance, like a fool, while you dine at her home as she prepares meals for you. How dare you, you insolent woman?" He Changqing roared, his voice laced with indignation as he sought to preserve his masculine authority. His wrongdoing was evident, yet he remained unreasonable, inciting his wife's fury. She stood abruptly, neck extended defiantly before him. "Do you wish to strike me? Go ahead, kill me. Afterward, you may go live with her and marry her." He Changqing, already simmering with anger and still hungry, found himself embroiled in a quarrel with his wife, who was now vocally challenging him. In a moment of instinctive reaction, he shoved her aside. "Get out of my way, stop your tantrum, and prepare the meal." His wife, already irate, lost her balance and fell to the ground. This ignited a tempest. As the village chief's wife, she had grown accustomed to the airs of a woman of status. She sprang to her feet and, with fingers outstretched, clawed at He Changqing's face. So you have a guilty conscience and still dare to lay a hand on me? You might as well kill me." Caught off guard, He Changqing felt her nails rake across his skin, leaving behind crimson lines. His temper flared, and he raised his hand to retaliate, swinging at her with abandon. He believed that a woman, like her, could only be kept in line through force. His wife, refusing to yield, fought back, but how could she match a man, especially one like He Changqing, who was accustomed to labor? She soon found herself at a disadvantage. Grabbing a broom, she continued the fray. Meanwhile, He Weidong, returning from the restroom, stood in shock. He could hardly believe his eyes. His parents were fighting. His elder brother had yet to return, leaving him helpless to intervene. The cacophony of their shouts and cries attracted the curious neighbors. Who would have imagined that the village chief's home would turn into a battleground? Many emerged to witness the spectacle, some feigning attempts at mediation, secretly hoping that one would strike the other down. The village chief's wife often looked down upon them, and the chief himself was not above exploiting others. He Weidong was also called over to witness the commotion. He could hardly fathom how a mere rumor could escalate to such violence between the couple. Observing the skewers of lamb from his home, he realized that the old man had ventured to sell barbecued meat, clearly attempting to encroach upon his business. As the brawl continued, it became apparent that further conflict might lead to dire consequences. He Weidong rallied a few people to intervene, seizing the moment to deliver a blow to He Changqing's ribs. Seeing He Changqing restrained, He Weidong's mother, still infuriated, attempted to claw at He Changqing's face, but her arms were now held fast, rendering her movements ineffective. She once again left several crimson marks upon He Changqing's face, and this time the injury was rather severe, causing blood to flow. Previously, He Weidong had struck him with a blow, nearly bringing him to tears, and now he was ambushed by his own wife. His predicament was quite tragic, with blood continuously seeping from his face. After the altercation, Weidong seized the opportunity to withdraw. How could one resort to violence? Matters between spouses should be resolved privately, without involving family. For a man's face is his dignity. One cannot afford to lose face in front of his relatives. Xiao Xiao, having received Weidong's directive, deliberately stoked the flames from the sidelines. Indeed, the village chief is a paragon of our community. Fighting is unacceptable, and a divorce is even less so. The village chief has managed to marry several wives and has lived well. After all, aren't these merely rumors? From behind the crowd of onlookers, someone uttered a remark, igniting Weidong's anger. Who could be so thoughtless and loose with their tongue? Enough of this. Fighting will not resolve our issues. Should we perhaps call the police? Chapter 44. Deceitful and arrogant upon hearing the words "call the police," Changqing's expression darkened considerably. The thought of involving law enforcement would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, as news of a domestic dispute would spread, exposing his family's disgrace to the entire village. With the upcoming election year, he pondered whether he could retain his position as village chief. Though the role seemed insignificant, it entailed managing a community of over 1,000 individuals, wielding a modicum of power. Whenever a villager needed documentation, it required his stamp of approval or that of the secretary. At such times, failing to act judiciously could hinder one's ability to resolve matters. He recalled instances when Weidong's construction project faced approval issues and how he had obstructed it several times, unaware of the eventual resolution until after it was settled. His father had visited Weidong's household to smooth things over, albeit minimally, which left a sour taste in his mouth. Weidong's mention of police intervention was merely a ploy to humiliate him and jeopardize his position as village chief. This matter is our family's concern. It does not involve you, Changqing declared sternly. Some individuals, intimidated by his authority, seized the opportunity to depart, unwilling to witness the spectacle. Offending the village chief could lead to a challenging existence in the future. Indeed, this is merely a domestic affair. It does not concern you, Changqing's wife remarked, wiping the tears from her face. Since the couple had ultimately decided against involving the police, the matter was seemingly resolved, as no one had been harmed. Merely a conflict between spouses. TSK. Weidong clicked his tongue. Well, the show has concluded. Everyone should return home. I never expected our village chief to be so resilient. His household remains intact while the banners of celebration fly outside. If this news spreads, it could tarnish our village's reputation. Not to mention the disgrace it would bring to He family village and Changha town. Let us refrain from further discussions. His words, cloaked in concern for the village, were, in truth, intended to ensure the incident became common knowledge. In this era, where televisions were scarce and mobile phones non-existent, gossip spread like wildfire. No matter how one tried to contain it, whispers could easily reach others, especially with so many witnesses present tonight. At least a few individuals would undoubtedly ensure the tale circulated. As Weidong and his companions departed, Weidong's nails dug into his flesh, consumed by hatred. He vowed to see Weidong suffer. Meanwhile, on their way home, the villagers eagerly recounted the evening's events. Back at Changqing's residence, he tenderly dabbed at the wounds on his face, exasperatedly stating, "Enough of this commotion. Hurry up and tidy the house. Why concern yourself with the ramblings of others? We cannot afford to be the subject of ridicule." Had this been a time when he could scold her without her retorting, she might have remained silent. However, the words spoken by Weidong before his departure, about the steadfastness of their household and the frivolity outside, had pricked her pride. "Humph," she retorted, "if you hadn't been so careless. Would this have happened? You foolish woman, claiming there's nothing to it. It's absurd to think there's nothing amiss." As she spoke, she began to tidy up. Having been famished all day, Weidong had anticipated that upon returning home, he would witness such a quarrel between his parents. After everyone returned, they recounted the spectacle, cautioning one another to keep it hushed. They all promised not to spread the word, as Weidong insisted it would bring disgrace to Jia village. Yet, he never explicitly forbade them from discussing it with family. The affair between village head He Chongqing and Ho Guifan had become common knowledge throughout the village, even among the children. At the He Weidong household, after dinner, he conversed with his father outside while smoking. "Dad, if you were to be made village head, would that be possible?" He Chongqing, squatting nearby, stumbled slightly, the smoke in his mouth thickening. "What nonsense are you speaking? There's no way I could be village head." He did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Dad, let me ask you this. You used to be an accountant, but for some unknown reason, you stopped. Do you still harbor such ambitions?" "Forget it. He Chongqing's family has monopolized the position for so many years. They wouldn't relinquish it easily." After a moment's hesitation, He Chongqing slowly replied, "With tonight's incident, can he still remain village head? It's merely a domestic quarrel. It won't affect them. Their faction is quite formidable. It's not easy to contest them unless he commits a crime. All right, leave this matter to me." He Weidong discerned the pride his father struggled to conceal. There must have been incidents during his tenure as an accountant. Hearing this, He Chongqing quickly interjected, "Son, what are you planning? Don't act recklessly. Rest assured, I won't," he assured, thumping his chest. He Chongqing disregarded the rules and ventured into selling skewers, attempting to usurp his business and sever his own source of income. It's not as if only one person can conduct business in a village, but one must not overstep boundaries. He heard that today, He Weiliang, along with Ho Guifan's son Li Yuhan, accompanied him. There were long-standing grievances between their families, both surnamed He. Such behavior was unacceptable. As village head, leading a team in such a manner was even more inappropriate. Enough of this family drama. Focus on your business instead. "I heard the village head is also selling skewers today." "I understand," came the response. Meanwhile, in the home of village head He Chongqing, he gnawed on a bowl of rye noodles, seething. Today's incident must have been orchestrated by that scoundrel He Weidong. I will not let him off the hook. "Dad, what should we do with all this leftover food?" He Weiliang asked, drooling with longing. He had always wanted to eat, but the family was reluctant to indulge. His father had spent a considerable amount on the lamb. Selling skewers in town hadn't yielded any profit. "What else can we do? Add more salt, marinate some, and we'll continue tomorrow." I refused to accept defeat. Until bedtime, he had not tasted a morsel of meat. Helplessly, He Weiliang lay awake, unable to find slumber. The following day, while others were still lost in sweet dreams, he was roused from his rest, accompanying his father to the town to sell skewers. He was the first customer to arrive, purchasing 2 skewers. As he took a bite, he was met with a taste that was not only sour but also overwhelmingly salty. He exclaimed, "Boss, this meat is spoiled. Refund my money." How could He Chongqing part with the money he had just received? "What nonsense are you spouting? This is the taste of roasted meat. You must not have brushed your teeth this morning, which is why you think my meat is spoiled." He had never encountered such unreasonable behavior before. When faced with spoiled goods, the refusal to issue a refund was astonishing. It appeared he was also inclined to resort to violence. The amount was not substantial, and he contemplated letting it go. However, as he turned to leave, He Chongqing spat out a mouthful of yellow phlegm and sarcastically remarked, "What a joke, you poor wretch. If you can't afford it, just say so, and I'll give you something to eat." Chapter 45. The village head and his son receive a beating originally. They had set out to purchase goods, but ended up seething with frustration. The food was inedible, and when they sought a refund, they were met with refusal. Anger surged within the young man, who cursed his misfortune. "You old fool, seeking your own demise, how dare you bully us?" He rolled up his sleeves and aimed a blow at He Chongqing. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, He Chongqing, already in a foul mood from the previous night, was further incensed by this latest humiliation. His son, He Weiliang, witnessing the attack on his father, rushed to his aid. The gathering crowd, sensing the escalating conflict, began to call for the police while attempting to intervene. In his frenzy, He Chongqing mistakenly perceived the interveners as accomplices of his assailants and struck out, landing a slap that left one bystander's face swollen and red. "You fool, I came to help, and you dare lay hands on me? Do you think I am easily intimidated?" In this town, everyone was familiar with one another. He Chongqing's previous arrogance had painted him as a man of ill repute. A legitimate businessman would not behave like a belligerent servant of a state-run establishment, yet he acted as if he were above reproach, merely a petty vendor. Seeing familiar faces stepping in to assist, several individuals quickly joined the fray, confronting He Changqing and his son, Li Yiwanan, who had earlier suffered at the hands of He Weidong, felt powerless to intervene and retreated in fear. Though He Changqing was accustomed to manual labor and possessed considerable strength, he was no match for a pack of wolves. In these times, everyone was imbued with resilience from toil. 3 assailants descended upon him, and he was soon overwhelmed. He endured several blows to his abdomen, gasping for breath as his complexion turned ashen. Lying on the ground, he was subjected to a flurry of fists and feet, writhing in agony like a worm. His son, He Weidong, fared no better, sharing the same fate as his father. Just yesterday, when the quality of their goods was questioned, He Changqing had been chased away, admonishing his son, "Do you see? Business requires boldness. Do not fear confrontation. These people are weak and will not harm you." Who could have anticipated that today would culminate in such a brutal beating? "Stop. You'll kill him. Someone has already called the police. We must flee." The onlookers, satisfied after witnessing the beating of this arrogant father-son duo from the countryside, felt a sense of justice served, yet they knew it could not lead to death. Upon hearing the crowd's shouts, the assailants ceased their assault. Spitting a thick gob onto He Changqing's face, one of them exclaimed, "You old wretch. You even struck those trying to intervene. Mind your behavior in the future." He then delivered a vicious kick to He Changqing's ribs, possibly fracturing a bone due to the sheer intensity of the pain. He Changqing, lying on the ground, rolled about in a most unfortunate manner. A miscalculated kick struck him squarely between his thighs, the sound of cracking eggs resonating in the air. "We should leave quickly," someone suggested. "Hurry. The police will be here any moment." Those who had stopped to intervene prepared to depart, yet their ire was incited upon seeing He Changqing's stall. Having already resorted to violence, they thought it fitting to wreak further havoc. One of them delivered a forceful kick, toppling He Changqing's stall, sending the neatly arranged skewers tumbling to the ground. Their disdain was palpable as they stomped down hard, mercilessly coating the skewers in dirt. "Run, the police are coming," cried out one of the assailants, and they immediately fled. The onlookers, witnessing the arrival of law enforcement, hastily dispersed as well, leaving behind He Changqing and his son He Weidong, both sprawled on the ground, along with Li Yuhan, who hid at a distance, observing the scene of violence. As the police emerged from their vehicle, they took note of the situation. "What transpired here? Whom did you fight with?" asked a police officer, surveying the scattered goods on the ground, including the skewers of meat caked in dirt. He Changqing, grimacing in pain with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, replied, "Sir, someone attacked me. Please apprehend them. Shall we take you to the hospital instead?" "All right. Li Yuan, you remain here and watch the stall." He Changqing inwardly cursed. "This fellow is truly a coward. When those individuals assaulted my father and me, he didn't even consider coming to our aid. He completely overlooked his own prior arrogance, having bullied customers and insulted others. Moreover, he had been injured himself, having come to assist in earning money. How could he possibly engage in a brawl?" "Understood, village chief." A police officer helped He Changqing to his feet and, upon hearing Li Yuan's words, paused momentarily. "You are the village chief. As a village official, how could you resort to fighting? What does he look like? Which village are you from? Have your village's secretary come to collect him." Upon hearing these words, He Changqing's face darkened instantly. This young man had inadvertently revealed his identity. If the village secretary were to come and collect him, it would be a source of embarrassment. Soon, the entire village would know that he had returned home after a quarrel with his wife last night, making him the subject of ridicule. With events unfolding in such a manner today, he questioned whether he would still be capable of serving as village head next year. He was aware that many harbored aspirations of assuming the role of village head, but his family connections held sway. For years, the position had been maintained within his faction. He ingratiatingly stated, "Leader, I did not engage in a fight. I was merely attacked. They looked down upon me for being a country bumpkin and criticized my loud voice, which led to the altercation. Is that so?" The seasoned officer naturally harbored doubts regarding He Changqing's solitary account. "Do you truly believe that speaking loudly would provoke others to strike you? It must surely be the unpleasantness of your words that incited the altercation." Indeed, He He Chongqing felt somewhat bewildered by the scrutiny, yet he steeled himself to respond. Surely someone witnessed the incident. I shall inquire further and ascertain the truth. If it is indeed your words that led to this, I shall have no choice but to detain you for 7 days, compelling you to remain at home and fulfill your responsibilities rather than resorting to brawls. The seasoned officer scoffed. Do not assume you are clever. That young man from your village will soon be brought back for questioning, and the truth will be revealed. Upon hearing the prospect of a 7-day detention, He Chongqing's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, for he understood that many onlookers were privy to the situation. Naturally, someone would know what had transpired. Li Wan, that scoundrel, would surely divulge the events when questioned by the police. In a flurry of desperation, He Chongqing exclaimed, I apologize, sir. Our village is currently in the throes of harvest. The rice in the fields awaits gathering. Is it possible to avoid detention? Now that fear had set in, the officer replied, Very well, you'll be fined 50 yuan. Rest assured, those who instigated the trouble will also be apprehended. Hearing of the impending fine, He Chongqing felt a wave of regret wash over him. Not only would he not earn any money, but he would also incur losses, and the meat would have to be forfeited. Resigned to his fate, he pleaded for leniency to avoid detention. Unbeknownst to him, among the onlookers was indeed someone who recognized He Chongqing, a relative from Hejia village. The villagers of Hejia would undoubtedly be aware of the matter. Chapter 46. The rumor of the village chief. As the police escorted He Chongqing and his son to the hospital for treatment, he had already made his way towards Hejiakan. Upon arriving in the village, he spoke to his relatives, saying, Something has happened in your village. His relatives, bewildered, replied, Our 2 villages are quite far apart. Do you already know what happened last night? This left him momentarily stunned. Last night? Was there a significant event that transpired? We are not referring to the same matter, he realized. Indeed, I just passed through the town where a group of people were fighting. One of the injured was your village chief, and the other, a younger man resembling him, must be his son. Upon hearing this, the individual immediately exclaimed in astonishment. What did you say? Our village chief was beaten in town? Yes, I saw a young man with a bandaged arm shouting. The police were present at the time. After vaguely describing the appearance, it became clear that it was Li Yuanan. This is unacceptable. I must inform the chief's family. However, before he could leave, he was held back. Wait, what happened last night? It is rumored that the village chief had an affair with a formidable woman, and the couple had a fierce argument last night. Someone shouted while running, breathless. Upon reaching the home of village chief He Chongqing, he called out, Is anyone home? Your husband was beaten in town. His voice was so loud that it caught the attention of those nearby. After several calls, the village chief's wife did not appear. However, the neighbors emerged. Aunt, what is going on? Who beat the village chief? Well, I heard from my relatives that a father and son selling grilled skewers in town got into a conflict, and it was a young man with a bandaged arm who shouted about it. With this explanation, everyone understood it was undoubtedly concerning the village chief. The man with the bandaged arm must be Li Yuanan. What should we do? The village chief was beaten in town. Should we go check? Let's go see. But the chief's family is not home. It was unclear whether the speaker intended to witness the commotion or genuinely wished to check on the village chief. They did not disperse from the vicinity of his home. When the village chief's wife returned from the fields and saw a crowd gathered at her doorstep, she scowled. What are you doing? Watching a joke. Relatives of mine mentioned seeing your husband and your son, along with Ho Guifan's son, Li Yuanan, being beaten in town. Nonsense. My husband would never be beaten. You must have seen wrongly. You are mistaken. My relatives witnessed it firsthand. Isn't your husband selling skewers in town? His stall was destroyed, and the police took him away. You should go take a look. They say it's quite serious. Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. The village chief's wife began to lose her temper. Fine. If you refuse to listen, I shall take my leave. Feeling disheartened, he turned and departed, returning home. The onlookers remained, intrigued by the rumor that the village chief had been taken away by the police. The chief's wife, Yao Guifan, with a scowl on her face, snapped, Aren't you lot leaving? Do you expect me to douse you with water? Spitting disdainfully, she lamented her husband's negligence. The individuals pointed at muttered as they departed. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Had the village chief truly been apprehended? The news of He Chongqing's arrest spread across the village like wildfire. He Weidong, returning home from work, inevitably heard the gossip. Donga, do you think it's true? Has the village chief really been arrested? Xiao Xiao inquired with palpable curiosity. He Weidong shot him a sidelong glance. Are we working together? How would I know? Xiao Xiao pondered. True, but the details sound credible. It could very well be true. He scratched his head, murmuring to himself. It's none of our business. I'm off to have dinner and rest a bit. Yet, he brimmed with delight over the chief's disgrace. He hoped the assailant had been particularly brutal, perhaps even breaking a leg, preventing him from farming again. Let him suffer for his shamelessness, trying to poach my business. However, he too would need to earn a living tomorrow, as their family ran the same business, akin to frogs, repulsively competing against one another. It was utterly exasperating. He fantasized about having his father take on the role of village chief and mused that he Chongqing should ideally be detained for a few days. Such disgrace would render his ambitions for the position next year utterly unattainable. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Ajing rushed over. Dongzi, the village chief has indeed been beaten. I heard several of his bones are broken. How do you know this? He Weidong asked, intrigued. I just saw the police in the village, instructing Xiao Zhao's uncle to fetch him. They said he's at the hospital, but the family hasn't sent enough money. Is that so? What led to the fight? At his age, he should be more restrained, He Weidong remarked thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, He Chang'an felt a sense of vindication. He Changqing had made things difficult for him regarding the house construction and land approval, forcing his family to expend resources to smooth things over, all while feeling unable to confide in He Weidong. He also mulled over his son's words from the previous night, considering whether the chief's injury and potential detention might affect his own chances of becoming village chief next year. After all, he had fallen short in their past competition. Dongzi, it's true. The village chief really was beaten and fined 50 yuan. My uncle took his wife to the town police station to fetch him, Xiao Xiao exclaimed. The mention of the fine sparked a plan in He Weidong's mind. He quickly finished his meal and led them outside, whispering, the fine of 50 yuan? It was because he was caught eyeing someone else's wife that he got beaten. Ajing and Xiao Xiao exchanged puzzled glances. What? Did you not understand what I said? Come here, He Weidong urged, leaning in a whisper in their ears. Instantly, Xiao Xiao and Ajing grasped the situation and, seizing the opportunity, pretended to head to the restroom as someone approached. The little one addressed Ajing, saying, let me tell you, the village head has been eyeing another man's wife and was subsequently pursued and beaten by that man. The police apprehended him and imposed a fine of 50 yuan. He has no money in his pocket and asked the police to notify the village to bring him some. Is that true? Ajing feigned ignorance. Of course it is true. I happened to pass by the secretary's house and overheard the police speaking to him about it. I followed them and discovered that the secretary was taking the village head's wife to the town to fetch him, explained the little one. As passers-by heard the little one's words, they paused, seizing the opportunity to hide and eavesdrop on this sensational news. After all, the previous night, the village head had quarreled with his wife over his affair with Ho Guifan, leaving both with bloodied faces. No wonder they fought last night, because of Aunt Ho. The village head is truly formidable. Don't say too much. If others find out, it won't end well. Unbeknownst to them, the news had already reached eager ears. Chapter 47. The wind has shifted, encountering He Chongqing. The art of eavesdropping, as practiced by the two, was indeed a skill. The individual they had just observed was known as He Xiao, a well-known figure in the village, reputed for his extensive knowledge and notorious for his loquacity. Many villagers placed their trust in his words, and it was the penchant for clandestine listening that had endowed him with such insights. Who would have anticipated that He Xiao would unwittingly become an instrument for Xiao Xiao and Ajing? As he passed near the restroom, He Xiao was astounded by the revelation he overheard. The village head had ventured into town to engage in an affair, and astonishingly, the husband of the other party had become aware of it. A confrontation ensued, leading to a beating, and it was utterly unexpected that the village head had brought his son along. Just yesterday, whispers circulated about the village head's foray into the barbecue business in town, though it appeared he fared less well than He Weidong. Initially, it was presumed his culinary skills were lacking, hence the poor sales. However, upon his return, the fallout from the incident involving Ho Guifan had led to a quarrel with his wife. Today, another altercation erupted due to yet another woman. This was indeed sensational news. The village head, it seemed, maintained a facade of domestic tranquility while indulging in escapades outside. His son, Weidong, accompanied him in these misadventures. Remarkable indeed. As the sounds within the vicinity ceased, it was evident that the individuals would soon emerge, prompting him to make a hasty exit. Little did he know that shortly after his swift departure, Xiao Xiao and Ajing emerged, exchanging knowing smirks at the sight of his retreating figure. They shared a triumphant high five, having successfully completed the task assigned by Dongzi. Do you think this will succeed? Xiao Xiao pondered aloud. When Dongji first spoke, I was skeptical, but after hearing his analysis, I am convinced it will surely succeed, she replied with confidence. Why is that? Ajing queried, perplexed. Xiao Xiao surveyed their surroundings and whispered, because after last night's events, there are already doubts circulating. Now, with today's revelations, if we intentionally distort the police's statements regarding the secretary's household, it will lend credibility to the claims. Dong Ji said that as long as we plant the seeds of suspicion, everything will fall into place. Let us await the unfolding drama. It seems another quarrel is imminent tonight. Indeed, that would be quite the spectacle. Let us hurry, Ajing remarked, thoroughly satisfied with Xiao Zhao's reasoning. Meanwhile, He Xiao was in a state of frantic haste, only to be intercepted by a passerby. He Xiao, why are you running so fast? Did something happen at home that has you fleeing like a startled rabbit? Recognizing his friend, He Xiao paused to catch his breath, exhaling with irritation. It's you? You nearly gave me a heart attack. What is going on? Did you commit murder? Or are you just terrified of being seen? His friend teased. Stop jesting. I've stumbled upon a significant matter. You mustn't share this with anyone, He Xiao replied, casting a furtive glance around. His friend, intrigued, pressed, what is the big news? Hurry, spill it. I promise not to tell a soul. It concerns our village head. Upon He Xiao's utterance, his friend burst into hearty laughter, remarking with a hint of significance, He Xiao, are you not implying that the village chief's quarrel with his wife last night stemmed from the affair involving Li Changgui's wife, Hoguifan? We are all well aware of that. You are indeed the local oracle. Noticing a trace of disdain in his friend's demeanor, He Xiao felt a twinge of irritation and retorted, who said I was referring to last night's incident. I have known about this matter for quite some time. His friend, taken aback, responded, You are not speaking of this? Of course not. Such trivial gossip is common knowledge among the children of our village. What I need to inform you? He Xiao replied, his vexation palpable. Yearning for the latest gossip, his friend hastily retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering He Xiao one. My dear brother, I was mistaken. Let us smoke. Otherwise, I shall struggle to work today. After lighting the cigarette, He Xiao took a deep drag and admonished. All right, do not underestimate me in the future, believing yourself to be the all-knowing sage. You can be certain that you are unaware of this particular matter. To placate He Xiao and keep his secret safe, his friend nodded fervently, Yes, yes, brother. I was wrong. Satisfied with his friend's contrite demeanor, He Xiao inhaled deeply once more and slowly spoke. Today, the village chief went to the town and was apprehended by the police. They have summoned the secretary to retrieve him. Are you aware? Upon hearing this, his friend felt a pang of discomfort, realizing he had already known, and lamented the waste of a cigarette, murmuring an apology. Truly, what a loss. Yet, He Xiao suddenly bristled with indignation. Nonsense. This is merely a fabrication to spare the village chief's dignity. The real situation was overheard from the secretary's residence. Do you wish to know? His friend nodded eagerly, but He Xiao remained silent for a prolonged moment, fixated on the cigarette in his hand. Understanding the unspoken prompt, his friend once again offered a cigarette. Come on, brother, speak up. What did you overhear? He Xiao leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. The village chief is clandestinely meeting another woman, and her husband discovered them, bringing his brothers to confront them. What? My heavens, is that true? His friend gasped, incredulous. I can hardly believe my ears. This revelation makes my apology and the 2 cigarettes worthwhile. However, He Xiao cautioned, do not attribute this to me. It is all hearsay from the secretary's home. Do not betray my trust. Understood, understood, his friend acquiesced. Once He Xiao departed, his friend knew he would eagerly disseminate this news to others, for he could not afford to lag behind. He Xiao ventured to the east end of the village, while his friend commenced his journey from the west end. The cigarettes exchanged today must yield a return, and within a mere hour. The tale of the village chief and his son being beaten was no longer attributed to a business dispute. Instead, it morphed into a scandal involving the chief and his son seeking clandestine rendezvous with a woman in town, discovered by her husband, who rallied his brothers for confrontation. As the story circulated, it became increasingly ludicrous, suggesting that the village chief and his son, Weidong, were involved with the same woman, culminating in the absurdity of them being caught in bed together, embroiled in a web of outrageous rumors and gossip. Weidong and Zhang Xiaojun, preparing to resume their business endeavors the following day, encountered the returning village secretary and the village head's family on their way to the town. They did not spot that rascal Li Yuan. Pretending to be oblivious, they greeted them. "Secretary, where have you just come from?" "Village head, have you had one too many and fallen into the ditch?" Aware that He Chongqing was mocking him, the village secretary snorted disdainfully, turning his gaze elsewhere in a fit of irritation. The movement aggravated his broken ribs, causing tears to stream down his face from the pain. "When you head to the town, be cautious, Dongzi. The townsfolk are not to be trifled with," the secretary advised, looking at Xiaojun. "You too, avoid any conflicts. I understand you are in business, just be careful." "Uncle, I got it," Xiaojun replied before departing. Turning to Weidong, he burst into laughter with Zhang Xiaojun. "Dongzi, that clearly looks like someone got kicked. Which good Samaritan gets so drunk they end up in such a state?" Chapter 48. The Power of Rumors, the Buffoon? The departing He Chongqing and his son were not unlike the deaf, as they had certainly overheard Weidong's words to the little one. With a bruised face and broken ribs, his fury was palpable. "Damn it, this boy has a venomous tongue. I shall not let you escape unscathed." Weidong, you are courting death. What were you saying?" Weidong was even more incensed, fully aware that he was the victim of an assault. Yet he continued to make excuses for himself and his father. "What have I said? Just empty chatter. Like a fool," Weidong retorted sharply. The little one turned back, stifling a laugh, which only fueled Weidong's anger further. He wished to retaliate, but was restrained by Secretary Zhang Liang, who admonished him sternly. "Do you still wish to fight? Are you even a match for anyone? Look at your injuries. No one even named you. Go back. Do you not feel embarrassed enough?" Faced with Secretary Zhang Liang's rebuke, he felt utterly helpless and could only comply, falling silent. A glance at his father, who nodded in understanding, conveyed the unspoken message. Clenching his fists tightly, he stormed away in frustration. In business, he had never spoken as harshly as He Chongqing, nor had he resorted to violence. Thus, his injuries were far less severe than those sustained by his father. Youthful vigor and a bit of strength were on his side. With the secretary present, engaging in a brawl was out of the question. Yet, unbeknownst to them, rumors had already spread throughout the village concerning the relationship between the father and son. The culprits were none other than Weidong and Zhang Xiaojun, who had departed earlier. Weidong was responsible for devising plans, while Xiaojiao and Ajing executed them flawlessly, creating a perfect synergy. However, the rumors became distorted, morphing from tales of a brawl to whispers of clandestine meetings with other women, leading to confrontations with their husbands. With the assistance of the ever-inquisitive He Xiao and his friends, the gossip proliferated. It was one thing for the villagers of Hajiao village to be aware, but those from neighboring villages also caught wind of the tales and returned home to spread them further, transforming them into the gossip of the fields. What man would not envy He Chongqing? At such an advanced age, with a grown son who had married and fathered children, he still possessed the vitality to engage in such escapades with women outside, albeit under the strict watch of the women at home. A heart full of mischief, but lacking in courage. Upon their return to the village, they noticed that those who had been conversing moments earlier fell silent at their approach and turned to leave. Yet, as they passed by, the glances were peculiar, devoid of greetings. The atmosphere remained tense throughout their journey. Some women regarded He Chongqing with visible disdain. He mistakenly believed that the rumors of his brawl had reached everyone, prompting such reactions. Little did he know that Weidong had orchestrated the dissemination of rumors, distorting the narrative of his altercation. Zhang Liang, who had returned with them, also sensed the peculiar demeanor of the villagers and felt a touch of embarrassment for accompanying them. He spoke up. "We have arrived at the village. You should rest for a few days. Your wife is likely already returned to the fields, and I must attend to my own work." With that, without waiting for a response from He Chongqing and his son, he hastily departed. Observing his hasty departure, He Chongqing felt an unsettling air among the villagers. "Father, what is happening? Everyone seems to look down upon us." He Weidong, ever the simpleton, blurted out. "Nonsense. Let us return home. Lend me your support." He Chongqing scolded angrily, wincing at the pain in his ribs due to his ire. Turning into the alley that led home, He Chongqing's expression soured dramatically upon overhearing the villagers' conversation, as if he had just lost a dearly beloved father. The village chief is quite audacious. Not only does he cavort with women in the village, but he also causes chaos in town, getting beaten and then calling the police, all while claiming it was merely a brawl. It is utterly laughable. Indeed, the village chief's face is remarkably thick-skinned, another man chimed in. Yet his audacity is astounding. I hear he and his son are involved in such disgraceful conduct. How can they bear such shame? Enough of this talk. Let's focus on safeguarding the women in our homes, another voice interjected. Absolutely. We must protect our women and prevent any association with the village chief's family. They are depraved, and who knows, they may not even spare young girls. As the conversation continued, another man added, "Heavens, if you speak in such a manner, it could spell danger. He Weidong has been eyeing my daughter recently. I must return to my child." "I shall return too," came the response, but their discussion was abruptly cut short. Hearing these remarks, He Chongqing and his son, particularly He Chongqing, were overcome with a deep fury, their faces darkening with rage. Had it not been for his father's restraint, He Weidong would have stormed out long ago. But upon hearing such slander, he could no longer contain himself. Bursting forth, he exclaimed, "Damn you, you wretched scoundrels! What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever behaved in such a way?" Upon the return of the principal figures, especially with the village chief He Chongqing in tow, the long-standing hierarchy caused an unease among the villagers. However, considering the perverse actions of this father-son duo towards women, they felt compelled to stand firm, lest they be perceived as timid and cowardly, allowing their women to be bullied in their absence. "Boy, just because your father is the village chief, does that grant you the right to covet the women of others?" One man challenged. "Indeed, the village chief is elected by us. If we disagree, then you are nothing but a farce of a leader." A relative, who typically did not see eye to eye with He Chongqing, felt compelled to speak up, especially given the disgraceful actions of He Weidong and his father. "You, uncle, ought to reconsider. It is inappropriate for you to fabricate tales about me and your nephew." He Chongqing understood that next year was crucial for his re-election. He could not afford to alienate his own kin, for such discord could jeopardize his position as village chief. "Yes, you still call me uncle. When have I ever committed such acts?" He Weidong retorted, equally displeased. "I speak in jest, yet the entire village echoes the same sentiment. The tale unfolds of you and your son engaging in clandestine meetings with women, resulting in their husbands confronting you. To salvage face, you sought the village secretary's assistance in concocting a falsehood. Otherwise, how could your wife have been compelled to compensate 50 yuan, ostensibly for damages incurred? Indeed, a grown man should possess the courage to own his actions. Instead, he resorts to bullying us. Over the years, you have certainly made my life difficult." Previously, a man who had a strained relationship with He Chongqing muttered disdainfully, "Leave me be. You two are nothing but depraved scoundrels. I have no desire to converse with you." The other men, though silent, followed suit in departing. "You scoundrel, I am innocent. I was merely assaulted," He Weidong lamented, tears welling in his eyes as he attempted to explain, feeling disbelieved even by his own uncle. His standing in the village had been irreparably tarnished. "Uncle, please stay. I have matters to discuss with you." Chapter 49. Another conflict. Is He Weidong in trouble? What's going on? Is there an issue? He Chongqing, grimacing in pain, retrieved a cigarette and offered it to him. "Tell me precisely what transpired. Who spread this rumor?" "It is utterly untrue." Thus, He Weidong's uncle recounted the situation in general terms. After listening, He Chongqing remarked, "Are you saying that during lunchtime, Someone came to our village and informed my wife that my son and I had been assaulted. She didn't believe it and even argued with them. While inhaling from the cigarette, he continued, indeed, a relative of Sister Zhang S. mentioned it, initially claiming that you were in a brawl. However, I'm not sure how it transformed after lunch. Someone must have suggested that you fabricated this story to save face when notifying the village secretary. The truth is that you were caught in a clandestine meeting with another man's wife, which led to the altercation, resulting in a police report and your wife having to pay for your release. Upon hearing this, He Changqing's previously darkened face took on an odd expression. His eyelids seemed to tighten, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Angrily, he retorted, "Nonsense. They're spouting lies. I was genuinely assaulted. You're not deceiving me, are you? I assure you, I am not lying," He Changqing asserted firmly. "Then what about your affair with Ho Guifan? Isn't that true? Even the village children are aware. That is false. I have no idea which scoundrel spread that tale," He Changqing replied in a low voice. Casting a glance at the enraged He Changqing, he preferred to say no more. Were they not related, he would have turned and left like the others long ago. The women in the family would certainly not want him associating too much with He Changqing, fearing he might lead them astray, and inadvertently attract the attention of that twisted father-son duo. "Very well, I shall take my leave. In the future, if there is nothing urgent, refrain from seeking me out to converse," he declared before departing without a trace of hesitation. He Weidong, who had remained silent until now, indignantly exclaimed, "Father, what is the deal with our cousin? He used to curry favor with you, but now that you're in trouble, he flees faster than a rabbit. Let us head home." Feeling discomfort throughout his body, He Changqing wished to refrain from discussing further. He Weidong continued to simmer with resentment behind him. Upon entering their home, he voiced, "Father, this doesn't add up. Do you think it's possible someone is deliberately tarnishing our reputation?" Hearing his son's words, He Changqing scrutinized him. He thought to himself, this foolish boy is not so foolish after all. He has discerned the underlying issue. If there were no malevolent intentions at play, how could things have escalated so suddenly? "Who do you suspect?" "Father, I suspect that it might be He Weidong. Previously, Li Yuhan was beaten, and I don't know who did it, but he dared to confront you publicly. We have already become enemies. It makes sense for this to happen, don't you think?" After expressing his thoughts, He Changqing did not respond. Deep in contemplation, he too suspected it was indeed He Weidong, as his methods were exceptionally vile, concocting such a malicious scheme to target him. "After all, I'm still your uncle. At my age, my reputation has been tarnished. How am I to live on?" Observing his father in silence, He Weidong anxiously exclaimed, "Dad, speak up. Are we to let ourselves be bullied like this? What should we do then? Of course, we must explain the situation to everyone." He Weidong blurted out. With a derisive laugh, his father responded, "Do you truly believe anyone would take our word for it? We cannot allow He Weidong to ruin our reputation. You are still the village chief. Why not have him locked away?" He Weidong articulated his thoughts. He Changqing shook his head in resignation. "There is no evidence. We know it was him, yet we are powerless. Father, what do you think of this?" He whispered a nefarious plan into his ear. "Poison? No, that is too cruel and could result in death," He Changqing rejected. "But if he sells something that kills someone, wouldn't he end up in prison?" He Weidong asked with a cold smirk. "If it gets discovered, you will be finished. No dat poison. Let us use a laxative instead, perhaps with croton oil." After pondering for a moment, He Changqing decided that revenge was necessary, opting to sabotage He Weidong's plans to relieve his pent-up frustration. "All right, son, you handle this. Wait a few days, otherwise others may suspect you," He Changqing advised. He Weidong confidently thumped his chest, declaring, "Father, who says I need to do it myself? And don't forget, Li Yuan was also targeted by He Weidong. Do you think he can endure this?" "Indeed, you are thinking wisely. Proceed discreetly and avoid leaving any traces," He Changqing affirmed. "Understood, Father," He Weidong replied, feeling elated. He couldn't help but chuckle, but the laughter tugged at his wounds, causing tears to stream down his face. Upon returning home early, his mother was greeted by the village gossip. In the past, she might have dismissed it, but after her confrontation with He Changqing, who had been accused of an affair with Ho Guifan, and with the subsequent altercation the following day, her suspicions were already sown. It was evident that outside forces were at play. Otherwise, how could her son have suddenly been allowed to sell skewers in town? The more people talk, the more truth seems to emerge. She felt betrayed after all her hard work. As soon as she arrived home, she could no longer contain herself and lunged at He Chongqing's face. "Have you lost your mind?" He Chongqing retorted angrily, caught off guard. At that moment, he was no match for his wife, having several ribs broken and lacking the strength to defend himself. Before he could react, she had already clawed at his face, leaving it in tatters. "Are you trying to ruin us? How can you betray me like this, consorting with other women and taking our son along?" His wife sobbed. "Nonsense. I did not. Those are mere rumors spread by that rascal He Weidong." He Chongqing defended himself. "You claim it's others, but do you have any proof?" she demanded. He Chongqing, pale-faced, replied, "Although I lack evidence, I know it was him." "Indeed, mother, reflect upon the events of this morning. Circumstances were not as they are now. I overheard my cousin mentioning that by afternoon, the narrative had shifted. Clearly, someone is orchestrating mischief. Our grievances with He Weidong are well known. It must be his doing, for he is quite the scoundrel." At that moment, He Weidong began to elucidate the situation to his mother. "Is what you claim truly the case?" "Of course. Consider how many incidents have transpired in recent days. Just last night, He Weidong suggested we report to the authorities. His intention was to humiliate father. Imagine if father's reputation is tarnished. How could he possibly run for village head next year? And if he cannot assume that role, who would care for you? The wife of the village head? You make a valid point." After a moment of contemplation, his mother nodded. "How could this wretch be so malicious? We must devise a thorough retaliation. He cannot be spared." "Do not fret, mother. Father and I have already devised a plan." "What plan? Pray, share it with me so I might assist." Chapter 50. Retribution and Marriage. "This matter is best handled by us. You need not involve yourself." Just as He Weidong was about to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by He Chongqing's sharp words. Wang Hohat felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. Angrily, she remarked, "That scoundrel He Weidong has truly corrupted his heart. You must not show any leniency." "Rest assured, I shall not easily let him off," He Chongqing replied, suppressing the pain etched on his face. "Enough. You two be cautious. I shall go prepare dinner." While they were plotting against He Weidong, he remained blissfully unaware, having returned from the town with Xiao Xiao, carrying their purchases. "Dongyi, do you think that since we have offended He Chongqing, He Weidong won't try to harm us?" Xiao Xiao inquired as she stayed behind to help. He Weidong furrowed his brow. Realizing that given the mischief this boy had previously caused in the village, it was indeed a possibility. "You raise a valid point. That boy associates with Li Yuan, the kind who is cunningly malicious. I must remain vigilant. Please ask the local children to keep an eye out," He Weidong advised thoughtfully. Any approaching visitors to their home henceforth should be treated with caution. The household chores were nearly complete. Tomorrow, his father would take the two older brothers to work on the new house. He and Xiao Xiao would venture into town to earn some money, building their capital in advance. "By the way, regarding the tractor issue we discussed last time, have you spoken to your third uncle?" He Weidong recalled the grain coupons he had hidden in his room. "I have inquired with my third uncle. He assured me there is no problem. However, there are concerns regarding the village chief." Xiao Xiao expressed her apprehensions. "Do not worry. When we parted ways years ago, it was agreed that this is the village's communal asset. As long as we provide the payment, if they make things difficult for us, we will find another way. After all, our branch is not so easily bullied," He Weidong reassured her. "All right." In the dead of night, as the villagers retired for the evening, He Weidong, having stewed in silence all night, stealthily slipped out of his home, clutching an object and carrying a bucket, making his way toward He Weidong's residence. His actions stirred the village dogs, causing them to bark. Unbeknownst to him, He Weidong had only just settled into bed. He was roused by the barking, followed by the sounds of commotion at the door. "Who is it?" he called out, slipping on his shoes and stepping outside. He caught a glimpse of a shadow fleeing, accompanied by a foul odor wafting from the entrance. He could not discern the identity of the figure. His voice had startled his family awake, and they all rushed to turn on the lights to investigate. They too discovered the issue at hand, a stench emanating from the doorway. "Dongzi, what happened? Who did this?" his father inquired. He Weidong shook his head, replying, "I do not know. When I came out, they had already fled. It was pitch dark, and I could not see who it was." That scoundrel, how malicious! His mother exclaimed in anger. Let us just clean it up, Weidong suggested nonchalantly as he grabbed what he needed to tidy up. He pondered internally, reflecting on the individuals he had recently offended. Only the village chief's family and Li Yuan remained. After all, they had secretly dealt with him before, likely seeking revenge. However, this incident served as a wake-up call for Weidong. It appeared he would need to exercise caution in the future. Otherwise, if someone plotted against him, the consequences could be dire. His family promptly gathered tools to assist, and soon the area was cleared. A few curses were exchanged, but little more was said. It was simply too disheartening to see such unscrupulous behavior. Hidden in the shadows, Weidong overheard the curses from Weidong's family and smirked coldly to himself. He felt elated, having finally exacted a measure of revenge, yet he knew this was not the end. He was determined to retaliate against Weidong with great vigor. He would make him pay. Unbeknownst to him, someone was observing the situation from the darkness, approaching with items in hand, heading towards home. Who was there? Weidong suddenly shouted, startling Weidong, who fled in a panic like a frightened rabbit, completely oblivious to his surroundings. With a thud, he fell into the latrine, landing with a splash. Hearing the muffled sound of water, Weidong immediately recognized it was Weidong. Assuming he had fallen into the toilet, he made no effort to investigate, thinking it fitting that the boy should suffer a bit for his earlier misdeeds. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the town to procure some black dog blood to send to the village chief's home, just to disgust him a little. It was only fair to reciprocate. He turned and returned to rest. Meanwhile, Weidong struggled in the latrine, fearing he had been discovered. Yet no one came to check on him. It seemed his bravado had been unfounded. Finally managing to stand, he emerged, reeking and disheveled. Sneaking back home, he unexpectedly encountered his father, who was getting up in the night to use the toilet. Noticing his son's damp and foul-smelling appearance, Chongqing frowned and asked, "Where have you been? Did you fall into the toilet?" After a brief explanation of what had transpired, Chongqing chastised him for his carelessness and urged him to clean up quickly before dismissing him. In the middle of the night, as Weidong cleaned himself, he cursed Weidong vehemently. Meanwhile, Weidong, lying in bed, sneezed repeatedly, inwardly cursing, certain that Weidong was cursing him. The next morning, Weidong took Xiao to the town. On the way, he recounted the events of the previous night. After hearing the story, Xiao exclaimed, "That scoundrel is truly despicable. Why didn't you chase him down and give him a beating? I suspect he fell into the toilet, so hitting him would only dirty my hands. I plan to retaliate tonight." Weidong briefly outlined his scheme. "Take me with you." Very well. As their conversation continued, they arrived in the town, familiar with the surroundings and the people. Business was thriving that day, and they quickly sold their goods. As they made their way home, they passed a supply and marketing cooperative where they purchased some yellow paper. After procuring a bag of black dog blood and concealing it, I returned home. Once home, I ventured to the neighboring village to catch a glimpse of Sun Yue. After a brief exchange of words, I proceeded to the new house to attend to some work. "East, I noticed you visiting the neighboring village. Have you taken a liking to someone?" "Inquire my father, Chang'an. That would be Sun Yue," Weidong replied candidly. "She seems to be 2 years younger than you, yet she has already reached the age of 18. Should I find someone to inquire further?" "But the age for obtaining a marriage certificate is not yet upon us," interjected my elder brother, Huihua. "In rural areas, marriages often occur early. If both parties consent, they may wed beforehand, and once the appropriate age is reached, they can obtain the certificate. This is a common practice. Indeed, the house is completed. You mentioned separating households. It would be imprudent to do so without care," added my second brother. "Perhaps we should make some inquiries," Weidong concurred, recognizing that such arrangements are typically conducted in this manner. He was determined not to let opportunities slip away, as he aspired to cultivate a prosperous future and seize every chance that came his way. Chapter 51. The bustling village. Chang'an took a puff from his cigarette and remarked, "With a new year behind us, I have turned 19, which makes me 20 by the traditional count. I am of a suitable age now. Once the house is built, everything will fall into place." Weidong responded. It would suffice to find a matchmaker to initiate a conversation. "Indeed," he replied, and the family returned to their tasks without further discussion. As they were about to head home, Huihua inquired. Dongzi, did you not mention you had another line of business? Yes. In a few days, I will begin preparations to sell the village's produce in the city. I intend to scout the route first, Weidong disclosed without reservation. How much profit can be made from selling vegetables? He pondered. The secret of grain tickets was naturally not disclosed after deducting labor and travel expenses. It was essentially a no-cost venture. In this day and age, labor was hardly valued. If one refrained from using a tractor, the cost of human-pulled carts was minimal. Rest assured, it will certainly be profitable, Weidong said with a smile. In a few days, I will let my second brother take over my current responsibilities while I pursue this seasonal business. I have long since devised a plan, and it is impossible to convert all the grain tickets into cash, as I lack the physical capacity to do so. Selling 200,000 jin of grain tickets would yield only about 50 to 60,000 yuan. It would not be prudent to exchange them all at once. Alternative methods must be considered. Converting grain tickets to cash is merely a means to accumulate initial funds. With small-scale trade now permitted, venturing into the county town opens up myriad opportunities for profit, such as running a small cafeteria or tutoring classes. However, due to the house construction, my capital is limited. I am merely contemplating ways to generate funds. The initial capital is the most challenging to secure. Once I have some spare money, I will be able to establish a substantial financial foundation. The father and sons chatted jovially as they made their way home. Dinner was prepared upon their arrival. After the meal, they busied themselves with their respective matters, and once everything was in order, they retired for the night. Weidong had not forgotten the mischief instigated by Weiliang the previous night, and he contemplated retaliation. He surmised that the young man would not possess the audacity to visit again that evening. To safeguard against any potential visit, he decided to remain vigilant for a while. Although Weiliang did not appear, Xiao Xiao did come over. You're here. Aren't you going home tonight? She asked. I shall rest here for the night, she replied. Very well, you can keep watch here while I step out. Shall I accompany you? No need, you stay here. I fear that young man might come back to cause trouble. In truth, Weidong had not anticipated that Weiliang felt humiliated by the previous day's mockery from him and Zhang Xiaojun. After exacting his revenge on Weidong, he had narrowly escaped detection the night before. Today, he resolved to retaliate against Zhang Xiaojun's family. As Weidong arrived, Weiliang had just returned from his misdeeds. Without uttering a word, he directly splashed black dog blood upon the entrance of Weiliang's home, scattering yellow paper money throughout the courtyard and at the door before hastily retreating. Upon his return, Xiao Xiao asked, Did you accomplish it? Yes, but that young man didn't he come, did he? Weidong inquired. No, he likely feared being discovered. It is settled then. Let us retire for the night. Weidong ushered him inside. In the early hours, Chongqing's wife, Wang Hohat, rose to use the restroom without a flashlight, thus failing to notice the yellow paper money scattered in the courtyard. Instead, she was met with a foul stench, mistakenly attributing it to something her son had brought home. She thought little of it and returned to sleep. The following dawn, as Weidong strolled along the path, sharing light-hearted tales with a friend, villagers behind began to stir and rushed to witness the commotion. Zhang Xiaoxiao's mother, upon rising, discovered that their front gate had been smeared with excrement. As she stood there, cleaning the mess, she vociferously cursed the perpetrator. Shortly thereafter, the village chief's wife, Wang Hohat, joined in the tirade. With the dawn barely breaking, she was oblivious until she noticed the ominous black dog-esque blood at the gate, which set off alarm bells in her mind. A closer inspection revealed that the entrance was strewn with paper money. Startled, she trembled at the sight, realizing it was a calculated act of revenge against her family. She stood at the threshold, vociferously condemning the act as utterly despicable, her voice echoing through the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Chongqing, recuperating in bed, rose to survey the chaotic scene in the courtyard, noting the black blood at the gate. He inquired of his son, Weiliang, whether his actions had come to light. Weiliang hesitated, unable to assure his father that nothing had been discovered. Just look at the paper money strewn about the yard and the blood at the gate. It must have been that scoundrel Weidong, Chongqing speculated, though lacking concrete evidence. Upon hearing this, Wang Hohat nearly exploded with rage. What? You dare suggest this was the doing of Weidong? I shall pay his family a visit. They are utterly disgraceful. He Changqing darkened his expression as he stopped her. And what of evidence? Can you confront them without proof? Look at how we have been wronged, he argued. Wang Hohot bristled at his words. Enough. We must have proof before we act. Otherwise, we risk becoming the subject of ridicule. Just days ago, his family faced a similar indignity, and now they will suspect it was our son. Look, even the Zhang family is in an uproar, with no better recourse. Wang Hohot lamented that the black blood had seeped into the house, rendering it unsalvageable. Let this matter rest for now. I shall seek counsel when I can. He Changqing, too, was at a loss, pondering how to navigate this cycle of vengeance without disrupting the harmony of the village. Throughout the morning, the villagers buzzed with gossip regarding the incidents at Weidong's and Zhang Xiaojuan's homes, both subjected to excremental attacks. The village chief's household had similarly been defiled with paper money for the deceased and black dog-esque blood. Speculations ran rampant about the identity of the culprits, as whispers of mutual retaliation echoed through the air. Among those engaged in the chatter were Weidong and Xiao Xiao's close friends, Ajun and Aguang. Do you think this was the doing of Dongzi? Aguang inquired. It seems plausible, especially since the village chief's home was targeted. Just days ago, they too were smeared, allegedly by Weiliang. Ajun pondered aloud. And what of Xiao Xiao's family? Was it Li Yuan or Weiliang? We must remain vigilant, he cautioned. Indeed, both young men were notoriously troublesome. Upon returning, Xiao Xiao inquired about the situation with Dongzi. Upon hearing the matters concerning her family, her expression darkened as she arrived at Weidong's residence. Dongzi, both our families have faced retaliation. Do you believe it was solely Weiliang's doing? Or could Li Yuan also be involved? Xiao Xiao asked. I cannot say for certain. It was indeed Weiliang who targeted my family, he replied. Do you think I should retaliate as well? That is entirely up to you, but exercise caution and refrain from acting in haste, Weidong suggested thoughtfully. After all, his family had suffered twice, while the other side had only endured once, rendering retaliation less advantageous. As the two continued their deliberations, Aguang and Ajing approached. Dongzi, you're home. We need to discuss something important with you. Chapter 52. Doubt, Transition, Letting Go What Happened. Weidong lifted his gaze toward them. Today, both the village chief's home and Xiao Xiao's were vandalized. I suspect it was Weiliang's doing, but the incident at the village chief's house was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Agon asked quietly. What are you implying? Weidong responded with a counter-question, evading a direct answer. I believe we should remain vigilant. Perhaps our home will be targeted next. Ajing interjected, noticing Agon's hesitation to articulate his thoughts. Weidong nodded. Indeed, we ought to be cautious. However, rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye. Should we consider giving that scoundrel Weiliang a good thrashing privately? Agon proposed. Shaking his head, Weidong replied, for now, that may not be necessary. To resort to violence at this stage would be too conspicuous. Yet, we cannot let this scoundrel off the hook easily. He is the one who defiled my home with excrement. The last time I confronted him, he was so frightened that he fell into a toilet. Really? Is that true? The two of them seemed incredulous. Of course it is true. Now, let us just remain alert. I suspect the village chief will soon send word. Xiao Xiao, feeling aggrieved, remarked, but we cannot let this go unpunished. I have yet to avenge my grievances. We are still young, and opportunities abound. For now, let us focus on earning some money. In a few days, you should join me in a business venture, collect more sweet potatoes and potatoes. By the way, you should also start preparing for the Chaihu matter. Chaihu? What purpose does that serve? Agon and Ajing were momentarily perplexed, seeking clarification. I discussed this with Xiao Xiao. It can be profitable, though I have yet to find a proper avenue. When you have spare time, venture to the mountains and gather some. Wash and dry it thoroughly. Once we have a sufficient quantity, I will inquire at the county hospital. After all, physical labor is not highly valued these days. There are no guarantees that this venture will yield profit. All right, with two avenues for income laid out before them. Agon and Ajing envied Xiao Xiao for the opportunity to earn alongside Weidong. Earning 2 coins a day was more than what their families could bring in. Weidong had mentioned this opportunity first, and they regretted not joining him sooner, but lamenting was futile. Previously, They had agreed to pursue this opportunity together. Xiao Xiao was the first to consent, thus reaping the initial benefits, while the two brothers aspired to follow suit. Weidong intended to guide them in their endeavors, as they were all good brothers. In this lifetime, aside from earning for themselves and enhancing their families' lives, those who had been good friends in previous lives would also be brought along, provided they were willing to work hard. By the way, we need to gather thicker specimens, at least as thick as a thumb, and ensure they are cleaned and dried properly to prevent mold. Additionally, you should practice your skills. After the new year, I will take you out for an endeavor. What exactly we will do not inquire. Suddenly recalling, he remembered that this area had briefly experienced a trend for woolen sweaters some years ago. It was something he heard from someone in the county after he had become prosperous. That individual had acquired a batch of woolen sweaters from the south in March or April, a wholesale price of less than 8 yuan. He procured items to resell for 20 yuan, thereby recouping his initial investment. This took place near the wholesale market in Yangqing. While others ventured there in March or April, he only made his way there around February, after the new year. He strategically arrived early to seize opportunities, foster connections, and explore various avenues, which proved beneficial. In those times, contraband from the south, such as radios, electronic watches, and old black and white televisions, could indeed be profitable. The transportation challenges made it difficult to bring goods to the inland provinces. The recent opening up of the economy left many hesitant, resulting in missed opportunities. However, with a vision that spanned decades, Weidong would certainly not allow such chances to slip by, particularly with the readily marketable woolen sweaters. Yet, lacking a large vehicle, he needed to venture into the county to seek out contacts and encourage his friends to start planning ahead. Is there truly a need for conflict over good merchandise? Weidong inquired, observing the puzzled expressions of his companions. Do you believe the outside world is so safe? There are many highway thugs, and without sufficient skills, one's life could be at stake. Now, let us proceed as I suggest. We have a few months to prepare. Weidong chose not to elaborate further. By the way, with the village head embroiled in such scandal, do you think he can still hold his position? You should return home and discuss this with your elders and relatives. Upon understanding, they assured him they would. After assisting for a while, they departed. When his elder brother and a few others returned, Weidong remarked, "Father, have we gathered most of the materials? We should be able to bring in some help." "Yes. I'll consult with someone regarding the timing to commence the work," Chang'an replied, puffing on his dry tobacco. "Then it seems there is no work left. Second brother, you should join me tomorrow. I'm entrusting this task to you, where you can earn a bit of pocket money," Weidong said, addressing his second brother. His sister-in-law was envious and subtly signaled to her husband, wanting to express her own capabilities. During this period, she was aware of Weidong's financial gains, which were quite significant. However, Weidong had already shared his plans with her and had other matters to delegate. He pretended not to notice her discontented expression. Seeing her displeasure, Weidong reassured her, "Sister-in-law, this endeavor is ultimately a minor venture. Since second brother is first to speak, I have other commitments to attend to. Rest assured, elder brother will join in as well. It's still a lucrative opportunity." Upon hearing this, her mood lightened somewhat. The atmosphere during dinner that evening was somewhat awkward. However, Weidong paid little mind to it. Earning money was his skill, and both sides were equally invested. Furthermore, he could choose whom to impart his expertise to without concern for others' opinions. The following morning, he took Xiao Xiao and his second brother to sell grilled skewers. Along the way, Weidong remarked, "Second brother, business thrives on amiability. Generally, no one in the town causes trouble anymore. Occasionally, if a product malfunctions and customers express dissatisfaction, simply replacing it with kindness suffices. I heard the village head was beaten due to his rude remarks and harsh criticisms. It rumored that he was assaulted for having his eye on someone else's wife?" Weidong's second brother inquired, perplexed. "Perhaps," Weidong casually remarked. "You should accompany me and learn diligently for a couple of days." Xiao Xiao was filled with confusion. If Weidong were to join, would she still earn her 2 pieces of silver each day? Bringing home 2 pieces would make her feel like a hero in her own right. With her early departures and late returns, her parents would have no reason to scold her. Currently, this venture is modest in scale. Forget what I previously mentioned. I have a lucrative opportunity. Starting the day after tomorrow, you shall accompany me to sell vegetables in the county, where several large factories are located. I will guarantee you a minimum of 5 pieces of silver daily. Weidong said, patting his good friend's shoulder. What? 5 pieces? Is that truly possible? Can selling vegetables be that profitable? Do not doubt my vision. You will understand in due course. Keep this under wraps, or else it would be quite awkward if no one is available to sell my vegetables. What if we need a vehicle to get there, and the village chief refuses to lend us one? Chapter 53. Legacy? Conspiracy. Endure some hardship in the beginning, and things will improve later, Weidong mused. Although the destination was somewhat distant, it was not imperative to source fresh vegetables solely from his village. Venturing to nearby villages around the county town was also a viable option. In that scenario, it would suffice for his group to establish a preliminary presence, ensuring that their connections were well organized, allowing for direct collection and sales later on. Moreover, the closer the village was to the county town, the greater the likelihood that they would require food coupons. Upon arriving at the town, Weidong set up his stall, while grilling skewers of meat. He took the opportunity to instruct his second brother on when to add seasonings, how to observe the meat's color, and the critical aspects of cooking time. His brother, Weidong, eager to earn money, was quite earnest in his studies. As familiar faces passed by and noticed the familiar vendor selling skewers, they approached with cash in hand. At this moment, Weidong had become somewhat of a local emblem. Anyone acquainted with him knew that this young man possessed exceptional culinary skills, creating delectably appetizing dishes. As he handed over the skewers, Weidong engaged his brother in conversation, employing persuasive language that delighted the customers. By midday, he had sold out completely. He then took his brother to the meat processing plant to purchase lamb and pork. Before heading there, he spent money on 2 packs of cigarettes, which he presented to the plant manager. After all, maintaining these connections and spending money were essential for securing his supplies. He also introduced his brother, explaining that in the future, if he were unavailable, Weidong would come in his stead. The manager, pleased by the gesture, accepted the cigarettes and assured that Weidong would have access to meat in the future. After concluding the day's business, they returned to the village, planning to take another trip the following day. Once familiarized with the process, Weidong would not need to go himself. Later that evening, he guided his brother through practice sessions, providing instruction as they went along. By the end of the night, after a couple more rehearsals, they were nearly prepared. Upon returning home, he visited Xiao Xiao's house and summoned a Guang and a Zheng. He shared his plans, stating his intention to capitalize on the autumn harvest to sell vegetables in the county town, offering each person 5 yuan for their efforts. Only Xiao Xiao had previously heard this, while a Guang and a Zheng, upon hearing of the 5 yuan a day, were taken aback, nearly drooling in astonishment. They incredulously questioned, "Dongzi, you can't be serious? 5 yuan a day is far too generous. My family considers it a remarkable achievement to earn even 1 yuan a day. Why not follow Xiao Zhao's lead and pay us 2 yuan instead? No need for that. This work is indeed arduous. Just follow my lead without too many questions, and you'll understand in due time," Weidong reassured them. After all, earning 5 yuan a day would require 25 jin of local food coupons. Yet, with the abundance of food coupons at his disposal, it was virtually a no-cost venture, and he paid little mind to such trivialities. Converting the resources into cash was the true path forward. "Dongzi, how do you plan to proceed? I am aware that many individuals require food coupons. I intend to acquire some at a low price and then exchange them for vegetables in the village, as they too are in need of these coupons. The produce cultivated in the fields is hardly marketable, so by trading for it at a reduced rate, I can subsequently sell it in the city for a profit, without the necessity of vegetable tickets. Surely, the city dwellers will be eager to purchase, won't they?" Weidong smiled as he articulated his plan. However, there are many aspects that remain somewhat unclear, particularly concerning the food coupons, which he obtained without spending any money, rather than through direct purchase. As long as we can sell even a pound, profit will ensue. Truly, what shall we do then? In that case, you should first borrow a bicycle. I will buy one tomorrow. We will establish a collection point for vegetables near the county town, and that will allow us to earn money. I must clarify, however, That cash payments cannot be made daily due to substantial expenses, Weidong cautioned. The group had grown up together and shared a bond of trust. Rest assured, Dongzi, since we are following you, we will diligently learn, they affirmed, confident that Weidong would not deceive them. All right, come over the day after tomorrow, and we shall set forth together. After issuing his instructions, Weidong returned home. Once he had departed, Ajing remarked, "Do you think that Weidong will come seeking trouble after we leave?" "He likely will." The village chief did not mention anything today, which suggests a difference in opinion from Dongzi, Agwang replied. "Perhaps we should deal with him before we leave to prevent any mischief, ensuring our departure is more secure." Xiao Xiao proposed. Agreed, both Ajing and Agwang concurred. By the way, what about the chaihu that Dongzi mentioned? He didn't bring it up, so shall we forego it? We can attend to it after selling the vegetables, as it grows in the mountains and is seldom harvested, and it only fetches 5 yuan a day, Agwang said, his eyes gleaming with insight. That works. Since Dongzi emphasized the urgency of collecting vegetables, we will borrow the bicycle tomorrow, Ajing decisively concluded. Upon returning home, Weidong briefly recounted his plan to his father. After listening, father slowly responded, "The distance from here to the county town is considerable, and you cannot return daily. The expenses of living outside will be substantial. Renting a small house in the countryside is feasible. It would only take about a month. I will leave the stall's management to your second brother and sister-in-law, while I scout the city for business opportunities." The second brother's family was naturally pleased with this prospect, though the elder sister-in-law was less enthusiastic. Weidong chose not to elaborate further. In any endeavor, one must not expect immediate success. It requires patience. This hometown will present further opportunities for profit in the future, and I will not leave my elder brother and sister-in-law idle. There are paths to prosperity. While they deliberated these matters, the atmosphere at the home of the village chief, Chongqing, was quite different. After a few days of rest, Weidong had resumed his restless demeanor, spending time in his room with Li Yuhan, engaged in conversation about who knows what. "Indeed, your sister is soon to be wed, is she not? She works at the town's department store. Has she not provided you with anything?" Weidong inquired. "No, she mentioned that she would find me a more suitable position at the factory in the future." "How much betrothal gift did your brother-in-law, Sun Fu, bestow upon her?" Weidong felt that Weidong was earning a decent living every time he returned. He brought back an abundance of goods. The village children were fortunate enough to savor the candies bestowed by his offspring. Otherwise, how could those children possibly spread such numerous rumors? "My mother stated that 800 yuan is required, which will be delivered tomorrow. I want her to procure a bicycle for me, though regrettably, I lack the necessary industrial tickets and must acquire one. The bicycle, when the time comes, I shall borrow to ride properly. Rest assured, once the bicycle is purchased, I shall venture to the neighboring village to seek out Sun Yuewei for matchmaking. For the Weidong family, despite their meager means, dares to compete with me." Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with avarice. It seems their household has shed its impoverished status, for selling skewers proves quite lucrative. Chapter 54. The plan comes to fruition. Li Yuxia seeks revenge on Weidong upon hearing Weidong's words. Li Yuan's mood soured once more. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Make money? My sister knows people. We could have someone speak to the local business and health authorities to shut down his stall. Let him revel in his own folly. Goodness, what a splendid idea. I cannot bear to witness that rascal Weidong profiting even for a day." Duuri. As he spoke, he pushed Li Yuan towards the door. Li Yuan, in a flurry, replied, "No need to rush. Rest assured, my sister will return tonight with the betrothal gifts. Once I tell her how Weidong has bullied me, she will surely take action. That would be most excellent. Go back and await your sister and brother-in-law's arrival." Weidong, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, could hardly bear to wait even a moment longer. After being urged, Li Yuan hastily departed to greet his sister. Weidong, brimming with excitement, rushed to his father, exclaiming, "Father, I have splendid news." "What is it? Why the commotion?" His father replied, "Father, I have devised a way to deal with Weidong," Weidong eagerly stated, "and it won't even be illegal. We can utilize public resources to take care of him." Upon hearing this, Chongqing's eyes brightened, as if his side no longer ached. Is what you say true? After listening to his son's plan, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Seeing that scoundrel prophet makes my blood boil. I never expected such a solution to exist. Father, once we succeed, how about we sell skewers? Weidong mused, thinking of that messy Li Yuan, who was on the verge of acquiring a new bicycle while he himself had nothing. It was impossible to directly ask his father to buy one for him. But if he could earn money through business, surely he could persuade his father to purchase it for him. Contemplating the injustice of being beaten while conducting business, Chongqing hesitated. Sensing his father's uncertainty, Weidong urged, Father, teach me the trade, and I shall earn the money myself. I am certain of it. After a moment's deliberation, Chongqing nodded. Very well, but while in business, you must not squander money. You must bring home the earnings every day, understood? Accustomed to controlling everything, Chongqing was unwilling to relinquish his financial authority. Hearing this, Weidong's expression fell. However, lacking capital, he gritted his teeth in agreement. Father, rest assured, I will bring home the daily earnings. He thought to himself, you know how much I sell each day. I will certainly set aside some for myself. At the Li Chongwei household, today their daughter returned with her husband to present the betrothal gifts amounting to 800 yuan. Li Yuan deliberately adorned herself in a woeful manner as she welcomed her sister and brother-in-law at the door. When Sun Fu produced the 800 yuan to hand over to Guifan, her face beamed with delight. It has been quite some time since I have seen such a sum. After discussing her lifelong commitment, Li Yuxia finally settled down. While the dark night enveloped Sun Fu as he climbed into bed, falsely claiming it was his first time, a young maiden untouched. Upon hearing this, Sun Fu was naturally elated, showering his affection to the utmost degree. He would even deplete his entire fortune for the sake of money. After concluding their business discussion, he glanced at his younger brother, Yuan, and inquired, What has happened to you? Li Yuxia scrutinized her brother. I was struck from behind, sister. I was bullied, and I implore you to assist me. Li Yuan dramatically lamented, shedding tears. Filled with maternal concern, Guifan reiterated his plight succinctly. Mother, are you certain it was that scoundrel Weidong who instigated this? Li Yuxia's eyes narrowed, her tone icy as she questioned. She had not anticipated that Weidong could be so outrageous. It was one thing to refuse her hand in marriage, but to insult her and strike her mother was entirely another. Now, seeing her well married, he had the audacity to assault her brother. This grievance would not go unpunished. Sun Fu, being the son of the village head from the adjacent village, was not a concern here. He was aware of Weidong's reputation and knew he could not compete, especially with several loyal friends by his side. He exchanged a few trivial remarks, but Guifan had no intention of seeking help from his son-in-law, nor did Li Yuan. With a glance towards her husband, Li Chongwei engaged Sun Fu in conversation while the mother and son led Li Yuxia into a private room. Yuxia, your mother knows you are acquainted with people from the city. Could you ask for their assistance in shutting down Weidong's stall in the town? If he can no longer earn a living, he will think twice before being so arrogant. With no son-in-law present, Guifan spoke without hesitation. Indeed, sister, you must assist me. Once I start earning, I will certainly show my gratitude towards you, Li Yuan chimed in. Although the man had previously stated that he did not wish to maintain further contact, fearing repercussions from his pregnant wife, now that his brother was in trouble, both his mother and brother turned to him for support. After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and declared, All right, mother, I shall return tomorrow and take action. Weidong dares to bully our family. This will not end well for him. Ideally, we should have him imprisoned. This was somewhat complicated. For now, preventing him from making money would suffice. He had also offended the village head, and as long as he remained in the village, they would find a way to deal with him. Despite her seemingly unreasonable demeanor, Guifan was quite astute in her scheming. Agreed. After a brief conversation, Li Yuxia escorted her husband, Sun Fu, home. Li Yuan, having secured a promise, hurried to Weidong's residence to share the good news. Chongqing nodded in satisfaction upon hearing it. Your mother speaks wisely. As long as Weidong's family remains in the village, we will find a way to handle him. Come, let me teach you some skills. They would diligently learn the means to earn. The following day, Weidong, accompanied by his brother and Xiao Xiao, ventured into town to sell skewers, unaware that Li Yuxia had returned the previous night with a vendetta against him, intent on sabotaging his business. Today, Li Yuxia arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative and placed a phone call to that man. As the phone rang several times, just before it was about to cease, it finally connected. "Hello, who is this? Did I not tell you to refrain from calling me for the time being? If my mother finds out, I would be doomed." Li Yuxia exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "Regardless, I am being bullied, and your son is the one responsible. You must take care of your son's affairs, do you not?" Upon hearing her mention of his son, the man on the other end felt compelled to appease her. "Very well, I shall intervene. However, please do not contact me again until after your marriage. The last time I sent you 500 yuan, it nearly led to my family's discovery. What was it about? And who was involved?" Li Yuxia succinctly explained the matter. "It's in the town," she stated. The man hesitated momentarily. "What? You cannot handle this. Do you believe I—" "Stop. I will take care of it. I shall immediately call the health center in Changhe Town and ensure that the young man stall is shut down." How does that sound? Chapter 55. Trouble approaches. Weidong faces adversity, having received the man's assurance. Li Yuxia exchanged a few words before ending the call, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over her. A cold smirk graced her lips as she thought, "Weidong, you refuse to marry me and dare to bully my brother? Just wait and see how I deal with you." She contemplated severing Weidong's business prospects. Without financial means, their family's home would remain unfinished, condemning them to a life of stagnation in the village. With village chief He Changqing in the picture, their family situation was unlikely to improve. Meanwhile, the man on the other end of the line took a deep breath after hanging up. He dialed another number. "Hello, is this old Qian? This is Lu Chuanming from the county's Commerce Bureau. I have a matter to discuss." His words were vague yet pointed. He mentioned that someone in Changhe Town was operating a stall in front of a factory without a business license and in unsanitary conditions, having received a report about it. He requested that someone be dispatched to investigate. A seasoned player in the game, Qian understood the implications immediately. He promptly assured Lu that he would send someone over shortly. After exchanging pleasantries and arranging a future meal in the county, Lu ended the call. Weidong, that foolish lad, was unaware that someone was already plotting against him, aiming to destroy his business and, ultimately, his life. The thought of being with Li Yuxia and enduring such malicious schemes weighed heavily on him. In Changhe Town, after hanging up, Director Qian summoned his confidant, Wang Fei. "Wang Fei, what's going on? Someone is operating a stall without a business license, and it's been reported to the county. You need to handle this immediately." Upon hearing this, Wang Fei recognized that someone had likely offended the wrong person. Who needs a business license to sell a stall? He thought, understanding the complaint was merely a pretext. Observing Director Qian's rotund figure, reminiscent of a laughing Buddha, he quickly responded, "Director, I understand. I'll take care of it right away. Where's this person?" "Right outside the soda factory in town. Go handle it. And rest assured, you'll be rewarded come year-end evaluations." Director Qian laid out his expectations. Even if Wang Fei felt a twinge of discomfort, he knew he had to comply with his superior's orders. In truth, he preferred to avoid dealing with such matters. During county meetings, it was emphasized that economic development was the priority. Small businesses should be left alone to thrive, aiding the county's economic growth. However, the authority of the county officials was distant, while the directives from his own director were immediate and pressing. Wang Fei was aware of the barbecue stall's existence. He had even enjoyed the food and had his family partake in it. Now, however, he had no choice but to execute the orders. He hoped this young man would show some wisdom and avoid complicating matters for him. After gathering 2 accomplices, he set out in a vehicle, heading straight for the soda factory. Unbeknownst to Weidong, who was already halfway through selling his stock while teaching his brother the ropes, trouble was indeed on the horizon. "Who allowed you to sell skewers here? These are consumables. Do you possess a health certificate and a business license?" A man with a somewhat fierce demeanor approached Weidong's stall and reprimanded him sternly. It was evident that this group exuded an aura of menace, and Weidong sensed trouble brewing. He raised his head and replied, "Sir, this is merely a small stall, a modest business. Did not the county officials state in their meeting that a business license is unnecessary?" The man retorted harshly, "What are you saying? This area is under my jurisdiction. You will comply with my directives. Pack up your stall and return only when you have secured both a business license and a health permit. He figured that as long as this young man was compelled to acquire a business license, he could create obstacles and deny him the necessary approvals, thus fulfilling the task assigned by his superiors. The surrounding workers, having overheard the exchange, began to voice their support for Weidong. However, the man remained unyielding, threatening those around him with a stern demeanor. The workers, concerned for their own jobs, quickly fell silent, unwilling to jeopardize their positions by speaking up for Weidong. Hurry up and pack your things, otherwise I will confiscate them, he insisted. No matter how much Weidong pleaded, the man remained resolute in preventing him from operating his stall. Weidong's brother, Weipeng, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Had they lost this business opportunity once again? After all, the authority represented by the uniforms they wore embodied the state. Helpless, Weidong began to gather his belongings, preparing to relocate. Yet, sensing his intentions, the man continued, "Do not even think about it until you secure a business license. You are prohibited from setting up shop in Chinatown. Otherwise, I will have the police arrest you and impose a fine." Who dares to speak so boldly? As if he can dictate our police operations? One might mistake you for our station chief, a voice interjected. The speaker was Zhang Ming, the officer who had previously addressed Weidong's report. "Sir, you have arrived. Please try some." Weidong offered the skewers he had prepared but failed to sell. "I cannot. We are officials and cannot partake in the wares of the common folk," Zhang Ming replied, having been instructed by Luo Ming, and recalling Weidong's earlier act of bravery in apprehending a criminal. He had come to deliver a reward, only to encounter this unexpected situation. The previously fierce man, upon recognizing the presence of a law enforcement officer, shifted his tone. "Ah, is team leader Zhang. I see you are acquainted with my relatives. We received a report regarding this matter and came to ascertain whether a business license is necessary." His absurd claims elicited scoffs from those nearby, yet he remained obstinate. Casting a glance at him, Zhang Ming addressed the man. "Director Wang, is this true? If I recall correctly, your brother-in-law does not possess a business license either, and I believe he has recently been involved in a brawl that warrants further questioning." Wang Fei felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere as Zhang Ming spoke. Under normal circumstances, no one would report anything here. How could Zhang Ming possibly arrive? He couldn't let his subordinates feel embarrassed, so he forced himself to say, "Indeed, there has been a report of unlicensed operations, and it was an order from Qian passed down from the county." He had no desire to become a victim of the collateral damage in a conflict between powers. Aware of Weidong's innocence, he truly wished to abstain from this matter. Being part of the same system, Zhang Ming was disinclined to create unnecessary enmity. Therefore, he politely requested the young man to procure a business license and a health permit. "Correct?" "Yes, indeed." "Well then, if there is nothing further, you may leave. I still have a case to discuss with him." Zhang Ming waved his hand towards a group. Having already determined his ascension to the position of deputy director, with control over the violent apparatus, he certainly would not regard these few industrial and commercial personnel with much significance, especially since he had influential backing. Chapter 56. Severing Weidong's path and seeking countermeasures. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Wang Fei and his companions offered no further commentary and departed. Before leaving, they remarked to Zhang Ming, "It seems this fellow has offended someone. It's likely a directive from a county leader." Acknowledging Zhang Ming's intelligence, they implied that even if he were to assist in obtaining a business license, it would ultimately prove futile. "Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal sometime." Zhang Ming replied with a slight nod, as there was no animosity between them. Recognizing the gesture of goodwill, he accepted it graciously. Once they had taken their leave, Zhang Ming spoke. "Weidong, your commendation for bravery has been finalized. Chao Wang is doomed to face the death penalty." Chao Wang, the scarred one you reported, along with several of his underlings, has been sentenced to prison terms ranging from 3 to 5 years. Zhang Ming murmured softly. "So, he is called Chao Wang." Weidong mused, feeling satisfaction at the outcome. He has committed too many heinous acts. His demise is just freeing the village from his malice. Weidong chuckled inwardly, pondering who might have reported him. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Leader, do you know who reported me?" "If they summoned the industry and commerce officials, Even if I were to apply for a business license, I doubt it would be granted. Zhang Ming squinted at He Weidong, recognizing his astuteness. He shook his head slightly. I do not know. I'm only aware that it was a directive from the county. This matter does not align with the county chief's wishes, suggesting you have offended someone within the county. Before He Weidong could respond, Zhang Ming continued, Here is your certificate of commendation, along with a monetary reward of 500 yuan. He handed the money and certificate over to He Weidong. Thank you, leader. I am immensely grateful, He Weidong expressed. Now, take your belongings and return. It appears you can no longer conduct business in town. I wish I could assist further, but this matter lies beyond my jurisdiction. Zhang Ming waved his hand and departed with his entourage. Come, let us gather our things and head back, He Weidong instructed his brother and subordinate. Upon their exit, he turned to his companions. Dongzi, does not obtaining the business license mean we cannot operate? I see others managing just fine. He Weidong's brother, He Weidong, queried, unwilling to concede. Brother, enough. We have made an enemy. Let us return and devise a plan. After a brief explanation, He Weidong resolutely gathered his belongings and left. On the way back, he pondered who he had offended, realizing it was the report that had prompted the county's intervention. Donga, what shall we do? His subordinate, Xiao Xiao, asked, his expression one of dismay. Is there another way? Let's head back, He Weidong replied. Upon returning, they went to assist with tasks at their new residence. Noticing the unusual expressions on his sons' faces, He Chang'an approached during a break to inquire about the situation. Without holding back, He Weidong succinctly recounted the events. Huffing on his dry tobacco, He Chang'an remarked, You must have crossed paths with the village chief, but he lacks the influence to escalate matters to the county. Father, do not overthink. Tomorrow I shall take the Chaihu to the county to inquire about the situation. He Weidong wished to spare his father any undue worry, especially since their house was still under construction and required funds. If they were to build just one floor, the current finances would suffice. However, He Weidong contemplated a more ambitious plan, to construct 2 stories, thereby alleviating the need for future building for the next 2 decades. He toiled diligently to earn money. Yet for a rural man toiling in the fields, finding ways to generate income posed a significant challenge, leading to a sense of melancholy. As the sun began its descent in the afternoon, a few individuals approached. Dongzi, I just saw Li Yuhan. That fellow was boasting to He Weiliang that his sister could ruin your business, leaving you trapped in the village for life while the village chief could deal with you as he pleased. Xiao Xiao whispered to He Weidong in a secluded spot. Frowning at the revelation, He Weidong inquired, Is what you say true? Yes, we all heard it, came the reply. It became apparent that this malicious woman intended to seek out someone to handle him, and since he was forewarned, he would not be able to blame her. Noticing He Weidong's silence, Xiao Xiao hastily asked, Dongzi, what shall we do? I will devise a plan. By the way, you should accompany me to the county tomorrow. All right. That evening, Li Yuxiao returned home and learned from her brother that He Weidong had come back earlier that day with a sullen expression. She felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the man was quite reliable in his dealings, justifying her decision to bear his child. She resolved to visit the county the following day to offer him comfort in person, considering that his wife was slightly ahead of her in pregnancy, which must weigh on his mind. Sister, you're remarkable. What if I procure He Weidong's recipe? Li Yuhan asked with malicious intent. They have a recipe? Li Yuxia responda. Puzzled. Indeed, I heard it from his family. No wonder his business is thriving. Clenching her fist, Li Yuxia coldly stated, Go buy it. Offer him 50 yuan. If he refuses, ensure he never succeeds in business. Should he comply, we might grant him a morsel to eat, while we take 70 and make him work for our family for life. Really? Sister, can you truly compel that fellow to work for us? Li Yuhan asked, almost incredulous. With a subtle smile, she replied, Of course. Rest assured and proceed. Early the next morning, Li Yuxiao departed for the county to seek out that man. Meanwhile, an uninvited guest arrived at He Weidong's home. What brings you here? He Weidong queried darkly upon seeing Li Yuhan as he prepared to leave. Li Yuhan wasted no words. He Weidong, I have heard you will no longer be able to conduct business. Sell me your recipe for roasted lamb skewers for 30 yuan. If you wish to pursue business in the future, I could arrange for you to obtain a license, and you would receive 20. His words nearly provoked laughter from Weidong. This fool must have a brain akin to mush, he thought. You'd have me as your family's servant even if you offered me 70. Huang Shuren would not dare to speak so boldly. What audacity he possesses. Nevertheless, his words confirmed for Weidong that this young rascal's sister was behind the business troubles he faced. While one might consider him foolish, he was wise enough not to drive himself to the brink of ruin. He scoffed, "Get lost, or I shall make you regret it." Fearful of retribution, Li Yuhan hastily retreated, threatening, Weidong, if you do not comply, you shall never succeed in business for the rest of your life. In his haste to depart, Li Yuhan failed to watch where he was going and collided with the approaching Xiao Xiao, falling unceremoniously to the ground. "Looking for trouble, are you?" Xiao Xiao threatened, sending Li Yuhan scurrying away in a panic. "Brother Dong, this brat is here to cause trouble. Shall we teach him a lesson?" "No. The instigator is none other than her sister's lover. We shall head to the county and find someone to deal with him. Otherwise, he can forget about doing business in Changhe Town, as well as his father's position as village chief." Chapter 57. A narrow path for enemies, they proceeded to the main road, boarding the bus heading to the county town. By a stroke of fate, they encountered Li Yuxia, who was on her way out for a rendezvous in the county. Upon spotting Weidong, burdened with a large sack and accompanied by Xiao Xiao, she reveled in her triumph, knowing that he could no longer set up a stall in the county. Her heart swelled with satisfaction. "This fool dared to offend me, and even brought others to assault my brother. Now, with his business disrupted and his source of income severed, I wonder how he will manage." As Weidong boarded the bus and laid eyes on this long-standing adversary, a shadow of gloom crossed his countenance. He had devised a plan to deal with her. He recalled an investigative journalist from his previous life who had resigned from his job and ventured into entrepreneurship, amassing considerable wealth and enjoying a life of affluence. At that moment, the journalist was likely still tangled in the bureaucratic web. Approaching him would merely serve as a catalyst for an early resignation, potentially leading to quicker riches. Furthermore, it would provide an opportunity to settle the score with Li Yuxia and her paramour. This very woman had nearly cost him his livelihood last night, and now she was traveling to the county, having come from the village. Her intentions were as transparent as daylight. Xiao Xiao, too, had noticed Li Yuxia and gently tugged at Weidong's arm, eager to speak, but was silenced by his gesture. The triumphant smile on Li Yuxia's face radiated her sense of victory. Once Weidong purchased their tickets, Li Yuxia suddenly interjected, "Ticket seller. This person is carrying such a large sack. Isn't that occupying space? Why isn't he being charged for it?" Her words drew the attention of those around them, all of whom were travelers, accustomed to carrying luggage. If fees were imposed, it would add mere cents, yet for some, it could represent a day's wages. Weidong and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances with Li Yuxia, recognizing her intent to provoke. Her cruelty was evident, and her maliciousness was unbearable. Initially, the ticket seller had no intention of charging them, as they appeared to be in need. However, with the challenge raised, the driver exchanged glances with the ticket seller and approached Weidong, stating, "Comrade, your sack is indeed rather large. It obstructs the aisle and disrupts others' passage. Please pay the fee." As these words echoed, murmurs arose among the passengers. Yet, Li Yuxia basked in her satisfaction, her eyes gleaming with malice as she cast a glance at Weidong, conveying a message of retribution for his transgressions against her. Xiao Xiao seethed with anger at the venomous woman's words, yet felt powerless, aware that the bus was not theirs to command. To refuse payment would surely result in their expulsion, yet acquiescing would allow Li Yuxia's wicked schemes to prevail. "Dongo, what should we do?" "I can pay," Xiao Xiao urged. Weidong, however, remained indifferent to the trivial losses or gains. Paying now would not signify victory for Li Yuxia. Once he located the right people, he would ensure that she lost her reputation, her job, and her standing in the county, ultimately becoming a woman scorned by all. After the salesperson collected the payment, he turned and headed to his designated spot. In this day and age, shuttle buses are public property. Even if they are empty, the drivers still receive their wages. They are indifferent to such matters, yet one cannot dismiss the presence of those eager individuals who are ever watchful, as if fearing that someone might evade the fare. After Weidong settled his payment, he steadied himself against the pull rod and remained stationary. Seated nearby, Liu often cast furtive glances in his direction, contemplating how to compel Weidong to kneel and beg for forgiveness, only to subsequently kick him away. The journey spanned several kilometers, the vehicle traversing the road at a leisurely pace, swaying gently. At last they arrived. Upon disembarking, Liu shot Weidong a fierce glare before seeking out her companion. Meanwhile, Weidong stepped off the bus, shouldering a bag filled with bupleurum, and addressed Xiao. Let us proceed to the pharmacy first. Brother Dong, that woman caused you to spend extra. Shouldn't we confront her? Xiao inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Confront her? Do you wish to strike her? What if she calls the police? She has acquaintances in the county. Retribution isn't limited to physical altercations. Let's go. All right. They made their way to the pharmacy that previously sold wild ginseng, but the offered price was unsatisfactory to Weidong. He concocted an excuse to leave. Brother Dong, where do we go now? Let's find a place to eat first. Wait for me a moment, Weidong suggested after a moment's thought. Sure. At a quaint little eatery, Weidong ordered their meal and, after satisfying his hunger, told Xiao, you wait here. I need to find someone. With that, he set down his belongings and departed for the television station. He retained a faint recollection of the individual he sought, a reporter by the name of Luo-san. Upon arriving at the television station's entrance, he encountered the person he remembered, who was just stepping outside. Reporter Luo? He called out tentatively. The man paused, slightly taken aback, and scrutinized Weidong with curiosity. Who are you? Do we know each other? Offering a cigarette, Weidong replied. Reporter Luo, we may not have been acquainted before, but we do now. After accepting the cigarette and igniting it, Luo took a deep drag and inquired, so what do you want? Surveying the surroundings, Weidong began. It's rather crowded here. Let me buy you a drink. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, and it comes with compensation. Luo-san glanced around warily and said, people here have seen you. Understanding Luo's implication, Weidong reassured him, do not worry. I was referred to you and heard that you moonlight as a private investigator. I'd like to hire you to take some photographs and gather information. Really? Luo-san remained somewhat skeptical. Indeed, I assure you. Sensing that Weidong did not appear malicious, Luo followed him to a small establishment. Weidong instructed the proprietor to bring 2 bottles of soda. Once opened, he handed one to Luo. After taking a sip, he spoke, I would like to request your assistance in investigating a woman, as well as the man behind her. This man seems to possess some influence and appears to be affiliated with your organization. How much will it cost? And what is your relationship with this woman? Luo-san, naturally, would not easily trust a young man waiting outside the television station. He would certainly seek clarity on the matter. She's my girlfriend. I have heard from people in the city that she has another man. I refuse to believe it, especially since we are about to get married. I wish to ascertain the truth. After all, we are all men, you understand. Weidong feigned sorrow as he spoke. All right, it will be 100 yuan for 5 photographs, Luo-san replied after a moment of silence. Fine, I agree. By the way, it needs to be done promptly. Understood. With that, Luo-san extended his hand, leaving Weidong somewhat taken aback. Chapter 58. Unexpected conflicts in the profit plan. It soon became apparent that a deposit was required. He retrieved 5 10-yuan notes and handed them over. When can it be ready? I will come to find you, he inquired. In about a week. Do not come to my office. I will provide you with a home address, Luo-san replied. All right. May our collaboration be fruitful. Once you succeed, I shall share with you a lucrative opportunity. Aware of this individual's intelligence and audacity, Weidong was eager to cultivate a friendship with such a person. However, he departed, remaining cautious about placing his trust in a stranger who had approached him unexpectedly. After the payment was made, Weidong left to meet Xiao. Brother Dong, have you taken care of everything? Xiao asked upon seeing him. I've found someone. Let's head to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital first. Sure, Brother Dong. Weidong contemplated their dual paths. After all, acquiring Chai who meant assistance from family, while he could also engage in vegetable trading within the city to swiftly accumulate some capital. Moreover, the vegetable trade would likely diminish within a month. The vast mountains within 100 miles concealed an abundance of medicinal herbs. If he successfully navigated this route, it could yield significant profits. In later years, delicacies such as sour plum soup and medicinal cuisine would rely heavily on these herbs. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had little knowledge of herbal prescriptions and needed to connect with someone versed in medicine. He recalled an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the county town who was researching a vaccine that required specific herbs. It was only recently that he remembered this. During his visit to gather evidence regarding leeched, he had brought along Chai Hu and knew the practitioner was located on the 3rd floor. Upon arriving at the hospital, he offered a cigarette to the doorman and took Xiao inside, where the doorman mistakenly assumed they were patients. With a sack containing bedding and other items slung over his shoulder, he faced no hindrance and proceeded to the 3rd floor to knock on the door. An elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses heard the knocking and looked up to see 2 young individuals at his door. He inquired in surprise, "Who are you? If you're here to seek medical attention, you should go to the 2nd floor. I do not take patients." "Hello, Dr. Dong. We are not here for medical treatment." Weidong quickly clarified. "If not for treatment, what brings you here?" "I have some excellent Chai Hu and want to see if you might be interested," Weidong explained. "Chai Hu, our hospital has designated suppliers for herbs. I am not responsible for that." Dr. Dong Ruixiang shook his head. However, considering the effort these young men made to bring him something, he thought to lend a helping hand. Before Weidong could respond, Dr. Dong said, "Show it to me. If it meets our needs, I will take it." "Thank you very much," Weidong replied, his gratitude evident as he hastily retrieved the Chai Hu from the sack and presented it for inspection. Upon encountering the wild buplurum, roughly the thickness of an adult's thumb, Dong Ruixiang's eyes sparkled with delight. "This wild buplurum is truly remarkable. It far surpasses the quality we have in our laboratory." "Is all of it like this?" "Indeed," Weidong replied thoughtfully. "All right, I shall take all the buplurum you have. Do you have more at home?" Weidong scratched his head and said, "There is none at home, but there is plenty in the mountains of my hometown. If you need it, I can bring some over." "Very well. I will pay you 3 yuan per gene for this buplurum. As long as the quantity isn't vast, we all require it." Dong Ruixiang removed his reading glasses and said, "Come with me. I will introduce you to Xiao Hu, who is in charge of procurement." Upon descending to the 1st floor, they reached another building. Just then, a Dongfeng vehicle departed. Dong Ruixiang called out, "Xiao Hu, please collect the buplurum from these 2 young men and provide cash." The middle-aged man, referred to as Xiao Hu, cast a glance at Weidong and his companion, his eyes betraying a concealed chill. Weidong noticed this subtle animosity. Xiao Hu, in charge of procurement, felt his interests had been encroached upon, and it was only natural for him to harbor resentment towards Weidong, though he was filled with animosity at this moment. The presence of Dong Lao, who had introduced them, prevented him from expressing it openly. Offending Dong Lao's acquaintance would not only be unwise, but could also lead to his reassignment from this lucrative department to one far less desirable. He contemplated where he might find solace, realizing there was no refuge. After they collected the buplurum today, he simply needed to ensure this young man left, believing that he could return daily. A little inconvenience would suffice for the time being. Even though Dong Lao had made the introduction, everything was still subject to meticulous scrutiny. To this, Dong Lao and Weidong had no objections. Business was business, and all parties understood that. Upon inspecting Weidong's buplurum, which was not only sizable, but also exceptionally clean, Xiao Hu swiftly weighed it. "A total of 50 gene. That will be 150 yuan. Please take this receipt to the finance department to collect your payment." Dong Lao, unfazed by the price, had little concept of money, unaware that this sum constituted an entire year's income for an ordinary family. Living in a state-provided accommodation with generous benefits, including meals, he was detached from the financial realities others faced. After discreetly handing Xiao Hu a pack of cigarettes, he proceeded to the finance department to retrieve the funds. Xiao, who had been trailing closely behind, awaited eagerly. Once Weidong received the money, he handed 20 yuan to Xiao. "This is for your 6 gene of dry buplurum. The remaining 2 yuan is your reward. Now let us head back." "Brother Dong, can one really make such money from this?" Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. having not anticipated that such abundant resources in the mountains could yield profit. Do you think we did not toil when we dug up the buplurum? Now, let us hurry back. We need to harvest more buplurum for profit, and we must also attend to the vegetable selling. All right, Xiao responded, visibly pleased at the prospect of earning money. Yet, Weidong felt a twinge of discomfort. If they could earn only 20 to 30 yuan a day from collecting buplurum, his companions would certainly be reluctant to assist him in selling vegetables. With a higher payment for vegetables, he would earn less. Conversely, if he paid them less, they would be unhappy. The thought alone made his head ache. Never mind, the food coupons still have nearly a decade before they expire. There remains an opportunity. Perhaps I could take my family along to dig for Chinese wild ginger and earn some money. With the funds I acquire, I could purchase a tractor, making it far more convenient to generate income and deplete the food coupons by selling vegetables. Once the plan is set, Weidong's previously heavy heart lightened considerably. Upon returning home, he shared his money-making scheme, and the family was taken aback, questioning the feasibility of such an endeavor. Look, this is the profit I made from digging up Chinese wild ginger recently. Xiao earned 20 yuan, while I made 130 yuan. Witnessing such a sum, the family's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dongzi, regarding your marriage, we should finalize plans. Let us arrange for the wedding after the new year, if possible. I will find someone to play matchmaker. After all, the house will be completed before the new year. Chapter 59. The entire family mobilizes. Uncle San, everything will proceed as you suggested. Weidong was determined not to miss out on a promising opportunity. Naturally, he intended to hold on to someone like Sun Yue, who could facilitate his future development. Furthermore, she did not harbor any disdain towards him. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. It was prudent to secure her sooner rather than later. Recently, Li Yuxia had been causing him trouble. It was rumored that she had sent a betrothal gift to her family, and Li Yuan had begun to take an interest in her again. In his previous life, the two had been together, and despite Li Yuan's lack of ambition, they had thrived. If he could demonstrate his worth before her true family, Weidong was confident they would offer him considerable support. All right, you go buy some supplies tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to deliver them. Let us finalize this matter. Just give him a heads up, He Chang'an said with a cheerful smile. Okay, I will go tomorrow, Weidong replied. Uncle San, are you getting married? His curious nephew, He Changhai, inquired. What's the matter? Weidong chuckled. He Changhai looked at Weidong and the others, gleefully stating, if that's the case, we can feast on a grand banquet and set off firecrackers. Amused, Weidong playfully scolded him, so, my wedding is merely an excuse for you lot to think about feasting and firecrackers? No congratulations for me at all? Go on, adults are talking. Children should not interrupt, his second sister-in-law remarked, somewhat displeased. Once the children were sent away, Weidong continued, if everyone has no other business, let's head to the mountains to gather Chinese herbal medicine. Mother will cook at home, and if father has time, he should join us. Be cautious of the snakes in the mountains, and let's work separately. We need thicker roots, about the size of a thumb. I will purchase them at the original price. But please keep this confidential. The mountains are vast, and I will have villagers assist in the gathering. The going rate is around 150. Just make sure not to spread this around. Don't worry, Dongzi, we won't say a word, they assured him. Weidong had already offered the highest price and wasted no time. He did not even charge for transportation. This time, they had indeed benefited. The business in town had been disrupted by Li Yuxia, and Weidong had already sent someone to investigate. For the time being, they could not engage in that venture. So he suggested that his second brother and sister-in-law also go to gather herbs. Earning some income was beneficial, especially in a time when opportunities to make money were scarce. And building a house required funds. He was uncertain if he had enough money, but everyone still owed his younger brother money for their weddings. Who could be truly happy under such circumstances? All right, it's settled then. Weidong concluded and began to prepare. He sought out Uncle San, who had previously looked down on Weidong, believing he was merely a follower of a group of delinquents. However, the cucumbers, tomatoes, and melons from Uncle San's fields had not caught the attention of this unruly gang. Dongzi, you've arrived, Uncle San greeted him, handing him a cigarette. Weidong smiled and said, Uncle San, I've heard you're quite skilled at weaving bamboo baskets. Would you craft one for me if I pay you? Glancing over, he remarked, Dongzi has done well for himself. Smoking now, what nonsense are you spouting? When you were a child, you used to catch crickets, and third uncle didn't weave enough for you. It's a pity you lost them so quickly. Hand them over to me. You must not let the title of third uncle go to waste. Third uncle, what I'm weaving this time is quite substantial, unlike the previous cricket cages. Weidong hastily explained. How large do you require it to be? Third uncle inquired, puffing on a cigarette. About 2 meters long, 60 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high should suffice, Weidong pondered, noting that a size too small would be inconvenient, while a size too large would be unwieldy for him to wash by the river alone. This size is just right. Very well, I will not charge you. By the way, third uncle, it would be best to have 2 handles on it. I need about 6 for home. It wouldn't be fair if I didn't pay. I'll give you 3 yuan each. What do you think? Weidong tentatively asked. You rascal, third uncle chuckled, though your request is a bit excessive. I know you're doing this to earn some money. During the festival, just treat me to a smoke. Rest assured, third uncle, I 1 tea skimp on the cigarettes, and I'll visit you during the festival. You've always been my favorite since childhood. Weidong pulled out a pack of cigarettes and added, It's best if you can finish it tonight. I'll need it by tomorrow morning. Just one will do, no rush. All right, wait here, third uncle replied. Let me assist you. Weidong followed him to gather materials, carefully splitting the selected bamboo. Under third uncle's guidance, he began to shave the bamboo strips, smoothing out any splinters, for otherwise, the crafting and usage would only lead to trouble. Before long, Weidong had mastered the art of splitting bamboo, prompting third uncle to laugh. You're quite clever. Now that you're on the right path, you mustn't stray. You're nearly 20 now. It's time to think about marriage. Do you have someone in mind? I do. By the way, I noticed you were selling skewers outside before. What happened? I was reported for lacking a business license and health permit. They wouldn't let me operate. And someone from industry made it clear that I wouldn't be able to get one. Weidong replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, third uncle Shihai was infuriated. It's truly shameful. Those beasts have no humanity. I heard rumors about their indiscretions, but I didn't expect it to come to this. Who reported you? I don't know. I heard it was someone from our village who reported me directly to the county. Apparently, their family has connections there. But no one disclosed who it was, Weidong said vaguely, partly in jest. He intended for this matter to reach the ears of the villagers through third uncle, ensuring they would all be aware. When Liuxia's wedding day arrives, he could once again set up his stall. One could easily deduce that the instigator behind this was indeed Liuxia's family, rendering them unable to show their faces in the village unless they possessed an extraordinarily thick skin. After a lengthy tirade, Uncle San consoled, if the town cannot be managed, one may venture to the county seat or seek opportunities in other towns. I understand, Uncle San. Rest assured, my endeavors in this venture are solely for profit. If you do not charge me, the others must compensate for the materials and labor involved. Weidong insisted resolutely. You must also consider your own sustenance. A little improvement in your circumstances would be beneficial. With some money, you could indulge in meat. Wouldn't you agree? You rascal, you make a valid point. Only your labor is free. As for others, even your father would have to pay, Uncle San conceded, swayed by Weidong's words. As demand increases, it would be unreasonable for me to provide materials and labor without compensation. I have heard that others have begun charging for their work. Do not worry, Uncle San. I shall not forget your kindness. Wait a few days, and soon someone will come seeking to purchase your baskets. Chapter 60. Suffering yet joyful after a brief conversation. Weidong handed over 2 cigarettes, offering some advice before taking his leave. With work awaiting him the next day, it was imperative to conserve his strength and rest well to rejuvenate. Uncle San assured him that there would be no issues, promising that by morning, he would have everything ready for Weidong. The following morning, the family surprisingly refrained from their usual early morning toil. After breakfast, they prepared and set off for the mountains. Upon encountering Weidong, who returned with an unusual bamboo basket, Father he inquired, Dongzi, what do you intend to do with that? Dad, this bamboo basket is for carrying the Chinese wild ginger. It's convenient for one person to handle and easy to clean, perfect for transporting by the river, Weidong explained. Did you get this from Uncle San's house? Father he probed. Yes, he didn't ask for payment. Uncle San has always had a fondness for me. I slipped him a pack of cigarettes and even had him custom make a few for me. 3 yuan each. If you like it, you can visit Uncle San and purchase one yourself. He Weidong chuckled. All right, let's head out, he announced, as the weather was delightful, the sky brightening enough to reveal the landscape of the mountains. Before long, Xiao Xiao, a Guang, and a Zheng joined them, spotting the peculiar bamboo basket in He Weidong's hands. They expressed their curiosity and posed similar questions as father he had. After He Weidong elaborated, Xiao Xiao remarked enviously, Donggu, your mind is truly sharp. Why didn't you get one for me? Go on, this was a gift from Uncle San. If you want one, you should ask him. His craftsmanship with bamboo baskets is unmatched, He Weidong replied, slightly dismissive. Xiao Xiao examined the basket closely. Donggu, this one is too small. If I were to get one, it would definitely be larger than yours. Too large would be cumbersome and impractical. You might regret it, He Weidong laughed. You underestimate me. Just because I'm called Xiao Xiao doesn't mean I'm weak, Xiao Xiao retorted, slightly offended. Enough chatter. Let's get moving, He Weidong said, uninterested in further debate. Only through experience does one learn the weight of regret, and he was not inclined to explain further, lest others misconstrue his intentions. The group set off in high spirits. Along the way, they encountered several villagers emerging from the fields, who greeted He Weidong as he trekked with his hoe and peculiar bamboo basket. They inquired about their destination, and He Weidong thought it inevitable that word would spread. They were all from the same village after all, heading into the mountains to dig for Chinese wild ginger. I've spotted quite a few large ones, and I know there is demand for it. I plan to clean it up, dry it, and sell it for some cash. This is in demand, and I believe there is plenty in the mountains. If anyone has some, I can buy it at 1 yuan 50 per pound. Uncle, if you have any, feel free to bring it to me. I'll pay cash. He Weidong spoke candidly without any concealment. Is that true? In this day and age, people are exceedingly cautious, particularly when it comes to the unknown, maintaining a vigilant mindset. They are aware that only upon truly seeing the money will they take action. Of course it is true, he continued, the quality is like that of muzi, without any mud, delivered right to my home, at $1.50 per pound, not deceiving anyone. Along the way, he relayed this information to those he encountered. Upon hearing him speak the truth without any reservations, the two sisters-in-law felt a tinge of discontent. How could you divulge such a lucrative business? Even if you must share, couldn't you wait a little longer so that we could earn an extra day's worth? Unfortunately, they were not the ones leading the venture, leaving them powerless to alter the situation. Once they reached the mountains, the family split up. He Weidong and Xiao Xiao chose a direction. All right, let us part ways. We shall regroup in the afternoon. Upon arriving at a certain spot, He Weidong spoke again. Good. Armed with tools, he set off. Not long after, he stumbled upon a vast patch of buplurum. With a hoe in hand, he joyfully began to dig. It must be said, although he regularly toiled, digging buplurum proved to be far more exhausting than tilling the soil. Before long, He Weidong noticed that his palms had turned red, with some areas beginning to blister. Each movement was painful. Glancing at the basket nearly full of buplurum, he felt that the blisters on his hands were severely hindering his work. It seemed he would need to purchase gloves tomorrow, otherwise he risked seriously injuring his hands. He Weidong was not alone in this. Those who ventured into the mountains shared his plight. Even He Chang'an, who was accustomed to farm labor, found his hands aching fiercely. He had not anticipated that digging buplurum would be so arduous. It was far more tiring than working the fields, where the soil was easier to till and devoid of stones. The earth in the mountains was primarily composed of larger gravel, requiring greater force and risking injury to one's hands. The two women had long since exhausted themselves, their backs unable to straighten. Their palms, like He Weidong's, were covered in blisters. They had only managed to dig a few pounds of buplurum and began to feel that earning this money was not as simple as they had imagined. The men from their families were not faring much better, though they were certainly stronger than He Weidong. Nevertheless, for the sake of earning money, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Lacking other skills, they still possessed strength. Meanwhile, He Weidong had just emptied a basket of buplurum into a burlap sack. Observing the scorching midday sun, he paused to rest and took a sip of water. He began to eat his provisions, contemplating that if he filled the basket by afternoon, he would descend the mountain and return home. After all, Money was an endless pursuit. Dongge, where are you? Hearing Xiao Xiao's call, Weidong responded a few times. Soon, he saw Xiao Xiao approaching with a burlap sack on her back, half-filled and bulging with the buplurum she had dug. Upon seeing Weidong with a full bag, she exclaimed in astonishment, Dongge, have you found a buplurum nest? How did you manage to gather so much? I've only managed to dig a little. Upon hearing those disheartening words, Xiao Xiao spoke with a hint of grievance, Brother Dong. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to dig? It's all gravel, and it leaves my hands aching. Look, I have blisters on my palms. How about you? Extending his own hands, Weidong replied, See, I am no different. My hands are blistered as well. I shall pop them shortly and continue digging. Ah, this is truly painful, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her voice tinged with a cry. Now you understand the toil of earning money. It is challenging to make a living. And the essence of the saying money is hard to earn and dung is hard to swallow rings true. Don't you desire to earn money for a new house or to marry a beautiful wife? Weidong jested. Brother Dong, I think I shall stay with you. I've noticed that the buplurum here is more abundant than in my area. Chapter 61. A bountiful return. Visitors from the capital. Weidong smiled and said, As you wish. Each person's fingers vary in length, let alone among brothers. Furthermore, if one enjoys the abundant wild chuanxiong on this mountain, they should join in. Xiao Xiao was the first to accompany him. In his previous life, they shared a close bond. If he wished to follow, then so be it. After all, it wasn't as if he were drawing fun from his own pocket. So what did it matter? He removed the thorns from the brambles, and after piercing the water-soaked bag in his hand, he squeezed out the water within. Both winced in pain. After consuming some dry rations and resting for a while, they resumed their labor, albeit with initial discomfort in their hands. Brother Dong, this work is quite arduous. My palms ache terribly. Xiao Xiao gritted his teeth while working, adding, Keep at it for the house, and for our future wives. We must persevere. Xiao Xiao, it seems you have far more chuanxiong on your side than I do here. Clearly, following me was the right choice, he exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Weidong's encouraging words. In his eyes, each piece of chuanxiong represented a fortune, fueling his motivation to work harder. Is that so? I feel it's rather similar, but the stones in this mountain soil are plentiful and jolt my arms. Weidong casually remarked. Once we finish today, I believe I could devour several bowls of rice. I'm utterly famished, Xiao Xiao replied with a wry smile, recalling that their midday meal was hardly sufficient. Indeed, let's keep pushing forward. The situation in the mountains mirrored their own. Everyone was exhausted. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Weidong finally filled 2 sacks to the brim. He said, Xiao Xiao, I can't continue. I'm heading down the mountain. Ah, Brother Dong, are you truly leaving now? Xiao Xiao, who had been toiling diligently, had longed to return. Today was the first day, and he felt utterly drained. Yet Weidong persisted. Thus, he gritted his teeth and continued. Are you coming with me? After glancing at his own haul, which amounted to over a bag, he thought it paled in comparison to Weidong's, yet it was still commendable. I'll return with you, Brother Dong. All right, let us go. Weidong was not one to stand on ceremony. After securing the mouths of their sacks, the 2 men descended the mountain. Along the way, they did not encounter any family members. Weidong searched briefly, but found none and continued down. They headed to the riverbank to wash the chuanxiong and encountered acquaintances who inquired about their bounty. Weidong did not conceal the truth, explaining that they intended to sell the chuanxiong. If anyone else wished to earn money for salt, they could also venture into the mountains to dig it up. Some individuals expressed interest in joining them. However, there were skeptics who doubted that such an abundance could be sold for profit, maintaining a wary attitude, preferring to observe Weidong's success before committing to the endeavor. They feared that if the goods could not be sold, their efforts would be in vain. This perspective was held by the majority. Nevertheless, discussions regarding this matter had increased within Hajia village, to which Weidong held no strong objections. After all, the 2 individuals were seen washing an abundant amount of Chinese wild ginger by the riverside, and they carried it back with them, attracting the attention of many passers-by. As night fell at He Chongqing's residence, Li Yulan rushed in and addressed Weiliang, saying, Liangzi, are you aware that that rascal Weidong has abandoned selling skewers in town and instead ventured into the mountains to dig for wild ginger? I've heard he has unearthed quite a bit. Is that so? What on earth does he intend to do with such a thing? Can it really be sold for money? Weidong inquired, somewhat astonished. Perhaps. Do you think we should join him? Li Yulon was not keen on allowing Weidong to thrive, plotting instead to undermine his efforts. After a prolonged hesitation, Weidong replied, I'll ask my father. All right. After conveying the situation to his father, Chongqing regarded his son and remarked, You say that lad has forsaken selling skewers to dig for wild ginger in the mountains? Yes, Li Yulon mentioned it. Many villagers have seen it. Father, it said he intends to have villagers assist him in selling it. Do you think we should intervene? Weidong spoke cautiously. How should we intervene? Although Chongqing held the position of village head, it was not like the days of a large collective. His authority, second only to the party secretary, mandated that the villagers heed his words. Otherwise, they would face deductions from their labor points. However, the land had now been distributed among the villagers, who were responsible for their own profits and losses. He could no longer dictate their actions. Otherwise, if he approached Weidong to inquire whether he had assaulted Li Yulon, would he be met with a favorable demeanor? It was precisely because he felt unthreatened. Now, he could only utilize certain village protocols in the matter of land allocation to make things difficult for him. He intended to warn the villagers against falling for this scheme, asserting that wild ginger was abundant in the mountains and could not possibly be profitable. Moreover, he would sternly criticize Weidong for his lack of industriousness and his inclination towards dubious paths, warning that if losses were incurred, Weidong would be responsible for compensating everyone. After contemplating his son's account, he said, I find some merit in your words. I shall consider this. We cannot allow such a disruptive element to jeopardize our village. Chongqing acquiesced to his son's perspective. Father, do your best. We must not allow that rascal to flourish. His arrogance is unbearable, Weidong added, though Chongqing chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, in Hejia village, as the villagers harbored diverse thoughts, in Tianhe City, a group of individuals from the capital arrived at a public hospital. They sought out the hospital director, expressing their desire to access the archives for certain documents. Upon reviewing their credentials, the director greeted them with respect, acknowledging their esteemed status. However, upon observing the pristine state of the archives alongside the incomplete documentation, his expression shifted slightly. Director Chun, why are the archives from 1974 missing? One of the men inquired anxiously. Director, in 1975, our hospital suffered a devastating fire that consumed the archives. This space has since been renovated. Director Chin replied with a hint of regret. By the way, do you recall any records related to a woman named Yi Qingmei who came for emergency treatment? She was from the 3rd Textile Factory. Dean Chun shook his head, stating that he was not yet at the hospital back then and was unaware of the details. Perhaps you can inquire with Old Huang? He suggested. Who is Old Huang? Came a question. He was the former head of our archives, now retired for a few years and residing at home. Could you provide me with his address? I will arrange for someone to escort you, Dean Chen responded. By the way, are you seeking information on Yi Qingmei? Is she related to that leader? Dean Chen continued. Please, do not press for too many details. Rest assured, we will remember your concerns. Director, he gently interjected, shifting the topic. Sister, do not worry. I will certainly assist you in finding your daughter. Back then, you arrived in Tianhe all alone, in a state of despair, and I will ensure that you do not endure any further suffering. Chapter 62. The malice of Ho Guifan upon discovering the so-called Director Huang. They were met with disheartening news. Last year, Director Huang had suffered a fall, leaving him partially incapacitated. When they visited the nursing home, it became evident that he had lost his memory. An unnamed fury surged within his mind. The trail had reached this point, severing all connections. Director, he glanced at the 2 weary young individuals beside him. Let us return for now. I will inquire through a contact. I cannot allow personal matters to impede public affairs. Upon uttering these words, Director He's countenance turned an ashen hue. They had arrived with hope, only to depart in disillusionment. He pondered how to face his parents and his despondent sister. Far away in Changhe Town, Weidong remained oblivious to these events. Meanwhile, in the city, someone was still concerned about his fiancée, Sun Yuewei. Upon returning home, He Weidong's mother was engaged in conversation with a woman. When she noticed He Weidong's arrival, she introduced him to the woman, stating, "This is matchmaker Wang. Tomorrow, she will accompany you to propose to Sun Yuewei in the neighboring village." He Weidong had no objections. This had been a prior agreement with his father. Although they could not obtain a marriage certificate at present, many in the countryside of his age had already become fathers. It was prudent to follow the tide when it benefited him. After a brief discussion, matchmaker Wang assured him of success the following day. Everything now rested upon him. He Weidong silently chuckled to himself. This was likely to be matchmaker Wang's easiest proposal yet. The bond between him and Sun Yuewei was nearing fruition, and barring any monumental events, no one could obstruct it. With the gift provided by He Weidong's family in hand, matchmaker Wang departed, turning back to sell him out. When others inquired about her visit to He family village, she sought to enhance her reputation, ensuring the villagers would approach her for matchmaking services. Naturally, she spread the word about He Weidong's impending proposal. Such news traveled swiftly through the village. He Weidong's affection for Sun Yuewei was well known to many. The promotional endeavor of matchmaker Wang only amplified the awareness. Upon hearing this news, Li Yuhan felt as though the sky had collapsed. With newfound wealth at home and his sister having sent a bridal gift, he had long urged his mother, Ho Guifan, to buy him a bicycle to visit Sun Yuewei. However, upon learning the expense would exceed 100 yuan, Ho Guifan reneged on her promise, refusing to purchase it. Li Yuhan was left to devise his own means. He followed He Weiyang to sell skewers, yet the venture proved exceedingly unprofitable. His skills were lacking. Everyone asserted that He Weidong's fare was far superior. He had previously contemplated acquiring the recipe from He Weidong, even sending his sister to confront him. Little did he expect that He Weidong would prefer not to conduct business in town rather than relinquish the recipe. This left him in a state of helplessness. He could not resort to coercion to extract the recipe from He Weidong. He could only proceed gradually. However, who could have anticipated that He Weidong had already sent someone to propose a match? Should this proposal succeed, it would nearly seal the fate of their union. If he dared to harbor any thoughts of Sun Yuewei thereafter, He Weidong would undoubtedly take action against him. In a fit of anger, he stormed through the door, startling Ho Guifan, who was busy cutting radishes. "You little rascal, are you seeking death? Whom are you scowling at?" she admonished vehemently. Confronted by his mother's wrath, Li Yuan capitulated. "Mother, that brat He Weidong is about to propose marriage. Are you aware of this?" He lamented, a hint of resentment in his voice. "It's all your fault for being so stingy and not buying me a bicycle, leading to this predicament. You insolent child, do you possess an industrial ticket? Besides, a mere bicycle costs over 100 yuan. Our family's finances do not flow like a river. She is but the daughter of a widow. Does she truly deserve you?" As it turned out, with newfound wealth, Ho Guifan felt her status had elevated. She paid little heed to the gossip of the villagers, as long as it was not spoken in her presence. Part of it was indeed true, and partly, with her newfound affluence, she looked down upon them. Moreover, she had to continue residing in this village, and her son was yet to marry. If she tarnished her reputation, who would dare to marry their daughter into their family? "I care not. I will marry the woman I choose, and let them speak. He Weidong has money, do we not? Just give a little more." Li Yuan insisted vehemently, leaving Ho Guifan in a state of exasperation. Yet, she could not disregard her son's happiness. However, she was reluctant to part with her hard-earned money so easily. Noticing a flicker of uncertainty in his mother's thoughts, Li Yuan pressed on, "If I marry, I will earn money to repay you. Look at the household chores. You do them all yourself. If there were a daughter-in-law, she could assist you. Aren't you exhausted from an entire afternoon of cutting radishes? Don't you wish to rest?" His words struck a chord with Ho Guifan. Her daughter, working outside, would soon be married and would naturally not assist her. With only herself to manage the household, she felt the weight of the burden. "All right, mother understands. Tomorrow, I shall also seek someone to discuss this," Ho Guifan replied, moved. If her son was happy and married, he would be able to help her with the work. Whatever money was spent now would be repaid with interest later. Furthermore, it would serve as a means to annoy He Weidong, the foolish lad who initially opposed marrying her daughter and nearly brought her shame in the village. causing the engagement to falter. Let him remain a bachelor. Truly, mother. Thank you, Li Yuan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Now, take this money and buy something. Ho Guifan generously produced 10 yuan and handed it to her son. Do not squander it foolishly. This is for your future wife. Understood, mother. With the money in hand, Li Yuan ventured out, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. As he stepped out, he still harbored thoughts of Sun Yuewei, muttering a few curses at Weidong. Who would have thought that the little one, Xiao Xiao, would overhear the conversation while seeking out Weidong? Stealthily trailing behind Li Yuan, she was eager to witness what this young man was up to. Upon arriving at Uncle Lu's residence, he excitedly declared his intention to borrow a vehicle to venture into town and procure gifts, as his mother was set to take him to arrange a marriage the following day. Having been privy to some of Li Yuan's affairs, Xiao Zhao's expression darkened considerably. This rascal still harbored designs on his sister-in-law. Upon locating Weidong and his companions, she recounted the entire situation. After listening, Weidong replied coldly, "This brat never learns. Let us ambush him in the woods along the way and give him another thrashing. We had gone too easy on him previously. I have long found this young man disagreeable. Recently, he has been prancing about, proclaiming that you cannot sell skewers due to some political review issues and that he is unable to obtain a business license. With such a loose tongue, it seems he cannot be dealt with lightly. Let us devise a plan." Chapter 63. Li Yuan encounters trouble again. He observed him, presumably heading to the town to procure some goods, with intentions of going on a blind date the following day. Xiao Xiao briefly explained. Thus, they planned to ambush him on his return journey, as nighttime fell and the streets were nearly deserted, leaving him unaware of their presence. Weidong contemplated for a moment and spoke. Very well. The group quietly departed from the village, taking cover at a bend in the mountain road, awaiting Li Yuan, who was obliviously indulging in his brash remarks, which Xiao Xiao had overheard and reported to Weidong. Meanwhile, Weidong and his companions were already poised along his route, preparing to deliver a surprise. Knowing that he had borrowed Uncle Lu's bicycle, Weidong, having utilized it a few times himself, was familiar with its condition. Estimating that the time was ripe, he urged, "Wait, this fellow is returning. Get ready." He pressed himself against the ground, ears attuned to the sounds emanating from the earth, instructing his companions nearby. The prepared individuals hastily placed bamboo poles on the ground. As night descended, the sky was ominously dim, the moonlight scarcely illuminating the surroundings. Li Yuan, preoccupied with thoughts of his romantic pursuits, still bore the remnants of his previous altercation with Weidong and his gang, the injuries not yet fully healed. Yet, determined to thwart Weidong as plans, he braved the pain to venture into town for supplies, envisioning the fury on Weidong's face upon his impending marriage to Sun Yuewei. Absorbed in his thoughts, he paid little heed to the road ahead, oblivious to the impending calamity. His bicycle's front wheel struck a bamboo pole, causing it to skid uncontrollably, and with the force of inertia, he was violently thrown off. The pain was excruciating, and before he could assess the situation, a black bag was suddenly thrust over his head. Instantly, a sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, as if countless feet were relentlessly kicking at his back. Attempting to curse his assailants, he opened his mouth only to receive a kick to the face, loosening his teeth and rendering him speechless. As he endured the beating, his mind raced, questioning who could be attacking him. Could they be robbers? In this day and age, the roads were perilous. Once darkness fell, everyone remained indoors, seldom venturing out alone. Still, he rode his bicycle, which must have made him appear affluent in the eyes of others. Amidst the assault, he sensed someone probing his pockets, seemingly attempting to extract money. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his funds while shopping. Soon, he was met with another brutal beating, feeling a bottle smash against his calf, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Suddenly, he realized that his legs were being lifted, propelling him toward a nearby object. This motion was all too familiar, reminiscent of an airplane taking off. A wave of agony surged through him, and amidst the chaos, it felt as though the world around him shattered. Li Yuan succumbed to unconsciousness. The assailants, witnessing him lose consciousness, swiftly placed the bicycle atop his body and made a rapid exit from the scene. Taking with them all the consumables, save for the shattered cans. Stealthily returning to his village and entering his home, he feigned that nothing had transpired. Lying on his bed to rest, Li Changgui's wife stood at the door, anxiously waiting for their son's return, yet he remained absent. With irritation, she berated Li Changgui, who was seated on the stone threshold, smoking. Are you a corpse? Our son has yet to come back, and you won't even go out to check? What if something has happened? At his age, how could anything go wrong? If you were so concerned, why let him out after dark? Li Changgui mumbled under his breath, feeling quite dissatisfied. After a long, exhausting day of labor, he returned home utterly fatigued, only to be met with her indifference and scorn, which left him feeling deeply aggrieved. He had certainly heard the village gossip, the rumors suggesting that his wife was having an affair with the village chief. The tales circulated with alarming precision. As a man, how could he endure such humiliation of being cuckolded? Yet, Ho Guifan, his wife, was exceedingly domineering. For over 20 years, he had endured her tyranny without uttering a word, only to find her throwing tantrums, demanding a divorce, and threatening to take their children away. He dreaded the thought of his family fracturing as he aged. Thus he suppressed his frustrations. However, upon hearing his words, Ho Guifan exploded. "Oh, you heartless wretch! You is my son, not yours. He carries your surname, yet you do nothing when he asks missing. If something has happened, I will divorce you, you lifeless creature. You might as well skip dinner tonight." Overwhelmed by her tirade, Li Changgui felt powerless. He could only rise to search for their son. Grabbing a flashlight, he urged Ho Guifan, "You should take a flashlight too, and come with me. I can't bring him back alone." In her haste to find their son, Ho Guifan failed to grasp the implications of his words. She produced a flashlight and followed him outside, but her tongue was far from idle. Along the way, she vented her frustrations, constantly disparaging Li Changgui's capabilities. They encountered others returning home in the night, who greeted Li Changgui and inquired about his whereabouts. He merely offered a brief response, mentioning he had some matters to attend to. The villagers, aware of Li Changgui's submissive nature, witnessed his wife berating him without mercy. It was evident, even before they met, that her scathing words had reached him, leading others to believe him to be a weak man. As Ho Guifan continued her tirade, he felt the heat rising within him, and he turned to her, muttering, "Well, you wretched creature, I've shown you kindness." Provoked by his retort, Ho Guifan erupted in anger, preparing to strike. Having labored all day and feeling utterly drained, he had merely wanted a moment to smoke and eat, yet he was incessantly berated. Even a clay figure would have retained some semblance of anger. As she approached to strike him, Li Changgui instinctively raised his arm to defend himself. Ho Guifan was indeed a fierce woman. Despite her strength, it still paled in comparison to that of man. Moreover, over the years, Li Changgui had been exceedingly spineless, never once considering that he would retaliate. He suffered an immediate setback, staggering backwards. "You dare strike me?" Ho Guifan could hardly believe it. This coward had the audacity to fight back. I did not strike you. Stop cursing and quickly find our son. I am starving." Li Changgui, having endured her domineering demeanor for so long, felt a twinge of fear towards Ho Guifan. "Oh, you think you've turned the tide? I shall not back down." With that, she rose and lunged at Li Changgui, leaving 2 scratches on his face. He felt humiliated, instinctively pushing toward her chest. "For heaven's sake, cease your assault. You mar my face." Chapter 64. The beating of Ho Guifan and the anger of Li Changgui instinctively retaliating. Ho Guifan found herself unable to withstand the onslaught. She was thrust forcefully to the ground, her cries of "I will tear you apart" echoing in the air. As she lay prostrate, the fury within her surged. Li Changgui, having endured years of suppression, unleashed his pent-up frustrations without mercy, leaving her defenseless against his blows. "Are you seeking death?" he shouted as he struck her, the only sound from Ho Guifan now being her sobs and curses. Once the tempest of violence subsided, Li Changgui regained his composure and addressed his wife, who lay on the ground. "Enough wailing. Why didn't he hit you that hard? Get up and go find our son. He has returned home, and I'm starving." In the past, Li Changgui would never have dared to speak to her in such a manner. Typically, she would have retaliated with harsh words at any slight. Yet, after being struck, she realized that this man was no longer afraid of her. He simply chose not to engage in conflict. Now, in the throes of violence, he showed her no mercy, reminiscent of her own grandmother. The pain coursing through her body served as a stark reminder that this was not a dream, but a harsh reality. Outside the village, as they fought, no one came to her aid, leaving her feeling utterly isolated. Fearful of further disobedience leading to her demise, she sat bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. "If you don't get up soon, I will leave you to find him alone," Li Changui warned, his own frustration rising. The act of striking her had unleashed a Pandora's box of anger that was difficult to contain. Previously, Li Changui would never have dared to speak so boldly to his fierce wife, but after striking her, he felt emboldened. Hearing his words, a dazed Ho Guifan had no choice but to rise and follow him as they ventured outside the village in search of their son. After the confrontation, Ho Guifan's tongue had been significantly tamed, though she still harbored resentment within. As they walked, she called out her son's name. Unbeknownst to them, Li Yuantian, who had been knocked unconscious by collision, stirred as he heard his name being called. Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately met with excruciating pain, as if something was crushing him. Attempting to rise was a Herculean task, as any movement sent sharp pangs through his body. Li Shangui, wielding a flashlight, scoured the roadside and the nearby ravine. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer in the distance that appeared to be a bicycle, with a person trapped beneath it. "Quickly! Our son is over there," he shouted urgently to Ho Guifan. Meanwhile, she, intent on seizing an opportunity, lurked nearby, believing that an inebriated individual had encountered misfortune. I hastened to follow. Upon arrival, I discovered a figure sprawled on the ground, clad in garments belonging to my son, Li Wyan. "Wyan, is that you?" I cried out. As I called, Li Changui moved the bicycle off his son, revealing Li Wyan lying there. "Wyan, what has happened to you? Were you robbed?" He noticed that the canisters in the net bag were shattered, their contents strewn across the ground. No other items were apparent. Instinctively, he surmised that his son had fallen victim to bandits, particularly given the recent chaos, with reports of marauders near Nyangyang Mountain. "Mother, father, take me to the hospital. I'm injured," Li Wyan managed to utter through his swollen lips. "What is injured?" I instinctively replied. "My eggs are broken." Agasp escapad Li Shangui's lips, astonished by the revelation. "How could this happen? Who did this to you?" "Do not inquire. Just hurry and take our son to the hospital," I urged. Li Wyan was our only child, and should anything happen to him, our lineage would come to an end. Such matters demanded utmost seriousness. "Quickly, hold the bicycle. We must take our son to the hospital," I insisted. Li Changui promptly handed me what he was carrying. Although we had argued outside the village moments before, our son's predicament overshadowed our quarrel. Li Changui hastily assisted Li Wyan, each movement aggravating his injuries and eliciting pain cries. My heart ached for him, and I found myself cursing under my breath. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor conducted a cursory examination and remarked, "This is quite serious. We are unable to perform such surgery here. You will need to go to a hospital in the county or city." Upon hearing this, I could no longer contain my outrage. "What sort of doctor are you? You should be finding a way to save my son instead of making excuses." The sentiments of those present shifted unfavorably. "I lack the ability to save your son. If you possess the means, then go do it yourself. Why come to the hospital?" The atmosphere in the hospital was unyielding, particularly toward women from rural backgrounds, who often expected leniency. In times past, there existed a dedicated security department to safeguard against unreasonable individuals like me. My usual tactics of throwing tantrums fell flat, as no one paid me any heed. "If you wish to avoid further misfortune for your son, take him to the county hospital post-haste. We cannot assist him here. He requires surgery." With that, the doctor and nurses departed. "What shall we do?" "What can we do? Find a place to make a call and inform our daughter in the county. She knows men there," Li Changui replied coldly. "Yes, a phone call. How could I have forgotten? I shall make the call." Huang Guifan, upon hearing her partner's words, hurriedly made a phone call. At that moment, she was in a rented room in the city, accompanied by a somewhat balding man with a protruding belly. Engaged in intimate conversation, Li Yuxiao remained oblivious to the fact that her brother had encountered trouble. Outside, an individual wielding a camera captured the interaction between the two employing a remarkably professional technique. After several days of searching, he had finally stumbled upon such a splendid opportunity. It seemed that the 100 yuan reward would be quite easily obtained. This man was the same individual who had previously called Changhe Town, insisting that no identification be issued to Weidong and prohibiting him from setting up a stall. If Weidong were present, he would certainly recognize the voice of the man who had flirted with Li Yuxia outside the hospital during his critical condition, claiming to be the one who supported her son. With the task complete, the photographer departed, satisfied, unaware that the couple inside remained entirely oblivious to the fact that they had been secretly recorded. Chapter 65. The schemes of Uncle Li upon returning home. The photographs would be developed. When that young man arrived, the money would be in hand. As for the rotund man, he was of little interest at the moment. It was believed that the young man would not easily let him off the hook. When Li Yuyan was admitted to the county hospital, his lower body was grotesquely swollen. After examining him, the emergency doctor shook his head in resignation. "It's no use. We cannot save it. It must be amputated." "What did you say? Amputate? My son will be left without." Before Hou Guifan could finish her sentence, she fainted. Li Changgue stumbled back, realizing that his son would become a eunuch. The Li family's future was in jeopardy. Upon regaining consciousness, Hou Guifan pleaded with the doctor, desperately requesting that they save her son's manhood. Yet, even if the legendary Hua Tuo were present, it would be futile. Hou Guifan continued to beseech the doctor, who, with a grave demeanor, replied, "Let me be frank with you. If you wish to preserve your son's member, it will become infected, leading to decay from the lower body and ultimately death. Is there not hope in life?" His words struck deeply. Yet Hou Guifan and Li Changgue were unwilling to accept such a grim outcome. However, what could be done? The doctor truly had no means to save their son's vital essence. "Very well, we have exhausted our options. Perhaps you should take him to a hospital in the city. If time is wasted, your son may develop a high fever that could damage his brain." "Do not blame me," the doctor urged, prompting them to leave hastily. "Let be cut." When Li Changgue uttered those 3 words, it felt as if the very strength had been drained from his being. Who could have anticipated that a simple outing would lead to such calamity? What wretched soul could treat his son in such a manner? The family was asked to sign the critical illness notification. The doctor signaled a nurse to bring over the consultation record and stated, "Critical condition?" Hou Guifan could scarcely believe her ears. Was it merely the severance of that member that could lead to such peril? "Doctor, I am but a humble farmer, illiterate and unable to write," Li Changgue admitted awkwardly. "Very well, I shall read it to you, and then you can affix your thumbprints. Is that acceptable to both of you?" The doctor was aware of the circumstances in the countryside. There were few elderly individuals who could read or write. Even with literacy classes, their age hindered their ability to learn. Once both affixed their thumbprints, Li Yin was taken into the surgical room, where anesthesia was administered and the procedure commenced. As dawn broke, the surgical lights finally dimmed. "Doctor, how is my son?" Hou Guifan anxiously inquired upon seeing the operating room door open. Removing his mask, the doctor replied, "The procedure was successful. Everything has been removed. For the next few days, limit his food intake to prevent infection, or it could be fatal. Post-operative recovery is paramount." "Understood," she replied, though the thought of losing her son was unbearable. Even if he were to become a eunuch, he was still alive. In the span of a single night, Li Changgue appeared to have aged considerably, with an increasing amount of white hair adorning his head. As soon as the patient was admitted to the ICU, the effects of the anesthesia began to wane, and Li Yuantai awoke in agony, emitting a heart-wrenching cry that summoned the nurses. "Hurry, the patient cannot endure this. Administer another dose of anesthesia and start the glucose infusion." Outside, upon hearing her son's anguished screams, Hou Guifan's heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. Regret washed over her for allowing her son to venture out into the night to procure goods, only for him to encounter thugs on the road, resulting in such a grievous state. Before she could catch her breath, a young nurse approached her, stating, "Li Yuantai's family, your surgical fees, hospitalization costs, and medical expenses have not been fully paid. If you do not settle these tonight, we will halt your son's medication." Upon hearing this, Hou Guifan erupted in fury. "What did you say? Repeat that." Enraged, She attempted to seize the nurse by her collar. Yet, the nurses of this era held secure positions and were unafraid of such a shrew. The nurse deftly swatted Ho Guaifen's hand away. What do you intend to do? This is a doctor. Treating patients and paying for services is a matter of principle. If you don't wish to stay in the hospital, then leave. I have no desire to cater to you. The commotion drew a crowd, including hospital security. What's going on? If you're causing a disturbance, I'll have you arrested. Uncle Wong, don't be courteous to this shrew. She refuses to pay and wants to resort to violence. The young nurse lamented as security arrived. Familiar with such disruptions, the security officer stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Ho Guaifen. Do you even realize where you are? No payment, no service. Do you wish to jeopardize my livelihood by assaulting a doctor? Seeing his wife being struck, Li Changui instinctively tried to intervene, but was met with a kick that nearly sent him tumbling. You, old man, behave yourself or I will break your limbs. You come here demanding service without payment, as if this hospital were your own. The couple received a stern reprimand, instantly subdued, especially Ho Guaifen. Having endured her husband's blows the previous night, she now faced the nurses and the security officer's wrath. Fearful of further violence, she pleaded for mercy, stating that her outburst was a result at noon. When Xiao Xiao approached, she was astonished to discover that Weidong had unearthed 2 sacks full of treasures. Dongzi, how on earth did you manage to do this? I can hardly fill 1 sack, yet you have 2, she exclaimed. Aren't these things scattered everywhere? Just be a bit cautious, Weidong replied nonchalantly, prompting Xiao Xiao to roll her eyes in exasperation. Determined to join him, she insisted on accompanying Weidong. After securing a plot of land for him in the afternoon, Weidong ventured further afield, hastening his digging. Once he filled 3 sacks and a bamboo basket, he began his descent down the mountain. Xiao Xiao, eager to unearth more, chose not to return with him. Upon reaching the village, she overheard troubling news. It seemed that Ho Guaifen's son had encountered some mishap, as the entire family had not returned home the previous night. Chapter 66. The engagement is set, being followed in the village. Gossip spread swiftly, especially with Ho Guaifen returning to pack her belongings in haste. The absence of anyone at home last night fueled speculation. It was rumored that someone spotted Uncle Lu's bicycle outside the village, reportedly taken by Li Yuantao to the town for shopping. The bike was left by the roadside, leading to various conjectures. As for Weidong, he remained silent, perhaps having dealt with the young man the previous night. It was a warning. Let us see if he continues to covet my woman. However, the animosity between him and Li Yuantao would not dissipate easily. Weidong would seek an opportunity to settle the score. Could he truly find peace while his former mother-in-law's family remained unscathed after all he had endured? Today, his mother accompanied matchmaker Wong to the neighboring village, where they sought a match for Sun Yue. These matters weighed on his mind as he returned home. Upon arrival, he found the matchmaker still present, likely indicating that the engagement was successful. She had not yet departed, seemingly hoping to partake in a meal at Weidong's home. When matchmaker Wong saw Weidong returning with a full load of goods, her face brightened with joy. Congratulations, Dongzi! Once the new year passes, you shall be wed and truly considered an adult, she exclaimed. In rural areas, one is not deemed an adult until married. Hearing this, Weidong understood that the engagement was finalized. He responded with a smile, Aunt Wong, I appreciate your efforts. When I celebrate my wedding, I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you and give you a couple of fine bottles of wine. Matchmaker Wong was taken aback by his promise, her mouth agape. After facilitating numerous matchmaking endeavors, Weidong's generosity was particularly noteworthy. Truth be told, she had hardly exerted herself in this case. Simply mentioning his name had sufficed to gain approval. Most of the discussions had been between Weidong's mother and her. If every matchmaking endeavor were as effortless as this, she would earn handsomely throughout the year. Thank you, Dongzi. I shall await that day eagerly, she replied. Noticing Weidong drying some Chinese angelica, she curiously inquired, Dongzi, what do you intend to do with this herb? The business has been disrupted by the villagers. I cannot set up a stall to sell. So, I'm drying some angelica to sell in the county. If you have any, Aunt, feel free to bring it over, and I can help you sell in the county. It goes for $1.50 a pound, he explained. Really? Is there demand for this herb? She asked, intrigued. Of course, if you wish to earn some money, you can go harvest it from the mountains. There is plenty to be had, he replied while working. Excellent, she exclaimed, excited at the prospect of a profitable venture. Weidong's efforts in this regard seemed far more fruitful than endlessly discussing matches. Before long, other members of the He family returned home, following Weidong's example and beginning their own drying process. He rushed out, brother. Mother said for you to help with the cooking. I'll assist you. All right, he replied, understanding his mother's intentions without hesitation. He took out the cured pork and lamb, along with some eggs, and prepared several dishes, inviting the matchmaker to enjoy a meal at their home. During the meal, the conversation revolved around Weidong's forthcoming marriage, with plans to send the engagement gifts shortly before the new year. After the Lantern Festival, the couple arranged a wedding banquet, to which Weidong had no objections. A few days later, they sought out the respected elders of the village to draft a marriage certificate. They would select an auspicious date for the wedding following the Lantern Festival. Everything was progressing favorably. In this new life, Weidong felt a renewed sense of joy. Gradually, he intended to reclaim what he had lost in his previous existence. Once the matchmaker departed, Chang'an remarked, Dongzi, this burdock root is piling up at home. Understanding his father's concerns, he pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this? Tomorrow we gather more, and the day after, I will borrow a cart to transport it to the county town. Sound good, nodded his father. Hearing this, the families of his elder and second brothers felt considerably uplifted. The past few days of digging burdock had exhausted them, their hands covered in blisters. Yet, they collected over 100 pounds less than Weidong. Where could they voice their grievances? They had entered the mountains together and returned later than expected. How was Dongzi so fortunate? Wherever he went, the burdock seemed to thrive abundantly, although sustainable development was still a distant prospect. Weidong had also managed to gather a few seeds. When everyone was ready to go into the mountains for more burdock, he planned to sow the seeds on a rainy day. This was his homeland, and he hoped to profit from the burdock rather than drive it to extinction. Meanwhile, in the county hospital, Li Yuan awakened, his stomach growling with hunger. However, the nurse restricted his food and water intake, fearing that excessive consumption might lead to complications with his wounds. Ho Guifan felt as if she had lost her backbone, unable to reach her daughter and distressed by her son's grave situation. Who could have done this to my son? I will fight tooth and nail. Her anguished words erupted almost as a scream, disturbing the other patients. This prompted a nurse to come out and admonish her. Family of the patient, this is a ward. Please refrain from making noise, or you will have to leave. After having been reprimanded earlier, Ho Guifan fell silent, a stark contrast to her previous confrontational demeanor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Weidong informed Xiao Xiao that she would accompany him to the county town the next day to deliver the burdock. He offered her the original price, excluding family members, as she was the most obedient and the first to follow him. He wished to support his brothers, but felt he lacked the means to do so at this moment, thus opting to earn some small profits initially. Brother Dong, should I borrow a tractor? No need. A cart will suffice if we secure it well. Also, bring some tools to guard against highwaymen. Understood. That evening, as everyone arrived, Weidong took the opportunity to weigh the burdock they had gathered. His haul amounted to 560 pounds, his father's 300 pounds, his elder brother's family 400 pounds, and his second brother's family 401 pounds. In addition, the combined total from Xiao Xiao, Aguang, and Ajing came to 1,000 pounds. Dongzi, this won't do. You won't be able to transport all, his father remarked upon seeing the quantities. Indeed, Xiao Xiao, go and borrow the tractor. Speak kindly to your third uncle. We will pay and refuel ourselves, Weidong said as he handed Xiao Xiao a pack of cigarettes. All right. Once Xiao Xiao drives the tractor over and helps with the loading, we will rest at Weidong's house and set off early tomorrow. Naturally, many are aware of their family's business. They will head to the county town to sell their goods. Weidong remarked to his father, Father, Weidong is using the tractor to transport the buplurum to sell in the county town. He must have his connections. Therefore, you should ride along and keep an eye on this fellow's business, but be cautious. Upon hearing this, he felt disheartened, for he suspected that Weidong and his companions were behind Li Yuan's misfortune. Unfortunately, lacking evidence, he could not pursue too closely. Don't worry, it's broad daylight. He wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The next morning, while the family members went into the mountains to dig for Buplurum, Weidong drove the tractor with Xiao Xiao to the county town's hospital to sell the Buplurum. Donggu, someone is following us, Xiao Xiao whispered. Chapter 67. Hospital in distress. As Weidong drove, he glanced back during a turn and spotted Weidong, the foolish son of the village chief, tailing them. It seemed he intended to cause trouble. Weidong remarked, recalling how he had previously refused to show respect to the father and son duo. After their confrontation, the pair had incessantly sought to create difficulties for him. Fortunately, he had foreseen this and had spread rumors about the village chief, causing him to be preoccupied and embarrassed, thus refraining from confronting him directly. Otherwise, such an encounter would draw the attention of the entire village, undermining the chief's authority and potentially jeopardizing his position in the coming year, a crucial time that warranted caution. Brother Dong, shall we find a place to teach him a lesson? Suggested Xiao Xiao upon hearing Weidong's words. No need, Weidong promptly refused without a moment's hesitation. Engaging in a direct confrontation could lead to further complications, especially since the village chief, despite his flaws, still wielded some influence. After all, word of Weidong's dealings with the medicinal herb, Chaihu, would easily reach the county if one were to inquire. The head of the logistics department at the Chinese medicine hospital, surnamed Hu, was not a benevolent character. Had it not been for the recommendation from Elder Dong, Weidong doubted he would have secured a deal for his Chaihu. This was merely a concession on Hu's part. Moreover, the procurement division of the logistics department was a lucrative position. Weidong was certain that there were individuals within Hu's family who coveted this business and would seek to profit from it. This father-son duo is always against us, stealing our barbecue business, and now they likely want a piece of the Chaihu trade too, Xiao Xiao fumed. We won't let them off easily. After offering a word of comfort, Weidong focused intently on driving. The mountain road was slow, allowing Weidong to keep up for the moment. Once they hit the asphalt road of the town, Weidong accelerated, leaving the boy struggling in his wake. Behind him, Weidong pedaled furiously, utterly exhausted, yet he persisted in his pursuit, cursing loudly. This bastard drives like a maniac. We're almost at the town, and he won't stop. As soon as they hit the main road of the town, Weidong shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. Weidong was engulfed in a muddy shower, sweat dripping down his forehead, and dirt clinging to his face like a grotesque mask. He was enraged, his mouth filled with dust, making it all the more uncomfortable. Despite his frustrations, he could not afford to lose sight of Weidong. He grumbled as he watched the tractor speed away, its black smoke billowing, disappearing from his view. Damn it! Running off so fast, I'll send your father to his grave. He cursed, his legs continuing to pump furiously as he chased after the tractor. In the tractor's cabin, Xiao Xiao stood up to survey the situation, realizing that Weidong had vanished from sight. With a cheerful tone, he remarked, Donggu, that fellow has vanished and failed to keep up. All right, let us not linger. Be cautious not to fall. Noticing that Weidong had not followed, Weidong ceased accelerating. After all, this tractor was quite an antiquity. Prolonged acceleration was detrimental, and the noxious black smoke was suffocating. Although he had reduced speed, it still surpassed that of a bicycle, leaving Weidong far behind. Exhausted, Weidong likely deduced that Weidong had ventured to the county seat to sell something, though he was uncertain which hospital would be the recipient. Approximately an hour later, Weidong, the driver, finally arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He spotted a Dongfeng vehicle exiting through the logistics gate and hurried inside. The gatekeeper, having previously received favors from Weidong, recognized the young man as purpose and did not impede his progress. He parked the vehicle and rushed over, presenting a box of cigarettes while greeting Director Hu. I brought some Chaihu for you to examine. Upon seeing such a substantial shipment of Chaihu from Weidong, Wenliang's expression darkened considerably. He had acquired a significant amount from Weidong, while his cousin had already received some. Consequently, the profit distribution would naturally diminish, making it difficult for him to be pleased. A mere packet of cigarettes from Weidong could not compare to the monetary gains at stake. With a face as dark as charcoal, he coldly scoffed, "Why have you brought so much? The hospital can't possibly need this quantity." Director Hu, old Dong from your hospital mentioned that the quality of my chai Hu is quite commendable. What I have here is just over 2,000 gene, considerably less than the Dongfeng vehicle's capacity, Weidong replied, opting for a courteous tone to facilitate a profitable transaction. All right then, I'll accept this batch. But please refrain from sending such a large quantity in the future. Upon hearing Weidong mention old Dong, Huan Liang, despite his reluctance, feared losing his job, which would leave him with nothing. Since Weidong had delivered just over a ton, if the quality was good, it could be blended with the freshly received chai, making it appear more acceptable. He instructed both Weidong and his companion to unload the chai Hu. Upon meticulous inspection, the quality proved to be quite satisfactory, thick and clean, without excessive difficulty. They accepted the shipment, weighing in at 2105 gene, rounded down to 2,100 gene, amounting to 6,300 yuan. Weidong said nothing, aware that Huan Liang would likely pocket the excess weight. It amounted to less than 15 yuan, hardly worth contesting. After receiving the payment from the finance department, he and his companion, Xiao Xiao, exited. Once inside the vehicle, Xiao Xiao remarked, Donggu, it seems that director Hu is reluctant to accept our goods. What is he? Really? He has been given too much courtesy, Weidong retorted coolly. I discreetly observed the chai Hu he accepted. It was of inferior quality, laden with dust, and considerably smaller. It was probably delivered by a relative of his, who likely received a substantial kickback. Weidong resolutely stated, I shall send more next time. This shipment of chai Hu had indeed yielded a profit. With nearly 2,000 yuan at stake, one cannot afford to maintain a pleasant demeanor. The only objective is to secure the money. Should one's demeanor change, do not hold back on being ungracious. It is unwise to oppose financial gain. Weidong did not drive back. Brother Dong, where are you headed? This is not the way home. I'm meeting someone for business. Please wait for me in the car, Weidong clarified. Xiao Xiao did not press further. They arrived at the location provided by the county television station reporter, Luo San. He approached and gently knocked on the door, confirming that someone was inside. Who is it? Came a voice from within. After exchanging the agreed-upon signal, the door swung open. Luo San, upon seeing Weidong, welcomed him inside. From a concealed bookshelf, he retrieved an envelope and handed it to Weidong. Upon opening it, Weidong discovered that the woman was indeed Li Yuxia. The man's face remained unseen, leaving him unrecognized. However, the photograph sent would surely create chaos at Li Yuxia's wedding. He produced the 50 yuan he had prepared in advance and handed it to Luo San. Pleasant collaboration, Luo San remarked cheerfully as he accepted the money. I may reach out again for assistance. Farewell. As Dong drove back. He had not ventured far when he fortuitously encountered Liang, who was searching for someone. Brother Dong, look at that scoundrel. Chapter 68. The accident of Liang. Upon witnessing the incident, Weidong responded with a taunt. Accelerating past Liang with great speed. Startled, Liang lost his balance and fell from his bicycle. Observing his tumble, Xiao Xiao burst into laughter, seemingly oblivious to the situation, while Weidong swiftly departed. Rising from the ground, Liang seethed with anger, convinced that the act had been intentional. In a fit of rage, he kicked his bicycle several times to vent his frustration. However, Weidong had already distanced himself considerably, vowing to make him pay. After releasing his pin-up emotions, Liang could only ride his bicycle and ride back home. Along the way, passers-by cast curious glances at him, for he appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a muddy figure, especially accentuated by his infuriated expression. Meanwhile, Weidong arrived at the town supply and marketing cooperative, where he purchased a selection of nutritional supplements and fruit candies to bring home. After returning to the village, he returned the tractor and handed a small sum of money to Xiao Xiao. Once home, he concealed the money and armed himself with tools, preparing to ascend the mountain to gather Chinese Angelica. Brother, the meal will be ready soon. You should eat before heading out. He called out as she noticed her elder brother returning, drenched in sweat and eager to leave again. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Weidong paused. Is dinner ready? Yes, I'm frying an egg. It will be ready shortly. Eat first, she replied, considering the fact that her young nephews would also return home for lunch. As a young girl, Her strength was limited. Her tasks mostly revolved around household chores, reading, and preparing meals for her nieces and nephews. All right, I'll take care of it. Weidong set down his belongings, washed his hands, and headed to the kitchen to cook. The cold dishes from the previous night had been consumed that morning, leaving the meal rather meager. He sliced some cured meat and a generous portion of radish to prepare a meat dish, planning to wait for the children to return for a shared meal. Xiao Xiao approached with a dry bun in hand. Dongge, are we leaving now? This time, as he planned to gather Chinese Angelica, he anticipated earning nearly 200 yuan. Still trailing behind, he Weidong to discover areas abundant with the herb. Having found a lucrative opportunity, he was reluctant to even eat at home. Let us wait until after the meal. My nephews and nieces will be back from school soon. And you should join us for a bit, he Weidong suggested, glancing at Xiao Xiao, whose face was sunburned from exposure. I don't want to trouble you. Let's head back to eat. Xiao Xiao declined politely. Don't leave just yet. Otherwise, I'll be waiting for you, he replied, and just then, the children returned, filling the atmosphere with exuberance. After exchanging greetings with He Weidong and Xiao Xiao, they rushed into the kitchen, exclaiming in delight upon discovering that there was indeed meat today. All right, hurry up and eat. I need to finish my meal before heading back to work, He Weidong urged as he witnessed their playful quarrel. Although he often conversed with them, the children still harbored a healthy fear of him when he was irate, as they were adept at reading the expressions of adults. At home, He Weidong commands respect. The elders listen to him, naturally refraining from retorting. They obediently line up for meals, serving themselves vegetables. Today, He Weidong's stir-fried bacon and radish have become their favorite dish. Only after they have left us, He Weidong serve himself and Xiao Xiao. The two sit on the stone bench at the entrance, beginning their meal. The heat is unbearable. The sun blazes down mercilessly. How splendid it would be to have a chilled beer, He Weidong muses during their meal. Indeed, this morning's trip to the county was both sweltering and parched. Xiao Xiao agrees. After a few moments of casual conversation, He Weidong remarks, You, this afternoon, please take the items I brought back to the neighboring village. To your third sister-in-law, I bought extra fruit candies. Keep some for yourself, but don't let the younger one see them. In the month since his rebirth, he has ventured into town for business, returning with numerous snacks. He has also provided plenty of roasted meat for the children. They have become quite picky, refusing to eat anything of lesser quality. After just a few days of good fortune, their attitudes have begun to change. It is essential not to indulge them too much. Otherwise, as they grow, they may become unaware of what truly satisfies them. Besides, they still have their own parents. However, his sister is a different matter. In his previous life, she made tremendous sacrifices for him. Living with her parents, the family had little money and was reluctant to spend on her. Residing in a large household, even when their parents bought something, she received very little. I understand, brother. He speaks fondly of her relationship with He Weidong, especially since he is not yet married, allowing for plenty of topics to discuss. Yes, focus on your studies at home. In the fall, I will send you to town for school. If it's inconvenient, you can stay at the dormitory. I have money now. He Weidong speaks with newfound confidence, having earned nearly 2,000 yuan in one go. His elder brother and second brother's families are also prospering, alleviating any worries about building a house. Brother, are you really sending little sister to school? In the minds of Xiao Xiao and the others, education seemed of little value, especially for a girl. Indeed, education paves the way for a future. Once I have my affairs in order, I will seek a place to study as well, He Weidong says wistfully. In his past life, he held a master's degree. How could this life be any less? Oh, Xiao Xiao is taken aback by He Weidong's words. You're not seriously considering university, are you? Why not? Many couples are enrolled in university, even those in their 30s, he replies. Xiao Xiao shakes her head. I doubt I could focus on my studies. You say education is beneficial. Should I give it a try? As you wish. As their conversation winds down, they finish their meal, and the children rush outside to play. He reminds his sister to keep an eye on things at home and not to let anyone enter her room. They will wait for their mother to return before delivering the items. All right. He takes Xiao Xiao into the mountains to continue their venture of collecting and selling Chinese wild ginger. On their way into the mountains, He Weidong, who has been busy all day, finally returns home, looking quite disheveled. Upon entering the house, he exclaimed, "Father, that scoundrel Weidong is truly infuriating. What has transpired?" He Chongqing inquired, taken aback. He then recounted the events succinctly. "Are you saying that scoundrel nearly collided with you?" "Indeed. By the way, do you know where he is selling it?" He Chongqing asked eagerly. "I have no idea. I lost track of him." Upon realizing I was following, he sped away. "By the way, how did that rascal suddenly learn to drive a tractor?" "Perhaps he learned in secret." He Chongqing had little interest in when Weidong acquired his driving skills. Rather, he was concerned about whether Chaihu could truly be profitable. Fuming with anger, Weidong retorted, "Father, that vehicle belongs to our village. How can we allow him to take it for profit?" "That is indeed the case. Zhang Xiaojun borrowed it from his uncle. I will have a word. This vehicle cannot be lent out any longer, lest the villagers become dissatisfied." Chapter 69. Frantic and acquiring the Chaihu business despite Chongqing's serious demeanor. His true intention was to set a trap for Weidong. Greed is an inherent trait of humanity. Although the exact profits of Weidong remain unknown, his extensive collection of Chaihu intended for sale in the county demonstrates a clear indication of profitability. Otherwise, this cunning individual would not engage in such a laborious and thankless endeavor, especially when his family is in the midst of constructing a house, necessitating financial resources. Upon reaching the village secretary's residence, Chongqing found no one at home and exclaimed in frustration, in broad daylight, "Where could they have gone?" With no choice but to turn back, he returned to the industrious Weidong, who was busy transporting a cartload of Chaihu to the county. Many witnesses were intrigued and subsequently inquired with his family if this venture was indeed profitable. They received affirmative responses confirming that there were indeed earnings to be made, provided they too wished to dig for Chaihu. Weidong offered a purchase price of $1.50 per pound, enticing many to venture into the mountains to harvest Chaihu, motivated by the prospect of exchanging their labor for money to purchase essential goods. The sight of Weidong's family setting out daily at dawn with their burlap sacks was undeniably enticing. "Brother Dong, why are there so many people?" Little Xiao, who accompanied Weidong into the mountains, was astonished at the sight of numerous individuals bent over, digging for Chaihu. "I suppose they were inspired by my words." Thinking of the money to be made, Weidong reflected, "Let's not compete with them. Let us venture deeper into the mountains." Upon reaching a secluded area, he pointed to a patch abundant with Chaihu and instructed, "Xiao Xiao, there is plenty over there. You go ahead while I search for another spot." "Thank you, Brother Dong," Xiao Xiao replied, clutching the bamboo basket he had purchased from Weidong's uncle, Hai, and hurriedly made his way toward the indicated direction. After traversing some distance, he discovered a patch of Chaihu even more plentiful than the one Weidong had previously pointed out. Without hesitation, he set about digging. The afternoon sun was relentless. Yet to Weidong, each Chaihu represented money. A bit of hard work was inconsequential. Earning $200 in a day felt effortless, and he was determined to toil vigorously. As more individuals entered the mountains to dig, the availability of Chaihu would inevitably diminish. At that juncture, he would turn to selling vegetables. The food coupons in his possession needed to be spent, and converting them into cash would provide peace of mind. Calculating the days until his next Chaihu sale, he planned to locate the postman and pay him to ensure that letters were delivered precisely on the day of Liu Xiao's wedding, placing them directly into her new husband's hands. With the grand event unfolding, it was essential to witness it all. Upon returning home that evening, he hung out the sign for purchasing dried Chaihu, aiming to inform more people and harness their efforts to generate profit for himself. Although he was not the one doing the digging, the profit per pound was substantial and the effort was minimal. Gradually accumulating these earnings would amount to a significant sum. As the sun began to set, the day's endeavors continued. Weidong had dug up 2 bags of buplurum, estimating the weight to be around 130 pounds. Once dried, it would weigh over 60 pounds, potentially earning him about 180 yuan. Satisfied, he made his way back and coincidentally ran into Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing the amount he had harvested, Xiao Xiao was astonished. "East brother, you've dug up 2 bags. Over 100 pounds. I've only managed 1 bag. How can there be such a disparity?" He removed his gloves, revealing his hands, marred with scars and blood. Look at my hands. See what they've become. You only witnessed the thief indulging in meat, not the thief receiving blows. Alas, East brother, I wish I could do more, but I can't find much buplurum. Xiao Xiao lamented helplessly. Enough talk. Let us hurry down the mountain and head home. We still need to wash up, Weidong urged. On their way back, they encountered several people descending the mountain. Upon seeing Weidong, they greeted him and inquired whether he was purchasing buplurum. After receiving assurance, they eagerly promised to bring it after drying. Weidong quickly replied, "There is no need to rush. Bring more once it's completely dried, ensuring it's free of dirt." They laughed, assuring him, "We won't let you down." Aware that many were astute and not all had his best interests at heart, he realized the importance of clear communication to avoid future complications. It was that small buplurum couldn't sell. It simply held little value. Moreover, the local hospitals, particularly those run by the Hu family, were not known for their kindness, and he would inevitably face difficulties. Why should he incur losses and invite unhappiness merely to appease others? It was prudent to address potential issues in advance. Upon reaching the riverside, many noticed that the He family was using bamboo baskets to wash the buplurum, a significantly easier method than their own. Curiosity piqued regarding the source of the bamboo poles. Weidong generously shared that he had purchased them for 3 yuan each. Many expressed their intention to check them out that evening and buy one for themselves. Xiao Xiao, holding a bamboo basket twice his size, found it cumbersome. His face darkened as he struggled alone. Seeing that Weidong had finished washing, he eagerly called out, "East brother, hurry and help me. This is too heavy for me to manage. I'll assist you this time, but don't expect me to do so again tomorrow," Weidong teased. Yet his hands remained busy. "Understood, East brother. From now on, I'll follow your lead in everything." "That is good to hear. By the way, keep the money hidden and don't tell anyone, understood?" "Got it," Xiao Xiao replied. Once they had everything sorted, it was already dark, and they needed to find a place to lay out the buplurum to dry. Dinner was prepared, and the family awaited his return, with the children clamoring due to hunger. After being scolded by the adults, they settled down obediently. As Weidong finished up and approached, the family began their meal. "I brought back the money. Once we finish eating, I'll distribute it to you all. I've kept a record of how much each of you is owed." Upon hearing about the money, the eyes of his 2 sisters-in-law sparkled with excitement. Finally, they could see a return on their investment. Upon receiving the funds, it is believed that they will exert even greater effort tomorrow. It is anticipated that at the end of the month, they will visit the county town. If anyone inquires tomorrow, you should outline the conditions and allow them to stay at our home. Weidong pondered the matters of the evening and advised accordingly. After the meal, and once the money was distributed, He Chang'an suggested, "In the future, when purchasing materials, you 3 brothers should contribute equally at the time of payment, and I will keep a record for you." Without a moment's hesitation, Weidong readily agreed. However, the expressions of the 2 sisters-in-law were less than favorable. The money they had just received had not yet warmed in their hands before it was to be dispensed. They seemed to overlook the fact that Weidong had previously borne a greater share of the expenses. Faced with their father-in-law's words, they dared not voice their concerns. As the days progressed, Weidong diligently engaged in his work, maintaining a routine between 2 points. On weekends, the older children would accompany him, earning a bit of pocket money, which essentially amounted to a subsidy from Weidong. They purchased at the original price and sold at the original price, investing their time and energy without much complaint towards their family. Before long, the end of the month arrived. "Dongzi, when you plan to go to the county town?" Father inquired during dinner. Chapter 70, The Villager's Malice, a small scheme for money the day after tomorrow afternoon. I will be at home purchasing buplurum. Weidong replied while eating. "All right, I will notify them shortly." His father nodded in agreement. Good. The children at home experienced the difficulty of labor and remained quiet. Early the next morning, Weidong set off with Xiao Xiao. Due to the number of people harvesting buplurum during this period, even the quantity and quality of the buplurum harvested by Weidong began to decline gradually. It seemed that another round would yield little improvement. He himself was reluctant to ascend the mountain again, contemplating instead a trip to the county to gradually manage his grain tickets. By noon, he had harvested around 50 pounds and returned home early. After cleaning the buplurum, he laid it out to dry. When the children returned from school, they joined in to help. Soon, inquiries about purchasing buplurum began to arise. Weidong instructed them to wait a moment and finished his meal quickly. Afterward, he took the scale and sat at the door, checking and weighing the buplurum. He separated out a few substandard pieces and asked his younger sister to assist with the accounting while his mother handled the payments. As more people arrived, they began to line up. However, the quantities they brought seemed quite limited. The most anyone had was less than 100 pounds. Some attempted to take advantage by offering inferior, damp, or moldy buplurum, but Weidong firmly refused, directing them to sell elsewhere. A few grumbled and left in anger, cursing him. What a thing, trying to deceive me with worthless goods. My money doesn't come from thin air. Weidong had no patience for such shameless individuals. Conducting business requires amiability, but if one treats others like fools, who would care to engage? This particular man was none other than the village chief's brother, and Weidong had never shown him any kindness. By the time night fell, the family had returned. After swiftly finishing their tasks, they came to assist. Seeing that they had nearly finished, Weidong asked Xiao to borrow a vehicle. Before long, she returned empty-handed. What happened? He inquired. Brother Dong. The village chief refused to lend it, claiming we would damage the vehicle, and it wouldn't be useful for the village's grain contributions. What did your third uncle say? Weidong's face darkened immediately. Xiao scratched her head, feeling embarrassed. My third uncle is willing, but my third ain't enough. I understand. What nonsense. That scoundrel is envious of my profits and is trying to sabotage me. Just wait until I see him using it. I'll handle him appropriately. If he can become village chief next year, I'll take it up with him. Dongzi, should I go ask? His father suggested. Never mind, I will find a way. This useless village chief is truly insufferable. With that, Weidong called out to the people behind him. I will no longer be purchasing. The village chief does not permit anyone to earn money and refuses to lend me a tractor. This prevents me from selling and incurs losses. Upon hearing this, the crowd was infuriated. Why can others sell, but our harvest goes unaccepted? Weidong patiently explained that the village chief deliberately caused trouble because he did not want to see anyone prosper. I borrowed a vehicle from the village, but paid for the fuel and returned the costs. Yet he still refused. Upon hearing this, the angry villagers began to curse the village chief, Chongqing, and his family, deeming them unworthy. Meanwhile, Chongqing stood at the village committee, squinting and smoking, reveling in the disruption of Weidong's business. However, it was not long before he heard the approach of angry shouts. Chongqing, you scoundrel! Are you unwilling to lend the vehicle to Dongzi? Because of you, we cannot sell our goods. After working hard these past few days, I just wanted to earn a little money to buy fabric for my children to make clothes. Why is it so difficult? Indeed, Chongqing, you are truly despicable. We are all from a village. He paid you. How could you refuse to lend him a piece of iron? What do you mean by this? Your family uses the vehicle every year. You are utterly inhumane. Faced with the onslaught of insults, Chongqing's face darkened like soot. He attempted to assert his authority as village chief to reprimand them. However, having cut off their means of income, who would heed the village chief's authority? Before he could utter even a few words, he was interrupted. You still call yourself a village chief? You reported Dongzi for selling skewers in town. And now that you see he can make money for us, you want to sabotage him? If he doesn't accept your offer, you'll take my family's Chuanhu away. Yes, take my family's Chuanhu away, and I won't say another word. Abyss deepening, Liang urgently tugged at his father's arm. Father, this is a good deal. It doesn't look like much. Let us gather it all. Tomorrow we can sell it. If Weidong can profit, so can we. Originally furious, Chongqing's eyes brightened upon hearing his son's words. You're right, he exclaimed loudly. All right, stop the noise. Since Weidong can gather it for a price of 150, I shall collect it too. Little Xiao, trailing behind, was taken aback by Chongqing's shamelessness. He actually intended to hijack the Chuanhu business. She hurried to inform Weidong, but unfortunately, he was not home. He had gone out to borrow a tractor. Upon hearing this news, Weidong's family also wore grim faces. He stated, Little Xiao, there are quite a few Chuanhu that my brother discarded this afternoon, which others did not want. Since the village chief wishes to collect them, You should pick those up and sell them. Everyone's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Yes, the weather is turning and visibility is poor. Moreover, the village chief is unaware of the standards for collecting chuanhu. Small, moldy, or improperly dried chuanhu can all be passed off. If we can make a little profit, it's still something. The crowd nodded in agreement, their spirits lifting. Little Xiao excitedly declared, "Little you, you're brilliant. I will gather them and share the profits with you." Without delay, they borrowed a sack from He's family and, with assistance from He Yu and others, gathered all the unwanted chuanhu. They carried it away to the village chief's house. "What brings you here?" He Weidong was also surprised to see little Xiao arrive. "Isn't your family in the business of collecting chaihu? Since Dongzi no longer needed it, I brought it over. Why aren't you accepting mine?" Xiao feigned annoyance as she inquired. He Weidong pondered the implications of this action, realizing it could jeopardize Xiao Zhao's relationship with He Weidong. Quite a profitable strategy, he thought. He hastily replied, "Of course we'll take it. Since you brought it here, we might as well accept it." After weighing it, they found it to be 35 jin. Receiving 52 yuan, Xiao departed with satisfaction. Once she had left, He Chongqing expressed his discontent, saying, "Why did you accept her offering? It doesn't appear to be very good." "Dad, this way we can undermine her relationship with He Weidong. And by mixing it with other chaihu, no one will be able to discern it. Just this once. Next time, we'll aim for something better," He Weidong explained. "Well, I must admit, I didn't expect you to be so clever when it matters," He Chongqing complimented him. Meanwhile, after Xiao had eaten, she made her way to He Weidong's home. Before long, he returned driving a tractor. "Dongga, you're back. How did you manage to borrow the vehicle from the village head?" Xiao shook her head and replied, "Let me tell you, I tricked the village head out of some money." He Weidong was left bewildered, questioning how someone as shrewd as the village head could be deceived. That old rascal allowed you to pull one over on him? Do tell me, what exactly transpired?" Chapter 71. The Night Watch, the cunning and daring He Weidong thus. A seemingly trivial matter was recounted. Upon hearing it, He Weidong merely smiled faintly. This scoundrel, in his malevolence, had thwarted my plans by preventing me from utilizing the tractor, inciting others to berate him. He had the audacity to collect everyone's goods, evidently intending to sell them for profit. How much did he gather, I wonder? Xiao sneered coldly, estimating around 1,000 pounds. I observed numerous individuals delivering subpar chaihu, particularly those who had previously clashed with you, all while hurling insults your way. That scoundrel He Weidong, they would say, his words dripping with contempt. I am not some trifling currency that everyone adores. They will soon regret their actions. Once he returns from his failed sales, the village head will surely face an uproar, and we shall revel in the spectacle, adding fuel to the fire. He Weidong could already envision the scenario. When He Chongqing returns from the county, having failed to sell the goods, he will be chastised and humiliated by Hu Wenliang, incurring a loss of over 1,000 yuan, desperately seeking to return the goods to the villagers. The ensuing disputes would be quite the sight to behold. Other families, eager to profit, had toiled for days to procure unworthy chaihu, only to find themselves unable to sell it, resulting in a scene of frustration and despair. By the way, Brother Dong, this chaihu was collected from your doorstep, and it was Sister He Yu's idea. I handled the selling, and we shall split the proceeds evenly. Xiao was not one to merely seize advantages for herself. He Weidong shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. You could divide the money with my sister. She is a young girl, and it would be unseemly for her to have no money." "All right, then I shall give her your share," Xiao insisted. "That is unnecessary. Just give her a little," he replied. "That won't do. It must be given," Xiao firmly rejected. If it weren't for He Weidong's guidance, where would she have found the means to earn money? Now, having over 1,000 yuan in her pocket, a sum she had never dared to imagine, she pondered how her previous 50 yuan had all gone to He Yu. She was ready to rush over and hand the money to her. "There's no rush. With so many people around, help me load the goods first. We'll go tomorrow." He Weidong stopped the departing Xiao. With money in hand, they would meet again, so there was no need to hurry. If the family saw this, especially the two sisters-in-law, they might harbor thoughts. If their parents learned of He Yu having money, they could very well plot to take it from her. After all, He Weidong had mentioned that you should move in with them. These considerations were paramount. One must not act out of misguided goodwill, handing over the money only for to experience fleeting joy, only to have it taken away later. What a heart-wrenching scenario that would be. Once the family is completely divided, Weidong could do as he pleased. Should the two sisters-in-law express discontent and show him displeasure, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. I wish to help you earn money, but that does not imply any indebtedness on my part. This opportunity is granted out of respect for my two brothers and the little nephews. To Weidong, his two sisters-in-law are far less significant than his sister Hiyu. In his previous life, it was his sister who made the greatest sacrifices for him. Naturally, he intends to compensate her once the family estate is divided. What are you two doing? Why aren't you helping? Dongzi doesn't need a single penny from you. It's a waste of manpower and spirit to gather money for you, only for you to linger here after eating. Upon seeing his two sons, Hifu noticed that their wives had detained them from lending a hand, and his expression darkened. The behavior of these women was truly disgraceful. They seemed to only have eyes for money, oblivious to the need for gratitude. It would be better if they were still without wealth. Although you have worked all day, Weidong has not rested a moment. Everything he brings is to help you earn. No matter how exhausted you may be, you cannot simply stand by. Otherwise, the younger son will feel uncomfortable. The new house is yet to be completed, and the family is in disarray. The elder sons hastily went to assist. Weidong observed all of this keenly. Despite the displeased expressions of his two sisters-in-law, they also came over to offer their help. Were it not for his own strength and the family's numbers, Weidong would have sought additional help. The task was completed swiftly. At that moment, Xiao Xiao and Zhang had finished their meal and approached, intending to inquire how Weidong planned to transport the buplurum the next day. Upon seeing the loading of goods, they did not initially recognize the tractor, mistakenly believing it belonged to the village. Astonished, they asked, Dongzi, didn't the village chief refuse to lend you his vehicle? How did you acquire it? You must be blind. Take a good look. This vehicle is not from the village. I borrowed it from a neighboring village for 5 yuan. This so-called village is nothing but a bunch of opportunists, lacking any sense of loyalty. After having endured frustration that afternoon regarding the state of affairs at home, Weidong's discomfort was compounded by the earlier visit from those who brought goods and mentioned troubles with the village chief. When they approached him, they were met with the chief's insistence on confiscating their items, prompting them to fall silent, devoid of any plea for leniency. It is no wonder they say, dragon's offspring are each different. Upon noticing Weidong's anger, they took a closer look and realized that indeed, the vehicle was not from the village. Acknowledging the expenditure, they hurried to assist in loading the goods. With many hands, the task was completed swiftly. This effort spanned approximately half a month and yielded over 4,000 jin. Weidong calculated that including what he had gathered and what was given by others, he could earn around 5,000 yuan. Were it not for the family's financial strain and the intention to purchase a tractor, he would no longer need to depend on others' whims. Selling vegetables in the county would become far more convenient. However, the buplurum was visibly diminishing as more people joined the effort. Weidong was aware that with increased numbers, the available buplurum would significantly decrease. Some individuals struggled to collect even 5 jin in a day, and after drying, they might end up with less than 2. Once everything was loaded, they covered it with a rain tarp to prevent any mishaps. Dongzi, I heard you couldn't borrow a tractor, so I came to see where this vehicle came from, remarked Hai, the third uncle who had recently begun engaging in business introduced by Weidong. Having woven numerous bamboo baskets, I made a modest profit of nearly 200 yuan. With some money in hand, I heard about Weidong's troubles and contemplated offering my assistance. Uncle San arrived, bringing with him the borrowed goods from a neighboring village. Weidong greeted him with a smile and offered a cigarette. That Chongqing is truly despicable. I've heard he is also collecting buplurum. When I see him, I shall give him a good scolding, Hai exclaimed angrily. After exchanging a few words, Weidong escorted him back. All right, everyone, it's time to head home. Xiao Xiao, you will help me keep watch tonight. Weidong was apprehensive, fearing that someone might come to cause trouble in the dead of night, as he had personally financed this load of buplurum. At the village chief's residence, Weidong exhausted after a long day's work, complained, "Father, that scoundrel Weidong is sending bupleurum to the county tomorrow. I've heard he borrowed a tractor. Should we not consider setting fire to his bupleurum tonight?" Chapter 72. The discovery of Weidong's secret. Wenliang's outburst upon hearing this. Changqing found it hard to believe. His son was far too reckless. Arson and murder are grave offenses. The Chihua at Weidong's residence was situated within a courtyard, alarmingly close to their home. Should the flames spread uncontrollably, resulting in destruction and loss of life, his son would certainly face dire consequences. The villagers were well aware of the enmity between their family and that of Weidong. Should an incident occur, suspicion would inevitably fall upon them. Even though he held the position of village chief, should the police detain his family for questioning, the truth would soon emerge. He was acutely aware of his son's character. With a darkened expression, he admonished sternly, "You fool, do you wish for your own demise? Arson and murder are serious crimes. While there are grievances between our families, it is not a matter of life and death. If you commit such an act, as long as there remains a man alive in Weidong's household, do you truly believe that your brother's family and ours could survive? Especially Weidong. If he survives, he would ensure my downfall. Such thoughts should never cross your mind again. If it weren't for my health still being in recovery, I would certainly discipline you thoroughly for your reckless ambition." His son's audacity was astonishing. He dared to contemplate such actions. Never before had he faced such a severe reprimand. Terrified, Weiliang quickly responded, "I understand, father. I was merely speaking out of turn. I wouldn't dare." Although he spoke thus, Weiliang harbored doubts about Li Yuan next door, who had recently become a eunuch. Though he was unsure of the perpetrator, he speculated whether this incident was connected to Weidong. When Li Yuan returned, transformed by his ordeal, he would undoubtedly be twisted and vindictive. In such a case, should Weiliang inadvertently stoke the flames of animosity towards Weidong, it was conceivable that the young man, consumed by hatred, might indeed set fire to Weidong's home. And if that young man were apprehended, it would bear no consequence for Weiliang. However, he failed to realize that once Li Yuan was interrogated and implicated him as the mastermind, he too would face arrest. This was the peril of ignorance stemming from a lack of education. The repercussions would be far graver than those faced by Li Yuan. If even one more person became aware, it could easily form a collective. Should Weidong invest and pull some strings, they could be charged with organized crime, leading to ruin. Moreover, next year, the crackdown would be particularly severe. The likelihood of imprisonment would be substantial. Nonetheless, Weiliang did not foresee that his own thoughts could lead him directly into peril. Li Yuan, misled, could easily find himself sentenced to life. A minor official, caught in the crossfire, might also face a 15-year term. By the time they emerged, everything would have changed irrevocably. After a sleepless night, with no incidents occurring, both Weiliang and Xiao Xiao found their eyes reddened from fatigue. He privately mused that it would not do, now that they had some wealth. Perhaps they should acquire a few dogs to guard their home. The local dogs, accompanied by 2 German shepherds, serve as vigilant guardians, deterring petty thieves from approaching. Of course, one must exclude those who fear nothing, who might resort to drugging the dogs to gain entry. However, with someone at home, the barking of the dogs would prompt a check. "Xiao Xiao, rise and shine. It's time for breakfast. We are setting off soon." Weidong called out after washing up and heading to his room to rouse Xiao Xiao. "Oh, is it dawn already?" Xiao Xiao asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Yes, indeed." "Hurry up. The sooner we return, the more money we can earn," Weidong replied. Upon hearing about the opportunity to earn more, Xiao Xiao quickly jumped out of bed, dressed, and after a swift wash, enjoyed breakfast at Weidong's home. They then set off in his car towards the county town. Unbeknownst to them, earlier that morning, the village chief, Changqing, had instructed his son, Weiliang, to rise early and ride to the county town to keep watch. Once Weidong arrived, Weiliang could keep pace on his bicycle, given the slower traffic in the town, and would be informed about where Weidong delivered the bupleurum. This knowledge would enable him to sell the over 1,000 jin of bupleurum collected at home. Little did he know that the head of the procurement department at the logistics office, Wenliang, would extract such significant profit from the situation. After more than an hour of travel, they finally reached the county town. Weiliang, who had been waiting by the roadside, spotted He Weidong's car and quickly pedaled to follow. He Weidong, focused on the pedestrians and cyclists, did not notice He Weidong's pursuit, but Xiao Xiao did. Brother Dong, look at that scoundrel He Weidong. He's been tailing us since early on, she remarked. Ah, let it be. They will find out sooner or later. With so many people in town, we can't shake him off. However, selling the Buplurum from home won't be so simple. Hu Wenliang is quite greedy, He Weidong confidently stated. I suspect he will cause us trouble today, but if he receives us fairly, I won't expose his dealings. Otherwise, he will learn that the Lord of Horses has many eyes. In his previous life, He Weidong had been a significant business owner, though his wife managed him closely. Nevertheless, this did not mean he was oblivious to the intricacies of such matters. Upon arriving at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he parked and casually tossed a box of cigarettes outside before entering. Seeing He Weidong drive in, He Weiliang smirked, thinking, if I get wind of this, the business will belong to me from now on. He then turned and rode back to inform his father of the situation. Meanwhile, upon reaching the logistics office, He Weidong observed numerous burlap sacks on the floor, unmistakably filled with Buplurum. He kicked one casually, sending dust into the air, causing a momentary sting in his eyes. Upon inspection, he realized that the quality was far inferior to his own. Inside the office, Hu Wenliang had already seen He Weidong's arrival, but chose not to engage, as he had no desire to accept He Weidong's Buplurum. Each pound received resulted in a loss of several dimes. However, seeing He Weidong open the Buplurum sent from his cousin piqued his interest. Fearing that He Weidong would uncover the secret and expose the matter, he hurried out and sternly admonished, "What are you doing? This is our hospital's Buplurum. Do not meddle with it." Upon seeing the scowling Hu Wenliang, He Weidong had long noticed this individual lingering in his office, observing him, yet refusing to emerge, which prompted him to rummage through the Buplurum he had collected. He quickly offered 2 boxes of cigarettes, stating, "Department Chief Hu, I have brought over the Buplurum. Please see to its receipt. It's only been half a month since my last visit. It's not much, just a little over 4,000 gene." "What? 4,000 gene? What do you take our hospital for? That much Buplurum is unnecessary. I refuse to accept it." Upon hearing the weight of the Buplurum, Hu Wenliang outright rejected the cigarettes He Weidong had offered, knowing he would incur a loss of several hundred yuan. He was not to be swayed by mere cigarettes. "There won't be such a large quantity in the future. Just accept it, and I will treat you to a meal later." Not wishing to confront him directly, He Weidong spoke with a conciliatory tone. With a grim expression, Hu Wenliang retorted, "I have made myself clear. Starting today, I will not accept your Buplurum. Take it back to whence it came." Chapter 73. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital sells Chai Hu, and Hu the section chief turns hostile. Having spoken, he turned and entered his office. He Weidong followed suit, closing the door behind them. Hu Wenliang, seeing him enter the office, exclaimed in anger, "I'm speaking to you. Why aren't you listening? This is too much. If you don't want to accept it, then leave at once. Otherwise, I'll have security throw you out." Is it so difficult to have a decent conversation? Weidong recognized Hu Wenliang's vulnerabilities and would not indulge his flaws. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You insolent fool. Don't think I'm oblivious to what is going on here. The chai you've received from outside was sent by your relatives. Wasn't it? It's covered in dust, and I can only imagine the quality is subpar. I know you're pocketing kickbacks from it. I've brought you quality chai which diminishes your profits, yet you're mixing it with inferior goods to mask their shortcomings. We both know that I express my gratitude and would even treat you to a meal. Or do you wish for a complete severance of ties? Although you cannot profit from the chai I deliver, losing your position as the procurement chief will make it far more difficult for you to earn a living in the future." "What nonsense are you talking? I don't know that person. We are merely conducting normal purchases. This is slander and could land you in prison." Hu Wenliang hastily defended himself, flustered by Weidong's revelations. Noticing Hu's unease, Weidong smirked faintly. "Chief Hu, you truly should reconsider. If you lose this position, the embezzled funds will no longer belong to you. Let us be friends. Earn a little less now, and perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. I believe there are many in other departments eyeing your position. I may not be part of the system, but I understand its intricacies. Weidong's words served as a veiled threat. Though Hu Wenliang was seething with anger, he dared not take the risk. Provoking this young man could lead to dire consequences. If an investigation were to arise, revealing any issues, it would spell disaster for him. Moreover, the quality of the chai Hu sent this time was even worse than before. Reflecting on Weidong's words, Hu realized there was some merit to them. Yet, as a dignified chief of procurement, being coerced was not a pleasant notion. He quickly devised a plan to not only resolve the situation, but also to put Weidong in a less favorable light. Rising with a forced smile, he said, "My young friend, what are you talking about? However, I must clarify that I will not accept chai Hu of inferior quality." Seeing Hu taking a step back, Weidong recognized the opportunity. Hu's intention had always been to profit, not to create enmity. Given that the other party was willing to comply, he decided to sell the chai Hu to him. "Chief Hu, Yuyist, let us share a smoke. How about some out eye? I would appreciate your guidance on such fine liquor, as I've never had the pleasure of tasting this aromatic variety." Of course, Hu agreed, relieved that Weidong had not escalated the situation. Together, they exited, allowing others to casually open several bags of chai Hu that Weidong had delivered. Indeed, the quality is vastly superior to what my cousin had sent over. Blended within, it is truly commendable. Weighing in at 110 pounds, Weidong simply stated to consider it as 100 pounds. This way, Hu Wenliang could still pocket 30 yuan, which is significantly less than his usual kickback. However, not wanting to offend Weidong and risk being reported, he nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the office, he prepared an invoice for Weidong. When he took the invoice to the finance department for settlement, the staff informed him that there were insufficient funds. They advised Weidong to wait, as the finance department would have money available next month. Hearing this, Weidong immediately sensed something amiss. This old trickster was not being straightforward. Even Director Dong had insisted on cash payment. It was hard to believe that such a large hospital could not produce over 10,000 yuan. The project that Director Dong was researching must have allocated funds, and they were specifically earmarked. He suspected that Hu Wenliang had discovered too much and was attempting to annoy him. He stuffed the invoice into his pocket, cursing inwardly, "You scoundrel, trying to swindle my goods. Just because the tiger is not roaring doesn't mean you can treat me like a sick cat." Enraged, he stormed into Hu Wenliang's office, kicking the door open with a bang. The sudden noise startled Hu Wenliang, who upon seeing Weidong, snapped irately, "What are you doing barging into my office? Haven't I already taken your chai Hu? If you keep causing trouble, I'll call the police." Staring down Hu Wenliang, Weidong retorted, "You're withholding my payment for the goods, and you think you can call the police? Should I summon the hospital director to inquire about this?" I presented the invoice to finance, and they said there's no money left. Is this your doing? Are you trying to make my life difficult? Hu Wenliang, caught off guard, quickly regained his composure. "Young man, what nonsense are you spouting? It's nearing the end of the month, and the hospital has significant expenses. Just come back next month, and I'll ensure finance retains your payment. We cannot disburse funds today. Truly, we are out of money, and your delivery is simply too substantial." Weidong coldly replied, "If you were genuinely out of funds for such a large, specialized allocation, I'd be curious to know. I've shown you courtesy, delivered your cigarettes, and even given you a small portion of the weight payment. But you cannot take advantage of my youth and bully me." After saying this, he fixed a piercing gaze on Hu Wenliang, who felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite his youthful appearance, Weidong spoke with unnerving shrewdness, making it evident he was aware of the specialized allocation of funds. "Very well, I'll settle this time, but next time, do not deliver such a large quantity, especially at month's end." Under Weidong's intense scrutiny, Hu Wenliang felt his scalp tingle and reluctantly made a call to the finance department. After hanging up, he said, "Young man, I've spoken to them. They will allocate some funds for you, understanding that your situation is challenging." He suspected that Weidong must have sourced the chai Hu from somewhere else. He could not possibly have acquired such a large quantity by himself. He was surely in debt to others, hence the reluctance to release funds on his end. It is acceptable when Weidong fails to receive his payment. He will be unable to retrieve the chai Hu upon his return. When he comes back to plead for assistance, who would know that he harbors numerous secrets? He dares not gamble and must concede, relinquishing the funds. I extend my gratitude to Director Hu. Next time I deliver goods to the county, I shall treat you to a meal. Certainly, Hu Wenliang replied with a hint of boldness. As he Weidong exited, he spat in disdain. How dare they seize my money? These two spits were naturally uttered after the two had parted ways. Upon reaching the finance department, He Weidong successfully obtained 12,300 yuan. Kulme, I invite you to dine at the state-run restaurant. Chapter 74. A brush with an enemy. Arranging to deliver a message driving the tractor, Weidong took Xiao Xiao away. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, Xiao Xiao settled down and asked, East brother, will you still be able to deliver the chai hu in the future? He Weidong smiled nonchalantly. Of course, I can still deliver it. But wasn't that section chief who causing us trouble today? There are some matters that should not be divulged too freely to Xiao Xiao. Should a secret slip out during a boastful moment, it could lead to complications. He Weidong preferred not to confront anyone unnecessarily, especially considering these individuals were the Brahmins of the county town. If he were to sever ties and offend them, it could create difficulties with those who had amicable relations with him. Without any leverage over others or having taken anything from them, he would find it challenging to assert his position. They ordered a fish dish, 2 stir-fried dishes, and 2 large bowls of rice, and began to eat with abandon. East brother, would you care for a beer? It's so hot, and you're still helping me make money, Xiao Xiao suggested. In those times, there were hardly any checks for drunk driving, and the roads were not congested. A bottle of beer posed little risk, especially under the scorching sun that left them with considerable heat. 1 bottle to cool off sounds fine, but remember, no drinking and driving in the future. It's quite dangerous, He Weidong replied. Understood, Xiao Xiao said, fetching 2 bottles of ice beer for them. As they drank, Xiao Xiao remarked, the food at this state-run restaurant is quite good, albeit a bit pricey. The skill of the chefs here is evident when you observe the clientele. Those who can afford to dine here are either leaders from certain factories, section chiefs from the sales department, or people entertaining others for business purposes. There aren't many like He Weidong and Zhang Xiao Jun, he continued. After all, a single meal here could equate to the monthly expenses of a frugal family. In this era, both chefs and waitstaff in restaurants enjoyed secure positions, often due to connections. The service quality, however, left much to be desired. Otherwise, how could there be signs in every state-run restaurant prohibiting the arbitrary beating of customers? When Xiao Zhao's voice rose slightly, he noticed the server's disapproving expression directed towards them, preparing to reprimand them. Yet, upon seeing He Weidong and Zhang Xiaojun, both young men indulging in their drinks, the server hesitated. If angered, they could retaliate by smashing a bottle, which would lead to unfortunate consequences. Even if the police were called, both would end up spending a few days in detention, while the physical pain would be theirs to bear. All right, I've taken care of what you asked, but some connections require a little finesse. Just then, He Weidong, who had been eating, recognized that voice. It was all too familiar. It struck him like a bolt from the blue, reminiscent of a memory long buried. Yes, that voice belonged to the man who had spoken with Li Yuxia outside the hospital room before his rebirth. Rising to step outside, he encountered a large crowd, among which was a man with a notably large belly. He Weidong suspected that the culprit was likely that portly individual. Regrettably, the conversation ceased, leaving he unable to identify him. With a vague recollection of the figure, he thought that future encounters would ease the task of recognition. The matter of vengeance could be approached gradually. There was no rush. In a few days, Li Yuxia was to wed the foolish Sun Fu from the neighboring village. He was bemused by how Li Yuxia had managed to convince him that she was an untouched maiden, raising the child conceived in her womb as his own. His embarrassment was palpable, his face tinted with an unmistakable shade of green. As He Weidong re-entered the establishment, he resumed his meal. Xiao Xiao, with a hint of concern, inquired, Dongo, what happened just now? Why did you step outside? Oh, I encountered an acquaintance and went out to have a word. He replied nonchalantly, aware that certain matters were best kept private. The Brahmins of the county were not to be trifled with, and he still lacked the means to establish himself there. Oh, so it was merely an acquaintance. We should extend an invitation for a meal sometime, Xiao Xiao remarked casually. However, the speaker was oblivious, while the listener grasped the underlying intent. The thought of treating him to a meal was overshadowed by Weidong's true sentiments. He harbored a desire to confront him with a firearm. It was an honest reflection of his inner turmoil, having endured significant betrayals in his past life. Maintaining a calm demeanor was indeed a challenge. He forcefully poured the remaining beer down his throat. Noticing Weidong's silence and somber expression, Xiao Xiao quickly recognized her faux pas and hastily apologized. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. This matter does not concern you." After finishing their meal, they sought a shaded spot outside to rest for a while. He decided against gathering burdock that day, as the number of harvesters had become overwhelmingly large. To find a suitable spot for digging, one would have to venture into the remote, uninhabited mountains, which was impractical given the time constraints. Upon arriving at the town's post office, Weidong instructed, "Xiao Xiao, wait here. I need to send a letter." "All right, Donggu," Xiao Xiao replied without further inquiry. Inside the post office, he approached the staff at the counter. "Excuse me, do you require assistance? Sending a letter or making a call? I'm looking for the mail carrier who delivers to He Family Village. We have a letter, and I'm uncertain if it has been dispatched." While he spoke, a young man entered. "Xiao Zhua, this gentleman is inquiring about some correspondence from He Family Village." Upon seeing the frequently visiting young man, Weidong noticed the confusion in his eyes. "Young man, which letter is missing?" "I've delivered everything," he said. "Could you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something with you," Weidong whispered. Unsure of Weidong's intentions, the mail carrier followed him outside. He handed him a cigarette and said, "Could you assist me in delivering a letter? Just affix a stamp and write the address, and you can send it. There's no need to seek me out." Weidong gestured dismissively. "This letter is somewhat special. I require you to deliver it at a specific time." "Young man, I do not engage in illegal activities," the mail carrier replied, sensing that the situation might be more complex than he initially thought. "This letter must contain some issue. If it results in me losing my job, that would be quite unfortunate." "No, it will not jeopardize your employment. It is merely an ordinary letter. It must be sent at the appropriate time. Sending it too early or too late would be unwise. Allow me to show you. As long as you deliver it within the stipulated time frame, I shall offer you a reward of 10 yuan. What do you think?" With that, Weidong handed over the prepared photographs and the written letter for his inspection. Upon careful examination, he found no discrepancies. It was simply a standard correspondence. "This Sun Fu, it seems, is to be wedded on the 3rd day of the 10th lunar month, correct?" "Yes, this is a gift for him. I am certain he will express his gratitude at that time. Here, I am prepared to offer you 10 yuan as compensation. Is that acceptable?" Weidong stated earnestly. Chapter 75. Arrangements made, predictable outcomes. A simple letter, rewarding oneself with a modest sum of 10 yuan, Zhua Fei pondered, considering the exhaustion he endured daily. It had been nearly 10 days since his last payment. Nodding, he affirmed, "All right, I shall deliver it at noon on October 3rd, correct?" "Indeed," Weidong replied. "Rest assured, I will ensure it reaches you." Though he could not fathom why Weidong was willing to expend such a considerable amount for the delivery of a letter to the soon-to-be-married Sun Fu, he sensed there was a deeper narrative at play. He resolved to remain and discover the truth of the matter. Furthermore, he insisted that the letter be opened in his presence, preferably amidst a crowd. Weidong feared that on the day of the wedding, Sun Fu might be preoccupied, rendering the letter overlooked. Should that woman, Li Yuxia, grow suspicious and incinerate the letter, the heartfelt gift intended for the newlyweds would lose its significance. Since he was determined to exact a measure of revenge on his ex-wife's family and her paramour, every detail required meticulous consideration. Once he uncovered the identity of the paramour, it would be prudent to orchestrate a series of events leading to his job loss and subsequent divorce from his wife. Only through such devastation could he feel justified in the suffering he had endured. "You shall see," he asserted. "I will compel him to open it before my eyes." Having accepted payment from others, he was bound to fulfill his obligation. Only then could he truly justify the remuneration he received. After imparting his instructions, Weidong turned to depart. Upon reaching the tractor, Xiao Xiao had been waiting eagerly. "Donggu, have you sent the letter?" she inquired with curiosity. "Yes, keep this matter to yourself. In due time, I shall take you to witness the spectacle," Weidong replied with a hint of frosty mirth. Xiao Xiao, reassured, patted her chest and promised, "Donggu, You need not worry. This will remain a secret between us. Now, let us proceed to the supply and marketing cooperative to procure some goods. Upon our return, ensure you treat your parents to some nutritious provisions, perhaps some meat, as the labor in the fields can be exhausting. This time, Weidong calculated Xiao Zhao's share at approximately 1,200 yuan. He believed it unwise to skimp on sustenance, for neglecting her health could lead to dire consequences. The past fortnight had been grueling, with daily treks into the mountains to gather chai hu. All right, Dongge, I shall heed your advice. Xiao Zhao's parents, frugal by nature, would likely hesitate to spend on meat, even when funds were in hand. They would save, hoping to accumulate enough to support Zhang Xiaojun in marrying or building a home. The older generation, having lacked the means to earn a decent living, often chose to endure hardship, only to face a multitude of ailments in their later years. Even minor illnesses were neglected, escalating into serious conditions, ultimately leading to exorbitant medical expenses that they were loath to incur, fearing the loss of both health and wealth. Such was the fate of his own parents and his dearly departed younger sister in their previous lives. With such profound regrets, Weidong was determined to prevent this situation from occurring. Not only did he aim to safeguard his parents, but he also aspired to alter the course of his younger sister's destiny, who had made significant sacrifices for him. She ought not to be confined to an early marriage and child-rearing responsibilities. In this lifetime, he resolved to ensure she received a proper education and ventured into the bustling cities to relish the vibrant world outside. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative, Weidong procured a substantial number of items for his family, while also bringing along a gift for his wife, Sun Yue. Though she had accompanied him to gather Chinese wild ginger, as a girl, she could hardly collect much, at most contributing a little to household expenses by purchasing salt and matches. Xiao Xiao, too, bought several pounds of bones and accompanied Weidong in acquiring a bottle of malted milk essence and a can of fish. Once they arrived in the village, Xiao Xiao disembarked and carried the items home, while Weidong continued driving back to his residence. Hearing the sound of a tractor, Wei, who was reading at home, stepped outside. "Third brother, you're back," she exclaimed. "Yes, please help me bring the things inside," Weidong instructed, gesturing toward the items in the vehicle. "Brother, you've made a fortune. Why did you buy so many things?" Seeing the abundance in the truck bed, Wei asked in astonishment. "Part of it is for the family, and the rest is for your sister-in-law. I will deliver it shortly. You stay at home to keep watch," he replied. This time, he had returned with over 10,000 yuan. After distributing 2,000 to his family, the remainder was his own. Coupled with the few hundred yuan left from before, he now possessed nearly 9,000 yuan. Who would have imagined that in a mere 2 months since his rebirth, he had become a man of considerable means? In this era, there were scarcely any wealthy households in the town, making it hard to believe such a transformation. He understood that he must not boast, for doing so might incite envy and potentially attract trouble to his family. While Weidong conversed at home, Xiao Xiao returned to find her parents still absent. After securely hiding the money, she inquired whether Weidong would venture back to the mountains. His response was one of resignation. "I won't be going today, as I have matters to attend to at my wife's house." Considering Weidong's absence, Xiao Xiao thought to go herself. With 2 hours until dusk, she believed she could excavate a root of wild ginger and earn some money. Meanwhile, at the home of village chief Chongqing, Li Yuan had returned at noon. The father and son were aware of Weidong's trading location and busily gathered wild ginger in preparation to sell it at the county's traditional Chinese medicine hospital the following day. As Weidong made his way, carrying the meat and malted milk essence for his wife's family, he encountered familiar faces in the village. They greeted him and inquired whether he was still collecting wild ginger, and if his prices were higher than those offered by the village chief. Weidong shook his head, replying, "The prices are the same. Feel free to sell to whomever you prefer." The individual said nothing further, contemplating the implications of selling to Weidong, knowing it might strain relations with the village chief. However, the village chief accepted his own chaihu and was able to gain favor. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to sell all of his chaihu to the village chief. Several individuals inquired about the price, all hoping to encourage Weidong to raise it and compete with the village chief, profiting in the process. However, he weighed on. Fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the village chief's return the following day, remained utterly unperturbed. A minor loss was inconsequential. It might even lead to a financial setback for the village chief's household. The thought alone brought him joy, as it would irk that old man and his son for meddling in his affairs. The conflict was clearly between him and the Lee family. Yet this old fool insisted on dragging his son into the fray, so he should not blame me for taking advantage. When more people arrived, he would instruct them to deliver their goods to the village chief's home first. This way, he could extract as much wealth as possible from the chief's estate, and he would surely wake up laughing from delight in his dreams. Oh, is that not Dongzi from Hejiao village? Have you come to see your wife? Chapter 76. The bond of love in this life. The village chief's misfortune with the medicinal herb Weidong had returned several times to escort Sun Yue home. It was likely that their conversations had been noticed by the villagers passing by, who recognized him and exchanged greetings. Rumors of their impending nuptials had circulated, with the announcement that they would wed after the new year. Today, Weidong was met with warmth and friendliness as he arrived, as his family had been selling medicinal herbs to his household, fostering an atmosphere of cordiality. Though he was not personally acquainted with everyone, Weidong responded with a smile. On the way to Sun Yue's home, he encountered several more villagers who greeted him in kind. He returned their salutes with a friendly shout. Upon hearing his voice, Sun Yue emerged from her home in a hurried pace, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she softly inquired, "What brings you here?" "I came to see you and to bring you some things," Weidong replied, lifting his arm to present a net bag filled with goods to Sun Yue. "Why did you buy so much? Will you come in and sit for a while?" she asked, though she hesitated, aware that although they had consulted the stars and set a wedding date, they were not yet married, making a private visit inappropriate, especially for a widow accompanied by her daughter. "I cannot. I must return the borrowed tractor. Remember to eat well and gain some weight. Consume the nutritional supplements inside. And let me know when they're finished so I can buy you more. And do send my regards to your mother," Weidong advised. "Also, make sure to read more whenever you have the time. Aim for a prestigious university in the future, and I will support you." At these words, a wave of indescribable emotions surged within Sun Yue. She had never anticipated that after marrying Weidong, he would encourage her to pursue her studies. In truth, she loved reading and had always performed well academically. However, following her father's unfortunate incident, their family had lost a breadwinner. Her mother, alone, lacked the means to support her education. "All right, remember my words. Now, I must take my leave," Weidong said, noticing her emotional state and fearing she might become overwhelmed with tears. He waved goodbye with a gentle smile and departed until his figure disappeared completely from view. After a while, Sun Yue turned back toward her home, opening the net bag to examine the items Weidong had brought, including some meat that her family had been reluctant to purchase. Had it not been for Weidong's generosity, she and her mother would have hesitated to buy meat. "Is Dongzi here?" Sun's mother inquired as she busied herself with her handiwork. "Yes, mother, he brought a considerable amount of goods, including malt extract for you to mix and drink," Sun Yue replied cheerfully. "This young man is quite commendable. Marrying him seems wise. What family lends you money and gifts before you're wed?" Her mother's words resonated deeply within her. In that moment, she realized she had completely fallen for Weidong, vowing never to part from him, no matter what the future held. Later, when reminiscing during playful banter, she revealed her decision made that day, understanding that hearts, being flesh, require warmth and nurturing over time. Her once lonely heart had found solace in Weidong's affections. Upon returning home, the evening sky began to darken as her father and others returned from gathering the medicinal herb. "Dongzi, I have heard that Chongqing is aware of your place for selling buplurum. Matters within the village spread with remarkable swiftness. Today, that rascal Li Yuanin lay in ambush, tracking me. Upon his return, he will undoubtedly amplify the gossip. Knowing is one thing, but Weidong remarked nonchalantly. He needed to proceed methodically. After 2 more days of harvesting buplurum, he would rent a house near the county town, converting his food coupons into cash. He would have his family store the buplurum until the right moment to deliver it. Additionally, he anticipated the village chief's trip to the county tomorrow, where he would struggle to sell the Buplurum, facing difficulties from Hu Wenliang. The loss would be disheartening, leading him to consider returning the Buplurum and engaging in disputes with the villagers. Then, there was the wedding of Sun Fu and Li Yuxiao from the neighboring village in 3 days. It was not too far away, and he planned to bring a bag of sunflower seeds to enjoy the festivities with a few childhood friends. After all, this dramatic divorce scene was orchestrated by him, and missing it would be a pity. He Chang'an was infuriated. He Changqing's actions were indeed quite unscrupulous. Whatever his family did, He Changqing followed suit. Being the village chief, there was little that could be done for the time being. Resigned, he could only sit quietly, smoking. Enough of overthinking. Let us eat, for tomorrow we must work. Today, I have brought back some meat for everyone to share. He Weidong, returning with earnings, would certainly not feed only the younger ones. The adults needed to eat as well. Their parents were also earning, and it would be excessive to deny the adults their share for the sake of the children. After portions were distributed, he would not concern himself with others. As long as he and his sister had their fill, that sufficed. Once they finished eating, the children were sent out to another room, and he began to tally the accounts and divide the money. After giving their father, elder brother, and second brother their shares, he paid little mind to what they said, as he Weidong hurried off to wash up and sleep. Tomorrow, he would go to harvest Buplurum. The next day, he ventured into the mountains early. At He Changqing's home, he called for assistance to load the harvested Buplurum into the village tractor. Reluctantly, he drove the tractor into the city. Upon arriving at the county hospital, he instructed his son to knock on the door. The security guard, unfamiliar with the person, opened the door reluctantly upon hearing his stern voice. After inquiring around, they finally reached the logistics procurement department. Upon seeing the tractor parked in front of the building, an irritable Hu Wenliang, with a scowl, questioned, "What is this? What do you want?" "We are here to deliver Buplurum," He Changqing replied. Upon hearing that they were delivering Buplurum, Hu Wenliang felt his way of retreat was being cut off. "We want to accept it. Take it back," he dismissed with a wave of his hand. Hearing this, He Changqing grew anxious. This was nearly 2,000 gene of Buplurum, and if it were not accepted, all the money his family had saved would be at stake. He hurriedly implored, "Comrade, please do not deceive me. He Weidong from my village delivered some yesterday, and you accepted it. How can it be that today you refuse it?" Upon hearing the name He Weidong, Hu Wenliang hesitated, pondering whether to extend a favor for He Weidong's sake. "He Weidong is from your village. What is your relation to him?" Hu Wenliang inquired cautiously. He Changqing replied, "I am his village chief. You've accepted his offerings. Mine are not excessive, so please take them." Uncertain of the specifics of his connection with He Weidong, he thought it would be better to accept them to prevent any unfounded rumors upon his return. However, if the quality were poor, he would have no one to blame but himself. This was his first delivery. "All right, unload 2 bags for me to inspect." "Sure, Liangzi, you handle it." Upon hearing that they would be accepted, He Changqing was elated. "What is the price?" 2 yuan per gene. Hurry up. Hu Wenliang decided to take advantage of the situation. As the sacks were unloaded, dust filled the air. Instantly, Hu Wenliang's expression soured. Could the quality be subpar? Upon inspection, he found the goods small, unclean, and muddied. Some were even moldy with rotten roots. He immediately erupted, "Get lost. I don't want this. You bring this rubbish to deceive me. Do you take me for a fool? Hurry up and leave, or I will have security escort you out." Chapter 77. He Changqing's 2 failures and He Weiliang's resentment. He Changqing's countenance darkened considerably. Were he in the village, he would have surely leapt up to confront Hu Wenliang. However, in the presence of Hu Wenliang at this moment, despite his furious expression, he recognized that he lacked the power to influence matters here. The majority of his family's wealth was tied up in the chihua he had gathered, if it remained unsold. The savings he and his eldest son had accumulated over the years would be for naught. Though his demeanor was grim, he humbly stated, "Esteemed leader, I have collected this chihua according to the standards set by He Weidong. If you can accept his, surely you can accept mine as well. If need be, I can provide you with a little extra compensation." As he spoke, Hu Wenliang felt a twinge of guilt. Much of his chihua had been deemed too small and unworthy by He Weidong, who had rejected it. His younger son had advised him to initially refrain from pursuing great profits, The goal was to distance the villagers from Weidong and refrain from future dealings with him. When Weidong inevitably fell from grace, they could then elevate the quality of their products and reap substantial rewards. Convinced by his son's reasoning, Chongqing acquiesced, unaware of the underlying issues. The small Chihuahua had a short growth period, resulting in poor quality and diminished efficacy. Moreover, once the Chihuahua became moldy, its medicinal properties were altered, rendering it not only ineffective but potentially toxic. Although Huanliang was greedy, he was not reckless enough to pass off moldy Chihuahua as acceptable. Such actions could land him in prison and lead to financial ruin. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Huanliang coldly retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. This is my job. How could I accept your payment?" Despite his bravado, Huanliang felt a lack of conviction. He knew Chongqing was not entirely wrong. He had indeed received kickbacks from his cousin, yet that did not mean he was devoid of principles or willing to risk his own safety. Fearing that Weidong might have informed Chongqing of the situation, his tone softened slightly. "Just accept it, as long as I'm not at a loss. I will pay you more in the future." Chongqing failed to perceive the anger that Huanliang was struggling to suppress. His features contorted in an unpleasant manner. The implication of Chongqing's words only exacerbated Huanliang's fury. "So you want me to bear the entire cost of purchasing your Chihuahua without any loss to you? Who do you think you are? I am your superior," he exclaimed angrily. "You scoundrel, do you take this place for a mere market? This is state money, and you dare to act so unscrupulously? Look at this Chihuahua. It is not only pitifully small, but utterly ineffective. Furthermore, it is exceedingly unclean. Would you dare to consume the medicine derived from it? Do you not find it repulsive? And you, as a businessman, are nothing short of a scoundrel, attempting to pass off moldy Chihuahua to the state. If someone were to die from it, you would face execution. Your demise is inconsequential. But do not drag me down with you." In a fit of rage, Huanliang pulled out a considerable amount of moldy Chihuahua from his bag, pointing it out emphatically. Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. Unfamiliar with herbal medicine, he lacked insight into its intricacies. This was not necessarily a flaw. Open your eyes and observe closely. The roots are decayed, and those white specks indicate mold. This Chihuahua is now toxic. You must leave quickly, or I shall call the authorities. Yet, Chongqing yearned to utter more. However, Huanliang offered no opportunity for dialogue. "Enough, depart swiftly, security is approaching. I do not wish to be apprehended, so refrain from returning." He had lost faith in Chongqing's products. In contrast, Weidong delivered goods of superior quality, which allowed him to procure slightly inferior Chihuahua to elevate his standards, even if it meant sacrificing some profit. This strategy mitigated his risk, concealing his dealings from the hospital leadership, especially considering that audacious young man possessed knowledge of some of his secrets. He reluctantly accepted this, but Chongqing's conduct was intolerable. The next time Weidong visited, he would inquire about the situation regarding Chongqing. It appeared that Weidong had not communicated the quality requirements for the Chihuahua. Thus, he felt reassured that Weidong would not expose any of his affairs. Observing that young man, he did not seem foolish. As security approached, Chongqing felt cornered. Fearing arrest, he hastily rang the tractor's horn, loading the Chihuahua into the vehicle. Driving away with his son from the Chinese medicine hospital, his expression was grim, and his mood was understandably dismal. Once outside, Weidong lamented, "Dad, others do not want this. I truly saw Weidong selling it to the department head. I am aware, yet he claims our Chihuahua is spoiled and refuses it." Chongqing felt a deep sense of distress. Rejecting this would result in a significant loss of their assets. "I understand now. That scoundrel Weidong saw me yesterday and discerned my intentions. He must have informed that individual to reject our goods and surely bribe the department head." Weidong clenched his fists, seething with indignation. "I never anticipated he would be so treacherous. We must seek alternatives for our herbal business." In Chongqing's view, now was not the time to confront Weidong. The foremost priority was to sell the Chihuahua and recoup their funds. The father and son drove around the county, ultimately discovering a herbal medicine merchant willing to consider their Chihuahua. Initially reluctant, the clerk was swayed by Chongqing's flattery and offered cigarettes, leading him to agree to a trial purchase. However, Upon opening the bag to reveal the chaihu, the clerk's demeanor soured. You are unscrupulous, bringing inferior chaihu to sell. Some of it is even moldy. Consuming this could be fatal. He swiftly dismissed He Chongqing, instructing him to leave with the chaihu. In that moment, He Chongqing finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The chaihu was indeed compromised. In the acquired chaihu, many individuals have attempted to sell subpar, undried specimens under the guise of quality. Father, what shall we do about this? He Weidong lamentingly inquired. Enough. First, return these chaihu, He Chongqing declared, unwilling to incur a loss. Upon hearing his father's words, He Weidong expressed his pessimism. It is said that many of those who sold us the chaihu had disputes with He Weidong over its poor quality, and only then do they send it to us. What if they refuse to accept a return? They can certainly try, He Chongqing replied, his brow furrowed and his expression stern. I am the village chief. If they dare not comply, I shall ensure they cannot live in this village. Do they think they can take advantage of my family as finances? With that, he furiously drove home to return the chaihu with his son in tow. Chapter 78. He Chongqing's return sparks villagers' fury. He Chongqing drove his car, emitting plumes of black smoke along the way. After suffering such a considerable loss today, how could he manage his family's livelihood if he did not recover the money? The hard-earned savings he had amassed seemed to vanish in an instant. In his heart, He Weidong harbored a deep-seated resentment towards He Weidong. It was all due to that insufferable young man. He failed to disclose the fact that the damaged chaihu was unacceptable, leading both himself and his father to be unaware that such items could not be sold. His current thought process had become akin to the self-righteous individuals of future generations, who incessantly chant notions of equality and equal pay. Yet, when it came to their own turn, they would either feign illness or claim exhaustion. When it came time for benefits, they would create chaos, unleashing discriminatory rhetoric. When others attempted to reason with them, they would disregard the facts and interrupt with their twisted logic. Such flawed reasoning would ultimately determine his limited prospects. He Weidong had profoundly influenced his way of thinking, causing him to become fixated on his grievances, completely oblivious to his own faults. By attributing all responsibility to others, he set the stage for monumental blunders, sowing the seeds of hatred within himself over a mere bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Upon arriving in the village, upon seeing the father and son returning with chaihu, someone inquired, "Are you still accepting this chaihu? Who the hell wants it? Get lost." He Chongqing snapped, venting the frustrations he had endured that day onto the questioner. What nonsense! The inquirer had not expected to be met with such hostility for merely greeting them and seeking information. Just as he was about to restrain himself, He Weidong interjected. "You heartless scoundrels must have colluded with He Weidong to deceive my family with this spoiled chaihu. I swear I'll make you pay." "What do you mean, you dog? The chaihu was willingly accepted by you. If you can't sell it, that's your problem. When did I ever sell you any damaged chaihu? The chaihu I provided was clean and of good quality." He Weidong accepted it without hesitation. "Do you think I was eager to sell to you just because you're the village chief?" The questioner faced a barrage of insults from He Weidong and his father, particularly being berated by someone younger, which he found intolerable. Naturally, he retaliated. He Chongqing, with a scowl, stated, "I don't care. The chaihu you sold us cannot be sold at all. I have the receipts. I will return the chaihu to you, and you must refund my money." As their argument escalated, a crowd began to gather. Upon hearing about the refund, how could they possibly agree? Moreover, the chaihu delivered from their home was of good quality. True, some might have been slightly rushed and not thoroughly dry, but what did that matter? Just dry them properly. Besides, the money was already in their pockets. How could they possibly return it? What were they even saying? In business, it is a mutually agreeable exchange. No one forced you to accept my chaihu. If you can't sell it and want to return it, you're dreaming. Do not presume that just because you are the village chief, I will return the money. The buplurum I delivered was of excellent quality. If you cannot sell it, that is your own inadequacy, and we cannot be held accountable. Or the village chief. If you lack the acumen for business, will you share your profits with us? Demanding a refund for unsold goods is utterly unreasonable. Upon hearing the request for a refund, discontent brewed among the crowd, leading to a tumultuous uproar akin to chasing ducks. As the village chief, He Chongqing had never endured such indignity. With a scowl, he retorted, "I am not concerned. My family's money must be returned. If you do not want the buplurum, I shall discard it. Soon, I will take my ledger and demand payment from each household." After saying this, he drove home. Once he and his son departed, the villagers exchanged glances, feeling the weight of He Chongqing's threats. Hesitantly, they began to voice their concerns. "What should we do? Will your family refund us?" One individual asked anxiously. "Refund? On what grounds? As I mentioned earlier, the buplurum I delivered is also desired by Dongzi. Unless he returns my original buplurum, which is now mixed with others, how can we distinguish what is mine? Indeed, how could he assume that we sold him inferior buplurum? It was those few individuals who had quarreled with Dongzi. What? It seems everyone is against returning the money? Of course, the money has already been spent. How could I refund it? He shall. The villages know it all, asserted confidently. We are many, united as one. What the village chief? If he pushes us too far, we shall confront him together, fearlessly. Yes, He Shao is correct. He Quan, a notorious figure in the village, over 40 and still unmarried, squandered his earnings on alcohol. He had previously sold a considerable amount of bad buplurum to He Weidong, which was subsequently rejected, leading to a quarrel. Upon hearing that the village chief sought to collect, he brought it over and berated He Weidong, claiming he was unreasonable and ungrateful, refusing to accept the subpar buplurum. Now, to demand a refund? Impossible. After hearing He Quan's declarations, the villagers found their resolve and spoke up. He Quan, I believe your reasoning is sound. Let us, and we shall stand firm with you. He Quan understood their intentions. Yet he was no fool. Licking his lips, he raised a finger and said, I can take the lead, but even emperors do not starve their soldiers, correct? Each household must give me 1 yuan. Upon hearing this, some were displeased. Yet when considering the prospect of a complete refund, they begrudgingly agreed. After returning home, He Chongqing, armed with his ledger and the buplurum, began the process of refunding money, starting with He Quan's household. Upon their arrival, He Quan, seeing He Chongqing and his son, shut the door and scowled, declaring, I sold you only quality buplurum. I demand a refund in full, or I shall not part with a single cent. Choose as you will. First, return my money. He Chongqing instructed his son, He Weiyong, to open the bag and began to speak. Ah, you little Chaihu, with a musty scent, are certainly not the ones sent from my home. They were perfectly fine at the time. It is your negligence that has caused them to spoil. Do you expect me to bear the loss? Absolutely not, He Quan proclaimed defiantly. Today, if you do not refund my money, do not even think of continuing to live in this village. Seeing He Quan resort to such stubbornness, He Chongqing began to wield the authority of the village chief. The commotion attracted many onlookers, who began to murmur among themselves. What, is the village yours? Just because you are the village chief, do you think you are something extraordinary? Those unaware might even mistake you for a disgraced county magistrate or a ruthless governor who has exterminated families. What will you do if you refuse to return my money? Anger surged through He Quan, and he would not be so accommodating. Furthermore, as long as he could endure this, they would eventually pay him back, 1 coin at a time, for he trusted that they would not default on their debts. Oh, what a lively scene! When did the village chief elevate himself to the rank of a disgraced county magistrate? A voice laced with sarcasm echoed through the crowd. Chapter 79. The Villager's Failed Return. Gains prestige. The speaker, naturally, is He Weidong. Aware that the village chief, accompanied by his son, ventured to the county today to sell a poor quality of Chinese herbal medicine, He Weidong felt a surge of disdain for such shamelessness. Their relationship had soured completely, and he would not miss an opportunity to strike a blow against them. Previously, He Quan attempted to sell substandard herbal medicine to him, which he promptly rejected upon noticing its inferior quality, much to the displeasure of the old scoundrel, who then sold it to He Chongqing. However, what concern was that of his? He was not a pushover, and he was entitled to his preferences. At this moment, witnessing the village chief's humiliation brought him a sense of satisfaction, and he was certain his friends had come to enjoy the spectacle as well. It was a perfect occasion to position the village chief in opposition to the crowd, thereby significantly undermining his authority. Stay out of my way, He Weidong warned He Weiyong. his animosity towards his adversary igniting a fiery rage within him. He felt a strong urge to confront Weidong, blaming him for the failure to communicate the situation regarding the herbal medicine to his father. Had they not gone to the county hospital today, his father, despite his age, would not have been scolded like a child. Earning a bit of money was no easy feat, and now they were left with unsold goods. The prospect of returning them and seeking a refund was met with resistance, leaving him seething with frustration. He Chongqing, with a grim expression, turned to Weidong. You have no part in this matter. Why should I not intervene if I find it unjust? Weidong retorted with a cold smirk. What a quaint village chief you are, a mere speck of authority, thinking you can dictate terms as if we were in ancient times. You are but a minor official, and this land belongs to all of us. What right do you have to dictate who resides in the village? Who do you think you are? In the face of the village chief's relentless antagonism, Weidong spoke without reservation, showing no regard for the chief's dignity. Are you seeking your own demise? Weidong could no longer contain his anger, fists clenched, ready to confront Weidong. Come here, you scoundrel. Weidong beckoned with a casual gesture, addressing Weidong with an air of indifference. Dare to strike me, and I shall have you begging for mercy, singing my praises. Did your family pay for the use of the village tractor? Do you think that being the village chief allows you to wield it at will? You certainly didn't say that when I borrowed it. Furthermore, once goods are sold, there is no rationale for returns. Isn't that right, villagers? The ancestral rule is clear. Payment in exchange for goods delivered. If you fail to inspect the quality, who is to blame? Who knows what you might have introduced upon returning home? Indeed, Weidong is absolutely right. That is the essence of the matter. Exactly. Just because you're the village chief, does that grant you the liberty to disregard ancestral customs? How ridiculous. Although Quan had exchanged harsh words with Weidong earlier, he recognized the validity of the latter's arguments, realizing they ultimately served to support him. With a chuckle, Dongzi remarked aptly, though I had exchanged a few sharp words with him at the time. Yet, Dongzi is a person of integrity, unafraid to voice his thoughts candidly, unlike some individuals who, for monetary gain, would forsake their dignity. Once an item is sold, there is no option for return. One cannot assume the role of village chief and bully others at will. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, well said. Rules have been established for thousands of years by our ancestors, and their endurance testifies to their validity. Without capability, one should not engage in business, as one must act thoughtfully and without regret. Weidong then called out loudly. Xiao Xiao echoed, urging everyone not to be fearful, asserting that the village chief must adhere to the rules. Those who disregard them do not deserve to reside in Hejia village. Furthermore, anyone who borrowed the tractor must repay the sum. This cannot be overlooked, as the village chief himself had stated this to my uncle and me. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked disdainfully at Chongqing and his son. Weidong, adding salt to the wound, declared that since we are all present, the village chief must pay the money owed for the borrowed tractor immediately. Otherwise, this matter would remain unresolved. Indeed, village chief, your own words cannot be disregarded, Ajing insisted. Yes, payment is imperative. We must settle this account clearly. Living in the same village, we cannot have double standards, for chaos and rules is unacceptable, a Guang added. Quan also spoke up, stating, though some may label me a bit of a rogue, I am a person of principles. Village chief, you wouldn't wish to avoid paying, would you? Weidong, restrained, attempted several times to charge forward in anger. However, Chongqing held him back, recognizing his impulsiveness amidst the crowd's murmurs about their family. Moreover, Weidong had several supporters by his side. Should he rush in, he would certainly find himself at a disadvantage, especially since his health was still fragile. Observing the father and son, one might have been tempted to laugh, for they resembled chastised frogs. Nevertheless, Weidong, with utmost seriousness, stated, it seems the village chief is a principled individual. I borrowed an outside tractor for a fee of 10 yuan. Since it belongs to our village, surely 5 would suffice. You wouldn't dare withhold it, would you? That would be quite the embarrassment. The crowd was taken aback, surprised by the significant cost Weidong incurred for the borrowed tractor. And they watched curiously as the confrontation between him and Chongqing unfolded. Everyone knew the village chief was not forthright. and He Weidong's business dealings often involve his family. Today, his relentless pressure on He Chongqing was undeniably an act of retribution. "Fine, I will pay," He Chongqing grumbled, nearly grinding his teeth at the disdainful looks from the crowd, reluctantly uttering those 3 words. He had stirred the ire of many, and no one was willing to refund the money, especially since there had been no prior agreement. To pay again for the tractor would be akin to losing both the woman and the battle. Observe how principled our village chief is. He refuses to refund the money for the chaihu and even willingly pays for the tractor. This is what a good leader should be. We must all strive to emulate this and avoid becoming unscrupulous merchants. A man's word should be as good as his bond. He Weidong initiated the applause, a deliberate act intended to humiliate He Chongqing once more. "By the way, my family is still accepting chaihu, adhering to the previous standards, regardless of any losses incurred. I will not trouble anyone or demand refunds. You are all welcome." The grand spectacle of refunds has concluded, yielding results that align perfectly with He Weidong's intentions. Everyone is satisfied, having also gained a reputation for standing up for collective rights. The only individuals left discontented are He Chongqing and his son. Their unhappiness brings him joy, which is quite satisfactory. "Dongzi, my family still has some chaihu available, and I will ensure it is handled as you instructed. Do you still need it?" A former adversary of He Weidong approached, inquiring, "Why forfeit an opportunity for profit over trivial issues that do not pertain to fundamental principles? There is no need to indiscriminately alienate others. Contributions are welcome. As long as they meet my standards, I will accept all. When the time comes for discontinuation, I will inform everyone in advance. So, everyone, please come forward. Just you wait, young man." Chapter 80. Lordly returns to the village. Provoking the village chief's beating as He Weidong strode away with an exaggerated gait, accompanied by a few unruly companions, He Weidong stood rooted in place, nearly bursting with frustration. Why must He Weidong always be the harbinger of misfortune? Ever since encountering him, both he and his family had faced a string of calamities. Initially envious of He Weidong's profitable venture selling skewers in town, he had attempted to persuade his father to join him in this enterprise, hoping to reap some financial rewards. Instead, he was beaten and subjected to malicious rumors that he and his father had gone to town to seduce someone else's wife, resulting in a confrontation with her husband. Subsequently, when He Weidong returned, he incitedly Yuanon to track down his sister and leverage connections to hinder He Weidong's business due to the absence of a proper license. Who could have foreseen that He Weidong would procure a substantial quantity of buplurum and sell it in the county? In a bid to sever his path to profit, he too began purchasing buplurum, only to find that not only could he not sell it, but he also incurred significant losses. His relationships with the villagers grew strained, as they began to harbor grievances against his family, while He Weidong appeared to thrive. Resolute, He Chongqing decided to return home. After enduring a beating while selling skewers in town, the village chief had become somewhat wiser. He understood that barking dogs seldom bite. Just as he had previously ensured that He Weidong could not continue his barbecue stall in town through indirect means, he would now employ similar tactics. Since He Weidong intended to persist in acquiring buplurum, he would ensure that He Weidong continued to suffer losses alongside his own family's misfortunes. Earlier that morning, He Weidong had faced humiliation before the head of the county's traditional medicine department, who refused to accept his buplurum. He Weidong resolved to report him upon returning home, suspecting that he had accepted bribes from He Weidong, thus rejecting his buplurum. After filing the complaint, he hoped for a change in leadership within the department, believing that He Weidong's buplurum would become less marketable. Despite harboring a bellyful of grievances, He Weidong returned home feeling disheartened. Unable to contain his frustration, he remarked, "Father, look at that arrogant He Weidong. He no longer regards you with any respect." Casting a sidelong glance at his son, He Chongqing thought, "How did I end up with such a foolish child? If only you possessed a fraction of He Weidong's cunning, I wouldn't be suffering this indignity." He began to doubt whether his son truly resembled his younger self. In a curt tone, he replied, "What do you propose we do? Should we confront him in a brawl? Do you think you could best him? Not to mention the few who would rush to his aid. Could you stand against He Weidong alone? But, father, we cannot simply let this go. We have suffered too great a loss, Weidong grumbled in frustration. Enough, I have my own methods to deal with him. If we do not profit, we shall ensure he does not either. Just wait and see. Upon hearing this encouraging declaration, Weidong, filled with anticipation, inquired, Father, what do you intend to do? Do you recall how we managed to thwart Weidong's skewer business in town? Chongqing asked, feigning gravitas. Of course. Wasn't it Li Yuxia who sought help to handle the matter? Weidong blurted out. Are we to employ that same strategy? She is getting married tomorrow. Will she even assist us? You have forgotten that 2 months ago, one evening, you took Guifan to make trouble at Weidong's home and ended up getting beaten. Do not underestimate a woman's desire for revenge. Just wait for Li Yuan to return. A simple statement will suffice. I have other matters to attend to. Unbeknownst to him, his father had other affairs to manage. Naturally, he was quite eager to avenge Weidong. After returning home from the play, Weidong had scarcely settled in when someone arrived to deliver Chaihu. He accepted everything he had promised. Following the village chief's return of goods debacle, everyone realized that inferior Chaihu could not be sold. Thus, the Chaihu delivered to Weidong's home had undoubtedly improved in quality. A few substandard pieces were set aside, and there was no objection. East brother, do you believe that Chongqing and his son, having suffered such a significant loss, will simply let it slide? Xiao Xiao inquired when no one else was around. Of course, if they did, he would not be Chongqing. That brat Weidong is quite wicked and will surely devise a scheme to retaliate against us. We all need to be cautious during this time. Weidong pondered and advised. Rest assured, East brother, I will be vigilant, responded Dongzi. We will heed your counsel, they affirmed. Good. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to see a performance that surpasses even the movies. Everyone, stay tuned, Weidong teased, deliberately raising their curiosity. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew inquisitive, eager to know what could be so captivating. When pressed for details, Weidong insisted on keeping it a secret, claiming that knowing in advance would spoil the surprise. After several attempts to extract information, they ceased their inquiries, as Weidong remained tight-lipped. Fortunately, the arrival of others delivering Chaihu interrupted the conversation. Gradually, more individuals arrived with Chaihu. After inspecting the quality, which was satisfactory and free from mold, Weidong did not impose any difficulties. He accepted everything, aware of the current situation regarding Chaihu in the mountains. It was exceedingly rare to find a previously high-quality Chaihu without venturing deep into the mountains. While Weidong and his companions were busy receiving the Chaihu at home, the village had become lively. Li Yuan, who had been hospitalized for over half a month, had returned, brought back by Li Chongguwei and Guifan. Those he encountered did not extend warm greetings, and he surely felt discontented. Upon arriving at Weidong's home to sell Chaihu, the topic of conversation naturally turned to him. EC, did you know that Guifan's son, Li Yuan, has returned? I heard he's been castrated, though I cannot vouch for its truth. I just encountered his family, and they were tight-lipped, and Aunt murmured. Is it true? Has he really been made a eunuch? He cannot father children now. I wonder if Guifan will bear another. Another aunt, who had also faced misfortune, chimed in. Who can say? Previously, it was rumored that Guifan had an affair with the village chief. Could it be that Li Yuan is the chief's offspring? I noticed he bears some resemblance to the village chief in his youth, another aunt speculated. Ahem, ahem. Dear aunt, one must not speak so frivolously. Otherwise, others might think it was I who spread the rumor. Weidong, who was purchasing Chaihu, quickly interjected. The aunt nonchalantly remarked, it's merely idle chatter. Who cares about the affairs of their household? Indeed, Dongzi, having departed from your presence, I shall refrain from further discussion. Initially, I dismissed the rumors, but upon hearing your aunt's words, I find them quite plausible. Well then, aunt, it's time for you to return. Let's not dwell on this topic. As more guests are arriving, Weidong deliberately interrupted them, stifling their conversation. Following their usual pattern, they would certainly resume this topic on their way back, thus increasing the number of those in the know. As anticipated, by nightfall, Quan, who had previously clashed with the village chief, was spreading rumors, asserting that Guifan's son was not Li Chongguei's but rather belonged to the village chief, Chongqing. Upon hearing this news, Guifan was utterly shocked and dared not cause a scene. However, Weidong, who had already suffered Weidong's hands, was furious. He rushed to confront Quan. But how could a mere lad of under 20 contend with a robust man of 40? Even Changqing found himself embroiled in the fray. A crowd began to gather, urging Weidong to witness the spectacle. Come, let us observe. The village chief has been struck by Li Changgue, and it promises to be quite the commotion. Chapter 81. Underhanded Tactics and Opportunistic Maneuvers. Second brother. Let us venture forth and witness the commotion. That old dog, Changqing, has been a thorn in my side. But this time he has truly bitten off more than he can chew, Weidong exclaimed, addressing those resting within the confines of the house. Who is Quan? A man devoid of parents, spouse, or offspring, a being without vulnerabilities. At noon, Changqing made the first move to harass him, demanding a refund while causing a ruckus and confronting the village chief. Moreover, Changqing had previously spoken recklessly, threatening Quan with eviction from the village. To Quan, this was a moment that tarnished his dignity. His ancestors had resided in family village for generations. On what grounds could one evict another? The logic was irrefutable. Unfortunately, blinded by anger, Changqing unleashed his pent-up frustration from the county upon Quan. By the time he recognized his folly, it was far too late. He still believed it was the era of collective labor, where everyone worked together and the village chief calculated work points to distribute rewards. Could he truly wield such power over others? His calculations were fundamentally flawed. Word had it that Quan had acquired a considerable sum of money, undoubtedly to indulge in drink. Once inebriated, upon hearing tales of Changqing's scandal, he would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Thus, he ran rampant, spreading the news far and wide. This infuriated the impetuous Weidong. With existing animosity, when fists began to fly, they would be heedless of the consequences. Originally exhausted from a day's labor, the elder and second brother, resting at home, were reluctant to intervene. However, upon learning of the troubles befalling their adversary, they could not resist the allure of the unfolding drama at the village chief's residence. Upon arrival, they found chaos still reigning. The village chief's wife, witnessing her husband and son in distress, relentlessly berated Quan. In his drunken state, Quan showed no restraint, pursuing Changqing with fervor. At that moment, Changqing resembled a rabbit fleeing from a hound, desperately seeking refuge. Weidong lay sprawled on the ground, unaware of his fate. Members of his family attempted to intervene, but Changqing had made far too many enemies by midday. Everyone was eager to witness his downfall. Changqing's siblings sought to mediate, yet the Quan family had their own supporters. Coupled with the villagers, they effectively obstructed Changqing's kin from reaching him. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Changqing and his son endured the blows. In the prime of his life, Quan, fueled by alcohol and the embers of resentment, struck with ferocity. Witnessing his brother escape unscathed, coupled with the village chief's previous injustices against them, Quan felt no compunction. With no children to worry, suddenly losing his balance, he fell to the ground, landing in a manner reminiscent of a dog in the mud, eliciting laughter from onlookers. No one noticed that it was Weidong who had tripped the village chief. They assumed he had simply exhausted himself from running, unable to maintain his footing. At that moment, Quan, reeking of alcohol, rushed over and began to kick the fallen village chief. Previously, Changqing had suffered a broken rib during a confrontation while selling skewers in Chinatown, and was now recuperating at home, nearly healed. Yet, Quan's kicks resulted in a rain jury. Writhing in pain on the ground, he cried out in agony. "What are you doing? Stop fighting. Quickly separate them." Weidong and the others pulled them apart. Zhang Pengcheng, the village secretary who had just returned from a long meeting, arrived with a dark expression, visibly enraged. After an exhausting day of discussions, he could hardly believe that upon his return, he would hear of a brawl involving the village chief and his son against a recipient of government assistance. Such news would tarnish the village's reputation. "Brother, let us pull them apart. You all come help." Weidong, not wishing to stand out, felt compelled to heed the village secretary's words. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with his two older brothers, using gestures from their childhood. The individuals Weidong had called upon hurriedly joined in the effort to separate the combatants. He Quan, though inebriated, possessed considerable strength, and it took 3 of them to finally pry him away. Amidst the chaos of separating the fighters, He Weidong's 2 elder brothers took the opportunity to stomp on He Changqing's hand, twisting their feet with force, aggravating his already excruciating pain. Even as he cried out, the crowd assumed it was due to He Quan's violent actions. Observing the drunken He Quan, with his slurred speech and unsteady demeanor, Secretary Zhang Pengcheng, unable to intervene further, grimly declared, "Your own brother is the one causing trouble. Take him away, and let this matter end here." He Weidong, still recovering from the blows on the ground, urgently protested, "Secretary, you are being too biased. Look at what they've done to us. Go back. During this time, it has been you 2 causing disturbances, fighting in town, and returning home only to quarrel with He Weidong or others in the village. How can you show your face after losing a fight?" Zhang Pengcheng had a favorable impression of He Weidong. Previously, he had lent He Weidong a tractor, appreciating the additional income it brought to the village. However, due to a dispute involving Li Yuhan, He Weidong insisted that He Changqing not lend to He Weidong, leading him to borrow from a neighboring village for a mere 10 yuan a month, resulting in a loss of potential subsidies for their village. Zhang Pengcheng had long harbored disdain for him. Had his lineage not been a factor, would he have ever been considered for the position of village chief? He Changqing's brothers quickly rushed over to assist him, expressing concern. "Do you need to go to the hospital?" Financially cautious, He Changqing shook his head, wishing only to return home and avoid further embarrassment. He Weidong, belonging to the He clan, was naturally drawn to the spectacle unfolding before him. Just moments ago, he had covertly tripped He Changqing, leading to a fierce beating administered by He Quan. His 2 elder brothers did not disappoint him, employing underhanded tactics that would likely require several days for recovery. The village chief's wife hurled curses, yet the women on He Quan's side did not indulge her unruly behavior. They engaged in a fierce exchange of words. "What are you screeching about, you old hag? Shall I have everyone disperse, granting you an arena to settle your grievances?" Zhang Pengcheng admonished as he observed the village chief's wife continuing her tirade. With no option but to retreat, He Weidong decided it was time to return home. The commotion had concluded, and a chastisement was in order for the snarling dog. In truth, He Weidong hoped that He Changqing's assault would provide a legitimate opportunity for him to impart some lessons. After all, having been reborn, he had not forgotten his martial prowess. "Since you refuse to reason, I too possess some knowledge of combat. He Weidong, you seek death? I shall end you." Chapter 82. Stoking the Flames. Publicly assaulting He Weidong, the beleaguered He Weidong, upon hearing He Weidong's words, erupted like a rabid wild dog, seizing the opportunity to break free from the inattentive crowd and charge towards He Weidong. This was precisely the moment He Weidong had awaited. With a gaze as cold as ice, he observed as He Weidong was sent flying, akin to a tortoise tumbling down. "What is this nonsense?" He Weidong retorted without reservation. "So, your family, He Changqing, has the audacity to cause trouble just because I came to witness the spectacle? For so long, your family has revolted against me like maggots. While I sell skewers, you also venture into the same trade. You consort with wild women, get beaten up, and then return to blame me, even seeking to report me. Such behavior is nothing short of barbaric. Moreover, while I collect Chaihu, you refuse to lend me your tractor and instead gather it for yourselves. When you cannot sell it, you bully the villagers. Did I not say that business should be fair, with payment exchanged for goods? What is the meaning of this? Do you fancy yourselves as local emperors, unable to even entertain honest discourse? Esteemed elders, brothers and sisters, aunts and sisters-in-law, can you believe such tyranny? After being struck by Uncle He Quan, you think He Weidong is easy prey. Is that it?" His voice resonated with authority, echoing in the ears of all present, creating a palpable buzz. Although many had previously discussed He Changqing's excessive behavior in targeting He Weidong, the latter had refrained from retaliating. They viewed He Weidong as magnanimous, unlike his earlier combative self. Yet now, with He Weidong initiating aggression, the old He Weidong had returned, showing no mercy in his response. "Speak up. Your brother, He Changqing, is here, and the village secretary is present as well. Tell me, has he not gone too far? To witness a spectacle and yet face violence. Where is the justice in that? If it is a fight you seek, come at me as a group. I shall see how far I can send you away. Weidong bellowed angrily. No one had ever witnessed Weidong so furious before. Silence enveloped the scene. The weeping village leader's wife could only pull her son close, lamenting that Weidong had been excessively harsh. A few individuals hurried to mediate the conflict. They had only just been embroiled in a skirmish with Yiquan's faction and had no desire to engage with Weidong's side. Provoking him further could lead to dire consequences, especially with 3 brothers and numerous nephews on the other side. In these times, a family with many sons commanded respect. Should one perish, 2 would remain. Additionally, the elder sons were married with children, and they could not idly watch their family be so mistreated. For such a prolonged period, they had been learning from Weidong, and it was a lie to say they felt no anger. Everyone had heard of the hardships Weidong faced in building his house, with the village leader creating obstacles during the selection of the foundation. Such accumulated resentment was not easily quelled, and there was a palpable fear of an eruption. No one dared to step forward, fearing they might find themselves on the list of potential casualties. In rural areas, having many sons provided a sense of security. Even Secretary Zhang interjected, advising Weidong that the village leader was in the wrong. The crowd quickly offered kind words to pacify Weidong, persuading him to return home, as he needed to gather buplurum for profit the following day. If he were not dissuaded, there was a genuine risk of confrontation. Aside from Weidong's family, several of his compatriots were eager to engage, ready for action. After all, during this period, Xiao Xiao, Awang, and Ajing had collaborated with Weidong in their ventures. Their long-standing camaraderie compelled them to come to his aid in times of need. Ultimately, Weidong was calmed, casting a disdainful glance at Chongqing's household before departing with his companions. As the crowd dispersed, the matter was put to rest. Contentment washed over Weidong as he remarked to his eager young allies about the spectacle they would witness the next day. All right, Brother Dong, I shall return home now. Xiao Xiao replied. Aguang and Ajing echoed. Dongzi, should his family dare to provoke us, just call for us, and I shall handle it. Thank you, brothers, Weidong said. Once they returned home, Huihua commented, Dongzi, your earlier demeanor was truly formidable. It silenced everyone. Indeed, your skills are impressive. Where did you acquire such prowess? Inquired second brother Huipeng. The womenfolk at home, curious about the earlier events, urged Huihua to recount the tale. Upon hearing it, the eldest sister-in-law exclaimed in anger. Their family is utterly shameless. It was the village head who reported you, preventing Dongzi from selling skewers. Given that Weidong had recently refrained from selling skewers, the family's living standards had notably declined, and the children were craving meat. The second sister-in-law added, they are indeed disgraceful, hindering our ability to earn. Thankfully, Dongzi directed us to gather buplurum, which, though laborious, allows us to earn some income. Yet it grows increasingly difficult, and they wish to sever our family's livelihood. How despicable! The women expressed their indignation. Enough, said their father. The children are present. It seems we cannot cause further trouble for now. How severe was the beating? Yiquan received a thorough thrashing. When the village secretary intervened, I stepped on his hand, so he will likely need time to recover, Huihua joyfully recounted. I did the same, Huipeng chimed in. Dongzi, did you see how he fell? He has been a nuisance for so long. I purposely tripped him, taunting him from behind to provoke Chongqing into attacking me. But alas, he fell for it without retaliating, Weidong replied with a subtle smile, tinged with regret. Huihua, astonished, exclaimed, so it was you? Well done. By the way, Dongzi, you mentioned taking your younger brothers to witness the spectacle. What is it? The family, rare in their openness, engaged in lively conversation, with the second brother expressing genuine curiosity. Do you recall the ruckus caused by Ho Guifen over 2 months ago? Weidong explained. Of course, we genuinely thought you had erred, or else we would have dealt with her then, the elder brother retorted in frustration. Does it even matter? Their father questioned, perplexed. Weidong spoke. Tomorrow, Liu Xia is marrying Sun Fu from the neighboring village. Of course, I shall go to witness the festivities. The trio of men, along with a group of women, looked on in confusion, questioning why he would attend another's grand wedding. Observing their puzzled expressions, Weidong explained, "I heard in town that someone is pursuing her, and there may be an attempt to disrupt the wedding. Naturally, I must see for myself. It doesn't concern you. Focus on your work and rest early." Chang'an thought this was merely a frivolous distraction. There were certain matters Weidong could not disclose. The next day, in the neighboring Sun family village, the wedding of Sun Yuan's son, Sun Fu, attracted a multitude of guests. Villagers gathered to assist, adorning the place in joyful decorations, creating a lively atmosphere. Among the onlookers was, of course, Weidong, who had brought along some acquaintances. "What brings you here, Weidong?" Li Yuxia, spotting him amidst the crowd, was quite puzzled by his presence. Approaching him, she whispered, "Are you here to cause trouble, or do you regret not marrying me?" Chapter 83. The grand wedding. Li Yuxia was flustered as the photos were exposed. Upon hearing these words, Weidong could not suppress his laughter. This woman was simply overconfident. The previous generation had suffered greatly because of her. It was precisely because she was such a master of deception and manipulation that she had led herself onto this treacherous path. Having been reborn, he understood this malicious woman all too well. It was not regret for not marrying her that brought him here today. Rather, it was to witness her humiliation, to see how she would be rejected and cast out of the Sun family. The day of the wedding had turned into a grand tragedy, providing him with a sense of satisfaction. As for Sun Fu, that insufferable glutton, the moment he had laid eyes on his bride with an inappropriate gaze, Weidong had sensed his sordid intentions. Running off to support Li Yuan, what kind of heart could he possess? As a man, Weidong naturally understood. One was a cuckold, while the other was exposed, marrying with a bastard child. Their faces utterly tarnished. This was merely one facet of Weidong's plan for revenge. "This is not your home. I can come and go as I please. Do not overthink. I am aware of your little schemes," Weidong said calmly. "I am deeply in love with the one I cherish. After the new year, we shall hold our wedding. I have come to glean some experience." Upon hearing Weidong's words, Li Yuxia was incensed. She warned in a low voice, "Weidong, if you dare to disrupt my wedding, I will not let this go." She thought to herself, "You must be the one who sabotaged my barbecue stall." Weidong answered her with a non sequitur. Upon hearing his words, Li Yuxia was taken aback. How could this foolish boy know? She could not admit it. Otherwise, her wedding today would be ruined. Once she was fully wed into the Sun family, she would have ample time and means to deal with Weidong. Coldly, she replied, "You are thinking too much. I have no such capability. Do not consider using this excuse to stir trouble, or you will see how I deal with you. The Sun family will not spare you either." Even before marrying into the Sun family, Li Yuxia had already begun to indulge in fantasies. Believing herself to be a Sun family bride, Sun Fu was thoroughly under her control. She had heard that the tractor Weidong borrowed belonged to a comrade of Sun Fu's father. The village chief, Changqing, was unwilling to lend it to him. Once she married in, she would have Sun Fu persuade his father not to lend it to Weidong. She was eager to see how he would run his business. "Consider this a warning. Do not cause trouble," Li Yuxia concluded before turning to leave. Upon seeing his wife speaking with Weidong, Sun Fu's vigilance was palpable. "What is this? Why is that brat here?" He approached, clutching his belly. "What did he say to you?" "Nothing. I was afraid he would cause a scene, so I went to issue a warning." Li Yuxia quickly changed her demeanor. "Darling, let us return. It is almost time for the ceremony." "Very well." Sun Fu cast a fierce glare at Weidong, laden with warning. Observing Sun Fu's reaction, Weidong smirked inwardly, thinking soon, when you are exchanging vows, the courier will deliver pictures of your wife engaging in activities with another man. How will you feel then, wearing such a grand green hat? Can you still be joyful? At that moment, you will undoubtedly dote on Li Yuxia, transforming into a most qualified cuckold. Weidong appeared oblivious to his surroundings, instead gazing towards the village entrance. This disregard only served to aggravate Sun Fu further. Had it not been for his own wedding today, he would have sought someone to expel Weidong. How dare this fellow disturb my happiness on such a momentous occasion? To avoid any unforeseen incidents, he resolved to endure the slight for the time being, planning to vent his frustrations after the ceremony. As the time drew near, Sun Fu anxiously wondered about the tardy postman. Surely he had not forgotten? Suddenly, someone emerged with firecrackers, signaling that the ceremony was about to commence. Beside him, Xiao Xiao inquired, "Brother Dong, is this the excitement you mentioned?" Shaking his head, Weidong replied, "Do not rush. Let us wait a moment longer." Accompanying him, a Guang and a Zheng expressed curiosity about the festivities surrounding Li Yuxia's wedding. Could it be that someone intended to disrupt the nuptials? With all of Sun Fu's relatives present, who would dare to intervene? As the crackling of firecrackers erupted, it heralded the auspicious moment for the ceremony. The rituals prompted the bride and groom to prepare for the tea ceremony. Outside, Weidong, growing impatient, spotted an individual hastily approaching on a military green bicycle, a matching postal bag slung over his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the courier he had summoned to deliver a message. The postman dismounted swiftly, beads of sweat dotting his brow as he scanned the crowd for Weidong. His expression tinged with apology for his tardiness, an unforeseen delay that had arisen. Upon entering the Sun household, he found that Li Yuxia and Sun Fu had already completed their vows and tea ceremony, and were now being ushered into the bridal chamber. He called out, "Is Sun Fu here? I have an urgent letter for you." Excited, Sun Fu responded, "I am Sun Fu. Who has sent this letter to me?" The courier, Zhuo Fei, shook his head in resignation, replying, "I cannot say. It bears your name and contains a message for you." Sun Fu, perplexed, thought it odd to receive correspondence on such a joyous occasion, wondering if it might be a congratulatory gift. However, all those he knew were already present. He took the letter, stating, "I shall read it later. Since you are here, you must stay for a drink before you depart." Not wanting to waste time, he carelessly tucked the letter into his pocket, while onlookers watched Zhuo Fei and Sun Fu with curiosity. Meanwhile, Li Yuxia felt a sense of unease as the postman arrived. Suddenly, her right eye began to twitch uncontrollably. The left eye, they say, heralds wealth, while the right foretells disaster. Could something untoward be afoot? She speculated that the letter might harbor troubling news and resolved to discreetly examine its contents later. If it bore ill tidings, she would tear it up before Sun Fu could see it. Observing Sun Fu's actions, Zhuo Fei did not take his leave, but instead remarked, "By the way, Sun Fu, the sender instructed that you read the letter during your wedding, as it contains his blessings for you. You must look at the back as it is inscribed there." Beside him, Sun Yuan was equally perplexed. It was his son's wedding, and yet someone had come to present a gift, insisting on witnessing the occasion in person. He remarked, "Since the gift has been brought forth, why not take a look at it during the wedding? It won't take much time, and I too am curious about what lies within this thick envelope." Initially intending to dissuade Sun Fu from peeking, Li Yuxia prudently fell silent, praying that her affair with Lu Chuanming would remain undisclosed. From the moment she spotted Weidong, she sensed that matters would not be so straightforward. "All right, father," Sun Fu declared as he retrieved the letter, discovering that it indeed contained a reminder, just as Zhuo Fei had indicated, urging him to peruse it during his wedding. Intrigued, he tore open the envelope. Upon reading the first line, he was momentarily stunned. "So, what troubles you? What does the letter say?" "Let me see," Sun Yuan inquired, noticing the grim expression on his son's face. As he reached for the letter, a few photographs slipped from an envelope and fell to the ground. "Ah, how shameless! Who is this woman, naked and unadorned?" exclaimed a sharp-eyed observer, staring at the photos scattered on the floor in astonishment. Chapter 84. Sun Fu nearly dies of anger, viciously assaults Li Yuxia as the village chief. It would be disingenuous to claim that there were no accumulated grievances with others in the past. The person shouting provocatively, although associated with the Sun family, did not exempt him from the pangs of jealousy directed towards them. Upon witnessing the photograph fall to the ground, he naturally picked it up and vociferously proclaimed its significance. On the day of Sun Fu's grand wedding, the postman delivered a letter containing a photograph. A modicum of thought would reveal that this incident was undoubtedly connected to Sun Fu or his bride. Despite his conjectures, the shouter aimed to capture the attention of the crowd. However, Li Yuxia, the party involved, recognized herself in the photograph at first glance. The man, Lu Chuanming, was indeed seeking employment for himself while supporting her. As the deputy director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, He realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to seize the photograph, but it was too late. The image had already been seen by the onlookers. Meanwhile, Sun Yuan perused the content of the letter. Sun Fu, the fat fool, I hear today is your wedding day. I chanced upon the discovery that your beloved wife is secretly consorting with another man. Today, as you celebrate your new role as a father, I cannot bear to see you adorned with the green hat of infidelity, victimized by a wretched woman. The photograph serves as undeniable proof. Should you still consider yourself a man, I will seek to contact you in the future, if others dare to trample upon you. What kind of man would you be if you do not seek vengeance? If you wish to remain a coward, I shall take my leave. The photograph is quite remarkable. I presume she was not so forward with you, was she? Upon reading this letter, Sun Yuan was nearly driven to the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage. Sun Fu stood frozen, unable to comprehend the shocking revelation. He had never anticipated that the woman he cherished would be so utterly disreputable. With him, she had been as bashful as a lamb. Yet with another man, she was brazenly uninhibited. He was indeed grateful to the bearer of this letter. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly raised another man's child, falling prey to the deceit of such a malevolent woman. Would he end up like Wu Dalong, poisoned by this treacherous wife? She had married him and had even contributed 800 yuan as a dowry. Son, are you all right? Sun Yuan, having only one son, felt an overwhelming surge of anger as he noticed his son's chest heaving. He momentarily disregarded the infuriating Li Yuxia. Her betrayal was intolerable. She had placed such a monumental green hat upon his son's head. The implications were dire. It seemed the child might indeed be illegitimate. The messenger could either have a vendetta against Li Yuxia or her lover. Regardless, it had inadvertently served the Sun family in a significant way. Son, do not frighten your father, Sun Yuan exclaimed, hastily pinching Sun Fu's acupoint in an attempt to rouse him. According to rural wisdom, this was a case of hysteria, and if not awakened promptly, one might become a fool. After a while of vigorous efforts, Sun Fu finally regained his senses, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Li Yuxia, the deceitful woman who had betrayed him. You wretched woman, get out. I demand a divorce. Li Yuxia was unwilling to accept a divorce in such a manner, fearing it would become a subject of ridicule. She was certain that the photograph was indeed of her, yet Sun Fu had not captured her in the act. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears. In the past, whenever she wept, Sun Fu would be there to comfort her. Yet today, her tears were perceived by him and others as nothing more than crocodile tears. Through her tears, she pleaded, Husband, we have already registered our marriage and held a ceremony. Where do you expect me to go? You wretched woman, you have conceived a child with another man. I am no longer your husband. I will initiate the divorce tomorrow, and you shall return my bride price, or I swear I will destroy your entire family. The crowd was numerous, and Sun Fu felt utterly humiliated, nearly choking with rage. How could he simply let this go? The photograph was fabricated. The person in it was not her at all. It must have been sent by someone envious of her. She implored, You must believe me, husband. We are already a married couple. Li Yuxia began to plead her case. After all, the photograph was not particularly clear, and it had been taken at night when the lighting was far from ideal. Wretched woman, how can you still speak? If that birthmark on your chest had not been seen by anyone, would it have been made to resemble yours? At this point, Sun Fu had lost all respect and would not grant Li Yuxia any semblance of dignity. He felt no pity for a woman who had betrayed him. Given his considerable size and strength, he struck Li Yuxia across the face, causing it to swell immediately. You dare to hit me? Li Yuxia could scarcely believe that the man who once cherished her would strike her in public. Sun Yuan interjected, What a disgraceful display. It has been said that your mother, Ho Guifan, is a woman of ill repute. I once thought it mere gossip, but your actions have proven otherwise. From this moment on, you are no longer a daughter-in-law of the Sun family. Depart at once. Sun Fu held onto Li Yuxia's clothing and declared, Before you leave, you shall remove this garment. You are unworthy to wear it. Furthermore, return the 800 yuan bride price, or this matter is far from over. Why should I, a young woman, be labeled as a second wife after our divorce? Do you understand the indignity I must bear? This is your recompense to me, Li Yuxia protested, refusing to back down. Ah, so you seek to extort from my family? I will not hesitate to end you, Sun Yuan retorted, infuriated that, as a village leader, he had chosen to marry a woman of questionable reputation solely due to his son's affection. He thought they could simply live their lives apart without returning home. Who would have imagined that this woman would presume to extort 800 yuan from him? In his fury, he delivered a sharp kick to Li Yuxia's abdomen. She cried out as she fell, and a furious Sun Fu pursued her, delivering several more kicks aimed at her abdomen and other sensitive areas, causing her to scream in agony. Weidong, accompanied by his friends, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Addressing those nearby, one remarked, I truly did not anticipate that a woman of such disreputable character as Ho Guifan would bear a daughter equally devoid of virtue. Living in our Hejia village is nothing short of disgraceful. Indeed, upon returning, one must share this tale with everyone, echoed Xiao Xiao. The atmosphere grew tumultuous. Li Yuxia, the one being punished, writhed in agony, crying out, please do not strike me, my child. Onlookers considered that a woman of her ilk deserved a punishment akin to being submerged in a pig's cage, as was customary in ancient times. The current era, it seemed, had softened the severity of their penalties. Village chief's son, please cease the beating. Look, she is bleeding profusely. If this continues, it could lead to a fatality, and you could find yourself imprisoned, someone cautioned. Chapter 85. My child. The Sun family arrives upon hearing the cries amidst the chaos. Sun Fu and his son finally paused. Li Yuxia, lying on the ground, could only wail, my belly, my child. How absurd, even at such a moment. She still clings to thoughts of the illegitimate offspring within her. A thick spittle was hurled onto Li Yuxia's face. How had I not noticed before that this woman was so utterly shameless? It is my own naivety that has led to my deception. Village chief, something has happened. We must take her to the hospital, an elderly man urged. Indeed, if she were to perish here, it would not bode well. Yes, let us return this wild woman, along with the child in her womb, to Hejia village, Sun Yuan exclaimed, venting his frustration. After sending Li Yuxia to the town hospital, they abandoned her, returning home without even settling the expenses. Upon their return, Weidong and the others began to recount their experiences on the road. Dongyi, can you believe how shameless Li Yuxia is? She carries another man's child and expects that fat man to support her. Ajing remarked in disbelief. Xiao Xiao echoed, Dongge, how could such a woman exist in our village? They thought Weidong, being well-traveled, would surely possess greater knowledge of the world beyond. Look at ancient times. Pan Jinlian caused the death of her husband, and Pan Xiaoyan had an affair with a monk. Such individuals have always existed. Why do you think they have vanished now? Weidong responded, unfazed. Are there truly still such people? Weidong chuckled. Regardless of gender, there are times when one cannot restrain themselves. There are women who, after marrying, have 4 children in 16 years, none of whom belong to their husbands. Does that not strike you as strange? He recounted the tale of a certain infamous woman, leaving the 3 astonished. Dongge, is what you say true? 4 children, and none are from her husband? Indeed, Dongzi, that seems utterly outrageous. How could that be possible? Ajing exclaimed incredulously. Isn't there a blood test to determine paternity? Surely that would clarify matters. Blood tests can be manipulated. By adding a bit of baking soda to water, one can obscure the results, Weidong explained. He had yet to mention that since around 1993, DNA testing became available, and people could easily bribe others to switch samples without detection. Is that so? Dongge, you know so much. Xiao Xiao exclaimed with admiration. No wonder you always encourage me to read more. Now I understand why. Observing the envy in his companion's eyes, Weidong advised, it is indeed beneficial to read extensively. This knowledge can protect you from being deceived. If only Sun Fu possessed a modicum of knowledge, he would not have been fooled by Li Yuxia into believing the child in her womb was his. How could a woman show signs of pregnancy so early? It is clearly suspicious. This is the price of ignorance. Do you understand? Today, he used real-life examples to enlighten his dear brothers, illustrating the advantages of being well-read. I aspire to attend university in the capital in the future, bringing my wife along. The family business will undoubtedly be entrusted to my brothers for assistance. Without knowledge, one is susceptible to deceit. For the first time, we genuinely recognize the value of education. Starting tomorrow, I shall venture to the county to engage in the vegetable trade and earn some money. While it may not be as taxing as harvesting the chaihu, it is certainly more lucrative. I urge you all to contemplate whether to accompany me to the county or remain at home. I do not wish to pressure you into making a decision, for Weidong understands that absent his influence, they would not consider departing the village so soon. Ah, Brother Dong, how can you leave? Your family is still building a house. Won't you return? They inquired. Of course, I will return. I will not take the entire family with me. Think it over. I suspect our village will be bustling this afternoon. The Sun family will undoubtedly seek to reclaim the betrothal gifts, and it seems another altercation is imminent, Weidong remarked with a smile. Indeed, I would find it intolerable as well, agreed Guang. By the way, Brother Dong, there are rumors that Li Yuxia is not actually Li Changgui's offspring. Some say she is the child of a previous educated youth, while others claim she belongs to the village chief. What are your thoughts on this matter? Weidong had indeed pondered this peculiar issue. Li Yuxia bore no resemblance to Li Changgui. Rather, she bore a closer likeness to Guifan, lacking any sense of shame. He shook his head and replied, How should I know? However, I have heard that Guifan's younger son resembles the village chief, Chongqing, in his youth. This was mentioned by an aunt who once sold chaihu at my home. At the time, I dismissed it as improbable. But after the village chief's altercation with Uncle Quan and the recent scandal involving Li Yuxia, I now believe it plausible. What? Are you serious? If that is the case, then Uncle Changgui is left without any heirs, having supported another man's lineage for over 20 years. What kind of a man is that? The three of them could hardly believe it, reflecting on how their predecessors, including Li Changge, had failed to recognize such matters. He was notoriously stingy, having taken many of their belongings and amassed considerable wealth at their expense. That was his talent. There was no need to feel pity for him. What a farce of an honest man. Merely a bully of the gullible, they chuckled. Will this lead to a divorce? It's rather shameful to seek a divorce at such an age, Xiao Xiao remarked with a smirk. I cannot say, if I am not home when the commotion occurs. Do let me know, he replied. Xiao Xiao quickly shook his head. No, Brother Dong, I will accompany you to the county to assist. In the past, I couldn't earn even a single coin in a day. Although my time harvesting chaihu with you has been profitable, I cannot abandon you in times of need. That would not be right. Weidong was slightly taken aback by Xiao Zhao's sudden shift in conversation, astonished by his brother's gratitude and understanding of his own needs. We shall discuss it further tonight. I must gather the chaihu this afternoon. Rest assured, Brother Dong, I have firmly decided, Xiao Xiao declared resolutely. Dongzi, I shall join you as well. I will go too. Weidong nodded. Very well. Arrangements will be made. Upon reaching the village, news of Guifan's daughter being hospitalized after a violent incident at her wedding spread like wildfire throughout the community. Upon learning of her daughter's plight, Guifan contemplated confronting the Sun family. However, before she could step outside, she noticed a throng of individuals from the neighboring village, led by Sun Yuan, marching towards Hejia village. Those unaware of the circumstances mistakenly believed that the inhabitants of Suinjia village had come to bully and instigate a brawl. Many seized their tools, preparing for confrontation. Sun Yuan raised his hand and declared, Everyone, please refrain from resorting to violence. I am Sun Yuan, the village chief of Suinjia village, and I have come to return the betrothal gifts. The Li family has been excessively oppressive. Where are your village chief and secretary? Chapter 86, A Physical Confrontation. Weidong's assistants, upon hearing that the purpose of their visit was to return the betrothal gifts, the crowd relaxed their vigilance. Originally, Guifan was not well regarded in the village, and no one was willing to involve themselves in her family matters. Recently, the village head, Chongqing, had also lost the villagers' trust, having created deep-seated conflicts with them. Offending one person meant offending many. In everyday interactions, people might still share a laugh. But once the facade was torn away, who would care about your identity? Sooner or later, you'll need to return the betrothal gifts. Just head straight over. I see your son has already come by twice, so there's no need for us to guide you, said a representative from He family village. All right, thank you. Although he was seething with anger, he remained polite as they were in someone else's village, and he had not personally wronged them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for those who had come to leave unscathed. Peng Guang, who was eagerly watching the unfolding drama, pointed towards an alley and said, "You can go through here. Don't be courteous to us. Just come as you please." After speaking, he dashed off to find Weidong, who had not gone to the mountains to gather the Chinese Angelica today. He was busy helping with a new house, which was about to reach its upper limit, and there were numerous tasks that required attention. He hurried to where Weidong was. Before he arrived, his voice could be heard. "Dongzi, come quickly. There's a spectacle to behold." Peng Guang shouted, breathless from running. "What's going on? Has the party come to return the betrothal gifts?" Weidong inquired with curiosity. "Yes, do you want to go see the commotion?" Peng Guang asked. "Let us go take a look." Initially reluctant, Weidong reconsidered. After all, the misfortune of Li Changgui's family was precisely the outcome he wished to witness. It was a part of his own vendetta. "Let us hurry." The Sun family just arrived with a number of relatives, heading towards Li Changgui's home. "It's likely to get chaotic soon." Knowing Ho Guifan's temperament, Peng Guang spoke with excitement. "Let us move." Putting down his tools, Weidong followed Peng Guang towards Li Changgui's residence. The news of the outsiders returning the betrothal gifts had spread widely, and the villagers were eager to witness the unfolding drama. In these times, when there was no television to watch, events like this were a source of entertainment, and everyone was keen to participate. Moreover, Ho Guifan's family had proven to be utterly shameless. They were aware that their daughter was pregnant with someone else's child, yet still sought to have her wed. Their demand for a hefty betrothal gift had tarnished the reputation of He family village. Upon arriving at Li Changgui's home, they found a large crowd gathered outside, all there to witness the spectacle. As they squeezed into the throng, they could hear Ho Guifan's voice rising above the others. "On what grounds do you claim that the child in my daughter's womb is not from your Sun family? Do you have any proof? Just a few photographs and a letter? I haven't even reported you to the authorities to have you all arrested. Do you think you can come here to He family village and act with impunity? You truly believe we are easy to bully?" In her daily life, Ho Guifan had rarely treated others with kindness. She is a tempestuous figure, perceived by the villagers as a tyrant of sorts. In an effort to avoid an embarrassing scene, they tend to concede to her whims, which has led Ho Guifan to develop the illusion that she reigns over this village like a local emperor. She believes that with a mere call, outsiders will come to wreak havoc and bully the villagers, with someone always ready to assist her. Unfortunately, her calculations are flawed. After she calls out, not a single soul from outside speaks in her favor, nor does anyone step forth to utter a word of justice. Ho Guifan is acutely aware of this reality. The crowd recalls Weidong, who stands among them, and remembers the ruckus caused over 2 months ago when Ho Guifan, accompanied by the village chief He Changqing, stormed into Weidong's home, accusing him of bullying her daughter and demanding an exorbitant bride price. Weidong, displeased, had driven Li Yuxia away and slapped Ho Guifan. It is likely he already suspected that Li Yuxia might be pregnant, possibly by another man, and thus refused to play the fool. Yet at that time, no one considered this aspect. Eventually, Ho Guifan found a willing suitor for her daughter, only to later discover that he sought a divorce and intended to reclaim the bride price. Previously, a significant sum of money had transformed into a burden for Li Yuxia's brother, Li Yulan, after a mysterious altercation. Having recently returned home, their finances were virtually depleted. Village chief He Changqing, though aware of the situation with the Li family, dared not intervene, as he had sustained severe injuries the previous day and could not afford medical care. Lying at home, he refrained from joining the fray. If the allegations prove true, the Li family's actions are indeed unscrupulous. Had Li Yuxia been involved with her lover previously, she would have faced dire consequences. Even if someone attempted to intervene, she would reject their assistance, indifferent to the chaos. The onlookers, initially hesitant, found their resolve bolstered by Ho Guifan's infuriating remarks. Suddenly, Sun Yuan erupted in anger. "What nonsense! You've only been with my son for a few days, and you claim to be pregnant? You're ridiculous. The evidence is clear. You've brought shame upon my family, and now wish to involve the authorities? I'll report you." Before Ho Guifan could finish her tirade, the enraged Sun Fu could no longer contain himself. He seized Ho Guifan by her hair and hurled her against the door. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. If others suspect that her children are not her husband's, it seems plausible For how else could the village chief have been assaulted? Li Yuxiao herself has admitted as much, and if Ho Guifan intends to swindle my family, she must be dreaming. Though Sun Fu is portly, he possesses considerable strength. The impact of Ho Guifan's head against the door echoed painfully. Observing the scene, Weidong wore a sardonic smile, appreciating Sun Fu's decisive handling of Ho Guifan, as he stood ready with a firm grip. If one were to heed their own counsel in dealing with Ho Guifan, it would indeed be a formidable weapon. Having suffered such losses, it is unlikely that Ho Guifan intends to return any money. She seems to be rather obstinate. He is also aware that there is likely little wealth within her household. The fact that her son has become a public official is merely part of her retribution. Although Li Changgue is known for his honesty, he cannot remain passive when others encroach upon his doorstep. Witnessing his wife in distress, he hurriedly stepped forward to assist her. Calling out to the crowd, "We are all from Hajia village. Will you simply stand idly by while outsiders bully us?" It appeared, however, that his words fell upon deaf ears. As an outsider, had it not been for his father's intervention, they would not have been welcomed into the village. Did they truly believe that they, mere beggars, could remain here and even be allocated land? "We have treated you with kindness, yet your wife's conduct towards us speaks for itself. Alas, this old wretch refuses to return the money and seeks to instigate violence. You should strike him with all your might." Sun Yuan was profoundly enraged, having never encountered such a disgraceful family before. Today has been truly eye-opening. Chapter 87. Greed over life. A family reunited in misfortune, the Sun family arrived upon hearing Sun Yuan's call. Without hesitation, they set upon Li Changgue, abandoning their tools in favor of brutal fists and kicks. Meanwhile, Sun Fu vented all the fury he had bottled up from Li Yuxia onto the unreasonable shrew Ho Guifan, beating her until her hair was disheveled and blood trickled from her lips. A pitiful sight indeed. Li Changgue writhed in agony, curled into a ball on ground. Onlookers, witnessing the excessive violence, began to intervene. "Enough, Sun family. You came for the money. Take it and leave," one urged. Another added, "If you kill them, you won't get a cent, and you'll end up in prison with so many witnesses." Weidong smirked coldly. After beating them, shouldn't they at least speak? This family isn't just these two. There's still their precious son. Isn't there? The mention of prison had initially given the Sun family pause. But at Weidong's reminder of the son, Sun Yuan commanded, "Sun Fu, bring that boy here." "Yes, father." Sun Fu handed Ho Guifan to another man and headed for Li Yuan's room. Li Yuan, already home recovering from injuries, had heard his parents' wails and nearly wet himself in terror. Escape was impossible, so he hid inside his wardrobe. Sun Fu, failing to find him at first, searched elsewhere before returning and dragging him out like a helpless chick. A sharp slap landed on Li Yuan's face. "You little rat, hiding well, aren't you? Made me waste my time." With a grimace, Li Yuan cried, "Brother-in-law, don't hit me. I know nothing." The plea only reignited Sun Fu's humiliation from earlier. He struck again. "So you knew your sister carried another man's bastard and still deceived me." Li Yuan howled in pain, his wounds flaring up. Hearing her son's screams, Ho Guifan lunged forward like a madwoman, only to be kicked back by Sun Fu. His cousin seized her hair, yanking her away to separate mother and son. Sun Fu dragged Li Yu into the main room, flung him down, and stomped on him. "Tell me, will you return the money, or should I break your son's legs?" He already knew Li Yuan's third leg was already ruined. Dazed, Ho Guifan opened her mouth to speak, but Sun Fu was already kicking Li Yuan, who rolled on the ground, begging, "Brother-in-law, stop. I swear I know nothing. Do not address me as brother-in-law, for I cannot bear such a title. If you seek a brother-in-law, direct your words to the father of your sister's illegitimate child. We are here today not to trouble you, but to request the return of the 800 yuan bride price that belongs to my family," exclaimed Sun Fu, his voice brimming with indignation. "Having betted my daughter on numerous occasions, why should I return the money? Besides, we have already spent it. There are no funds left to refund you," replied the avaricious Ho Guifan, her tone fraught with agitation. Upon hearing this, Sun Fu was incensed. How could a respectable young man be deceived by a woman of dubious virtue? The very thought left him feeling repulsed. After enduring such humiliation for an extended period, his rage boiled over, and without further ado, he lashed out at Li Yuan, who lay on the ground, rolling in pain and calling out for his parents to rescue him. Onlookers, gathering to witness the spectacle, could not contain their disdain. Ho Guifan is utterly shameless. With a daughter of questionable character and an illegitimate child, she deceives others for bride price and refuses to refund it. Is this not sheer bullying? One remarked. Indeed, chimed in Weidong, fanning the flames. In the village, she is notorious for her sharp tongue. Anyone who crosses her path faces her wrath. Now is not the time for sympathy. It is high time someone put her in her place. Yes, added Xiao Xiao. I heard her daughter is hospitalized. Yet Ho Guifan has not even bothered to visit. She has likely squandered the money on her illicit lover and shows no concern for her own child. At the mention of Ho Guifan's lover, some in the crowd instinctively glanced around, hoping to discern whether it was none other than the village chief, He Chongqing. However, he was nowhere to be found, and their gazes drifted toward his home. If my daughter were to behave in such a manner, I would not hesitate to put an end to it. I would never stoop to such dishonesty, declared an elderly woman, known for her animosity towards Ho Guifan. Indeed, for the sake of money, she has forsaken her own child's life. Such shamelessness deserves the harshest repercussions, He Weidong continued, stoking the fire of discontent. This incident has brought shame upon our village in Chinatown. Such filth should be expelled from our community. After all, their ancestors are not of our lineage. Do you not agree? Otherwise, we risk tarnishing our reputation when visiting the town or during family gatherings. Indeed, this morning, as I passed by Suanjia village, I overheard others berating us for our lack of integrity and decency, accusing us of engaging in such vile acts. They vowed never to associate with our village for future marriages. What will happen to the unmarried daughters and sons of our village if our reputation is ruined? We must consider the future, Xiao Xiao added, reinforcing the sentiment. Initially, many believed this matter to be solely the concern of the Li Chonggui family. However, after listening to He Weidong and Zhang Xiaojuan's analysis, the villagers recognized the grave implications for their community's reputation. They urged Ho Guifan to swiftly return the money and either depart with Li Chonggui or face the consequences. Considering Li Chonggui's decent character, he might be allowed to stay, but Ho Guifan and her daughter could not. Some even sought the village secretary, as the village chief was no longer willing to engage with them, leading many to suspect there were unsavory secrets between the chief and Ho Guifan. When the secretary finally arrived, the atmosphere was thick with tension. He halted Sun Yuan and stated, "Have him return the money. What do you think?" "Of course," was the reply. Upon seeing the village secretary approach, Sun Yuan naturally felt compelled to extend his respect, as today was the occasion for a refund, along with a chance to vent some frustrations. "Secretary, could you lend me some money? I truly have none left at home. It has all been spent on you and medical expenses," pleaded Ho Guifan, having avoided a beating. Upon hearing this, Zhang Pengsheng was nearly driven to the brink of fainting in anger, thinking to himself that Ho Guifan was indeed shameless. "If I were not the secretary, do you think I would even entertain your request for a loan? There is no money in my household." With a stern countenance, he demanded, "Ho Guifan, first produce the money from your home. Otherwise, I shall not concern myself with your affairs." "No, you must return all the money to me today," declared Sun Fu indignantly. "If not, your daughter's illicit partner will come out. If it comes to that, you two can resort to selling yourselves, but you must repay me." "Mother, I am in pain. Please just give them the money, or they will beat me to death," Li Yun implored. Chapter 88. A Painful Beating. Shameless borrowing, the anguished cries of Li Yuhan echoed, causing Ho Guifan great distress. With tears in her voice, she pleaded, "I truly have no money left. I've spent nearly all of it." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuan's expression darkened as he retorted, "That is unacceptable. We must secure the funds today. Whatever you have, produce it now." He arrived with a substantial entourage, exuding an intimidating presence, yet he was adamant about returning empty-handed. "Indeed, how much cash do you currently hold? Hand it over." The Li family is in no position to argue. Although Zhang Pengsheng preferred not to meddle in Ho Guifan's affairs, he felt compelled to intervene, especially since the village chief, He Chongqing, was cowardly hiding at home, avoiding confrontation. Those who summoned him would certainly have their say, but they would not lend money to Ho Guifen's family. Her household had profited without offering him a meal, yet she expected him to part with his own funds. Was this not a folly? Seeing Ho Guifen dawdling, Sun Fu displayed no courtesy. Despite not being wed to Li Yuxia yet, he maintained an amicable relationship with Li Yuhan. This was primarily due to Sun Fu's own unscrupulous nature. He had heard from Li Yuhan about a beautiful woman he fancied, harboring ulterior motives. On the wedding night, he intended to intoxicate Li Yuhan and usurp his place. However, circumstances had changed. His sister, Li Yuxia, had placed a heavy burden of shame upon him. Having suffered such a significant loss, he had no inclination to pursue his previous interest in Sun Yuewei, especially not at the expense of Li Yuhan. Money, it seemed, held greater importance. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Li Yuhan, the sound reverberating throughout the house. Hurry and repay your debts, or you will find it impossible to survive, Sun Fu threatened menacingly. Desperate, the avaricious Ho Guifen could no longer afford to disregard reason. Yet no one present was inclined to indulge her. With the village chief absent, no one would speak favorably of her family. They would be fortunate to avoid physical altercations. She had no choice but to retreat to her hiding place for money and emerge reluctantly, saying, "In-law, I have barely 200 yuan left. I'll give it all to you." Upon seeing the money, it was swiftly snatched away. Sun Yuan, moistening his finger with saliva, counted the amount. "This is less than 180 yuan. He bellowed in anger. "What do you take the Sun family for? After all these years, I refuse to believe your family has no savings. Did the money spent on your son's illness come from my wedding gifts? Is this paltry cement to satisfy me? It seems you require a lesson to comprehend my wrath." Zhang Pengqing's expression was equally grim. He had lent 800 yuan to others, yet now was expected to accept less than 180 yuan in return. This was utterly unreasonable. He thought it best to disregard the matter altogether. Let the local police handle it. This was not his responsibility. With no words, he pretended to leave. In a state of desperation, Ho Guifen hastily pleaded, "Secretary, we truly have no funds left. Please, see if you can borrow a little from everyone. I promise to repay you later. My daughter has a job and can earn money." No one wanted to pay her any attention, and the money, once in the hands of Ho Guifen, was essentially akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. "I have no money at home. Just look around and see if anyone is willing to lend you," Zhang Pengqing said with a bitter smile. Ho Guifen's gaze drifted towards the onlookers outside, landing on Weidong. Weidong, feeling as though he had been targeted by a fly, sensed alarm bells ringing within him upon noticing the malicious old woman directing her gaze at him. Surely, this shameless woman wouldn't dare to ask him for money. Would she? After all, her previous attempts to ensnare him upon his return from rebirth had nearly brought about his demise. He was left with a significant question mark in his mind. "Dongzi," she began, "I believe there is a misunderstanding between our families. My daughter Yuan is in dire straits, and we have exhausted our finances. Annie knows that you have made a considerable profit from selling Chaihu. Could you lend me a little? Besides, my daughter Yuxiao once held affection for you. Even if the transaction fails, let us not lose our sense of kinship. Help us surpass this hurdle." As doubts clouded Weidong's mind, and amidst the disapproving expressions of the crowd, Ho Guifen uttered these shameless words. Weidong felt an overwhelming urge to scoff at her audacity. "How could you even utter such a thing? Do not ask my family for money. We are financially strained ourselves, having invested everything into building our home. If your daughter is capable of earning money, hasn't she saved anything over the past 2 years? Isn't she part of the cooperative?" Weidong was far from benevolent. In fact, he wished nothing but misfortune upon those who had wronged his family. The notion of lending her money was nothing short of fantasy. Sun Yuan, overhearing this exchange, turned sharply towards Ho Guifen, demanding, "Tell me, is the money not in the cooperative?" At the same time, he delivered a sharp slap across her face. He then addressed Li Changguwei, saying, "Old man, quickly reveal where the money you previously saved is, as well as your daughter's wages." Li Changguwei also received a blow during this interrogation, as did his son. "Li Yuan, I said that the money my mother gave to my sister, along with our family's savings, has all been deposited in the cooperative. And I have the receipts. Li Yuan, unable to withstand the blows, finally confessed. You wretched creature, still trying to hide the truth? Sun Yuan slapped Ho Guifan several more times. You refuse to lend me money and instead wish to put on a show? Your son has already admitted that you have savings. Hurry and retrieve them for me. Upon hearing her secrets exposed, Ho Guifan felt a pang of anguish. Her eyes, filled with resentment, shot daggers at Weidong, who not only refused to lend her money but also divulged her family circumstances. Weidong, witnessing this, could only think how repulsive she was. Was he truly expected to lend her money? However, upon reflection, it made sense, like mother, like daughter. The same principle applied in reverse. The kind of mother one has shapes the character of her daughter. Given her venomous gaze, it seemed she was plotting revenge against you. Village chief's son, he remarked, intentionally stoking the flames. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuan, infuriated by her treachery, kicked Ho Guifan in the waist. Go fetch the receipts, or I shall break your legs. Beaten into submission, Ho Guifan had no choice but to obediently fetch the money. After retrieving several deposit slips, Sun Yuan was astonished to find over 600 yuan, nearly 700 in total. Turning to Zhang Pengcheng, he said, Village head, as you can see, between these savings and the money just handed over, it amounts to roughly 800 yuan. I want to demand further compensation for the additional losses. With everyone here as witnesses, let us consider the matter of the betrothal gift settled. Does that seem acceptable to you? Certainly. I believe there is no issue in resolving this matter amicably. After glancing at these stubs, Zhang Pengcheng nodded in agreement. After all, in this era, the stubs bear no passwords and operate on an anonymous basis. Anyone merely needs to present a bank book, and the staff will not concern themselves with your identity. They will simply disburse the funds. All right, let us depart. Li Yuan. Remember that this matter is far from over, Sun Fu whispered menacingly in Li Yuan's ear. Chapter 89. The beaten Li Yuan and the return of the betrothal gifts. Li Yuan was rendered speechless upon hearing the news. Sun Fu was not at all like he had been before marrying his sister. Under the guise of camaraderie, he had been peering into Sun Yuewei's affairs. The horror of the situation made her shudder. He was an exceedingly frightening figure, and the brutality of his recent assault had left her in excruciating pain. Once the onlookers dispersed, Zhang Pengcheng prepared to leave, only to be called back by a group. What is it? Do you still have matters to discuss? He asked, turning back with a hint of resignation. A local woman, who usually had a contentious relationship with Ho Guifan, spoke up. Secretary, the disgrace brought upon the Li Changguei family has tarnished the reputation of our Hejia village. We had opposed his settling here from the start. It was the village chief who permitted it, leading to this humiliation. Surely, we deserve an explanation. Indeed, Secretary, this news will soon spread throughout Changatown. Allowing such a person to reside in our village will only invite scorn upon us. We have many unmarried men and women here. Who would dare to marry into or out of this place now? The repercussions are far too damaging. The proverbial walls, once crumbling, now invited all to push them further down. The number of individuals whom Ho Guifan had offended was considerable, and this incident offered them a prime opportunity to strike back. Zhang Pengcheng felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. What do you propose we do? Either the Li Changguei family must leave our village, or, at the very least, Li Yuxia and Ho Guifan cannot remain here. Otherwise, this affair will never conclude. Yes, we have all agreed on this course of action. Their conversation took place not far from Ho Guifan's home, and she inevitably overheard them. How could they possibly think to drive her away? Grabbing a hoe from her house, she shouted fiercely, "You wretched hags, do you wish to kill me?" As the crowd witnessed Ho Guifan's fury, they hurriedly retreated, shouting, "Shameless woman, this matter will not end here. I'll return with something to deal with you. That daughter of yours is likely not your husband's. Your son must be the village chief's. How utterly disgraceful." At that moment, no one cared for the authenticity of past rumors. Every hurtful word was hurled without restraint. Ho Guifan was left in shock, pondering how they could possibly know the truth about her daughter not being Li Changguei's child. This was a secret she believed only she possessed. Who had let it slip? Determined not to show weakness, she chased after them, hurling insults. Once they had all departed, she turned back towards her home, feeling as though everything had been stripped away from her. She had also endured a beating. "Where are you going?" she asked, turning to see her husband, Li Changgue, dressed and ready to leave. Recently, he had heard the village gossip suggesting their son resembled the village chief, which had already sown seeds of doubt in his heart. The thought shattered him. Just moments ago, someone had claimed their daughter was not his. If this were true, he might very well live his entire life without having a child of his own. With Li Yuxia hospitalized, he felt compelled to go and ascertain the truth for himself. This notion must remain concealed from Ho Guifen. Despite the previous incident where I lost my temper and struck her, the years of accumulated discontent have instilled a lingering fear within me towards Ho Guifen. I can only utter, "I shall visit the hospital to see our daughter." "Very well, I shall accompany you," she replies. With the bride price now depleted and our daughter, though aware of her predicament, unable to sustain the child due to that man's actions, he must bear some financial responsibility. After all, our daughter is employed at the town's general store, and once she recovers, she will once again serve as our family's financial lifeline. It is imperative that I pay her a visit, even without a change of clothes. For I must let her see that my misfortunes stem from her circumstances, a moral coercion of sorts, urging her to marry someone who will cherish her and provide her with a comfortable life. As for the fact that our daughter is not Li Changgue's offspring, this must remain a closely guarded secret. Reflecting upon the joyous days spent with that returning youth from the countryside, I lament the unfortunate turn of events that led to marriage with Li Changgue, a man who scarcely utters 3 coherent words. The memories are far too delightful. Eventually, I departed from the village to return to the city, leaving behind my past. I pondered the possibility that if Li Changgue truly wished to cast me aside, I could take our daughter and seek a better life elsewhere. Yet, I find it difficult to part with my son, for he does not share the lineage of the intellectual youth. If I could persuade them, we might relocate to the city together. Should they refuse to let me remain in the village, it would still provide a fallback option. On the journey, Li Changgue, who remained silent, would never suspect that the woman he has shared his bed with for so many years harbors such malevolent thoughts. It is pitiful that after all these years of tireless devotion, she has borne him no children, leaving her devoid of any standing in his eyes. As they travel to the hospital, Weidong, who had previously observed the commotion at Li Changgue's home, takes Xiao Xiao to borrow a tractor from the neighboring village, preparing for a trip to the county the following day. Having witnessed so much today, Xiao Xiao's eyes are wide with astonishment. She had never fathomed that such thrilling events could unfold in her vicinity. Curiously, she inquires, "Brother Dong, there was a woman who claimed that Li Yuxia is not Li Changgue's child. If that were true, how pitiful would he be? What's wrong? Are you projecting your own situation onto his?" Weidong raises an eyebrow, aiming to dismantle the moral framework Xiao Xiao has constructed. One must not blindly trust those who appear virtuous. It is essential to recognize that many murderers' neighbors, when interviewed, would insist he seemed quite honest. How could such a seemingly truthful person commit murder? In my eyes, Li Changgue is akin to those seemingly honest murderers. Is it not his inadequacy that has given rise to the likes of Li Yuxia and Li Yuan? I even harbor suspicions about whether Li Changgue orchestrated my reincarnation through that fateful accident with the large vehicle. My curiosity lingers. What a perplexing situation, Xiao Xiao muses. Scratching her head, Xiao Xiao, remember that often friends cannot be relied upon. Fortunes do not simply fall from the sky, Weidong said solemnly. The more honest a person appears, the more likely they may be concealing something sinister. Do you recall how Li Changgue came to our village? Have you listened to the elders' accounts? It seems that when he arrived, he had a rather fierce demeanor, but after living among us, he became quite docile. At that time, he was still unmarried, Xiao Xiao reflected. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's thoughts, Weidong recalled the numerous crime dramas he had watched, as well as novels supported by readers even more dashing than Wu Yanzu. Li Changgue certainly fit the profile of those young murderers who fled, adopting new identities in unfamiliar places. He mused, "No, I must wait until tomorrow to visit the county and inquire with Luo Ming. If he truly is a murderer, And if he knows I sent a photograph of leeched to Sun Fu's home, it could spell trouble for my family. This matter requires urgency. Such honest individuals are truly frightening. It shatters any hope for improvement. If it turns out to be true, it would be utterly terrifying. Chapter 90. Renting a house in the county and starting vegetable acquisition after borrowing a tractor from the neighboring village. I reminded Xiao to come a little later tomorrow so we could head to the county together, armed with a large scale. I then made my way to Uncle Weidong's home, carrying a pack of cigarettes. "Uncle, are you home?" "I've arrived," Weidong called out from outside. "Ah, Dongzi is here. Come in quickly," Weidong joyfully responded upon recognizing Weidong's voice. He had always held a fondness for this child, appreciating his intelligence and maturity. Even as Weidong grew mischievous, Uncle Weidong understood that such behavior was merely a phase all boys must experience. Once inside, Weidong handed the cigarettes to him. "Uncle, here, smoke this. By the way, have you finished weaving the bamboo baskets I asked for?" Pointing to the baskets piled in the corner, Uncle Weidong replied, "Dongzi, I prepared them for you long ago. They're right over there." "What do you need these baskets for?" "To make money and find a wife. When I return, I'll buy you some meat," Uncle Weidong said, pulling out 2 10-yuan bills from his pocket and offering them to Uncle Weidong. Upon seeing the money, Uncle Weidong's expression changed. "Dongzi, I told you. I'm making these baskets for you free of charge. Besides, you helped promote my business in the village before, which earned me quite a bit. This work is nothing. You're offering too much." Weidong shook his head firmly. "Uncle, that won't do. If I accept this for free, how could I ever return and ask for your help again? At the very least, you must accept the cost." With a sigh, Uncle Weidong took 10 yuan from Weidong, saying, "Dongzi, I know you can make money, but you're not yet married or raising a family. Your family is still building the house, and you need funds. Out of everyone in the village, Uncle appreciates your maturity the most. Just go." Reluctantly, Weidong tucked the remaining 10 yuan back into his pocket. He approached the wall to retrieve the bamboo baskets, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship. Even the splinters had been meticulously removed, and they had been lightly toasted, making them exceptionally easy to use. Others would not have taken such care. This reflected Uncle Weidong's genuine attentiveness and affection. He managed to transport about 10 bamboo baskets back home, where his sister, Hiyu, came in hand. "By the way, could you fetch some water to soak these baskets? Otherwise, they might deteriorate," Weidong instructed. "Of course," she replied. Noticing that it was still early and the workers at home had not yet returned, he decided to head over to the new house to lend a hand. "By the way, Dongzi, when will you be raising the beams?" The contractor, Liang Yunfei, asked as he took the cigarette Weidong offered and lit it. "Uncle Liang, this house will have 2 stories. I plan to raise the beams once the 2nd floor is topped off," Weidong replied. "That works. Just remember to treat us to a good meal then," Liang Yunfei chuckled. Weidong nodded, "Of course. You and the crew have worked hard on this house. I'll make sure to treat you all to a feast, perhaps some game for you to taste." Listening to Weidong's assurances, Liang Yunfei remarked, "Dongzi, fret not. There is no need for you to come over every day. I understand your busy schedule. This house will undoubtedly be constructed beautifully. After all, each time Weidong visits, he offers me cigarettes, pours me tea, and speaks kindly. Naturally, one must put in the effort. In these times, while many in the village are erecting brick houses, most still reside in tile-roofed homes. Few manage to build 2-story dwellings. Word of mouth reflects one's craftsmanship, and if it falters, it would be akin to shattering one's own livelihood. It is not only Weidong's family who would seek trouble if one's reputation tarnishes. Who would dare to come forward for assistance in building houses in the vicinity of their hometown? As night fell and the day's laborers returned home, Weidong announced at the dining table, "Tomorrow, I shall take Xiao to the county town to trade vegetables. The city is likely in need of greens at this time, while the countryside is abundant. Due to inconvenient transportation, they cannot be sold, providing us a chance to earn some hard-earned money. Xiao, you may continue digging. Is this produce truly marketable? We have plenty of cucumbers, pumpkins, and winter melons at home. You should take some to sell," interjected He Chang'an. Shaking his head, Weidong replied, "Let us not sell our vegetables. I just returned from the new house, where Uncle Liang inquired about the upper beams. I mentioned that once the 2nd floor is ready, We will commence the beams and host a banquet, requiring a fair amount of vegetables. It is best to keep our stock, especially with He Chongqing causing disturbances in the village. I do not plan a harvest from there." Upon hearing He Weidong's explanation, He Chongqing felt a tinge of regret. The family's vegetables would remain unsold. Considering the house construction and the number of workers, the daily consumption is significant. He realized his son's reasoning held merit. Observing his elder brother's intent to speak, he surmised that the recent labor digging Chaihu had exhausted him. However, he knew his business dealings must remain discreet. The origins of his grain tickets were far from innocent, and their proprietor, Lord Chun Lu, still languished in prison. He would rather endure additional years of incarceration than divulge the truth, hoping to profit upon release from these grain tickets. Unbeknownst to him, as a reincarnate, He Weidong possessed crucial knowledge. Upon his release, those grain tickets would be rendered entirely void, mere worthless scraps of paper. With good intentions, he contemplated providing the old man some funds, considering those tickets as his investment. How generous of him! With this thought, He Weidong could not help but chuckle to himself. The following morning, as he awaited Xiao Zhao's arrival to load the baskets onto the tractor, they set off towards the county town. Along the way, they encountered the couple, Ho Guifan and her husband. The old woman, upon spotting him, opened her mouth, likely to utter unkind words. He Weidong, however, paid her no mind. Having refused her request for a loan the previous day and exposed her underhanded dealings, it was clear she harbored resentment towards him. Near the county town, he spent 15 yuan to rent a house with a generous courtyard. From this day forth, this would serve as their stronghold, where all the vegetables collected would be delivered. He Weidong addressed the short story, saying, "Starting tomorrow, we shall venture into the countryside to gather vegetables." "Donggu, will we be paying for them?" "No," he replied. "For every pound of vegetables, we will exchange it for a pound of local grain coupons. For items such as radishes, pumpkins, and cucumbers, if the quantity is substantial, we can offer 1 pound of cucumbers for 1 pound of national grain coupons. Do you understand? Accompany me, and you will see this for yourself. We shall set off in the afternoon." This grain coupon essentially constitutes a no-cost transaction. Even if expenses are incurred, once we convert it into cash, it can be regarded as profit. Coupons in hand that cannot be spent are merely worthless paper. They must be exchanged for money. Moreover, it is advantageous to note that if cash is required, one must bargain fiercely. There is no business without cunning if one wishes to prosper. "Old man, do you sell these cucumbers?" Chapter 91. Facing reports and selling in the residential building, He Weidong wasted no time and directly approached a nearby plot of land. He spotted an elderly gentleman who was busy harvesting vegetables. Observing He Weidong and his companion, the elderly man remarked, "Young man, if you wish to take some home to eat, I have plenty here. Feel free to take some." Shaking his head, He Weidong replied, "Sir, you may not have understood clearly. I seek to exchange food stamps for your cucumbers, pumpkins, and small greens." "Food stamps? Can I just use money?" the elderly man inquired. He Weidong elucidated, "Sir, if you were to use cash, cucumbers are priced at 15 cents, while pumpkins, radishes, and winter melons cost 10 cents per pound. However, if you prefer local food stamps, 1 pound of local produce can be exchanged for 1 pound of pumpkins, radishes, or winter melons. Good quality cucumbers can be traded for 1 pound of national food stamps. Do the math. Local food stamps would cost you 25 cents, while national food stamps are 30 cents per pound." Upon seeing He Weidong arriving in a vehicle, the elderly man carefully calculated the exchange. It appeared that using food stamps was indeed more economical. He consented to the transaction, explaining that at his age, he could not consume all the vegetables at home and needed to sell them in the city. Earning a little each day was hardly worth the effort, especially given the toll it took. "Sir, let me assist you with the harvesting," He Weidong offered, thinking that today they should complete several baskets. The following morning, they would sell at the factory residential building. Surely, there would be demand. No vegetable tickets were necessary. The prices were comparable to the market, customer service was amiable, and they offered home delivery with quality produce. Those who did not take advantage of this opportunity would be quite foolish. "All right, young man, you may proceed with the work." The elderly gentleman agreed. As He Weidong and Xiao toiled in the field, A passerby noticed the tractor parked nearby. Upon inquiring about their activities, he learned that they were purchasing vegetables in exchange for food stamps, essentially a one-to-one trade. Eagerly, he asked Weidong if he needed any vegetables, as he had plenty at home. "Yes, I require them all. I will come to collect tomorrow," Weidong assured him. Hearing that Weidong was interested in other vegetables, the elderly man grew anxious. After all, he had arrived first, and what if Weidong did not return the next day? What would happen to the remaining vegetables? Sensing the man's concern, Weidong reassured him, "Do not worry, sir. I will take all the vegetables from your home. Whatever you have, I will take. It will take more than a day to harvest everything. I will have time to collect from others in the meantime. Wouldn't you agree?" Satisfied by Weidong's promise, the elderly man felt relieved. After enjoying a smoke, he hurried over to assist Weidong. Once several baskets were filled, both men found themselves utterly exhausted. This was not a task meant for the faint-hearted. After settling the payment with food stamps, Weidong drove back to his hometown. He had not brought any toiletries and was aware that there was still a considerable amount of money and food stamps at home. Concerned about potential envy from others, he decided that the rented place would only serve as a daytime refuge. Returning home at night was the more prudent choice. Upon seeing Weidong return with an abundance of vegetables, his family was curious. "Dongzi, did you not sell them?" his mother inquired, already aware of her son's activities in the county earlier that day. "No, I received this in the afternoon. I will rise early tomorrow to sell it." Weidong was utterly exhausted. After a brief explanation, he retreated to his room to rest, overwhelmed by fatigue. Upon returning with a cart full of vegetables, all common in rural areas, many were left puzzled. They wondered if Weidong had lost his senses for not seeking out the valuable chai and instead collecting these vegetables. Could he possibly sell them? Curious onlookers approached, inquiring about his intentions to sell. As word spread, some contemplated whether they should allow Weidong to collect their homegrown vegetables for sale. One casually asked, "Will you pay cash?" Weidong firmly replied, "I can only offer food stamps, no cash." Upon hearing this, the offer was swiftly declined. Chanqing and Weiliang were informed of the situation. "Father, where do you suppose Weidong acquired those food stamps? I heard he intends to trade them for vegetables to sell. Surely, he hasn't stolen them?" Weiliang pondered, his eyes darting. "I haven't heard of anyone losing food stamps. It's likely he exchanged them at a low price." Chanqing grimaced in pain. "I must investigate. Perhaps that woman, Liuxia, has misplaced some," Weiliang thought mischievously. This boy could not bear a day without opposing Weidong. It left him uncomfortable. He rushed to Li Yuan's home, startled by his disheveled appearance. "What has happened to you?" he gasped. "I was beaten by that rascal Sun Fu," Li Yuan retorted sharply. "Why are you here, instead of resting at home?" "I'm not here for that." Weiliang shook his head and recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan remarked, "So you suspect Weidong has somehow stolen food stamps and is trading them for vegetables?" "Indeed, that is my belief. Otherwise, how could he return with a cart full of vegetables while claiming to only accept food stamps in exchange? He must possess a substantial amount. Why don't we steal them?" Li Yuan, aware that food stamps could be exchanged for cash on the black market, entertained a nefarious idea upon learning of Weidong's wealth in food stamps. "No, his home is always crowded. It would be inconvenient. We could end up in jail if caught," Weiliang exclaimed excitedly. "Your current predicament is his doing, and you don't wish to seek revenge?" "I do wish for vengeance. I will report him to the county tomorrow." The thought of Weidong's prosperity gnawed at Li Yuan, for had he married his sister, Sun Yuewei would have been his, and he wouldn't be in such a dire state, beaten mercilessly by the Sun family, his savings dwindled. Listening to Li Yuan's harsh voice was akin to iron scraping against metal, causing discomfort. After concocting a plan to frame Weidong, the wicked Weiliang returned home. Weidong, unsuspecting, would never imagine that upon his return, he would become the target of such schemes. That evening, after securely hiding his money, he placed the food stamps, gold bars, and silver coins in separate compartments behind the bedside cabinet, restored everything to its original state, and finally retired for the night. After all, the house at home is made of mud bricks. A little clay can easily mask any imperfections, rendering them invisible from the outside. The next day, we rose early for breakfast and set off to the county town with Xiao to sell vegetables. Upon arriving at the soda factory community, we followed our familiar routine. With cigarettes paving the way, I carried a large bamboo basket filled with a variety of fresh vegetables. We entered the residential building, starting from the first block. "Auntie, would you like some fresh vegetables? They've just been picked from a field, and there's no need for vegetable tickets. The prices are the same as at the market." I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, an elderly lady with a head full of silver hair answered. "Young man, is what you say true? These vegetables really don't require tickets?" She inquired, as she had a large family and was retired. Buying vegetables at the market had always been a hassle for her. "Of course, Annie, take a look at my cucumbers. They still have blossoms on them, and they're only 40 cents per pound, quite affordable." Noticing her interest, I quickly began to promote my wares. Chapter 92. A flourishing business, a subtle shock. Annie, with her reading glasses perched on her nose, scrutinized the fresh cucumbers and other vegetables that Weidong had brought in his bamboo basket. They appeared quite splendid, with petals still adorning them. Uncertainly, she inquired once more, "Young man, are you certain you don't require vegetable tickets for these?" "Indeed, Annie, no vegetable tickets are needed. These were freshly picked from the fields, just like at the market. They cost only 40 cents per caddy, while the other vegetables are merely 30 cents per caddy. Please take your pick." Weidong enthusiastically detailed the prices of his produce. "Well, these cucumbers look delightful. I'll take 2 caddies. However, 30 cents per caddy for the radishes is too steep. The carrots look good, so let me have 2 caddies of those as well." "Certainly, I shall weigh them for you." Weidong skillfully set down his basket and retrieved the requested vegetables. "Annie, the cucumbers weigh 2 caddies and 1 tail, so we'll round that to 2 caddies. The carrots are precisely 2 caddies. That makes 80 cents for the cucumbers and 60 cents for the carrots, totaling 1 yuan and 40 cents. After weighing, he adeptly calculated the total. "All right, let me get the money." Annie produced 1 yuan and 50 cents, while Weidong handed her back 10 cents in change. "Young man, if your vegetables are delicious, I shall want more tomorrow. Will you deliver again?" This first customer instilled confidence in Weidong, who was determined to provide excellent service. In this day and age, whether in vegetable markets, state-run shops, malls, or restaurants, the staff held onto their iron rice bowls, receiving their wages regardless of sales. Service awareness? A mere joke. Such a concept was foreign to them, as they were more concerned with avoiding customer complaints rather than serving them. It was no wonder that many state-owned restaurants had signs stating, "Do not assault customers without reason." The notion of customers being treated as gods was non-existent. Weidong had cleverly capitalized on the concept of home delivery, a novel approach for this era. Even if many observed and wished to emulate his model, could they shed their old ways and genuinely embrace the service industry? Such a thought seemed utterly fantastical. "All right, Auntie, if you find them to your liking, please do spread the word. I'll be coming around regularly." Weidong thought to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The vegetables he had procured were all organic and free from any chemical fertilizers. In the countryside, many families struggled to meet their basic needs. Asking them to spend money on fertilizers for cultivating vegetables was laughable. People would rather collect animal manure for their gardens. The fertilizers used were all well composted, ensuring superior taste. "Rest assured, young man, I may be a bit slow in movement, but I expect you to deliver again tomorrow." "Of course, Annie, I'll make a note of it." Weidong observed her demeanor, sensing she was no ordinary person, and diligently jotted down her requests in a small notebook. After bidding farewell to Annie, he proceeded to knock on the doors of other households. As the second household opened the door, a middle-aged woman carrying a child came into view. The infant in her arms was still crying, and she looked curiously at Weidong, who stood at the threshold. "Young comrade, is there something you need?" she inquired. "Madam, do you require some vegetables? They're all fresh, just picked from the field, and the prices are the same as those in the market. No vegetable tickets needed." Weidong replied eagerly once more. "Really? No tickets?" The woman asked with skepticism. "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" "Absolutely not, madam. Everything I say is true. Just a moment ago, the elderly lady across the hall purchased some of my vegetables," Weidong assured her, pointing towards the neighboring house. "You mean Director Liu also bought from you?" The woman expressed her surprise. Yes, he Weidong nodded. I don't know her last name. But she even asked me to deliver more tomorrow. It's inconvenient for her to go to the market while caring for her child. What about the prices? I'll take a few pounds of cucumbers and some greens. Cucumbers are 40 cents per pound, and greens are 30 cents per pound. How much would you like? After pondering for a moment, the woman decided, I'll take 2 pounds of cucumbers and 3 pounds of greens. Great. He Weidong quickly weighed the requested quantities. That will be a total of $1.70. Could you let it go for $1.60? If it's tasty, I'll order more tomorrow. I'll have my cart right downstairs. All right. She smiled, pleased with the discount of 10 cents and the absence of a vegetable ticket. After collecting the payment, He Weidong continued on with his vegetable basket, heading to the second floor to continue his sales pitch. The process went relatively smoothly, although he encountered 2 households with unfriendly attitudes who firmly rejected his offers. Yet, how could a salesperson be deterred by rejection? This profession demands relentless perseverance, a willingness to be undeterred, and an unwavering commitment to one's craft. As long as one does not cause serious disturbance or leave a negative impression, success is within reach. He understood that Xiao Xiao was a diligent worker. While he might not excel in sales, he was undoubtedly reliable when it came to tasks. This fellow was genuinely earnest. Once the vegetables in his basket were sold out, He Weidong returned to where the tractor was parked. Upon seeing him, Xiao Xiao inquired in surprise, Dongge, have you sold all those vegetables? Indeed, I've returned to fetch more. I haven't even finished the entire building yet. I've only reached the 5th floor, He Weidong casually replied. I'll help you pack the vegetables. As Xiao Xiao spoke, he busily assisted He Weidong, quickly filling the bamboo basket with various vegetables. All right, wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. After taking a moment to drink water and smoke a cigarette, He Weidong hoisted the vegetables again and set off. By now, several families upstairs had heard the commotion and emerged to see the delivery of vegetables to their doorstep. Upon learning that no vegetable tickets were required, that the produce was fresh and priced the same as the market, they were eager to place orders. The speed of this venture was far superior to the initial method of knocking on doors one by one to promote his goods. When He Weidong reached the 6th floor, those waiting recognized his arrival. Anxiously, he exclaimed, Young man, why have you only just arrived? Have you brought enough vegetables? I have indeed brought an ample supply. He Weidong responded warmly. Everyone, let us prepare our money and queue orderly, coming forth one household at a time. No, I arrived first. What if they sell out before my turn? He retorted. He Weidong assured him. There are plenty more in the vehicle. Should we sell out, I shall deliver more, ensuring everyone has the opportunity to purchase. The crowd hesitated but formed a line, their gazes fixed upon He Weidong's bamboo basket, each fearing that they might miss out when their turn arrived. Residents from the 7th floor hurried down to wait. Once He Weidong had sold all the vegetables he had brought up, the business for this building would nearly be concluded. As he descended, he noticed an elderly lady with silver hair who had previously lived on the 1st floor, engaged in conversation. Spotting He Weidong, she remarked to those around her, This is the young man. His prices are comparable to those at the market, yet he does not require industrial tickets. Most importantly, he delivers to your doorstep. You may inquire if he would deliver to your home. Chapter 93. Li Yuxiao's suspicion and the trouble of sending a message to the paramour young man. Wait a moment. I reside on the 7th floor of Building 3 and have some difficulty moving. Would you be able to deliver it to my home? I heard you don't require vegetable tickets. He Weidong smiled and responded, Of course, Annie. What would you like? How many pounds do you need? Please prepare the money, and I will bring it over shortly. Just like Director Liu, I would like 2 pounds each of cucumbers and carrots, she replied. All right, I'll head over right away. You can go back now. He Weidong readily agreed. Then I won't linger. I'll return home first, she said, and made her way back, awaiting He Weidong's arrival. Upon He Weidong's return to the tractor, Xiao Xiao was astonished. Dongge, you aren't giving away the vegetables for free, are you? They sell so quickly. Your speed is astonishing. Others have been waiting. Hurry and fill my cart so I can continue delivering, He Weidong urged. Understood. Fearing that no one would want to buy the vegetables and feeling embarrassed to ask He Weidong for wages, they hadn't anticipated such high demand. After swiftly and meticulously packing the vegetables, He Weidong proceeded to the address provided by the aunt he had conversed with earlier. Upon arriving at Building 3, He found someone waiting at the entrance. "Young man, are you the one Director Liao mentioned? The one delivering vegetables without requiring tickets?" "Yes." "Is it the elderly lady residing on the 7th floor?" Weidong inquired with a smile. "Indeed, she is Director Liao. She just returned and told us not to go to the market for vegetables, as a young man would deliver quality produce shortly, without tickets. We truly appreciate the elderly lady for promoting this. I'll take these to the 7th floor first, and then I'll sell from upstairs." "All right. We'll be waiting for you, but please be quick. We need to prepare lunch," they urged. Weidong assured them. "You will definitely have fresh vegetables by noon." In this day and age, who could manage to eat before noon? Weidong found it hard to believe that they had no vegetables prepared at home, suspecting that their urgency to speak was merely a test of the quality of his produce. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Weidong was slightly out of breath. The door to one apartment was wide open. The elderly lady who had ordered the vegetables, Director Liao, stood at the entrance. "Young man, you've arrived. Please, have some soda and take a moment to rest," she greeted him warmly. Accepting the soda, Weidong expressed his gratitude. "Annie, thank you. I'll offset this soda with the vegetable payment later." "Don't mention it. Once you're rested, please hand over the vegetables." "I'll get them for you," she replied. Weidong, adhering to her requested quantities, thoughtfully included an extra pound of carrots, knowing they have a longer shelf life and are nutritious. After collecting the payment, he continued to other households to sell. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, he had sold out the entire basket. Those waiting on the 1st and 2nd floors anxiously watched as he descended with an empty basket. Anxiously, she inquired, "Why has it disappeared?" "I assure you it will be delivered promptly. If you're concerned, you may accompany me to retrieve it from the vehicle. There are plenty of vegetables over there. As long as they remain intact, you may select freely." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of choosing from a vehicle. Having gathered their funds, they eagerly followed Weidong towards the tractor to select vegetables. Xiao Xiao, who was waiting with boredom, noticed the throng of people trailing behind Weidong and, fearing something had gone awry, leaped from the vehicle. Rushing to Weidong, she anxiously asked, "Brother Dong, what is happening?" "There is nothing wrong. These individuals have come to purchase vegetables. I invited them to choose from the truck to spare me the effort of carrying them upstairs," Weidong explained. He understood that conducting business inevitably incurs some losses. Allowing them to choose would naturally result in some wastage. Yet it was far more efficient than selling everything slowly and returning. The abundance of fresh vegetables in the tractor's bed sparked enthusiasm as they began to select. Xiao Xiao was tasked with watching for anyone attempting to leave without paying, her gaze fixed on each person. Meanwhile, Weidong weighed the produce, calculated the costs, and collected payments. The commotion attracted passers-by. Upon hearing that no vegetable tickets were required and prices were the same as the market, hurried home to fetch bags for shopping. Now, Weidong no longer needed to carry the produce upstairs. He sold it directly from the vehicle. As the later arrivals approached, they found nothing left and began to complain. "Why is there so little? I couldn't buy anything. At the market, I have to endure that insufferable woman's disdain." "Sister, do not fret. I will come earlier tomorrow to sell to you first. Alternatively, provide me with an address, and I can deliver it to you, or reserve some for you." Weidong replied apologetically. Feeling uneasy about sharing her address, the sister pondered and asked, "When will you come tomorrow?" "And it's true, no vegetable tickets required?" "I will arrive around 7. "Yes, no tickets needed." "All right, then you must come tomorrow." After sending off several individuals with apologies, Weidong, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, purchased some flatbreads and returned to their rented accommodation to rest. "Xiao Xiao, once we return, please seek out a Guang and a Zhang. Ask if they would agree to come help deliver vegetables. You could drive the tractor tomorrow," Weidong said over dinner. "Sure, Brother Dong, rest assured. They inquired last night." Mentioning that it's difficult to procure chai hu now, Xiao Xiao replied, her cheeks puffed with food. As dawn broke, Weidong set out to sell vegetables, unaware that Li Yuan had instructed Weiliang to search for his sister in town. At that moment, Li Yuxia, feeling weak and having lost her child, listened to her brother's croaky voice lamenting that Weidong was making money in the village. She felt utterly miserable recalling the day of her wedding and the mocking expression on He Weidong's face. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she speculated that He Weidong's reluctance to marry her had been due to his desire for entertainment at her wedding, and that the envelope must have been sent by He Weidong's messenger. Addressing Li Yuan, she said, "You should go to the county's Industry and Commerce Bureau, seek out Lu Chuanming, and deliver this to him. If he refuses, just tell him I will cause a scene at his home." "All right, sister," Li Yuan replied, taking the letter handed to her by Li Yuxia with a joyful expression. The two arrived at the county's Industry and Commerce Bureau, but were stopped by a guard. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I am looking for Director Lu Chuanming. Someone sent me," Li Yuan replied, her voice grating and unpleasant to hear. "Get lost. Do you even realize where you are? Director Lu is not someone you can just waltz in to see," the security guard retorted curtly. "How dare you? Do you know who I am? You'll regret delaying me. He might make you pay dearly for this," she shot back defiantly. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. "I am Lu Chuanming. Who are you, and what brings you to me?" The man, resembling Li Yuxia to some extent, approached after stepping out of his vehicle without heading directly inside. "My sister sent me to find you. Here, take this. She said you would regret not looking at it," Li Yuan whispered. Chapter 94. The Revelation of Truth. Lu Chuanming gazed intently at Li Yuan before quietly inquiring, "Who is your sister?" Although he noted the resemblance between Li Yuan and Li Yuxia, he refrained from making any indiscreet comments in this crowded place, where prying eyes were ubiquitous. The last thing he wanted was to expose his vulnerabilities. One could never be too cautious, especially when it came to individuals who might have ulterior motives. "My sister is Li Yuxia. She sent me to inform you that there is something to discuss," Li Yuan replied. "Very well, follow me," Lu Chuanming instructed, leading Li Yuan to a secluded area devoid of bystanders. "Where's your sister? Why didn't she come herself?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. He held a certain fondness for women like Li Yuxia, who could provide emotional fulfillment without encroaching upon his domestic life. A small monetary gesture was all it took to enjoy the privileges of her company. She often returned from her excursions, recounting tales of the extravagant dance halls in Hong Kong, akin to the daughters of affluent families, capable of indulging in a variety of pleasures without restraint. Despite being aware of Li Yuxia's pregnancy, which he acknowledged as his own child, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. He knew she was recently married, but had promised to visit him in the county town whenever the opportunity arose. The fact that she had sent her brother instead of coming herself raised suspicions within him. Li Yuan regarded the portly man before him and spoke. "On the day my sister married Sun Fu, an anonymous letter containing photographs was mailed, revealing that the child she carries is not his. Upon discovering this, Sun Fu's family erupted in fury and assaulted my sister, resulting in a miscarriage. She is currently hospitalized." Upon hearing of the lost child and the violence inflicted upon her, Lu Chuanming's countenance darkened. The indignity of the situation struck him deeply. It was not merely a loss, but a direct affront to his honor. "How is your sister now? Which hospital is she in? Do you know who is responsible for this?" he pressed, though his emotional connection to the unborn child was tenuous at best. Nonetheless, the thought of Sun Fu causing such harm stirred a profound anger within him. "She is in the town hospital, but Sun Fu has taken all our money, leaving us in dire financial straits," Li Yuan cleverly fabricated. Lu Chuanming's expression grew increasingly grim, grappling with feelings of greed and regret. When Li Yuxia had become pregnant with his child, he had secretly driven to Hajia village with the intention of framing He Weidong, offering Li Yuxia 500 yuan in the process. While that sum was not substantial to him, parting with it had still stung. "Do you know who sent the letter and photographs?" Lu Chuanming demanded, his voice sharp. "On the day of my sister's marriage, He Weidong and a few of his associates appeared as if they were already aware of the situation. My sister suspects he orchestrated it," Li Yuan disclosed, revealing his deep-seated loathing for He Weidong. Even if it was not He Weidong who committed the act, he must be framed for it. After all, at this moment, one lacks the capability to confront him directly. Previously, he had the audacity to snatch away the woman I had set my sights on, Sun Yuewei, and retribution is inevitable. Who asked him not to obediently comply? He married my sister and assumed the role of a convenient father. He Weidong is that little flea. Did I not inform your town that Director Qian had called, instructing not to issue a business license? Is he still conducting business? Lu Chuanming, while perusing the letter penned by Li Yuxia, clenched his teeth and inquired. Indeed, he has ceased his barbecue business. It is unclear where he acquired the food stamps, but he has ventured elsewhere to collect and sell vegetables. Li Yuduan did not elaborate further, but Lu Chuanming understood what needed to be done. The seeds of suspicion had been sown, and Weidong emerged as the primary suspect. Now that Li Yuxia's family has lost their foundation, they will undoubtedly seek him out in the future. Everything is Weidong's fault. Rest assured, I am aware of the situation and shall not easily let Weidong off the hook. You may return now. Having caused his mistress to be hospitalized and resulting in the loss of their child, Lu Chuanming, hailing from a Brahmin family, would not readily forgive Weidong. Otherwise, what face would he have left to maintain his standing in the county? Upon witnessing Lu Chuanming's arrival with a letter, he was reluctant to part with any money. Li Yuduan hesitated before speaking. Brother-in-law, what about the money? My family is currently short on funds, and I need money to buy medicine. Hearing this, Lu Chuanming furrowed his brow, but chose to suppress his irritation to avoid provoking the lad into making a scene that might attract unwanted attention. He retrieved 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Li Yuduan. From now on, refrain from calling me brother-in-law. I am not. Take this money back for medical expenses and do not squander it. Understood? Thank you, brother-in-law. This was the first time Li Yuduan had possessed such a sum, and he was overjoyed, yet he disregarded Lu Chuanming's warning. Let's go. As they departed with Weidong anxiously queried, Yuan, how did it go? Is the person your sister found willing to assist you in dealing with Weidong? Of course. He is my sister's contact. Dealing with Weidong is a trivial matter. Meanwhile, back in his office, Lu Chuanming made a phone call to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau of Chinatown. Hello. This is Qianbin. Lu Chuanming spoke in a rather brusque tone. Qianbin, this is Lu Chuanming. Do you still wish to keep your position? What has transpired with the investigation into Weidong that I previously instructed you to undertake? Confused, Qianbin responded. Director Lu, I sent someone to investigate. I ordered that Weidong not be permitted to set up a stall in the town, and I instructed that he and his family be denied a business license. Recently, all applications for business licenses have been personally approved by me, and none were submitted by his family. I heard he is driving a tractor, peddling vegetables without a license. Is that not engaging in speculation? How do you intend to manage this? Do you still wish to progress? Lu Chuanming, frustrated with his subordinate, would not extend any courtesy. Upon hearing the words, still wish to progress, Qianbin panicked. Who wouldn't he want to develop in the county? Startled and drenched in cold sweat, I hurriedly reassured. Director Lu, rest assured, I shall not allow such individuals to engage in speculation. After uttering these words, I abruptly ended the call. Infuriated, Qianbin summoned Wang Fei and inquired about the matter. With visible anger, he declared, Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to thoroughly investigate Weidong. We must not let anything slip by. However, he soon changed his mind and insisted that I join him as well. Yes, Director, Wang Fei quickly responded, though inwardly he pondered, what kind of powerful adversary has Weidong offended? Though he has ties with Zhang Ming, the deputy chief of the police station, he is still my superior, and I dare not disregard his orders. Chapter 95. The furious Weidong learns the truth. Weidong settled with Xiao Xiao for 5 yuan, then took him to the nearby fields to gather a substantial amount of vegetables. Upon returning home, he instructed Xiao Xiao to find Guang and Jing, briefly outlining the requirements for the next day. He intended not only to sell the vegetables to the soda factory, but also had set his sights on the nearby textile mill. He believed that by delivering 2 tractor loads of vegetables to the residential buildings of these 2 factories each day, he could sell them all, especially since some people have been left frustrated by their inability to purchase affordable vegetables earlier in the morning. After discussing their departure time, the group retired for the night. Early the next morning, Weidong set off with them, concealing their weapons as they headed to the county to sell vegetables at the soda factory's residential complex. However, as they reached the road leading to the county, they were intercepted. Stop! What are you doing? The individual blocking their path was none other than Qianbin, a lackey of Lu Chuanming, who had received orders from his master the previous day to intercept Weidong. He was determined to complete the task assigned to him to secure a transfer to the county. Weidong recognized two of the people in the group. One was Wang Fei, who had previously attempted to dismantle his stall while he was selling skewers with Xiao Xiao. "I'm delivering goods," Weidong replied, his expression grim, yet his tone composed. "To whom and where to? Have these vegetables been inspected? Do you possess a business license? Without one, aren't you just speculating?" Bin retorted sharply, glaring at Weidong. "Comrade, do I need a business license to deliver something? Isn't the country encouraging everyone to venture into business?" Weidong understood that this lackey was deliberately seeking to provoke him, trying to make things difficult. He had hoped to develop his business peacefully, but these scoundrels were intent on obstructing his progress. It was clear that someone had sent them, and Weidong resolved to retaliate against these pests, unwilling to let them think he was so easily bullied. Although he believed that misfortune should not befall his family, he felt no obligation to treat these rogues with any sense of morality. Those who are initially amassing capital cannot claim their hands are clean. As long as one manages the situation discreetly, no one need be the wiser. He recalled a time when a stubborn businessman had tormented a courier company owner, extorting a significant sum of money. The courier employee had immediately paid the demanded amount, but thereafter his life was plagued with unrest. Whenever he drove his car out, it would be struck by a delivery vehicle. Eventually, he became fearful of driving altogether, and his family faced near-fatal accidents. It didn't take a fool to realize that they were being retaliated against. Ultimately, he had to return the extorted money on his knees to the courier company, along with additional compensation. Only then did his family find peace. Having already devised a plan, I was prepared for Bin's tactics. Without further ado, we decided to take the vegetables back for inspection, asserting that we would only proceed if they were deemed satisfactory. Bin, however, disregarded Weidong's explanations. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his subordinates to remove the vegetables from the vehicle. Upon witnessing this, a Guang and a Zheng, who arrived shortly after, mistakenly believed that Weidong was being robbed. Armed with a stick from their bicycle, they rushed over. In response, Bin, flustered, shouted, "What are you doing?" "We are enforcing the law." Weidong, wishing to avoid any complications, quickly interjected, "They are enforcing the law. Do not act recklessly. This is not a robbery." Only then did a Guang and a Zheng lower their weapons. The two subordinates trailing behind Bin were visibly frightened, aware that these young men were reckless and could resort to violence without hesitation. Although they might face trouble later, they were compelled to obey orders from their superior. Weidong's expression was ominously dark, and he silently slipped a 5 yuan note to a young officer in uniform. "Comrade, who exactly is that official? Why is he making things difficult for my brother Dong?" The young officer, glancing at the note and ensuring no one was watching, accepted it and whispered, "Your brother Dong seems to have offended a department head in the county. He called upon Deputy Director Qian to specifically deal with you. You might want to refrain from conducting business in the future. This matter does not involve me, so please do not seek revenge on me. If you offend a decent man with family ties, you may find a way out. However, if you provoke the reckless young men, your situation may not end well. In these times, surveillance is scarce. You could be killed in an isolated area without anyone knowing." Upon seeing a Guang and a Zheng's fierce demeanor, it would be a lie to say Bin was not afraid. If there was an opportunity to gain favor, it would be taken. The intention to seize the tractor further ignited Weidong's fury. "You scoundrels, go back and inform your master that this matter is far from over. If you dare touch the tractor today, I will annihilate your entire family. Go ahead, test me," he threatened, wielding a stick reinforced with barbed wire and nails, menacingly pointing it at Bin. These individuals could not be given too much leniency. Otherwise, they would not take you seriously, as long as you fear nothing. If you have not committed a crime, who would dare provoke a hot-headed youth? Sensing Weidong's readiness to strike, the three men also brandished their weapons, encircling Bin and his companions. Faced with this intimidating scene, Bin immediately panicked. "What are you doing? This is illegal. Do you not fear that I will call the police?" "You call the police? By the time they arrive, I'll have already dealt with you and your family. You can try me. As long as I'm alive, we will settle this." My parents have 3 sons. If I die, there are still 2 left. What do I have to fear? Weidong replied menacingly. Upon hearing this, Qianbin was thrown into a state of alarm. He hastily responded, "As long as you cease your business activities, I won't interfere." With that, Qianbin hurriedly left with his men. As they departed, Xiao Xiao and the others gathered around, expressing their anger. "Brother Dong, I know that fat man is Qianbin. What should we do? It is likely that it was that scoundrel from the county who instigated this. In light of this, I will accompany Xiao Xiao to sell vegetables first. A Guang and a Zheng. Take the money and seek out the local ruffians to inquire about the residences of Qianbin and Wang Fei. If they have any livestock, ensure they are dispatched. Look for an opportunity to break Qianbin's legs. We shall personally handle this matter. Let the thugs mercilessly beat Qianbin's child daily. And should they encounter his mother, they should forcefully collide with her, sending her to the hospital. This is utterly intolerable. I no longer conduct business in the town. Yet they come to bully me, truly believing I am as pliable as clay. Should they sever my means of livelihood, I shall drag you down with me." Armed with the 50 yuan handed to him by Weidong, a Guang and a Zheng set off to execute the plan. He took Xiao Xiao to the market where they had procured vegetables yesterday, continuing their collection. Upon arriving at the soda factory's residential building, they found all the vendors from yesterday waiting. "Young man, why do you arrive so late today? Shouldn't you be more proactive about making money?" Do not even mention it. I encountered the industry and commerce officials on the road, who claimed I lacked a business license and confiscated all my vegetables. So I had to start anew. Chapter 96. The Enthusiastic Ant and the Encounter with Luo Ming Weidong, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, was engaged in weighing and calculating accounts while lamenting the recent events. An enthusiastic ant interjected, "Young man, you might want to consult Director Liao from Building 1. I hear her husband is our county magistrate. Isn't this a bit oppressive? Do we really need permits to sell vegetables? How can the business administration refuse you? What magistrate?" Another ant corrected her. "It's now referred to as the county chief. I've heard his son works in public security, a captain at the county police station. If they're bullying you, just report it." Weidong sighed in resignation. "I don't even know the mayor of my town, let alone a county chief who oversees the economic development of tens of thousands of people." "That's true," the first ant conceded. "She usually keeps a low profile